Doctor, tomorrow is Friday. No, tomorrow is Wednesday. Are you all insane? When Chifeichi awoke, he found himself transformed into a distinguished student at the University of Tokyo, yet was forcibly admitted to a psychiatric hospital due to cognitive impairment. In a world where everyone lived under a chaotic calendar, being awake was the original sin. Chapter 1. The Patient? A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that danced upon the ground. A handsome young man sat on a bench beneath a tree, while a little girl stood by the iron gate beside the tree. Their gazes meeting, the sun shone brightly, and the wind stirred the grass, causing time to momentarily stand still. In the next instant, this serene scene was shattered. God will come on the night of the full moon to punish you ignorant fools. A man in slippers and a hospital gown dashed past them, followed by a group of nurses and doctors. Hurry! Stop him! Nearby, a weary and emaciated boy sat on the ground, hugging his knees, indifferent to everything around him. Chifeichi glanced down at the small ball that had rolled to his feet, bent to pick it up, and walked toward the iron gate. The nurse standing by the bench hurried to follow him, her eyes filled with a hint of vigilance. Upon reaching the gate, Chifeichi crouched down and handed the ball through the iron bars. Here. The little girl, perhaps startled by the earlier commotion or perhaps unsettled by Chifeichi's impassive demeanor, took the ball blankly. Chifeichi stood up, preparing to leave. Wait a moment, the little girl exclaimed. Thank you, big brother. My name is Ayumi Yoshida. What is your name? Chifeichi paused, turning back to regard the girl. She appeared to be 6 or 7 years old, with neat short hair, a yellow hairband, and a pink sweater, her large eyes looking up at him with anticipation. In this two-dimensional world, she was indeed quite an adorable little girl. However, the name Ayumi Yoshida? Combined with the chaotic timeline, it left Chifeichi bemused. Had he crossed over into the world of Detective Conan? A month prior, he had been astonished to discover that he, who was supposed to be deceased, had transmigrated into the body of a Japanese university student, sharing the same name, Chifeichi. Both were 20 years of age. If it weren't for the unfamiliar face and the strange family, he might have thought he had been resurrected. He had only heard that the surname Chi was widely distributed across China, Japan, Korea, Italy, and Malaysia. In this life, he had indeed crossed borders, though he would have preferred not to. When he had arrived, the original consciousness still existed within this body. They alternated control of the body every few hours, with one falling into a deep slumber while the other took charge. The day after his arrival, he had been sent to a psychiatric ward. Dissociative identity disorder was the preliminary diagnosis. And in his view, there was something amiss with time here. Yesterday was Saturday, so how could today still be Saturday? Yet to the doctors and those around him, it was he who had the issue, suffering from the complications of dissociative identity disorder and temporal perception disorder. During this time, he began to question whether it was indeed he who had the problem. Now he realized he was in the world of Conan, and given the chaotic nature of time here, he had a statement that he was uncertain whether to voice. To make matters worse, since his arrival, he occasionally heard the voices of plants and animals. Coupled with the lack of memory inheritance, he felt no attachment to this world or his family. The test results were unclear, but judging by the doctor's serious demeanor, they were likely quite grim. Additionally, the original consciousness had a history of depression and had attempted suicide twice. Thus, hospitalization was deemed essential, requiring the highest level of care. The so-called primary care involved a designated ward, activities under constant nurse supervision. For the first week, activities were confined to the intensive care unit, with outings requiring staff accompaniment, and belongings managed by staff. Daily assessments of the condition, with nursing records taken every 3 to 7 days. Any changes in condition to be promptly recorded and reported to the physician for timely intervention. Regular rising, sleeping, and medication schedules with constant monitoring. One could even develop ailments from sheer confinement. Big brother? Ayumi Yoshida looked at Chifeichi with a puzzled expression, a peculiar flush on her cheeks. He truly was a handsome young man. The nurse crouched down, carefully considering her explanation. Little sister, he. Chifeichi returned to himself, looking at Ayumi Yoshida. Chifeichi, my name. Ayumi nodded, her sweet smile brightening. I'll remember that. Can I come to play with you someday? No, the nurse quickly refused. Although Chifeichi had shown no aggressive behavior, children were easily influenced by others' thoughts, and she could not guarantee Chifeichi might not express something peculiar. She dared not allow a little girl to interact too much with him. Why? Ayumi's confused voice trailed behind him as Chi Feichi turned and walked indifferently toward the ward. On his way, a man approached, his demeanor tense as he glanced around nervously before whispering, "Let me tell you, your existence is merely a construct of your perception, and perception can be deceived. This world was created by some entity, and if it wishes, it can erase us at any moment. Do you believe that?" Chi Feichi regarded the man for a moment. Perhaps, could this world be created by Qingshan? Did it truly exist? Even he was unsure. The man let out a long sigh of relief, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes, and suddenly grabbed Chi Feichi as he turned to leave. "You are the first person to believe me. Since you trust me, I can't abandon you. There are significant problems in this world. A pair of eyes has been watching us. I have a way to escape." Chi Feichi observed the man's incessant chatter, feeling somewhat fatigued. He stepped forward, swiftly incapacitating the man with a blow to the neck. The man collapsed promptly. The world was finally. No, the world had not quieted. "What are you doing? Hurry, here." Before anyone could approach, Chi Feichi had already released his grip. An hour later, a middle-aged doctor, somewhat balding and plump, with a jovial round face, approached Chi Feichi with a smile, exuding a warmth that was commendable. "Mr. Chi, I would like to understand why you struck him in the neck?" Chi Feichi regarded Dr. Fukuyama, his attending physician, his expression remaining largely unchanged. "He was too noisy." Dr. Fukuyama chuckled. "Was that the only reason?" "I have my limits." Chi Feichi refrained from elaborating further, letting them think as they pleased. Once inside this place, the more one denied their illness, the more firmly they were deemed to be unwell. Dr. Fukuyama nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and softened his tone as he instructed, "Next time, avoid such actions. The neck is a vulnerable area. Striking the carotid artery can cause fainting, and it may even be fatal. Such behavior is quite dangerous." Chi Feichi could see Dr. Fukuyama was likely adding another note to his records but said nothing further. "I understand." Dr. Fukuyama observed Chi Feichi. Internally sighing, he could see that Chi Feichi was indifferent to the matter, and he needed to monitor him closely for any tendencies toward harming others, though he maintained a smile. "Your recovery seems to be progressing well. The alternation between your two identities has become less frequent. If we continue to communicate, you should recover quickly. By the way, do you know what day it is tomorrow?" Chi Feichi remembered having checked the calendar and newspaper before leaving the ward. Today was Tuesday. "Tomorrow is Wednesday." Dr. Fukuyama corrected him. "Ahem. Tomorrow is Friday." Chi Feichi fell silent, forcibly stifling the impulse to overturn the table. Today is Tuesday, and tomorrow is Friday. Very well, he knew this was a death sentence. At this rate, he feared he might never escape. He perceives the flow of time in this world as abnormal, while others find it quite ordinary. Thus, he finds himself an outlier, a patient in this realm. This sentiment may resonate with many individuals grappling with mental health disorders. Meanwhile, a potted succulent on the table disrupts the atmosphere, voicing its discontent. "I feel so uncomfortable I long for water, truly distressing." "Ah, it's Friday. I understand now," Chi Feichi remarked, his gaze unwavering, his expression indifferent. The last incident involving this mischievous succulent had led to a brief distraction, allowing Fushan Jimin, who was observing him, to inquire about what he had seen or heard. Dealing with psychologists can indeed be quite troublesome. Their conversation concluded after approximately half an hour. The medical assistant, a young woman, smiled softly and remarked, "Mr. Chi has shown remarkable progress as a patient. Since his admission, he has been very cooperative with the treatment. The two personalities communicate through notes, and it seems there have been no further instances of auditory hallucinations. Everything appears to be moving in a positive direction." Fushan Jimin's brow furrowed slightly. "That's hard to say. He is quite intelligent." "Pardon?" The young assistant looked puzzled. "Have you thoroughly examined his diagnostic report?" Fushan Jimin retrieved a folder from his drawer, opening it to indicate the diagnosis. "He suffers from dissociative identity disorder. Both personalities exhibit emotional deficits. One personality is severely depressed, accompanied by obsessive tendencies and suicidal inclinations, while the other experiences auditory hallucinations, delusions, and distortions in the perception of time." The assistant nodded, acknowledging those are classic symptoms of dissociative identity disorder. Dissociative identity disorder is a complex condition that necessitates long-term treatment. Currently, It appears that both of his personalities are aware of each other's existence and are actively engaging in communication. However, one must remain vigilant regarding his daily behaviors. Those afflicted with this disorder often display extreme emotional detachment towards their surroundings, Fushan Jimin cautioned. From this perspective, there are no signs of recovery. It seems that the delusional personality is currently predominating his physical form. He is astute on the surface, he acknowledges his condition, yet in reality, he refuses to accept it and continues to disguise and deceive. This personality is cunning and clever, exhibiting remarkable agility, yet there is no record of such training in his past. Are you suggesting that this personality is a figment of his delusions? The assistant pondered. It is imperative for him to recognize this truth before we can assess whether the delusional personality harbors any aggressive tendencies, Fushan Jimin considered. However, as of now, at least the delusional personality does not seem inclined to engage in self-destructive behavior. Have you had any contact with his family recently? Yes, the assistant replied softly. However, his parents have no intention of visiting him. They said a few words before abruptly hanging up, claiming to be busy. Fushan Jimin frowned. They truly show no willingness to cooperate. Chapter 2. Deep as the sea upon entering the hospital. Beneath a tree on a bench. The same old place. On his way back, Chief H casually picked up a newspaper, seated himself and began to peruse its contents. Given that he had confirmed his existence within the world of Detective Conan, he figured it would be a prudent endeavor to ascertain the current timeline, even if only to alleviate his boredom. Recent newspapers from the past week contained no articles regarding Kudo Shinichi. Such a low visibility suggests that he has likely been subdued. There was, however, a report about Mori Kaguru, featured prominently on the front page 2 days prior. The collision of fictional and real detectives. Renowned mystery writer Yamamura Jintaro has passed away. Famed detective Mori Kaguru solves a mystery using clues from the works. Could this pertain to an earlier time frame? He was uncertain whether this world's chronology adhered to the anime or the manga. If it followed the manga, Ai Hybera would have already made her entrance. If it aligned with the anime timeline, it would likely be some time before her arrival. He found himself intrigued by this young girl. Chief Feichi contemplated briefly. Given the secretive nature of that organization, they likely had not disclosed much information, implying that their members were unlikely to appear on any bounty lists, at least. Not on publicly accessible ones. Moreover, Shiho Miyano, the researcher, was an unremarkable homebody of little worth. Such was the mindset of his past life as a bounty hunter. Bounty hunters, also known as cleaners, primarily engage in apprehending dangerous criminals to deliver them to the authorities or the government. During such operations, one must first acquire a license from the International Bureau of Investigation. Logically speaking, his homeland in his previous life was exceedingly safe, leaving little room for such professions to thrive. Yet he still pursued it. That year, 7 children banded together ranging from 10 years old to merely 6. They were martial arts students. Those who enrolled in martial arts schools were either children deemed unruly by their parents or those who had faced some familial upheaval. Such was the reality of the country. Very few parents would send their children to martial arts schools out of sentimentality. If one wished to learn martial arts, wouldn't it be more appealing to enroll in an interest class? All 7 of those children had entered martial arts training due to tragic incidents involving their parents, leaving them without guardians, and relatives sent them to the school, fostering a strong camaraderie among them. One day, perhaps some overzealous kid learned about cleaners, and upon mentioning it, ignited the youthful spirits of these children. No one wished for mediocrity. Perhaps they merely sought a purpose for survival, one that, despite their limited understanding, they would ardently pursue with fervor. A decade later, the 7 of them, equipped with 10 years of hard work and skills exceeding those of their peers, left their homeland with a sense of freedom and flair. In that moment they truly felt liberated, yet reality often proves harsher than imagined. Even if they uncovered paths and recognized their shortcomings, not everyone could compensate for their deficiencies in firearms solely through talent. Out of the 7, only 3 succeeded. Within a year, the remaining 2 gradually withdrew, leaving only him to persevere. Why did he persist? He could not say for certain. Perhaps it stemmed from having perceived it as the essence of existence from a young age. Or perhaps it was the bewildered and disheartened gaze of his companions who had left that year. It could also be that intoxicating sense of freedom that made one forget the way back. Yet this was undeniably not a commendable profession. Those who returned home found themselves in stable occupations. Some became wealthy bodyguards, while others took on coaching roles. While it may lack the lucrative allure of being a cleaner, it offered security. After 3 years of unwavering dedication, he earned a considerable sum. Yet he also paid the ultimate price, never once regretting his choices. Those moments of liberty, spontaneity, madness, uniqueness, and novelty were tinged with a deadly allure. Chi Feiqi shifted his gaze from the newspaper, peering towards the surrounding walls. The scenery here paled in comparison to that which lay beyond Datio the Six Deceivers. In this life, I refuse to miss those vistas. After all, you all claimed I was the most gifted among us when you departed. Continue to envy, if you will. Chi Feiqi lowered his gaze, concealing the faint smile in his eyes. Just as he intended to resume reading the newspaper, an influx of unfamiliar memories surged forth, accompanied by a mix of envy and resignation. These were the memories of Chi Feiqi's existence in this world. Born of a union driven by interests rather than emotions, his parents' bond had completely withered within 5 years, each leading their own lives. For the sake of corporate interests, they refrained from divorcing, maintaining a facade of a marriage devoid of substance, neglecting even their only child. In his recollections, the home was cold and desolate, with his parents absent from school celebrations, and he could only elicit a modicum of attention through his exceptional academic performance, which ultimately garnered nothing more than a fleeting compliment before their hurried departure. There were no melodramatic narratives, just a personality that was excessively introverted and reclusive, leading to a life devoid of romantic relationships, friends, aspirations, or hobbies, culminating in illness. Eventually, a wave of envy coupled with resignation washed over him, and the memories abruptly halted 3 days prior. Chi Feiqi understood the original consciousness had likely dissipated entirely. Regrettably, perhaps due to character traits, even as memories fade, the emotions he has experienced are ephemeral, resonating only faintly and lacking the requisite intensity. Thus, it can be said that the two consciousnesses residing within a single body are unable to fully comprehend one another. When doctors utter the words "I understand," "I empathize," they weave a tender falsehood. Silently critiquing the physicians of the psychiatric hospital, Chi Feiqi reined in his thoughts. It was time to reconsider his plans. His previous stay in the psychiatric institution stemmed from the original consciousness's battle with depression. He genuinely feared that one day this individual might seize control and lead them both to despair. Within the hospital's confines, even when his consciousness lay dormant, there were doctors and nurses watching over him, ensuring safety. However, should the original consciousness dissipate, he had no intention of continuing this charade. To be discharged, such a venture required either a doctor's affirmation of recovery or a family member's arrival. The latter option was unfeasible. The doctors here were overly diligent, and his parents showed no inclination to intervene. Without certainty regarding his recovery, the doctors would never consent to his release. Thus, the issue reverted to the First Avenue, which was a certain dead end. Not to mention his time perception disorder, upon entering this place, he encountered a cadre of responsible doctors, each identifying faults. The only feasible method was for his parents to express their stance, coupled with a firmer attitude on his part, which might enable his departure. After all, he had committed no crime nor exhibited antisocial behavior, so the hospital could not forcibly retain him. In the absence of alternative solutions, sneaking away would be a foolish act. A firmer stance could lead to his release. How could he consider fleeing instead of opting for communication? Such behavior would undoubtedly indicate a deterioration in his condition. Capture would mean a return to the intensive care unit awaiting him. Chi Feiqi absent-mindedly flipped through a newspaper, contemplating the prospect of calling his biological parents to discuss his discharge. "Mr. Chi, are you searching for something?" a cheerful nurse inquired as she approached. His distraction while perusing the newspaper was concerning. It was essential to monitor any unusual behavior exhibited by patients. Understanding what one could was critical, and what couldn't be understood had to be recorded for the doctor's review. Chi Feiqi discerned the nurse's intent and remained silent for a moment. Merely lost in thought, he replied. "I see, I understand." The nurse nodded, noting that the patient exhibited signs of daydreaming, which she would record later. Chi Feiqi sighed, glancing at an elderly man across the room, who was gazing at the sky while leaning on the railing. Rumor had it that this man had been in the hospital for 11 years, with no hope of discharge in the foreseeable future. Just like that, the hospital felt like an abyss. The prospect of recovery seemed impossible, a truly terrifying reality. Days passed with routine meals, activities, sunbathing, medication, and sleep. Excluding the lack of freedom, it resembled the languorous lifestyle dreams are made of. However, to prevent external distractions and reliance on electronic devices, personal phones and computers were prohibited, a difficult adjustment for those who wished to indulge. in leisure activities. The following day, Chi Feiqi called his biological father, Fushan Jiming, at the office. As usual, no one answered the home phone, so he dialed his father's mobile. Beep, beep. The phone rang twice before being answered. A calm male voice responded. Hello? Who is this? Father. It's me, Chi Feiqi. There was a brief silence on the other end. How is your recovery progressing? Fairly well. I wish to be discharged. Chi Feiqi stated directly from his memories. He was aware that his biological parents were oblivious to their surroundings, consumed by their relentless pursuit of wealth. They were quite generous with money, ensuring his living expenses were ample. Even during this hospitalization, the couple had hurriedly taken him for examinations and admission before rushing off to attend to their careers. A rather peculiar family, engrossed in the pursuit of profit, unable to extricate themselves from its grasp. A day without earning left them restless, declaring, I love making money, it brings me joy. Beyond financial gain, there appeared to be little enjoyment in life. Money could induce happiness, and the process of earning could also be pleasurable. Upon reflection, Chi Feiqi found this notion rather intriguing. After all, he was Chi Feiqi, a traveler from another realm. He could only conclude, live as you please. I will be in France tomorrow, and it will be at least half a month before I return, the man stated calmly. Let's discuss it upon my return. Being in the hospital has its benefits. At least you are cared for by professionals rather than mere caretakers. Listening closely, Fushan Jiming frowned. In simpler terms, this was tantamount to saying, son, we are too busy to attend to you. Your stay in the psychiatric hospital is quite comfortable, is it not? Was there truly such a way of speaking? Such indifference from parents was quite shocking. Chi Feiqi, however, was not taken aback. This response aligned closely with his expectations. What about my mother? Is she not back yet? I am unaware of her whereabouts, the male voice replied. Chi Feiqi continued, could you see if someone can assist in retrieving me? Staying here is exceedingly dull. The calm voice responded, I have already arranged a leave of absence from Dongdu University for you. What is there to do outside? Chi Feiqi replied evenly, when I am bored, I think of calling you daily to inquire about your situation. A moment of silence passed on the other end. I will see if anyone can help retrieve you. Chi Feiqi added, preferably a family member. Understood. Await further news, the voice concluded. What is the latest time frame? Chi Feiqi inquired. 3 days, came the response. Very well. The call ended promptly. Chi Feiqi raised his gaze to meet Fushan Jiming's contemplative stare, reminiscent of a certain character from Marvel. Fushan Jiming scrutinized him and asked, Mr. Chi, does your family have a history of hereditary mental illness? Chapter 3. The Lament of the Girl in the Rain. Chi Feiqi placed the phone back in its place, pondering whether he suspected his parents of having psychological disorders. Dr. Fukuyama, the hospitalization fees here are rather exorbitant. Is there indeed a history of hereditary mental illness? Fukuyama Shiming's expression grew somber as he advised. One must seek timely treatment upon discovering issues. No, what I mean is, Chi Feiqi spoke in his usual calm tone, please spare them. If the entire family is admitted, who will pay the hospital bills? Fukuyama Shiming was momentarily at a loss for words, then composed himself, saying, it may not be necessary to hospitalize. We can also resolve this through communication. Such an approach might even benefit your recovery. I did not intend to be sarcastic, Chi Feiqi replied, but I am somewhat curious. Does everyone appear problematic to you due to a professional ailment? That could be the case, Fukuyama Shiming conceded after a moment of contemplation, suddenly asking, Mr. Chi, may I inquire what the date is tomorrow? Chi Feiqi glanced at the calendar on the wall. Today is August 21st. Tomorrow is August 22nd. Fukuyama Shiming corrected him. Tomorrow is August 11th. It seems there is some issue with your perception of time. Chi Feiqi hesitated for a brief moment before deciding against flipping the table. Fine. Dr. Fukuyama may have exaggerated the professional ailment, but he is still a responsible physician. Well, there's no need to rush or evade. Fukuyama Shiming continued while jotting down notes, offering reassurance. Take your time. It will get better. Chi Feiqi remained expressionless. All right. After Fukuyama Shiming finished recording, he looked up with a smile. We shall try again tomorrow. Chi Feiqi longed to utter just give up. There's no cure, but he suspected that such words would elicit a deluge of comforting platitudes, so he opted to change the subject. I would like to apply for an outing. Is there something you need to attend to? To purchase a couple of books. I need to know the content of the books. Is that acceptable? What time do you plan to return? I will help you register the outing. By 5 this afternoon. The weather forecast predicts rain today. Remember to take an umbrella. Ensure you confirm your return time and have someone accompany you. Such was the life of Chi Feichi in the psychiatric hospital. Accompanying him outside was a young male doctor, Kitagawa Ando, dressed neatly in a black suit. He attempted to maintain a serious demeanor, yet his inexperience as a new hire at the hospital was evident. Dr. Kitagawa, are you feeling tense? Chi Feichi casually inquired as he placed the selected books at the checkout. Kitagawa Ando immediately retorted, not at all. Chi Feichi silently affixed a rookie label to him, noting he was far from the seasoned Fukuyama Shiming, who always wore a smile. Do not be anxious. I will not lash out at anyone, and I remain composed. Kitagawa Ando secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then glanced at the books Chi Feichi had chosen. On the left were titles such as Introduction to Psychology, Measurement of Personality, Abnormal Psychology, Experimental Psychology, Psychological Statistics, and Psychometrics. On the right were books like Murphy's Law, An Analysis of Human Destructiveness, 3 lectures on theory, Studies on Hysteria, The Interpretation of Dreams, Contributions to the Theory of Sensory Perception, Crime and Personality, and Lying. You intend to do what with these? Kitagawa Ando exclaimed. Just these, Chi Feichi replied, having already completed the transaction. He set aside 2 books, wrote down his address on a label, handed it to the cashier, and instructed that the remainder be packed in a box and delivered to the reception desk of his apartment if no one was present. All right, the cashier responded, taking the items with both hands. We can have them delivered around 3 this afternoon. Chi Feichi nodded, taking only the 2 books he had selected before departing with The Interpretation of Dreams and Introduction to Psychology. Kitagawa Ando hurriedly followed him outside. Mr. Chi, are you allowed to read such books? Chi Feichi calmly replied, that is not the issue, but... Kitagawa Ando hesitated, well, I am not sure. I will need to ask Dr. Fukuyama when we return. Chi Feichi nodded and then focused on waiting for the traffic light. Kitagawa Ando felt a wave of despair. Despite standing side by side, he in his formal attire and Chi Feichi in casual wear, it somehow felt as though he were more of Chi Feichi's subordinate. Was this what they referred to as presence? It seemed illogical, after all, he was the doctor. Suddenly, droplets of rain began to fall from the sky. Oh, it's raining? A nearby pedestrian remarked, catching a few raindrops in their hand. As the green light illuminated, a couple behind them complained to each other as they hurried past. I told you it would rain today. How could you forget the umbrella? You didn't bring one either. Thank goodness Dr. Fukuyama reminded me, Kitagawa Ando reflected with relief, rummaging through his bag to retrieve 2 umbrellas. Mr. Chi, since your hands are free now, allow me to hold on to your books. Thank you, Chi Feichi said, retracting his gaze from the sky, accepting the umbrella and passing the books to Kitagawa Ando. The rain intensified, darkening the already gloomy sky. Pedestrians without umbrellas hurriedly walked by, their hurried steps splashing through the accumulating water on the ground. As they walked, the number of people on the street dwindled. By the sidewalk, a small figure clad in an oversized white coat was hunched over, barefoot, and precariously inching along while leaning against the wall. Chi Feichi noticed the figure and halted. Kitagawa Ando, puzzled, followed his gaze. That child. In the next moment, the small child stumbled, tripping over the hem of the white coat and falling into a puddle, the already damp brown hair now splattered with mud. Chi Feichi sighed inwardly and walked toward Hybera AI. Witnessing the little girl fall into the rain was quite heart-wrenching. Hybera AI struggled to rise, using her wet sleeve to wipe the rain from her face. Just as she prepared to continue, she found her path obstructed and looked up. In the rain, 2 tall, slender men stood before her, holding a black umbrella. One appeared more mature, dressed in a neat black suit with a white shirt, his black hair cropped short, and his expression serious. The other, seemingly in a more dominant position, looked considerably younger, also dressed in black. His black jacket was zipped up high, the loose collar obscuring part of his face, with soft black hair cascading down, and his pale violet eyes gazing down at her with an indifferent calm. Could they be from the organization? Had she been discovered? Hybera AI's face turned pale as she froze in place, staring up at Chi Feichi with a mixture of alarm and wariness. Noticing her distressed emotions, Chi Feichi glanced down at his own attire, then turned to Kitagawa Ando. Today had indeed turned out to be interesting. Both of them were dressed in black. He crouched down, looking directly into Hybera AI's eyes. Where are you headed? I will accompany you. Hybra AI remained vigilant, her gaze fixed on him. Such a calm tone, such a frigid stare. While his inquiry about her destination might have been genuine, his offer to escort her felt like mockery regarding her predicament. Kitagawa Ando, who had been pretending to be unapproachable, slightly softened his expression. Clearing his throat, he smiled and reminded, Mr. Chi, it seems you have frightened her. You should smile at children. Do not always maintain a stern face. Hybra AI continued to watch them warily. Were these two deliberately mocking her? Oh, is that so? Chi Feichi replied non-committally. He could probably guess that, apart from sharing the same experience of shrinking, Hybra AI could trust no one, not even Kudo Shinichi, who bore a grudge against the organization. Moreover, their attire was clearly triggering her most sensitive nerves. Unable to endure any longer, Hybra AI thought she might as well perish. Why put up with the ridicule from these two? Taking a deep breath, though her body felt weak, her voice remained icy. Enough with the mockery, just execute your mission. You, she said, fixing her gaze on Chi Feichi, are not an outer member, are you? AI Hybra gazed at Chi Feichi. Although she lacked the ability to read minds, she could vaguely sense the threat emanating from him. Coupled with the indifference reflected in his eyes, it was unlikely he was merely an ordinary member of the organization. Indeed, was he one of the coded members? Who could it be? Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. AI Hybra composed herself and urged him to act. Kita Chwananda was bewildered. Little sister, what are you talking about? Wait, Mr. Chi, you... Chi Feichi had already lifted AI Hybra into his arms, one hand holding the umbrella while the other cradled her. She wants me to take action. But Kita Chwananda was at a loss for words. You really intend to act upon her request? Have you not noticed? Her condition is peculiar, Chi Feichi remarked, placing his hand on AI Hybra's forehead. She is indeed running a fever. It would be prudent to take her to a hospital. Kita Chwananda grew serious, retrieving his phone to search for the nearest hospital. Let me see where the closest hospital is. Little sister, where do you live? Do you remember your parents' phone number? AI Hybra was momentarily taken aback. Had she misjudged these two? However, the organization might be searching the vicinity and she needed to distance herself from this area. No, that's not an option. AI Hybra grasped Chi Feichi's sleeve tightly, her gaze piercing and earnest. We cannot go to the hospital. Chi Feichi understood, realizing they might not be far from where she had escaped. Then how about my home? Absolutely not. They both exclaimed in unison. AI Hybra fell silent. She could not implicate others. Kita Chwananda earnestly advised, Mr. Chi, our authorized timeout only extends until 5 in the afternoon. We have just over an hour left. You must return. It would be better to take her to the hospital, and it's best to contact her family as well. They might be worried if they find her missing. Little sister, do you remember the contact details for your home? Little sister? Chi Feichi held the unconscious AI Hybra in his arms. She has already fainted. Kita Chwananda sighed, have I been too talkative? Chapter 4, she must be a girl. He thought as they arrived at a high-end apartment building in Kabuto-cho, room 303. Chi Feichi carried AI Hybra inside. Kita Chwananda followed, continuing to chatter, Mr. Chi. We should take her to the hospital and notify her family. I wonder what her parents were thinking, letting a little girl run around barefoot in the rain. Chi Feichi brought AI Hybra into the bathroom and placed her in the bathtub. Kita Chwananda insisted, even if she has fainted and we cannot contact her family, we should at least notify the police. Her family might be frantically searching for her right now. Chi Feichi retrieved a large bath towel. Noticing Chi Feichi's silence, Kita Chwananda took matters into his own hands and pulled out his phone. It's a call from Senior Fukuyama. Chi Feichi set the towel by the tub and looked up. Kita Chwananda suddenly felt an ominous premonition. A swift motion silenced him. The world fell quiet. Chi Feichi steadied Kita Chwananda with one hand while taking the phone with the other, calmly answering while mimicking Kita Chwananda's voice, his face expressionless yet his tone laced with sincere apology. Senior Fukuyama, we encountered a bit of trouble. No, we found a lost little girl in the rain. She has fainted from a fever, and we are planning to take her to the hospital. Yes, it's possible she caught a cold from being in the rain. Rest assured, Mr. Chi is fine. I have already contacted the little girl's parents. They are not in Tokyo but will be coming over. Yes, we will return once they arrive. After hanging up, he continued to attend to the drenched little girl. He would help her bathe and wrap her in a towel before placing her in bed. Then, He planned to buy 2 sets of clothes for her and retrieve the books he had left at the bookstore for storage, as well as pick up 2 bento boxes on the way back. There was much to do. 2 hours later, the rain outside had begun to subside. The lights in the living room and bedroom were on as Chi Feiqi sat at his desk, browsing the web on his computer. Seizing this rare opportunity to surf the internet freely, he delved into information on the deep web. In this world, bounty hunters existed, but there was no international police agency. To take on a bounty, one needed to contact the relevant authority of a specific country, register, and obtain permission before proceeding. In the United States, it was the FBI, while in Japan, it was the National Police Agency. There were 2 methods for registration. One could either go directly to the agency. As a bounty hunter's identity was not necessarily confidential, many flamboyant bounty hunters existed, whereupon they would inquire about the situation and assess one's capabilities before officially recording them. The alternative was to locate the agency's web portal on the deep web, contact the administrator, and register anonymously, without the need for a face-to-face meeting. Chi Feiqi had used the first method in his past life. Without much deliberation, he opted to forego the first registration method. He was still a psychiatric patient, and even after discharge, he would have a mental health history. It was best to remain inconspicuous to avoid potential discouragement. He located the Public Security Agency's web portal and sent a message to the administrator. Bounty Hunter Registration, Operating Area, Japan. The response was swift. Have you previously engaged in bounty actions in other countries? If so, please provide your code name and license number. Chi Feiqi replied, I have not engaged in bounty actions before. The reply followed, bounty hunting is rare in Japan. Why choose to be a bounty hunter here? Chi Feiqi answered, because I am in Japan. That made perfect sense. The response took nearly half a minute. Please provide a code name. Chi Feiqi replied, July. The next question was, what payment method do you prefer for bounties? Chi Feiqi shared his anonymous bank account from abroad, 2,219. The next inquiry was, please provide your contact information. Chi Feiqi registered a new email address, 8,781. The next question was, are you familiar with the operational scope of bounty hunters? Chi Feiqi confirmed, yes, as long as the compensation was appropriate. Bounty hunters could essentially undertake any task, even delivering food if necessary. Additionally, there were commissions for treasure hunting and information gathering. It seemed somewhat akin to detective work. But compared to detectives, bounty hunters faced more perilous tasks, such as apprehending dangerous criminals or engaging in illicit activities like assaults or assassinations. The distinction from mercenaries likely lay in the fact that mercenaries typically operated in teams, emphasizing discipline, while bounty hunters were often lone wolves. Even when forming teams to compensate for their shortcomings, they rarely exceeded 5 members. The administrator sent operational guidelines along with a dossier. We need to assess your capabilities. Chi Feiqi opened the document to find that the guidelines stipulated that injuring innocent individuals and causing the death of criminals would not result in bounty payment and would incur accountability. If arrested while executing illegal tasks assigned by them, they would provide certain assistance based on the circumstances, but personal illegal actions or arrests due to third-party commissions would receive no support. Additionally, confidentiality regarding tasks, self-supply of necessary tools, and personal coverage of operational expenses were fundamental rules. As expected, this aligned closely with his previous experiences. However, he decided against relying on assistance. Sometimes, it was preferable to forego a task than to take unnecessary risks. If one relied on others to rectify their mistakes, they might ultimately discover that help was merely a courteous gesture. The dossier contained 3 bounty tasks. One to gather evidence of criminal activities by violent gang members, another to apprehend a serial killer, and the last to protect a target. Gathering, capturing, and protecting represented the 3 initial assessment directions. If he failed to complete any, the organization might retain his registration information for a period and he could seek bounty tasks independently, but until he proved his capabilities, they likely would not contact him again. The truly challenging and lucrative bounties were often internally communicated, while the protection task had a mere 3-day deadline but offered the highest reward. The search and capture missions are not time-bound. Logically, the priority should be to complete the protection task first, while the search and capture tasks can be addressed more leisurely. Particularly with the capture task, as the only information provided is a photograph and some basic personal details, one cannot ascertain the target's whereabouts. Locating the individual will undoubtedly require considerable effort. However, this specific capture target is somewhat unique: Numazawa Jiro. This plot point rings a bell. Who wouldn't relish the opportunity to effortlessly amass some wealth and prestige? The goal is simply to locate Numazawa Jiro before Conan does. Yet, given the timeline, it appears that Hybrid AI has already defected, and Numazawa Jiro's capture is likely imminent, perhaps within a few days. Time is of the essence. Should one seize the chance to indulge a little? Chi glanced toward Kitagawa Anda, who was slumbering on the sofa. Currently, the psychiatric hospital had been misled. But when Kitagawa Anda awakens, he would likely need to be closely monitored and receive psychological counseling again. Some rustling noises came from the direction of the bedroom. The half-open door was pushed ajar, revealing Hybrid AI at the threshold, staring into the living room. In truth, she had awakened long ago, only to discover that she had been changed into a snug, brand-new warm brown nightgown, complete with a black spherical tail on the trousers, which left her feelings rather complicated. What was the meaning of this cutesy nightwear? No, the real question is, who changed her clothes? She recalled encountering two men, initially mistaking them for organization members, nearly succumbing to despair. When one of them picked her up, she lost consciousness. Before she exited, she comforted herself with the thought that perhaps those two men, upon bringing her back, had their sisters or friends, some girl who would have bought her clothes and helped her change. Yes, only a girl would select such nightwear, and only a girl would be so considerate, even remembering to purchase matching brown bear slippers and underwear. But upon opening the door and finding no girl in the living room, her heart sank. Awake, Chi lifted his gaze momentarily, locking the computer screen before rising to boil water in the kitchen. There was a bento on the table. He decided to eat first and take the medicine later. Hybrid AI, watching him enter the kitchen, suppressed a multitude of words and silently approached the table to grab the bento box before sitting on the sofa to eat. His calm demeanor left her at a loss for words. Moreover, should he inquire about her home situation, she would need to concoct a plausible cover story. However, Chi did not ask. When the water boiled, he poured a cup and placed it on the table alongside the cold medicine he had previously retrieved, then returned to the computer. While eating, Hybrid AI sneaked glances at the sleeping Kitagawa Anda on the opposite sofa. His outer sleeves bore traces of rainwater but remained on, and his tie was pressed beneath his shoulder, suggesting he hadn't simply fallen asleep. Nevertheless, with his chest rising and falling, he was still alive. Glancing at Chi, it appeared he was downloading something on his computer, seemingly indifferent to conversation. Strangely, Hybrid AI felt as though the silence enveloped her, as if she were the only one present. I'm staying at a relative's house. If I don't return, they will worry. Eat your medicine, and I will take you back, Chi stated. Hybrid AI remained silent. One consumed their meal while the other monitored the download progress on his phone. About a minute later, she finally asked, "The clothes you helped me change into?" "Yes," Chi admitted, "and I also helped you take a bath." "Did you buy the clothes too?" Hybrid AI inquired, her expression slightly uneasy. Without raising his head, Chi replied, "Yes, in addition to the nightgown, I also purchased 2 sets of everyday clothes. You can choose a favorite to wear when we go out. Your previous lab coat was paired with an ill-fitting shirt, and you were left with nothing underneath, all soiled from the accumulated water." Hybrid AI's ears flushed instantly as she lowered her head to take a couple more bites of her meal. After her transformation, her former clothes would undoubtedly be unwearable. But why was a grown man so meticulous, even buying her underwear? She could have gone shopping herself after waking up. Another minute of silence ensued. "Thank you," she finally managed. "You're welcome," Chi replied. Once again, silence fell between them. What happened to him? Hybrid AI broke the stillness. "Ether," Chi responded. "Is it so difficult to say 2 more words?" Fortunately, she understood what he meant, that ether had been used to incapacitate him. Thankfully, Chi added an explanation, stating that it was better for him to sleep for a while. Hybrid AI recalled hearing something while she was in a daze, as if the 2 men were headed somewhere. "I seem to have caused you trouble." "It's not trouble," Chi replied. "I had some matters to attend to anyway." Seeing that he was reluctant to elaborate, Hybrid AI asked, "Aren't you curious why I went out alone on a rainy day?" Chi replied, "There's nothing to be curious about. Don't you have any questions?" "None." Hybrid AI stared at him, speechless. Chi met her gaze calmly. She lowered her head and continued eating. It was a defeat on her part. Chapter 5. Difficult individuals, one person ate while the other fiddled with his phone. After about 5 minutes, Hybra AI finished her meal, took the cold medicine, and headed to her room to change clothes. On Chi Fei Chi's side, the information for 3 bounty tasks had also been downloaded to his phone. He cleared the traces left on his computer, powered it down, and covered Kitagawa Anda with a jacket. When Hybra AI emerged, he packed away the nightgown she had changed out of, along with another new outfit, preparing to take them with him. Hybra AI accepted Chi Fei Chi's actions without protest. Upon exiting, she pulled the hood of her red coat up. What about him? He will return on his own when he wakes, Chi Fei Chi replied, closing the door. What's the exact address? I will drive you there. 21, Mahonko Tuchome. An hour later, a car stopped in front of the Kudu residence. Hybra AI gazed at the dark and quiet house, clearing her throat softly. It seemed everyone had left. You should head back. I'll wait outside for a bit. Previously, she had been solely focused on finding the similarly shrunk Kudu Shinichi. Whether as a fellow diminutive individual or someone who shared a history with the organization, teaming up with Kudu Shinichi to devise a plan was an excellent choice. Yet she had nearly forgotten that Kudu Shinichi, now shrunk, would no longer reside here. I'll wait with you, Chi Fei Chi said, exiting the car. No need, Hybra AI replied, getting out as well, adopting a little girl's demeanor and appearing vigilant. I've heard that some perverts target very young girls. Are you perhaps looking to ascertain who is at my home before concocting a plan to abduct me? Chi Fei Chi paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Did you just laugh? Hybra AI stared at him, taken aback. The smile on the boy's face was shallow, but his light purple eyes sparkled like melted clouds, warm and inviting. This guy snapping back to reality. She adopted a cold expression. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Chi Fei Chi rubbed his face, noting that this body hadn't smiled in quite some time. The muscles in his face felt stiff, and suddenly smiling was a bit painful. You suddenly act like a spoiled, arrogant brat, which is quite amusing. Earlier, everything had seemed fine, but now she was acting like she suspected him of being a villain. Once they reached home, she felt fearless, ready to confront him. Others might interpret it that way, but he understood that Hybra AI was not truly a little girl and would not react childishly. Was she worried about encountering members of the organization here? Or was she intentionally distancing herself to avoid dragging him into trouble? Hybra AI recalled the pile of books she had seen on the living room table and realized, this guy must be studying psychology. Well, continuing the charade seemed pointless. She decided to make a joke. Chi Fei Chi nodded in agreement. Hybra AI regarded him with a peculiar look. Did this seemingly contemplative, quiet individual truly study psychology? Was he always this way? Chi Fei Chi looked at Hybra AI in confusion. Lacking curiosity, austere in demeanor, and possessing minimal charm, Hybra AI appeared as a cold and aloof individual. She retorted calmly to Chi Fei Chi's earlier remark that she was arrogant and difficult to engage with. Chi Fei Chi pondered for a moment, questioning whether he truly seemed unpleasant to be around. Externally, that seemed to be the case. Observing the tranquil expression on Hybra AI's face, he discerned an unspoken implication. She was not inherently difficult. However, the notion of comforting a man was beyond her, as it felt somewhat incongruous with her demeanor. Nevertheless, she believed he could grasp her sentiments. Despite his reticence, he didn't embody arrogance. Rather, he was someone with whom it was easy to relax, likely possessing a gentle heart. Bringing her back could stem from sympathy or ulterior motives, perhaps a frivolous indulgence in purchasing her clothing, but the fact that he had also bought slippers added a layer of complexity. Furthermore, during their mealtime, the sight of the empty bento box indicated that he had deliberately procured 2 portions, remembering to set aside hers. The lingering fragrance of shampoo in her hair suggested he had attentively washed and dried it. The pajamas and slippers were of the softest fabric, indicating he had carefully selected the materials, even purchasing 2 sets of different colors and ensuring he included coats suitable for the recent drop in nighttime temperatures. Each time she awoke, sustenance was readily available, and when it was time for her medication, the water nearby was at an appropriate temperature for drinking. Throughout, he never boasted about his deeds, as if they were merely expected. Disregarding his character and wealth, those small details proved far more touching. Hybra AI turned her gaze toward Chi Fei Chi, who stood beside her, engrossed in his phone, maintaining his typically stoic and disinterested demeanor. At that moment, Professor Agasa opened the door, puzzled at the sight of the two standing in the cold wind. Are you here to see the Kudo family? I am a distant relative of the Kudo family, Hyber AI replied. My parents intended to visit, but unfortunately, I got separated from them. This kind gentleman kindly offered to bring me here. I have something important to discuss with Kudo Shinichi. Chi Feichi, feeling somewhat dismissed, noted the awkwardness in Agasa's expression. After all these years as neighbors, he had never heard of a distant relative of Kudo Shinichi. However, it was not unusual for distant relatives to lack communication. Leaving her outside seemed improper. Hybera AI regarded Agasa, a hint of a mysterious smile on her face. Do you know the kind of medication he takes? Agasa's expression stiffened at the mention of medicine. I believe you wouldn't mind if I temporarily stayed with you, allowing the uninvolved party to attend to their matters. After all, we share a familial connection, and you would likely welcome a conversation with me, wouldn't you? Her tone was languid, yet in Agasa's ears, it sounded like an unvarnished threat. Ah, of course, Agasa replied, concealing his seriousness with a strained smile, glancing hesitantly at Chi Feichi. Was he merely a kind passerby? Hybera AI turned once more to Chi Feichi. Thank you for bringing me here. I'll wait at his home. You may return now. Chi Feichi felt a flicker of curiosity about how Hybera AI and Professor Agasa would communicate without his involvement. However, it was evident she preferred to keep him uninvolved. Nodding, he got into his car, switching off his phone, and drove away. Having knocked out Kitagawa Anda and fabricated a delay in returning to the courtyard, that was now a fact. Even if he returned voluntarily, a stringent observation accompanied by a dose of unsolicited advice was inevitable. Given that, it would be more straightforward to let others speculate as they wished. He would not continue playing along. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to head to Osaka to apprehend Numabuchi Jiro. The following day in Osaka at Tsutenkaku, a dark-skinned young man was explaining the sights to his companion. Over there is Tennoji Zoo, and that direction is Osaka Sports Arena. Chi Feichi observed from a distance, then shifted his focus to inquire about which forest in Osaka contained waterfalls and cabins. Fortunately, he had driven to Osaka overnight to find a hotel, or else his target might have been intercepted by the Reaper in the guise of a schoolboy. He could not recall the name of the location where Numabuchi Jiro had been discovered, so he feigned being a tourist while asking others for directions. Tsutenkaku, as a renowned landmark, attracted many tour guides, knowledgeable about local attractions. Are you referring to the Kaimen Waterfall in Kaimen Mountain? If you seek a forest with waterfalls and cabins, that would be the place. However, I haven't visited in years, so I cannot say if the cabin is still standing, a middle-aged tour guide remarked nostalgically. The Kaimen Waterfall was quite famous back in the day, cascading elegantly from high cliffs, but development ceased, and the area has gradually fallen into disrepair. Chi Feichi rummaged through his newly acquired backpack, retrieving a map of Osaka and locating Kaimen Mountain's position, although the waterfall was not marked. Allow me to mark it for you, the tour guide said, pulling out a pen and coming closer to assist. I'll also highlight the route into the mountains. It's accessible by vehicle, very convenient. But what's your purpose in going there? If you're looking for a forest bath, there are better options nearby. Listening to the guide's lengthy monologue, Chi Feichi interjected. Thank you, but I'm meeting friends there. If time permits, I will visit those sites with them. Ah, then you can enlist me as your guide. I know Osaka's attractions like the back of my hand. You won't find many who can compare. The guide promoted himself enthusiastically. Just head to the Yamashita travel agency and ask for Hirakawa Masaru. I'll consider it, Chi Feichi replied, taking the map and turning to leave, casting a glance toward Conan's group, who were still engaged in conversation and admiring the scenery. He needed to rent a vehicle, enviously observing those who traveled with police in their squad cars to apprehend criminals. At the observation window, Hattori Heiji was still explaining something to Conan. I dreamt of catching the criminal, but instead, I got stabbed by him and then you died. Conan staggered, jokingly saying, What's that supposed to mean? Please don't casually kill people. Huh? Hattori Heiji turned to see Conan suddenly looking back. What's wrong? It seemed like someone was watching us, Conan replied, scanning the crowd, his gaze instinctively pausing on a figure clad in black. With so many people around, it was normal for someone to glance their way, Hattori Heiji mused. Even if someone had looked a bit longer, it could simply be due to the view outside. After all, they were standing right in front of the window. True, Conan conceded, retracting his gaze, pondering if it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Chapter 6. Your package has been delivered. Kaiman Waterfall. A vehicle halted before the cabin. Inside, Numabuchi Jiro was handcuffed to the pillar, reclining against the wall, unresponsive to the sounds of the arriving vehicle. Moments later, rustling noises emanated from below. Suddenly, a panel in the ceiling was opened, and a bundle of ropes was tossed up, followed by a lithe figure deftly climbing into the space. As Chi Feichi's eyes adjusted to the dim light, he stood with the rope in hand, catching sight of Numabuchi Jiro slumped against the wall. There he was. Numabuchi Jiro tilted his head back, his gaunt face devoid of expression, his narrowed pupils reflecting the figure before him, a man clad in black, his cap pulled low. From his vantage point, he could see the pale purple eyes peering down at him, indifferent and detached. I've been found, he thought. They must have sent them. The gnawing hunger in his stomach abruptly vanished. He felt it, the resurgence of strength in his previously weakened body. Ichiro Shoyuan trembled slightly, lowering his head as an increasingly sinister expression crept across his face. Suddenly he lunged at Feichi, shouting, "Die!" Feichi remained motionless, calmly observing the figure that charged toward him. The skeletal visage, marked by a brutal yet fearful countenance, was accompanied by Shoyuan's desperate attempt to advance despite being hindered by the shackles on his left hand, leading to his collapse on the ground. It was indeed wise to maintain a distance earlier, though Shoyuan appeared on the brink of starvation. The heavy thud of his fall revealed the astonishing power he had unleashed in that brief moment. Despite having spent over a month in this new body, engaging in methodical training under his guidance, the time had been insufficient. Even with a solid foundation and potential, coupled with an effective training regimen, he could not confidently confront someone as explosively powerful as Shoyuan. After his fall, Shoyuan struggled and roared as he attempted to rise, only to lunge again, falling repeatedly. "You won't get me. I'll kill you. Get away. I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Witnessing Shoyuan's evident descent into madness, Feichi glanced down at his own attire, remaining silent. Was there a fault in wearing black? Black is understated, stable, and versatile. He had donned black garments for years in his previous life, and his male companions favored them too. So why was it wrong to wear black? Just because a certain organization's members wore it, did that prohibit others from doing so? As for his stoic demeanor, was it not a habit he had grown accustomed to? After 3 minutes of chaos, Shoyuan once again collapsed, unable to rise, gasping for breath. Feichi spoke, "Stop tormenting yourself. I'll take you to prison, it's quite secure." "Prison," Shoyuan murmured. Feichi remained where he was, refraining from advancing. As expected, Shoyuan caught his breath and leapt up once more, continuing his futile assault. "Impossible. You wouldn't so kindly send me to prison. You have no intention of letting me go, do you?" A minute later, Shoyuan succumbed to exhaustion once more. That should suffice. Feichi retrieved a metal pin from his pocket, approached, and squatted down to manipulate the handcuffs binding Shoyuan's left wrist. Having trained in martial arts for over a decade in his previous life, he had developed the ability to discern when someone was utterly spent and to what extent. Shoyuan glared at Feichi, panting heavily. Once the handcuff was released, he sprang up again to attack. Almost simultaneously, Feichi grabbed the rope and stood, sidestepping to evade him, then tripped Shoyuan as he leaned forward, sending him crashing to the ground while deftly seizing his wrist and pinning him down. This time, Shoyuan ceased his struggles, allowing Feichi to bind him and take him away, having no strength left to resist. Feichi tossed Shoyuan into the passenger seat, securing him with a seatbelt. He then took out his phone to capture a photograph and emailed the information to the designated mailbox for the bounty task. Successful arrest of Ichiro Shoyuan. Location: Osaka, July. Transporting to the nearest police station for verification before bounty payment. In the vehicle, Shoyuan fixated on the box placed on the dashboard. Feichi tucked away his phone, retrieved the box, opened it, and handed it to Shoyuan, whose hands were bound in front of him. Steadying the box, Shoyuan noticed Feichi's gloved hands, seemingly realizing for the first time that Feichi had been wearing gloves all along. However, he said nothing, silently devouring the contents. Feichi moved to the driver's seat. He dared not untie the rope, allowing Shoyuan to eat, albeit with concerns that he might choke on his fervent consumption. Once Shoyuan finished the takoyaki in the box, Feiqi handed him a napkin. Shouyuan silently wiped his mouth. Feiqi then offered him a bottle of mineral water, which Shouyuan drank voraciously. After ensuring Shouyuan had quenched his thirst, Feiqi started the car. As a gesture of gratitude for the meal, could you keep my appearance confidential if the police inquire? Shouyuan, holding the water bottle with both hands, wore a blank expression, remaining silent. Feiqi did not expect a response, driving away from the mountain. He wished to avoid revealing his identity too soon, fearing that his history of mental illness might jeopardize his right to pursue bounties. However, as long as he demonstrated sufficient capability, making them feel that any minor issues were acceptable in light of his assistance would suffice. Though bounty hunting is a personal endeavor, the authorities were the ultimate clients. At 2:36 p.m., the Osaka Prefectural Police Headquarters received a peculiar phone call. On the other end, a low, hoarse male voice stated, "Hello, your express delivery has arrived at the police station entrance. Please come out to receive it." What? The operator was taken aback, but the caller had already hung up. What happened? I received a strange call saying my express delivery has arrived at the police station entrance. Did you order something? No, I didn't order anything. And I'm on the emergency line, not my personal phone. It can't be a wrong number, right? Besides, the caller mentioned the police station entrance. Anyway, let us go check it out. A colleague accompanied the operator downstairs, immediately noticing a large cardboard box, about half a person's height, beside a tree at the roadside. The box caught their attention because it bore a prominently printed label. Live delivery, please handle with care, no violent opening. Not far away, Feiqi sat quietly in his car, observing the scene unfold. Seeing the officers approach the delivery brought him satisfaction. It was fortunate they treated the call seriously. Otherwise, he would have to make another call shortly. However, a slight complication arose. The two officers, wary of the large box, prudently refrained from opening it and called in the bomb disposal team. A group of officers cautiously opened the box to reveal a bewildered Shouyuan, bound like a dumpling inside, with a printed note affixed to him. "I, wanted criminal Ichiro Shouyuan." The officers paused momentarily in silence before hastily extracting Shouyuan and escorting him away. After watching Shouyuan enter the police station, Feiqi withdrew his gaze and drove off. Thankfully, Shouyuan and the officers displayed enough intelligence to avoid any further escape antics. 20 minutes after the delivery of Shouyuan, the transfer of funds was completed. 5 million yen, approximately 220,000 RMB. In his previous life, the highest bounty for a wanted criminal was capped at 100,000 yuan, intended for information leading to their capture, not an actual bounty. Given Shouyuan's level of danger, the offered price was quite reasonable, equivalent to about a year's salary for an average worker in Japan. Feiqi first returned the rental car, paying a fee of 5,000 yen, after which the owner smiled broadly as he bid farewell. Inside the shop, a plump tabby cat lazily meowed, prompting the owner to turn around and affectionately stroke its head. Feiqi glanced at the cat and casually inquired, "Do you feed your cat little fish snacks regularly?" "Ah," the owner was surprised. "How did you know?" "I study veterinary medicine. This cat's coat appears well maintained, so I guessed it might receive a daily portion of fish treats." Feiqi deflected, engaging in light conversation with the owner before excusing himself, citing other matters, and departing. Indeed, he was a student in the veterinary medicine department at Tokyo University, and his enrollment remained intact, yet his observation about the cat's fur was purely fabricated. The previously plump tabby cat, seemingly indulging in affection, was likely lamenting that the miserly fishmonger, despite earning a substantial income daily, would not purchase a live fish for him, only offering dried fish day after day. Yes, the phenomenon of auditory hallucinations had returned. However, based on over a month of confirmation, Chief Feiqi could assert with certainty that this was not mere auditory delusion. The utterances of these animals and plants were indeed factual. For instance, the grand tree in the hospital courtyard recounted tales of the hospital's history, the character of a certain doctor, and the secrets of an individual, all of which Chief Feiqi had discreetly verified and found to be true. During his investigations, he encountered Fushan Jiming, who initially attempted to resolve the matter through dialogue. Yet, Fushan Jiming's conclusion was that it was all a product of delusion and auditory hallucination. How could one, who previously knew nothing about this hospital, conjure such knowledge? Fushan Ximing explained that these insights were merely reflections of information the subconscious had absorbed or observed, which, under normal circumstances, one might forget or fail to recognize. During hallucinations, the subconscious manifests these cognitions. In summary, his assertion was that superpowers were impossible. It was not the animals and plants speaking, but rather the product of one's delusions. You are seriously ill, and I must help you recognize and accept this. Chapter 7. Conan. The police of Osaka are truly impressive. Chi Feichi could only remain silent. Regardless of how he attempted to assert his sanity, he was deemed unwell. Even the statement he had nearly voiced, that the succulent plant on Fushan Ximing's desk had revealed his laziness in playing games for over an hour during work the previous day, was stifled. Following Fushan Ximing's reasoning, one could surmise that if he had uttered such a thing, Fushan Ximing's first thought would likely have been that this young man had been secretly spying on his office. How terrifying. He couldn't express this to the patient, as it would be deemed pitiable. From that point onward, he ceased his attempts to convince Fushan Ximing of his sanity and instead secretly researched this newfound ability. Currently, the phenomenon of hearing the voices of plants and animals lacked any discernible pattern. He could not control it nor identify a rhythm. There might be days of silence, or he could find himself listening to a single tree chatter for hours. The unpredictability of this auditory experience brought considerable distress. For instance, one night while heading to the restroom in the quiet solitude, a potted shrub outside the restroom remarked, "You're still using the restroom at this hour?" Had he not possessed a strong constitution and mental preparation, he might have jumped in fright and kicked the potted plant aside. Moreover, he found it impossible to determine the number of voices based solely on sound. On one occasion, while outside the activity room, he heard 3 distinct voices within. Upon opening the door, he indeed found 3 patients inside. However, one of them, a nonverbal autistic patient, remained silent, while a small plant on the windowsill joyfully chimed in with the other 2 patients. Furthermore, some animals and plants had voices that differed from human speech, yet others sounded indistinguishable from humans, making it impossible to ascertain whether it was a person or something else calling him. Recently, a cheeky bird had taken to perching atop the hospital's grand tree. One day, while Fushan Ximing came out to chat, the bird mimicked a nurse's tone and called out Mr. Chi. He instinctively turned to look. The result was Fushan Ximing asking, "Mr. Chi, what's wrong?" To which he replied, "Nothing." Fushan Ximing, concerned, inquired, "Is the auditory hallucination returning? You must trust me. If anything arises, speak to me promptly, and share any burdens you may carry." That cheeky bird continued to joyfully mimic the nurse's voice and called out to him over 10 times in 3 consecutive days. Only after he fixed a menacing gaze upon it, contemplating how to utilize the tools at hand to prepare a delicious roasted bird dish, did the bird finally cease its antics. In truth, preparing a spicy hot pot would have sufficed as well. However, with trouble comes advantage. He gleaned numerous secrets and learned about matters unattainable through normal channels, not to mention the ability to communicate to some extent. Although those animals and plants might not fully grasp his intentions, they could still execute simple commands. Seeking to prove himself to Fushan Ximing? Forget it. Over 10 days prior, that cheeky bird had landed in his hands, allowing him to experiment with the extent of simple commands. Fushan Ximing, upon passing by and witnessing the bird obediently flying, landing, moving left and right and even plucking leaves, remarked, "Mr. Chi, you truly excel in animal husbandry as a student of veterinary medicine." To which he thought, Dr. Fushan must have a misunderstanding of veterinary science. Being a veterinarian does not equate to being an animal trainer. While we do study animal behavior and calming techniques, he and my peers are likely more adept at animal anatomy than at training. Suppressing his internal musings, Chi Feichi hailed a vehicle. What was he off to do? Spend money. While Chi Feichi busied himself with shopping and placing orders, Conan and Hattori Heiji were tirelessly pursuing a case. 2 individuals had died right before their eyes, and with 2 previous cases sharing the same modus operandi, there were a total of 4 victims. They had not yet realized that the officer accompanying them, Sakata Yusuke, was the true culprit. Sakata Yusuke, driving the car, casually mentioned, the wallets of the deceased were pierced by knives, and each contained a driver's license. The passenger seat occupant, Hattori Heiji, paused, turning to glance at Conan in the back seat. Their eyes met and both smiled subtly, having recognized an important clue. Hattori Heiji immediately addressed Sakata Yusuke. "Mr. Sakata, let's change course. We need to head to the driver's licensing authority. A phone call interrupted. Sakata Yusuke answered, yes. Are we returning now? The prefectural police headquarters? All right, I understand. Hattori Heiji, puzzled, inquired, what is going on? It was indeed necessary to change course. The chief had instructed them to return immediately due to a significant discovery. Although Hattori Heiji wished to investigate the driver's licenses, he was also curious about the important finding. So he remained silent. Upon returning to the Osaka Prefectural Police Headquarters, Sakata Yusuke parked the car, and as he entered the building, he was immediately surrounded. The chief, Hattori Heiji's father, led the team, sternly scrutinizing Sakata Yusuke. Sakata, as a police officer, you have committed the grave crime of murdering 4 individuals. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Sakata Yusuke was taken aback. Where had his actions gone awry? How had he been discovered? Conan and Hattori Heiji were equally stunned. How could the officer who had been driving them around turn out to be the perpetrator of these incidents? Hattori Heiji's father spoke gravely. The commonality among the 4 cases is that the knife that killed them pierced their wallets and was embedded in their chests. And all 4 victims had driver's licenses in their wallets. Hattori Heiji had initially considered questioning whether his father had made an error, but upon hearing this, he fell silent. As they had noted, according to our investigation, all 4 victims participated in the same driver's training camp 20 years ago. Hattori Heiji's father produced a photograph featuring the 4 victims alongside City Councilman Star SGI and wanted fugitive K. Ichi Numakawa, as well as another individual, their driving instructor, Tetsuji Inaba, who happens to be your father. 20 years ago, on the day of graduation for the 6 students, Tetsuji Inaba tragically died in a car accident due to driving under the influence. This incident was, in fact, a prank orchestrated by the 6 students, who had intoxicated Tetsuji Inaba and drained the brake fluid, simply to see if the so-called devil instructor would become fearful, resulting in a fatal accident. 2 decades later, upon discovering the truth behind your father's demise, you resolved to take the lives of 5 others and frame the fugitive murderer, Numakawa Jairu. Sakata Yusuke, upon learning that the events of 20 years ago have been thoroughly investigated, feels a wave of despair wash over him. Listening to the true cause of his father's death, he cannot bring himself to persuade Hattori Heiji to utter lies. In a somber tone, he declares, indeed, the statute of limitations for murder is 15 years. Now, 20 years have passed and accountability is unattainable. Therefore, I have resolved to enact justice on their behalf. Do not be so self-righteous. Hattori Heiji retorts sharply. Sakata, do you still believe this is justice? Does taking another's life equate to righteousness? As a police officer, committing murder is an abomination. You, who should uphold the law, are trampling upon it. The cherry blossom emblem on your detective badge weeps for you. Other officers escort the dazed Sakata Yusuke away. Conan cannot help but murmur to Hattori Heiji. The police in Osaka truly are formidable. Not only are their investigative skills remarkable, but Hattori Heiji's words resonate with clarity and righteousness. Typically, it is he who possesses all the answers while the officers remain in confusion. Yet this time, he has identified crucial clues, including the murderer's motives and the criminal's plans. The Osaka police are truly extraordinary. Indeed, Hattori Heiji replies with a hint of pride. I did not anticipate they would unravel events from 20 years ago. Conan nods in agreement. Yes, it is as if one witnessed it firsthand. Such admiration is typically reserved for detectives. However, Hattori Heiji glances at Hattori Heiji, and upon meeting his gaze, he asks with a hint of pride. You have yet to decipher the method of the crime, have you? Hattori Heiji squints at Hattori Heiji, bemused that this impudent child dares to flaunt himself before his own father. There is no need for deduction. We can simply inquire with Sakata. Hattori Heiji stammers. But what of the evidence? Have you found that as well? Conan looks at Hattori Heiji, both uncertain if any evidence has been uncovered. We have already apprehended Numakawa Jairu, and he has confessed everything, Hattori Heiji states nonchalantly. We now have eyewitness testimony, and based on his accounts, we have also discovered physical evidence at the location where Sakata imprisoned him. Hattori Heiji's mouth twitches. So, you first captured Numakawa Jairu, and all this information was obtained from him? As police officers, our priority is to solve the case, apprehend the true culprit, and secure incriminating evidence. The elegance of the deductive process is of little consequence, Hattori Heiji replies as he walks away. Reverse that. Hattori Heiji is momentarily bewildered. To put it another way, even if there is a grand deductive process, it is futile if we cannot solve the case, find evidence, or apprehend the perpetrator. Is this a display of superiority over us detectives, or merely a roundabout way of expressing dissatisfaction? Not dissatisfaction, Conan suggests, but rather a sense of vindication for the police, a moment of triumph. Perhaps it is also a paternal admonition to remind you. Hattori Heiji feels a wave of frustration. While there is truth in this statement, that deduction ultimately serves to capture the criminal and secure evidence. Being chastised by his own father while having to concede to its validity is rather disheartening. Chapter 8. The psychiatric hospital is full of talent. Meanwhile, Hattori Heiji strides towards the interrogation room, deep in thought, devoid of the triumphant demeanor Conan had envisioned. The individuals are not those apprehended by them, and the Osaka Prefectural Police have little to boast about. Initially, upon learning that Numikawa Jairu had been captured, he merely took note, allowing the two officers to conduct a thorough inquiry. His focus remains on the case involving a killer who has claimed 4 lives and may continue his spree. However, shortly after Numikawa Jairu's arrival, the police department unexpectedly contacts them, requesting information regarding his arrest. When asked where Numikawa Jairu was captured, the inquiry leads to the unraveling of the case's truth and implicates Sakata as the true culprit. Yet, when questioned about who apprehended him, Numikawa Jairu suddenly reverts to silence. Chief, Yamamoto Jinchuru greets Hattori Heiji as he enters. Hattori Heiji nods. Is he still refusing to speak? Indeed, he remains silent whenever asked who brought him in. Yamamoto Jinchuru replies. The officers at the scene found traces of Numikawa Jairu and Sakata's activities, but the individual who delivered Numikawa Jairu appears to have meticulously erased all traces. No fingerprints, footprints, or hair left behind. What about the surveillance cameras outside the Osaka Prefectural Police headquarters? Hattori Heiji inquires. Did they capture any footage of the suspect? None, Yamamoto Jinchuru explains. The individual chose a route that conveniently avoided the camera's line of sight. The phone card used to report the incident was a prepaid, anonymous card, and has since been turned off, making it impossible to trace their whereabouts. Additionally, the printed documents yielded no useful clues, and the box was merely a shipping container from Cheetah Express. I have already dispatched someone to confirm this with their packaging facility in Osaka. Hattori Heiji peers through the glass window, observing the abrasions on Numikawa Jairu's wrist. He has sustained injuries that appear recent. Yes, Yamamoto Jinchuru notes, his expression peculiar. Numikawa Jairu claims he injured himself in a fall, and the investigators corroborated this account. The marks do not resemble those of a struggle. This implies we possess no information regarding the individual involved, making it difficult to deduce anything. Indeed, Hattori Heiji acknowledges. Is there a possibility that this individual has some issues? Hattori Heiji contemplates this notion but refrains from voicing his thoughts. It is evident that Numikawa Jairu is shielding this person. Yamamoto Jinchuru speculates. Could it be that this individual is an accomplice from Numikawa Jairu's previous murders? No, it is confirmed that Numikawa Jairu acted alone. Thus, it seems this person is the mastermind behind it all, persuading Numikawa Jairu to take the blame while facilitating his delivery to the police station. Witnessing Yamamoto Jinchuru's increasingly grave demeanor, Hattori Heiji suppresses a chuckle. No need to worry. If we cannot uncover the truth, so be it. Once the investigation concludes, provide me with a summary of the findings. Understood, Yamamoto Jinchuru replies, somewhat bewildered by the chief's nonchalant demeanor. Only a mere 10 minutes have passed since Numikawa Jairu's capture when the police department calls, demanding information. They do not inquire about the apprehension of Numikawa Jairu but instead request the specifics of his arrest. This indicates that they had previously communicated with the Osaka Prefectural Police's security department, and upon confirming Numikawa Jairu's capture, the Osaka Security Department promptly reported it. Since this case falls under the jurisdiction of the criminal department, they cannot interfere but wish to be informed, prompting the police department to reach out to him. The caller's tone is casual, seemingly seeking to gather information without taking the matter too seriously, as if not viewing Numikawa Jairu as a genuine criminal. Perhaps they have taken notice, Hattori Heiji muses, maintaining a relatively relaxed attitude. Simply submit whatever information they have gathered. Beyond that, we are powerless. Cheetah Express. The packaging staff are present, having not ventured out today. They reflect on the few large items recently delivered and are asked if any large packaging boxes have gone missing. The staff ponder, noting that packaging boxes are of little value and not typically monitored. The two police officers exchange glances, realizing that they have hit a dead end. Should you recall anything, feel free to contact us again. Certainly. As the officers depart, the staff turn to Chief Feichi, apologizing with a smile. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. There is nothing of great concern. Cooperating with the police in their investigations is paramount. Chief Feichi expressed his understanding. It is not surprising that the police are here to look into the packaging boxes. Presumably, the police department wishes to gather information about him, and they are likely following other leads as well. However, his presence here is not due to any guilt or desire to cover up. The packaging boxes from the delivery service were merely picked up off the street. They do not belong to the Cheetah Express, and could very well be from another vendor. He is indeed here solely to send a package. The delivery destination is Aoyama 4th Hospital, with the recipient being Dr. Fyama Yoshimi, and the contact number is provided. As the staff fills out the form, they ask Chief Feichi if he requires a specific delivery time. No need, Chief Feichi replies, any time is fine. The staff affixes the label and retrieves a box, placing a collection of dolls, keychains, and a child's t-shirt inside, sealing it with tape. This is for a little girl, isn't it? Is she your sister? They inquire. Sort of. Chief Feichi responds, this needs to be delivered to 2-22 Mihanacho, Tokyo, to a recipient named Ai Hibara, without a specified delivery time. The staff promptly fills out the form, asking for a contact number. None, he replies. After leaving the packaging area, Chief Feichi hails a taxi directly to the airport. A trip to Osaka, coupled with some earnings, merits sharing a gift, though he has few people to whom he can give presents. Former classmates do not know his address, and he has hardly any friends. After consideration, he concludes that only Fyama Yoshimi and Hibara Ai, whom he has become acquainted with since his arrival, would be suitable recipients. He has also prepared a present for Kitagawa Anda, to be sent to Fyama Yoshimi with a note requesting that it be passed along, serving as a token of apology for having rendered him unconscious with ether. Initially, he intended to balance things out by sending a gift to his estranged parents as well, but he soon realized he has no idea where they are, nor whether they are in the country or abroad, and thus abandoned the idea. Presently, the hospital is likely searching for him, though he is uncertain about his father's whereabouts. However, he has purchased 2 anonymous phone cards, as his previous number is currently unreachable. Once Fyama Yoshimi receives the package and learns of his location in Osaka from the return address, he may cease the search or perhaps send someone to Osaka to check on him. He does not underestimate the thoroughness of that hospital, yet regardless of the outcome, he can utilize this interval to complete another bounty. The taxi arrives at the airport, and Chief Feichi pays the fare before discarding the phone card intended for the Osaka Prefectural Police into the garbage bin at the entrance. More than 30 minutes later, the plane takes off from Osaka, heading for Tokyo. At 6:30 in the evening, Chief Feichi exits the airport, opting not to retrieve his car parked nearby, but instead hails another taxi. The protective mission requires little effort, while the search for evidence necessitates thorough investigation and confirmation of intelligence. His target is a key figure in the Inagawakai Tokyo division. The bounty information includes the target's name, photograph, age, address, frequently visited locations, and daily movements. The objective is to obtain evidence of the individual's criminal activities with no restrictions on the type of evidence. Although there are no further specifications, it can be inferred that someone has likely crossed the line with the Japanese police, seeking an opportunity to deal with this individual, or perhaps to set an example. The police's decision not to act themselves, combined with the open-ended request, indicates that the target is well concealed and quite formidable. He may need to find an accomplice. Night falls at 8 o'clock, enveloping the city in a blanket of lights. The shops on Pet Street are experiencing their quietest moment, with a few patrons gathering to decide where to enjoy a drink after closing. Few people venture out to buy pets at this hour, and when Chief Feichi arrives, the street is eerily deserted. As he walks along, he occasionally hears the chatter of animals. That one over there is so ugly. I wonder what's for dinner tomorrow. Where's the water? You're crowding me. After perusing a few shops, Chief Feichi notes an intriguing phenomenon. The animals he can hear speaking, whether they are cats, dogs, or birds, possess far more lively eyes than their counterparts, and they hold a higher status among their peers. This can only be described as a form of spirituality. Through interaction with these animals, he has discerned a pattern in his abilities. Sometimes, he cannot hear the animals or plants speaking, not due to a lapse in his powers, but rather because the nearby creatures lack sufficient spirit or consciousness. Conversely, when previously vocal animals or plants fall silent, it may be that they only had a fleeting thought at the moment of speech. For instance, the potted plant outside the restroom, which had spoken only that one night, has since remained mute, likely having had a moment of inspiration that quickly faded into oblivion. Of course, the sudden silence could also indicate a desire not to communicate. By observing the frequency and content of their speech, he can gauge the spiritual essence of these animals and plants. For animals, spirituality is essentially equivalent to intelligence. Reflecting on the psychiatric hospital, he recalls the large tree that has witnessed gossip for over a decade, the mischievous bird that mimicked the nurse's calls, the succulent plant on Fiamma Yoshimi's desk that frequently critiqued its surroundings, and the flower in the activity room that would giggle alongside the patients. In contrast, he now observes a puppy that sticks out its tongue and gazes at him in confusion, a lazy cat sleeping, and a hamster that incessantly repeats its musings about tomorrow's meals. Chi Feichi falls silent, feeling acutely aware of the disparity in intelligence. Could it truly be that the psychiatric hospital is filled with exceptional talents? Might this hold true for animals and plants as well? In this light, during his time outside these past 2 days, he has yet to hear any plants speak. It appears that sentient plants are rarer than sentient animals within the psychiatric hospital. However, there are three plants whose intelligence rivals that of humans. Chapter 9. Boss, your snake has gained sentience. Sir, do you like this little hamster? The voice of a female shop assistant jolts Chi Feichi from his thoughts. He realizes he has been staring at the hamster in the glass enclosure for quite some time. Glancing at the hamster, he says, "No, I merely noticed that this hamster has legs shorter than the healthy ones we studied in class, almost 5 millimeters shorter, with rather thin hind legs." The shop assistant looks perplexed. As it grows, it may look better than other hamsters since it will become rounder if well fed. However, this will result in poorer performance in terms of activity. If the hamster rejects exercise, its health will also be inferior to that of other hamsters. The shop assistant hastily explains, "You were studying white mice in class, weren't you? Their legs are generally longer than those of hamsters." "No, I am studying veterinary medicine, so we primarily observe common pets rather than lab mice," Chi Feichi clarifies. The shop assistant sweats nervously. "All right, since you are studying veterinary medicine, you surely can distinguish between hamsters and white mice." This particular hamster, indeed, does not seem to enjoy exercise much. With a hint of regret in her eyes, the shop assistant watches as Chi Feichi exits the pet store and continues on his way. Not far ahead, he hears an enthusiastic call. "Selling snakes. Selling snakes. They can roll, be cute, and hunt on their own. The inexpensive red rat snake is only 2,000 yen. 2,000 yen. Bring home this rare and intelligent variant of the red rat snake." Chi Feichi pauses. He used to hear such calls frequently back home, yet in Japan, from the memories he has inherited, he has never encountered anything like it. Even during promotional events, the announcements are typically delivered in a formulaic manner by a girl, making this display of local flavor a first for him. Thus, he turns to observe. At the shop along the street, the owner is busy sweeping the floor. In the glass partition by the door, a gray and black striped snake stands upright, its black eyes fixed intently on him, its tongue flicking excitedly. At first glance, it appears quite intimidating. However, this creature spoke. "Sir, would you like to purchase a snake? It's a bargain at merely 2,000 yuan. Hardly enough for a decent meal outside. It doesn't bite. Just please don't make me consume any loaches again. If you prefer, I can refrain from hunting myself. I am quite easy to care for." Chi Feichi paused in silence, then stepped inside. "Boss, has your snake become sentient?" "Ah, welcome. Please forgive my rudeness," the proprietor exclaimed, hastily setting aside his broom. This establishment specialized in exotic animals, snakes, lizards, and spiders. Upon entering, the temperature noticeably dropped. Yet the owner remained amiable. "Are you looking to buy a pet? Snake. Over here. Look over here." Chi Feichi turned to see a snake in a glass enclosure, twisting around and staring intently at him. The owner's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly added, "Most of our pets are quite docile. This snake simply enjoys observing people, but it harbors no ill intent." The snake retorted coldly, "If I can't be sold, Why is it my fault? If you had sold me, would I be fixated on watching the humans? Even if I remain unsold, you could at least vary my meals. Chi Feiqi disregarded the snake's grievances and examined it closely. The patterns resembled those of a red rat snake, yet it bore no trace of red. What could its species be? Clearing his throat, the owner awkwardly produced a booklet. Indeed, it is a red rat snake. We possess documentation from a breeding facility, and each snake is registered. Its parents are purebred red rat snakes. See for yourself. Chi Feiqi leaned down, observing the detailed registration information, noting the identification numbers and photographs of its parents, which exhibited vibrant colors of red and black, devoid of any gray. He pondered how this one had turned grayish-black. The owner continued to extol its virtues. This snake is quite remarkable. Typically, red rat snakes emit a foul odor reminiscent of rotting fish. But this one is nearly odorless and remarkably clean. Chi Feiqi regarded the owner with a discerning gaze. Did he perceive him as a novice? While red rat snakes are classified as non-venomous, they do possess mild venom, and it was uncertain whether this variant might carry harmful toxins. The ambiguity of its breed and potential mutations likely explained its unsold status. The owner thought, what should I do now that I've encountered an informed customer? Meanwhile, the snake, flicking its tongue, interjected, Sir, I do not bite. Chi Feiqi continued speaking to the owner. This snake is at least 3 years old, correct? The typical lifespan of a red rat snake is around 16 years. Even with proper care, I could only keep it for about 3 years. The owner replied, The snake chimed in, No. I feel quite healthy. I am still very young. Chi Feiqi added, moreover, adult red rat snakes tend to be more temperamental. It is preferable to raise them from a young age for a more docile disposition. The owner stammered, Well? The snake protested. I have always observed people coming and going, and I find humans quite endearing. My temperament is exceptionally good. Observing the owner's speechlessness, Chi Feiqi sighed. No wonder it remained unsold. The owner's audacity was even less than that of a snake. The owner chuckled awkwardly and changed the subject. Actually, you might consider other options. We also have standard red rat snakes. Additionally, there are corn snakes, which are gentle and can live up to 15 years, making them suitable pets. The snake slumped down in despair. Sir, please look at me again. I've been fed nothing but loaches for 3 years. I've never tasted anything else. I can only watch the other snakes feast. Is it just because my color is a bit peculiar? My life is forfeit. Without further deliberation, Chi Feiqi called out to the owner who was about to guide him. I'll take this one. The owner was taken aback, staring incredulously at the glass enclosure. The snake perked up, its eyes fixed intently on Chi Feiqi. How much? Chi Feiqi inquired again. The owner, regaining his composure, stated a firm price of 2,000 yen, including a care manual and certificate packaged with a plastic carrying case. He almost felt as if he were giving away a curse as he sold the snake, gratefully watching Chi Feiqi exit. The snake seemed acutely aware of its worth, having guessed correctly earlier. Once outside, Chi Feiqi stepped into a nearby alley and set the plastic box down. Inside, the snake languidly coiled, flicking its tongue. Little mouse, little frog, little chick. Little fish, what are you doing? Chi Feiqi grasped the snake by its midsection, scrutinizing it closely. Until this moment, he had never contemplated owning a snake. Even if he desired a companion to assist him, snakes had numerous drawbacks. They rely on their tongues to sense vibrations or heat, making them ineffective for locating non-living objects. Furthermore, their intelligence is generally low, largely driven by instinct for survival. The most intelligent among them might be cobras, yet he couldn't forget their notoriety. Additionally, snakes are sensitive to cold and require hibernation. Initially, he had preferred acquiring a cat or a bird, creatures that would facilitate his information gathering through trained communication. Yet, this snake possessed a higher intelligence akin to that of an average human. The snake allowed Chi Feiqi to hold it without resistance. It knew that to bite would only lead to being returned, and it was acutely aware of the danger posed by Chi Feiqi's grip on its vulnerable spot. What did he intend to do? The dimly lit alley became a battleground of unspoken thoughts between man and serpent, their gazes steady and indifferent. Yet their minds raced with myriad contemplations. At last, Chi Feiqi broke the silence, producing a keychain from his pocket. Can you see what I hold? The snake stared for a moment, tongue flicking as it murmured, You're playing this game with a snake? Could he be one of those humans rumored to be obsessed with snakes? Will I even have loaches to eat in the future? This is truly dire. Chi Feiqi's expression darkened as he stated, I don't know how difficult it is for you, but if I count to 3 and you fail to answer my question, I assure you, you will find yourself on my dinner table tomorrow. The snake abruptly raised its head, its round eyes devoid of emotion yet clearly startled. Chi Feiqi began to count. 1, 2. The snake exclaimed, I can see. It's just a key. You recognize it? Chi Feiqi inquired, so, you can see at night. Yet the issue lies in whether you understand what you see. The snake, after initial surprise, appeared to brighten, nodding furiously like a chick pecking grain. Actually, I know many things. You see, humans express agreement by nodding like this. Chi Feiqi remarked. This foolish creature. Among the snake's shortcomings, it was evident that intelligence was not one of them. If it could indeed see in the dark, hibernation was not insurmountable after all. He preferred not to venture out during winter. Upon reflection, snakes possessed numerous advantages. They required feeding only once a week and did not necessitate walking. The snake, swaying its head until slightly dizzy, finally paused and sighed. From birth until now, this is the first time I've communicated with another being. Humans are oblivious to my speech, unaware that I am learning from them, while my kind cannot comprehend my intentions. They merely roam, hunt, and rest. Chi Feiqi observed the snake's seemingly indifferent eyes, a flicker of empathy stirring within him, though he quickly regained his composure. Nevertheless, his tone softened. I am Chi Feiqi. As he spoke, he set the snake down, produced a pen and notebook, tore out a page, and wrote some characters in katakana and ramaji. Placing it beside the snake si, you shall be named Feiqi. He tore another piece of paper, inscribing a note to accompany the previous one, remarking, perfect. As a red rat snake yet devoid of red, it suits you well. Feiqi focused intently, nodding in understanding, this time remaining silent. Chapter 10. Are you a demon? Next, we established 3 rules. This time, Chi Feiqi refrained from tearing the paper, putting away his notebook and pen. First, without my permission, you must not bite anyone, especially me. Second, we will earn money together, and once we do, I will buy you delicious food. Feiqi turned to stare at Chi Feiqi, his forked tongue flicking eagerly. Delicious food? I want to try the flavor of the hamster from that nearby shop. This gluttonous snake. Chi Feiqi felt somewhat speechless. Yet he too had a fondness for culinary delights. Very well, I shall buy you bamboo rats if that's what you desire. As for making money, just follow my lead. Third, if one day you wish to leave, you must not sneak away. You need to tell me first. Feiqi shook his head repeatedly, insisting he wouldn't go anywhere. All right then, let's head to a place, scout it out, and prepare to earn some money. Chi Feiqi lifted Feiqi, ready to place him in a box. Feiqi wrapped his tail around Chi Feiqi's wrist, protesting, don't put me in there. It's stifling. Chi Feiqi calmly explained that the optimal temperature for a snake's activity is between 20 and 30 degrees Celsius, and exceeding 35 degrees could lead to loss of appetite or illness. If your body temperature surpasses 35 degrees, staying on my hand for too long could make you unwell. Fortunately, Feiqi did not emit any peculiar odors. Otherwise, if he dared to climb on him, Chi Feiqi would not hesitate to squeeze him to death. I'm not afraid of heat. Last time, a kid held a lighter to glass, and I didn't feel hot at all. Feiqi rambled on, seemingly trying to prove himself, and burrowed further into his sleeve. Chi Feiqi reached out and pressed down on the snake's head through the fabric, saying, don't be reckless. You can stay on my hand or neck, but do not wander elsewhere. I do not want to wake up to you biting me, nor do I want you accidentally strangling my neck. Rest assured, I will not. Feiqi emerged from the sleeve, confidently assuring him. Chi Feiqi stood up, picking up the note and the plastic suitcase. Feiqi encouraged, you needn't bring the suitcase. Chi Feiqi replied earnestly, do not litter. It will be a good opportunity to buy you some food. When was the last time you ate? Feiqi pondered for a moment before responding, 3 days ago. Suddenly, Chi Feiqi recalled something. By the way, Feiqi, today is Sunday, right? Do you know what day tomorrow is? Feiqi replied, tomorrow is Friday. Chi Feiqi remarked, the pet shop that sells hamsters. Upon seeing Chi Feiqi return, the female shop assistant was momentarily surprised but quickly donned a smile. Have you decided to buy hamsters? Chi Feiqi nodded and handed over the transparent plastic suitcase. 3 males and 3 females. The box given by the snake seller was quite spacious, allowing for 6 hamsters to fit comfortably. All right. The shop assistant was taken aback by the bulk order. Aren't you going to choose them personally? No need. The hamsters in your shop are all of good quality. Chi Feichi then glanced at the previously observed short-legged hamster. Include this one too. The shop assistant was again surprised. But I do not intend to keep them long-term, Chi Feichi explained. The other hamsters can be encouraged to move around, making their meat firmer. This one doesn't need to be forced to exercise. It will develop a higher fat ratio and taste softer, providing a nice change of texture. The shop assistant was momentarily speechless. Discussing meat quality, fat content, and texture in a pet shop, was he a devil? Is there a problem? Chi Feichi inquired. The shop assistant met his calm, indifferent purple gaze, then glanced down at the snake peeking from his sleeve, which was now observing her with its flicking tongue. She shook her head earnestly. No. Please hurry. I have things to attend to. All right. A minute later, the shop assistant watched Chi Feichi leave, then turned her attention to the other glass enclosures filled with small white mice. Each plump hamster clutched sunflower seeds, their shiny black eyes appearing adorably innocent. She had come to work here because of her love for these little creatures, yet just moments ago, she had personally selected 6 to embark on a predetermined path to demise. Her phone rang and she answered absently. Hello, Xiaomei, it's me. Are we going shopping together the day after tomorrow? Huh? What's wrong with you? Oh, nothing. Shopping the day after tomorrow. But can we go out together tomorrow? Aren't you supposed to work? I want to take a leave tomorrow. But I have class tomorrow. A new transfer student is joining my class. And she is an adorable little girl. I see. What is going on with you? The voice on the other end teased. Did a handsome guy confess to you? Only to be rejected? A handsome guy? The shop assistant inexplicably recalled Chi Feichi's face, those indifferent, devilish eyes, and the snake that had been fixated on her. She glanced back at the little hamsters in the store, feeling psychologically traumatized, and replied seriously, No, I think I prefer someone of average looks in the future. But they must have a good character. Finally, you've seen the light. I told you so before. Late at night, in a brightly lit villa. A group of individuals walked their dogs in the courtyard, while over 10 burly men stood at the entrance. In the empty house across the way, a figure sat on a tree branch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 luxury cars, along with 5 distinct teams of bodyguards. It just so happened that the Tokyo branch of the Iwakawa group was having a meeting. What luck! Chi Feichi affixed a listening device to the sharp teeth of Feichi, adjusting it repeatedly. Is it feeling better now? Feichi closed his mouth, feeling rather odd but manageable. Just endure it. If luck is on our side, we can wrap things up today. Chi Feichi inquired further. Have you memorized the appearance of that individual? Of course. Feichi replied proudly. It's just one person. Chi Feichi chuckled and warned, be careful not to swallow it and avoid the dogs. Feichi slithered down from the tree, moving from the shadows towards the opposite side, swiftly squeezing through the iron gate and vanishing from sight. Chi Feichi retrieved the listening device, connected it to his headphones, and listened for a while. Once he heard voices, he adjusted the clarity and pressed the record button. Recently, those guys seem to have set their sights on you. After all, those are all goods that are prohibited from export. I can't do anything. We've encountered financial issues lately. This matter has touched their bottom line, so we need to sell it off as soon as possible. I've already contacted the other party. The day after tomorrow, we will be trading at the abandoned warehouse of Ryoha Heavy Industry outside Tokyo. Chitian, contact Counselor Kawaguchi and try to suppress the situation. Don't you understand? The police are also known as political police for a reason. Counselor Kawaguchi is someone I had a hard time tying to our Iwakawa group. All right. Don't get angry. At this point, as long as we sell the goods quickly, there won't be any issues. Otherwise, not only will Counselor Kawaguchi be targeted by the police, but even those from the Research Institute won't escape. By the way, about that last meeting, it lasted over an hour, until those individuals gradually left in their cars and the villa returned to tranquility. Feichi swiftly emerged, slipping into the opposite residence and easily climbing a tree. How was it? Did you get any useful information? No, it's too useful. Chi Feichi stared at the listening device for a moment before donning gloves and extracting the storage card. I am considering whether to ask for more money. The smuggling of high-tech devices that are also prohibited from export involves a counselor, 2 research institute personnel, and the location for storing the items, as well as the time and place for the smuggling transaction. Plus, there are rough descriptions of 2 murder cases, the Iwakawa Group's development plans for the next 6 months, and a proposed agenda. Not asking for more money would be a huge loss. Fei-Chi breathed a sigh of relief, feeling smug. As long as it's useful, that's what matters. You should smile. I thought we wouldn't make any money. Come on, earning money is a good thing. Give me a smile for encouragement. Ha ha. Fei-Chi responded in a near monotone, showing little reaction. I'll help you take the listening device off. Fei-Chi, momentarily speechless, obediently opened his mouth. After Fei-Chi removed the device, he began to complain. Don't trick me, was that really a smile? I have witnessed many people smile, but none like you. Fei-Chi rummaged through his pocket, extracting a metal rod, which he quietly tucked away. He then produced a thin, shiny piece of iron, barely sufficient to serve as a mirror, and directed it towards Fei-Chi, urging, show me your smile. Ha ha ha. Fei-Chi laughed heartily, then gazed into the iron piece, his snake-like visage unchanged, falling into silence. His laughter seemed to evoke the same response, successfully casting Fei-Chi into a spiral of self-doubt. Satisfied, Fei-Chi tidied up, erased any traces, descended from the tree, and departed, heading to the place of his work to retrieve the items he had mentioned. Wait, you're human. Can you truly compare yourself to a snake? Fei-Chi grumbled as he followed behind. Have you come to your senses? Not bad. Fei-Chi remarked as he continued to skillfully erase his traces. The following day at the police headquarters, a young man seated before a computer momentarily froze, his expression serious as he copied data, then rose and turned left, knocking on his superior's office door. What is it? Mr. Kinyuan inquired. Yesterday, Ichiro Numikawa was arrested. I requested the Osaka Prefectural Police Headquarters to provide details on the arrest. That bounty hunter known as July? The middle-aged man behind the desk raised his head from the pile of documents. Indeed, it's essential to ascertain the basic information such as age and appearance. Has any information come through from their end? There are not many bounty hunters operating in Asia. The exceptional ones are mostly concentrated in Europe. He had initially presumed the individual to be somewhat capable, one who might risk everything for survival. However, capturing Ichiro Numikawa in less than a day warranted his attention. Yes, but the Osaka Prefectural Police Headquarters is also unaware of his circumstances. They have no information on his age or appearance, the young man replied. Are they deliberately concealing it? Kinyuan furrowed his brow. No, the information they provided is quite detailed. The young man handed over the storage card with the copied documents. You should take a look for yourself. Chapter 11. Indeed, a distasteful humor. The solitary office fell silent. Only the occasional sound of a mouse click breaking the stillness. Kinyuan's expression gradually grew somber. The testimonies from Ichiro Numikawa, the investigations by the delivery service, the site examination of Numikawa's captivity, surveillance footage outside the police headquarters, and the inquiry into the phone card and vehicle passage. All the information provided by the Osaka Prefectural Police was exhaustive, yet insufficient. They had even conducted some unnecessary inquiries, likely out of curiosity regarding who had delivered Ichiro Numikawa. Unfortunately, despite extensive investigations, they had no details on his appearance or fingerprints, not even his age. Even the phone call from the delivery service seemed intentionally altered in voice. This was a meticulous and cautious individual. What puzzled him further was how this person managed to have Ichiro Numikawa assist in his own concealment. Were they in cahoots? No, the bounty was casually tossed out. It could easily have been a fleeting thought, and it might not have been Ichiro Numikawa at all, but rather a fugitive. Or perhaps it was mere luck that the two had crossed paths. Regardless, even with familiarity, Ichiro Numikawa being on the run indicated his unwillingness to be captured. It was implausible that he would cooperate with someone to willingly send himself to prison for a mere bounty. It was incomprehensible. The young man waited nearby, hearing the notification sound of an email on his phone. My apologies. It's nothing, take a look. You are July's contact. It might be him reaching out to you. Kinyuan's expression eased slightly, jesting, yet he noticed the young man's demeanor was unusual. What's wrong? The young man cleared his throat softly. It's July. He emailed to say the bounty for evidence collection has been completed and asked where to deliver the items. Kinyuan fell silent. Wait a moment, let me sort this out. 2 nights ago, July registered. Yesterday afternoon, he captured Ichiro Namikawa and delivered him to the Osaka Prefectural Police Headquarters. This morning, he completed the bounty for evidence collection in Tokyo. Setting aside the question of how he tracked down Ichiro Namikawa, simply the task of evidence collection was known to be immensely challenging. The target was highly vigilant, having committed almost no crimes in recent years, and even when he ventured out, his residence and workplace were under constant surveillance. Unless he received a phone call, no one would be allowed entry. The bounty demanded any evidence, which was only plausible because without a forcible search or covert operation, they could not seize any incriminating evidence. A forced search would effectively break the tacit understanding with the Inagawa Kai, and the target would not allow himself to be bullied, potentially causing chaos. A covert operation would risk exposure, granting the target leverage. Employing a bounty hunter would alleviate such trepidation, as they were not part of the system. However, the bounty hunter known as July managed to find evidence in less than a day? What a jest! The young man silently awaited his superior's instructions. Kinyuan regained his focus, instructing him to deliver the items to the police headquarters and send over my phone number. Additionally, inform him that, if he is willing, we could arrange a meeting to discuss matters further. Yes, the young man replied, and after a brief pause, he reviewed a new email. It stated that aside from the evidence, there was additional intelligence that would be sent along, allowing us to assess its value and possibly negotiate a higher price. Kinyuan furrowed his brow. Raising the price? No, if he were merely seeking to raise the price, he wouldn't offer to deliver the items for us to review first. Ultimately, whether to increase the price would still be our decision. This implied confidence in the intelligence he possessed. Agree to his terms. Change into inconspicuous clothing and monitor near the police headquarters. If you spot July, do not alert him. Should he notice you, adopt a sincere demeanor and explain that we mean no harm, as we wish to grasp the fundamental situation in Japan. The young man straightened his posture immediately. Understood. Additionally, Kinyuan added, send someone to the criminal division. The bounty for Ichiro Namikawa's arrest is to be shared with them. Although the bounty was issued by us, the 3 cases involving Ichiro Namikawa fall under their jurisdiction, and they have also solved a case in the process. Yes. The young man's mood shifted subtly. Was there concern regarding their funding? However, considering July's terrifying efficiency akin to a money-making machine, it was indeed possible that they could exhaust their funds. After the young man departed, Kinyuan resumed his tasks. While the bounty was their responsibility, there had been little activity from formidable bounty hunters in the past, and thus the budget for bounties was meager, merely around 10 million yen, intended to maintain appearances. It was imperative to report promptly and clarify the situation. If they halted the bounty due to financial constraints, or if the bounty was completed but funds were unavailable for payment, it would disgrace the nation and undoubtedly become a joke in the bounty hunter community. Moreover, once could be a coincidence, but twice? This July was no ordinary individual. It was necessary to proactively report to the Zero Group. In the midst of his busyness, nearly 10 minutes passed before the phone rang. A hearty yet slightly anxious male voice came through. Hello? Your delivery has arrived at the police headquarters. If you have time, please come down to collect it. Another delivery? Kinyuan began to question whether July had an obsession with delivery services or if he was, in fact, hidden within their ranks. Half an hour later, the two ascended the stairs. This time it was indeed a delivery. July seemed to have spotted a delivery vehicle nearby. Seizing the opportunity to discreetly place a sealed box inside while the delivery personnel were distracted, having even filled out the delivery slip, at least under their scrutiny. The 2 delivery personnel appeared to be just ordinary workers. Having him deliver the items to the police headquarters would certainly heighten his vigilance. It was not surprising that he might have guessed they were waiting for him outside. Kinyuan suppressed his slight frustration since he preferred not to reveal himself. They would address it another time. For now, they needed to confirm the contents. On the sealed cardboard box, a sticker read, contains electronic products and flammable materials. Handle with care, violent opening prohibited. The young man silently began to unpack the box. Kinyuan also waited quietly. Working for a delivery service? No. How did they perceive this? Was this merely July's peculiar sense of humor? In the box, there lay a transparent plastic bag atop which was affixed a printed sheet. We have blood-stained clothing, freshly unearthed skulls with bullet holes and dirt, and a firearm bearing fingerprints. Jin Yuanxing's eyelids twitched. Did he truly send the gun via express delivery? The young man nodded numbly. Such audacity! He seemed unperturbed by the possibility of the gun being lost or discovered during transit. As Jin Yuanxing composed himself, he felt an odd sensation wash over him. Had he actually acquired the gun from the other party? The young man, donning gloves, carefully unsealed the package, revealing indeed the bloodied clothing and the skull with bullet holes and dirt precisely as stated on the printed sheet. We can conduct a ballistic comparison using the skull and the firearm. The gun bears fingerprints. Even if we cannot secure a conviction, we can initiate an investigation. The possession of firearms is inherently illegal and it could lead to charges of homicide. As for the blood-stained clothing, it appears to belong to the victim. Jin Yuanxing massaged his temples. The contents of the printed sheet were not the crux of the matter. What truly concerned him was how the individual had managed to procure someone else's firearm. Surely, the core member of the Inagawakai's execution division was an imposter. How could a key figure allow such a crucial item to be taken from him? Moreover, the skull and bloodied clothing had been excavated. They could have simply been informed of the location and gone to retrieve them themselves. Indeed, July had proven to be quite diligent in this regard. Mr. Jin Yuanshang, there is one more item. The young man produced a smaller plastic bag from beneath the previous one. Glancing at it and confirming it too had a printed sheet attached. I possess significant intelligence. I request additional compensation. How delightfully morbid. Jin Yuanshang mentally admonished himself to disregard the printed sheet and instead focus on the contents. If even he claimed the intelligence was substantial, it must indeed hold great importance. An hour later, the two hastily departed. The young man took the incriminating evidence for analysis while Jin Yuanshang brought a storage card to report to his superiors and, coincidentally, to request funding. This intelligence was indeed monumental. With such information, what need had they for further evidence, case filings, or investigations? The locations of goods, transaction points, and all related individuals were accounted for. They could either lay traps or seize the initiative as they saw fit. Coupled with the Inagawakai's development plans, although adjustments would undoubtedly follow any incidents, they could still glean insights into the adversary's intentions and hidden strengths. Jin Yuanshang began to suspect that July might be a core member within the Inagawakai. Otherwise, how could he have recorded their clandestine meetings? Had the Inagawakai grown so lax that they neglected to check for listening devices during crucial meetings? This intelligence would surely be of use to the Criminal Investigation Division's 4th section at the police headquarters. Perhaps a reward from the Criminal Investigation Division would be appropriate as well. At 3 in the afternoon, Chi Feiqi awoke and, after freshening up in the bathroom, returned to the living room to check on his anonymous account at a foreign bank. A new transfer had arrived. 5 million yen, which was 5 million yen more than the initially proposed bounty. Considering he merely provided information while the confirmation and specific actions were to be undertaken by the other party. The price seemed fair, perhaps even a bit high. This time, he had certainly bolstered his reputation and impression at the police headquarters, as they had opened the bounty leaderboard to him. The so-called bounty leaderboard was akin to a wanted list updated in real time, showcasing various wanted criminals with bounties ranging widely, the lowest being 50,000 yen. Lesser bounties had their advantages. Targets were generally less troublesome, and one might encounter a wanted criminal on a casual outing, thereby earning some pocket money. Thus, bounty hunting tested one's observational skills. Those with face blindness need not apply. There remained a protection bounty task, but after some contemplation, Chi Feiqi decided to forgo it. He was not adept at safeguarding individuals, nor was protection aligned with his vocational inclinations. Furthermore, the task description indicated a duration of 3 days starting May 19th. What was that about? He needed to reach that day before he could ascertain the details, making advanced preparations impossible. Accepting bounties was inherently flexible, and there was no need to formally declare his withdrawal. He could simply choose not to show up. He retrieved his phone and removed the second SIM card he had purchased in Osaka. Initially, he intended to keep one for use when delivering packages to the police headquarters. But serendipitously encountering the delivery vehicle meant he would not have to take the risk of running an errand, rendering that SIM card unnecessary. Keeping it would surely prove useful someday. Chapter 12 Conan, you are accomplices, aren't you? Chi Feiqi switched back to his original SIM card and noticed over 50 unread messages. More than 40 of them were from Fukushima Yoshimi, ranging from inquiries about his whereabouts to various motivational quotes. One message was from Kitagawa Andai, expressing that he had received a gift and advising him to take care. The remaining message was from his father, simply stating, "Call me back." Father. Have you gone to Osaka? Yes. I've arranged for someone to pick you up from the hospital. Since you were unreachable these past couple of days, I told him to wait until I could contact you again. When do you plan to be discharged? The sooner, the better. Then return to the hospital now. He will come by tomorrow. Understood. Communication remained straightforward and clear. Chief Feichi felt content with the outcome. At least his wandering had not extended his hospital stay. If he could be discharged tomorrow, Feichi could remain at home for a day. Otherwise, bringing the snake back to the hospital would indeed prove troublesome. In the room, Feichi still coiled atop the pillow. The snake, lacking eyelids, was indistinguishable as to whether it was awake or asleep. However, its complete stillness indicated it was indeed slumbering. Chief Feichi prodded it gently. Feichi, you will stay home alone today. I will return to fetch you tomorrow. Feichi lazily flicked its tongue, remaining utterly motionless, devoid of the spirited demeanor from the previous night. The red snake, sluggish during the day, moved slowly unless provoked, favoring nocturnal activity. At this moment, Chief Feichi confirmed that Feichi was indeed a red snake. He sighed. I've prepared clean water for you. Do not steal the hamster. Feichi understood. Chief Feichi considered that the snake likely would not wreak havoc like a mischievous dog, and thus he felt no further need for instructions. He left for the hospital. That evening, at Professor Agasa's residence, Conan was startled by Hybrid AI's words and hurriedly ran over, deliberately softening his footsteps as he entered, putting on quite the performance, only to discover that Professor Agasa was unperturbed. Welcome back, AI. Professor Agasa greeted with a smile. How was school? Hybrid AI walked directly to the table, placing her backpack down. It was quite pleasant. After a moment of dumbfoundedness, Conan felt exasperated. He had been duped by this little ghost. You forgot my home address. Professor Agasa chuckled. You can only blame yourself for that. How could I possibly know? Conan retorted in frustration. I've never sent anything here. You live next door. I haven't even sent you a New Year's card. Didn't she tell you? She defected from the organization that shrank you. Oh, right. The package that arrived. Professor Agasa slapped his forehead and turned to retrieve a delivery. AI, you received a package today. I've already signed for it on your behalf. My package? Hybrid AI asked. Puzzled. The address is registered here and the recipient is you. Professor Agasa wondered aloud. We both chose your name yesterday. You've been at school all day. And I have no idea how something could arrive here today. I plan to wait for your return to check if it was sent here by mistake. I would contact the sender to return it. The delivery slip contained the sender's phone number. Hybrid AI took a glance at the package. It had been sent from Osaka. At the time the shipment was dispatched, we had not yet settled on the name Hybrid AI. It must have been a mistake, perhaps intended for another individual named AI. If it truly was Hybrid AI, this might not be mere coincidence, but the name AI is not uncommon. Agasa, however, was perplexed. He could only ascertain that it was just the two of them last night. Let me get in touch, he began, but then paused. Wait, doctor. Shouldn't you first enlighten me about her association with that organization? Conan, who had been left in the sidelines, finally regained his composure, feeling utterly frantic. This matter was linked to those dangerous individuals who caused his transformation into a child. How could Agasa merely mention it and then spend ages discussing the delivery issue? His nonchalance was astounding. Agasa decided to first clarify the situation to Conan before contacting the sender. Unlike the previous incident where Hybrid had collapsed at Kudo Shinichi's doorstep, she had now been brought here under duress. Initially taken aback, Agasa listened as Hybrid recounted her circumstances and chose a name for herself. She also shared her investigation at the Kudo residence and the general situation surrounding her escape. After I fled, I had nowhere to turn. My only hope was you. Kudo Shinichi, she stated. Conan listened intently, his expression grave. Hybrid continued, however, it started to rain, and I encountered that man. I began to feel feverish, and he took care of me for the afternoon. Eventually, I asked him to bring me to your doorstep, thinking that since our situations were alike, you would surely understand what was happening to me. What nonsense! Conan erupted. How could I possibly comprehend the thoughts of someone who invents lethal substances? Hybrid stared at him, bewildered. Agasa, sensing the tension, intervened swiftly. Now, Shinichi, have you really grasped the situation? Conan persisted in his interrogation. Do you have any idea how many lives your concocted drugs have affected? Hybrid averted her gaze, her demeanor calming. Whether you believe it or not, I acted out of desperation. I never intended to create poison. Their initial communication was fraught with tension. It was Agasa who shifted the focus to the subject of the antidote, redirecting their attention. Eventually, Agasa drove them to Professor Hirota's residence to retrieve a disc. On the journey to Shizuoka, Agasa mused aloud, "It's 150 kilometers to Shizuoka. Will we make it in 3 hours?" "Doctor," Conan whispered from the passenger seat. Agasa turned, puzzled. "Do not underestimate that woman," Conan cautioned. Agasa glanced at Hibara in the back seat and lowered his voice. "Are you referring to AI?" "Yes." Although she claims to have escaped from the organization, Conan replied quietly, "She refuses to disclose her real name and age. When I inquired about her activities within the organization, she skillfully evaded the question. What she said could very well be fabricated to deceive us." Agasa remarked, "I find that hard to believe. Moreover, I have a nagging feeling I've heard the name Hirota before." Conan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "The man who delivered her might be her accomplice." "Did you not mention that he was a young man dressed in black with an indifferent expression?" Hibara pretended not to hear their hushed conversation, but could no longer restrain herself. "He is not." Conan was taken aback that his whisper had been overheard, feeling a bit awkward. If he were part of the organization, then even if he did not know my identity when he assisted me, he would surely have learned of my defection by now. He would have begun an investigation or sought out Agasa directly, Hibara reasoned. After all, he knows where I am and cannot remain passive. I believe he is not an enemy. Conan chose to overlook her last statement but had to concede that her analysis held some merit. "I never expected a renowned detective like you to speak ill of others," Hibara remarked, unfazed. "However, your suspicious nature does seem quite fitting for a detective." Feeling uncharacteristically guilty, Conan decided to be forthright. "This is merely a standard suspicion. You previously stated that you did not disclose your identity to him, nor did you inquire about him. Not even knowing his name. Do you think that is normal?" "Unusual, yes, but that is the reality," Hibara replied, her expression unwavering. "If someone finds a little girl drenched in rain, wouldn't they at least inquire about her situation? For instance, her name, where she lives, or why she is alone on the street?" Conan pressed. "And if one is fortunate enough to receive help during a crisis, should they not ask the other person's name? After spending some time together, how could one not even know the other's name? That's hardly believable." Agasa interjected, attempting to ease the tension. "I almost forgot. Earlier, I mentioned contacting the person regarding the misdelivered package. Shinichi, I need to drive and cannot manage the call myself. Could you please call and inform them? I left the package in the back seat." "So AI could help check the phone number. If it needs to be returned, we can stop by the courier service on our way." "Understood." Conan, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat heavy, took out his phone, following Agasa's lead. Hibara, not wanting to burden Agasa further, took the package and provided the number. Agasa sighed in relief, realizing he had to navigate the delicate dynamics between the two. Conan dialed the number and after a few rings, someone answered. A woman's voice replied, "Hello, are you looking for Mr. Chi?" Confused about the identity of the phone number's owner, Conan explained, "We received this number as the sender of a package, but it seems there was an error." The other end, surprised to hear a child's voice, said, "Okay, please hold on a moment while I get Mr. Chi soon." Hurried footsteps could be heard. When the nurse arrived at Fiamma's office, Chi Feichi had just completed his tests and was idly listening to Fiamma's motivational speech. "Mr. Chi, there's a call for you." Chi Feichi immediately perked up. The nurse, meeting his indifferent purple gaze, felt a bead of sweat form and handed him the phone, whispering, "It's a little boy calling, saying you sent a package to the wrong address." Chi Feichi accepted the phone, reflecting that he despised psychiatric hospitals, where electronic devices like phones and computers were confiscated, creating a sense of being caged in a transparent box with every action scrutinized. "Hello, this is Chi Feichi." "Hello, mister." Chi, Conan responded cheerfully, adopting a childlike tone. "You have a package sent from Osaka to 22, Tuchome, Mihanacho, but it seems to have been misdelivered." Chapter 13. Unspoken words of sorrow and joy. Do not claim that devices for eavesdropping are utterly elusive. He hadn't even entered the door at that time. Is there still suspicion that he possesses a gift of foresight? If anyone truly harbors such thoughts, then they are not far from seeking his company. Chi Feichi swiftly untangled the threads of this mystery, and he had not erred in his assumptions. Conan was momentarily taken aback by this response and clarified that the package had been sent to this address, but under the name of a girl called Shiho. which was merely a nickname he had whimsically chosen. Chief Feichi replied, I delivered her to 22 2nd Avenue, Mihua Town. Conan's expression shifted, and he quickly covered the phone with one hand, whispering to Dr. Agasa, Hey, doctor. You mentioned that the name Shiho Mayano was your creation, correct? Indeed, Dr. Agasa responded, somewhat perplexed by Conan's inquiry. As I said, I derived it from a female detective's name. The Shirin Shiho is from Shirayuki, while the Ho is from Mayano. I thought Shiho sounded more appealing, but she insisted on using Shiho. Is there a problem with the name I chose? The person delivering the parcel was a young man who claimed to have brought her the package. Although he stated he was unaware of Shiho's true name and had merely chosen a casual nickname, Conan turned to Shiho with suspicion. Your original name also contains Shir, doesn't it? He truly knows your real identity, doesn't he? Shiho appeared momentarily stunned and extended her hand. No, give me the phone. After a brief hesitation, Conan handed the phone to Shiho. Recognizing Conan's distrust, and given that she and Chief Feichi were not accomplices, Shiho switched the call to speaker mode and said, It's me. Yes, Chief Feichi continued, what just happened? Shiho glanced at Conan and replied. The child who just answered the call suddenly complained of a headache and collapsed under her seat. Conan, of course, was not convinced, but he refrained from pressing further. The parcel was a gift sent to you. Yes, Shiho acknowledged. Are you in Osaka? I have returned. Chief Feichi stated. Is the recipient Shiho the nickname you gave me? Why Shiho? Shiho, curious, wondered if such coincidences truly existed in the world. Chief Feichi's voice remained serene. Before words are spoken, sorrow and joy are already present. As an engineer, Dr. Agasa inquired, what does that mean? Similarly, Shiho, a fellow engineer, asked, what does that mean? Conan's mind raced through ancient texts and poetry, recalling the vastness of Chinese literature. Despite his impressive knowledge, there were countless pieces he was not familiar with. Shiho instinctively looked at Conan, and Dr. Agasa regarded him with inquisitive eyes. For the first time, Conan found himself at a loss, silently retrieving his phone to look it up. The atmosphere grew quiet. Chief Feichi showed no intention of explaining further or continuing the conversation. Dr. Agasa resumed his focus on driving, awaiting Conan's findings. Shiho sensed Conan's action and patiently awaited the answer, though the silence felt inexplicably awkward. Approximately 10 seconds later, as the car passed a traffic light, a calm male voice unexpectedly emerged from the back seat. Have you found it? In a vehicle with only 3 occupants. It seemed a fourth had materialized. Conan stiffened momentarily, then quickly dismissed the chilling thought that had crossed his mind. Chief Feichi guessed that the silence on the other end was likely due to Shiho's uncertainty about the meaning of his words. Given Shiho's character, she would either ask directly or, feeling shy, look it up herself. She would never just stare blankly. However, he did not anticipate that Shiho had activated the speakerphone, while it was Conan who was searching for information online, startling him. Conan's mind raced, wondering if the other party had sensed their research. Was it the sudden silence that revealed their actions? But why would the other party be so confident they would look it up? Believing that Shiho had not yet found the information, Chief Feichi reiterated his reminder. Finally, unable to contain himself, Conan turned to the back seat to confirm that no invisible person was watching him. Just as he had thought about a question he felt embarrassed to ask, the other party responded, which was all too uncanny. Shiho was unaware of Conan's previous thoughts, and Chief Feichi's comment was oddly coincidental. Noticing Conan's sudden glance back, she felt puzzled. Was this renowned high school detective overly jumpy? Realizing Shiho's strange gaze, Conan regained his composure, cleared his throat, and looked down at his phone. Speaking in a child's tone, I found it. Shiho replied, What? Dr. Agasa chimed in, What happened? On the other end, Chief Feichi remained silent. Conan's sudden childish voice amidst the eerie silence caused him to suppress his embarrassment and awkwardness. He reminded himself that children do not fear silence. After all, he was merely a child now, and the other party was unaware he was Shinichi Kudo. Ahem, I found it. This phrase originates from the ancient Chinese text The Biography of Lu Jingtan by Huang Zongxi. It originally referred to the skill of a storyteller. What Brother Qi intends to convey is that before you even speak, the emotions of sorrow and joy are already fully expressed. Dr. Agasa couldn't help but glance sideways, feeling a strange warmth from this phrase. The choice of sorrow implies that one's sadness is already apparent before they utter a word. Shiho was momentarily taken aback, a torrent of emotions swirling within her, rendering her speechless. Conan regarded Shiho and suddenly felt he had perhaps misjudged her intentions. That is precisely what it means. Chi Feichi, on the phone, fell into a contemplative silence. Considering that tonight would likely involve Shiho and Conan visiting Professor Hirota's home for the first time, he added, sometimes, shedding tears can also be beneficial. The feeling of being completely seen made Shiho somewhat uncomfortable. Don't be so presumptuous. I won't cry, Chi Feichi replied. All right then. If you do cry, you must call me. Shiho questioned. Why are you so certain I will cry? What a stubborn and arrogant man. Chi Feichi responded. I will record it for posterity. Shiho retorted. Unbelievable. In any case, the package was not misdelivered. That's it, here's my number. We'll be in touch another day. With that, the call ended. Shiho sat in a daze, holding the phone. If you cry, call me. I will record it, echoed in Dr. Agasa's mind as he struggled to conceal his odd expression, caught between wanting to speak and holding his tongue. Shiho regained her composure, noted the number, and returned the phone to Conan. By the way, what is his name? Conan froze momentarily. When receiving a call from a stranger, doesn't T1 usually introduce themselves first and inquire about the purpose of the call? Shiho's tone was nonchalant. Did he ask who you were? Did he inquire about Dr. Agasa's name? This made Conan break into a cold sweat. Was this a form of retribution for his earlier suspicions? Why did it feel as though he had become a punching bag? The person who initially answered the call did mention Mr. Chi. So he likely has Chi in his surname or given name. However, since we have a contact number, we can ask him later. For now, let us retrieve the magnetic tape containing the drug information. Indeed, Shiho agreed, refraining from further teasing Conan, as she sat in the back seat, unwrapping the package, examining the dolls and keychains inside, then neatly putting them back. The next day, at Aoyama 4th Hospital, at 8:30 in the morning, the individual sent to pick up Chi Feichi arrived at the hospital. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a middle-parted short haircut, a square face, thick eyebrows, drooping eyes, and deep nasolabial folds, suggesting he was typically a serious individual. I'm sorry, it seems I arrived a bit too early. Upon seeing Chi Feichi and Fukuyama Yoshimi enter the hall, the man explained, however, our destination is quite far, and the journey may take some time. Oh, I am Kanamura Mitsuru. My late father-in-law was a cousin of Mr. Chi Masayoshi, so technically Mr. Chi should address me as cousin. It's not too early, considering the long drive. It's advisable to arrive a bit earlier, Fukuyama Yoshimi replied with a friendly smile. Does Mr. Kanamura have much free time? Kanamura Mitsuru nodded. My mother-in-law is elderly and has developed some dementia. My son and I take care of her at home, so looking after Mr. Chi is not a problem. As it stands, Mr. Chi's condition seems stable. There have been no recent personality shifts, and last night's test results showed no signs of depression. After discussing the general situation and matters to be mindful of, Fukuyama Yoshimi escorted the two men outside and reminded Chi Feichi. Mr. Chi, Kitagawa informed me that you purchased some psychology books. If you're interested, you can certainly read them yourself. It's beneficial for self-adjustment. But do remember to take your medication and rest well. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you, Chi Feichi sincerely replied. Go ahead. Fukuyama Yoshimi smiled. You should head home and tidy up your things. Chi Feichi nodded and walked toward the car with Kanamura Mitsuru, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Mr. Kanamura, could you tell me what day it is today? After being under pressure from Fukuyama Yoshimi for so long, it felt a bit refreshing to ask someone else this question. It's Tuesday, Kanamura Mitsuru replied, having considered Chi Feichi's situation. Why do you ask? Chi Feichi had long given up trying to comprehend why today was Tuesday instead of yesterday's Friday. I would like to trouble you to take me to find someone later. Kanamura Mitsuru got into the car and smiled. Sure, we'll first stop by your home to gather your things, and then I'll take you there. If we return before 3 in the afternoon, you'll make it back in time for dinner. Fukuyama Yoshimi frowned. Time perception issues can be troublesome, Mr. Chi. I think you should reconsider staying longer. I don't have time to think about that. Goodbye. With that, the car door slammed shut and they quickly drove away. Fukuyama Yoshimi stood still for a moment, pondering, am I really that frightening? Inside the departing vehicle, Chi Feichi let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally managed to escape. Fukuyama Yoshimi was indeed a responsible doctor, always considering his well-being. Otherwise, he would have long since thrown in the towel instead of enduring this cooperation. However, It didn't change the fact that Fukuyama Yoshimi was a source of frustration for him. Such individuals were indeed the most troublesome. After returning home and gathering a pile of items into the trunk, the car headed toward Agoda High School. Do you really not need me to accompany you inside? Kanamura Mitsuru asked as he parked the car. No, I'll be back shortly, Chifeichi replied, stepping out and approaching the gatekeeper, stating he was there to see second-year student Kaito Kuroba. What class? The gatekeeper inquired. I'm his brother. Upon learning this, the gatekeeper called Kaito Kuroba's teacher. Interestingly, Kaito agreed to the meeting and Chifeichi successfully entered Agoda High School. In the world of Conan as a bounty hunter, it would be prudent to master the skill of disguise. Currently, only 3 individuals inherited Kaito Kuroba's disguise techniques, while others, like Kudo Yukiko, could only manage basic makeup to appear older, far from the remarkable skills of Kaito's disciples. In situations where disagreements arise, the question remains, are you afraid? Among Kaito's 3 disciples, Kudo Yukiko's disguise skills were slightly inferior, and she was currently abroad, making her unavailable. Procuring assistance from Vermouth was challenging. Given the complexities surrounding the black organization, it was best to avoid entanglement if possible, and he couldn't find her at the moment. The true reasons were distance and uncertainty. If one wished to learn a skill, it was best to seek out those nearby who could be easily approached. He was unaware of Kaito Kuroba's residence, but since it was Tuesday, visiting the school would be a suitable opportunity. Kanamura's residence seemed quite distant from downtown Tokyo, making daily visits impractical, leading him to consider abducting Kaito. In truth, the challenge of Kaito Kuroba was not insignificant, especially with Koizumi AI as a potential hindrance. Nevertheless, one must try. If one attempt fails, there would be another, and ultimately success would come. Lost in thought, he noticed a girl with long red hair and a boy with his hands clasped behind his head approaching. Weren't you told not to come to school today? Koizumi AI remarked. Kaito Kuroba dismissed her concern. Just because you say I have trouble, am I supposed to skip school? Koizumi, I don't share your belief in divination. I trust in science. Why are you following me? Divination? Koizumi AI silently noted Kaito's response. She merely wanted to ascertain his intentions for the meeting. Of course. Kaito Kuroba grinned defiantly. I want to see who is impersonating my brother and what their motives are. Well, now you've met him, Koizumi AI said, a hint of annoyance evident on her face. Are you ignoring my warning? Let us go, Kaito, I'm done with this. As she contemplated whether to resolve this situation, Chifeichi, bewildered, asked, delivery? Why? Not quite a delivery. He simply disregarded my advice, Koizumi AI assessed Chifeichi. Last night, I had a divination that revealed our identities are exposed, and the prophecy pointed to the child of nature. I am curious, what does child of nature mean? I'm not entirely sure. Chifeichi replied casually. He could engage in conversation with patients at the hospital, so Koizumi AI's inquiries didn't faze him. Is there no inheritance? Koizumi AI glanced at Kaito Kuroba, contemplating that Chifeichi likely preferred not to discuss such matters in front of ordinary individuals. She pulled out a business card. Unfortunately, I don't know what child of nature means either. Here is my contact information. We can discuss it if you're interested. Hey, Kaito Kuroba snapped back to reality, feeling exasperated. What child of nature? What divination? You two sound crazy. Chifeichi ignored Kaito and took the crimson business card offered by Koizumi AI. The material was unfamiliar, reminiscent of crystal, with golden lettering, exuding a formal aura. I'll reach out later. Kaito. Koizumi AI added. Kaito isn't someone easily swayed. You must have a plan. Of course, Chifeichi considered. I will ensure his safety during the process. Koizumi AI nodded. Afterward, please return him to Tokyo. I will assist with his leave from school. Kaito Kuroba interjected. Hey, what are you two planning? Koizumi AI turned, her expression indifferent. Since the divination indicated no life-threatening danger, it wasn't necessarily a bad outcome. Perhaps Kaito could learn a lesson from this. Chifeichi, equally indifferent, placed a hand on Kaito Kuroba's shoulder. How can I persuade Kaito Kuroba to teach me the art of disguise? It's quite simple. Hey. Kaito Kuroba, feeling uneasy from their peculiar exchange, was startled when Chifeichi suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and turned to him. What do you want? I'll tell you if, from the sleeve, the nonchalant serpent, Fei-Chi, emerged, sinking its fangs into Kaito Kuroba's neck. Kaito Kuroba immediately froze, his gaze descending to the gray-black serpent slithering back into Chifeichi's sleeve. This creature, with its cold, slippery scales, wasn't he his most detested fish, but he sensed that his list of dislikes might soon change. The key issue was that he had just been bitten by this snake. Is this what Koizumi meant by no life-threatening danger? He felt like he might explode at any moment. A rather peculiar form of chronic toxin. If you collaborate with me, I shall assist you in detoxifying. Chi Feichi coaxed, as the witch delivered goods to one's doorstep. Should he fail to manage Kaido Kuroba, it would certainly be a disgrace to the traveler. As for whether Feichi was toxic, well, he was uncertain. But since Feichi mentioned having bitten someone in his youth without causing any fatalities, it should be fine. If all else fails, he could always contact Koizumi Akako to save Kaido Kuroba's life, right? Observing Chi Feichi's expression of indifference, Kaido Kuroba found himself believing him. What do you intend to do? Kaido Kuroba composed himself, remaining vigilant, his heart heavy with despair. A unique chronic toxin? What makes it unique? Could antivenom from other snakes neutralize it? I wish to learn the art of disguise. Will you teach me? Chi Feichi declared his intentions. Kaido Kuroba was taken aback. Was that all? Chi Feichi nodded. Taking a deep breath, Kaido Kuroba finally erupted. You could have simply said so. Even if we are not well acquainted, you could have asked Koizumi-san to speak on your behalf. Out of respect for her, I might have agreed to teach you. Why resort to such a frightening approach? Chi Feichi calmly listened to Kaido Kuroba's outburst. Believe it or not, today marks my first encounter with Miss Koizumi. Do you expect me to believe that? Kaido Kuroba shot him a look of incredulity. You and Akako are clearly already acquainted. This was all prearranged. Last night, she hinted that I would face trouble today, and before coming here, she advised me to think things through, which was merely a provocation, wasn't it? Think what you will, Chi Feichi replied without elaboration, turning to leave the school. Follow me. Even if he had known Koizumi Akako before, Chi Feichi suspected Kaido Kuroba would still deliberate on whether to teach him or resort to coercion for expediency. Nonetheless, having Koizumi Akako in the mix was advantageous. It would likely make Kaido Kuroba more amenable. Kaido Kuroba followed, unable to deny that they understood him well. Realizing that if they impersonated his brother, he would surely feel a mix of amusement, anger, and curiosity, wanting to see who it was. Chi Feichi remarked, "How should I put it? Kaido, your imagination is quite vivid." He had merely lazily thrown out an excuse. Meanwhile, Akako accompanied him, facilitating his control and allowing her to help him cover for the teacher. As Kaido Kuroba walked out of the school, he felt that, since Koizumi Akako was his classmate, she couldn't be a villainous person. Simple, direct, yet effective. Their plan was well crafted, demonstrating a keen understanding of human psychology. Chi Feichi mused. If I were not an involved party, I might truly believe Kaido Kuroba's assertions. The ability to construct such elaborate narratives in one's mind was impressive. Was this plan conceived by you or Akako? Kaido Kuroba inquired, and before Chi Feichi could respond, he continued to reflect. Regardless, the psychological analysis was surely Akako's work, as I had not anticipated her possessing such capability. Chi Feichi replied, indeed. Kaido Kuroba added, I can agree to teach you the art of disguise. But could you first assist me in detoxification? Or at least reveal the nature of the toxin so I might find a solution myself. I'm afraid that's not feasible. Chi Feichi said, escaping the silence. The place we are going is somewhat distant, and I hope you will keep my desire to learn the art of disguise confidential. You wouldn't want anyone to discover your extraordinary skill in disguise, which might link you to the elusive Phantom Thief Kid. Would you? Kaido Kuroba shrugged nonchalantly. Did Akako inform you of that? But if you believe threatening me with my identity as Phantom Thief Kid will work, you are sorely mistaken. Chapter 15. Teraike Nosuk. It is so difficult for me. I know, even if you were apprehended by the police, your aide Teraike Nosuk could execute a successful theft in the name of Phantom Thief Kid, thereby clearing your name. Chi Feichi cast a glance at Kaido Kuroba. This was an international thief with a bounty surpassing that of Nomura Gyro. Even without any fatalities, his repeated provocations against the police and international notoriety were enough to attract the attention of wealthy individuals offering bounties. Given the value of such a person, he had naturally considered the possibility of capturing Kaido Kuroba for profit. Kaido Kuroba felt a chill under Chi Feichi's scrutinizing gaze, which resembled a merchant selecting goods. It must have been an illusion. Well, since you understand that threats are futile, even if you possess a means to clear your name, Being suspected and investigated is still troublesome, Chief Feichi stated coolly, outlining the pros and cons. As long as you cooperate with me, should you encounter difficulties in the future, I can lend you a hand. Consider it a form of compensation. Kaito Kuroba pondered seriously. On one side lay multiple allies and pathways, while on the other, trouble awaited. The choice was clear. Very well, let us keep this a secret. By the way, why do you wish to learn the art of disguise? Because I need it, Chief Feichi replied. Kaito Kuroba paused. Why do you wish to learn? Because I need it. This response seemed reasonable. If he had no use for it, he wouldn't go to such lengths to find an opportunity to learn. Wait. His original intention was to inquire what Chief Feichi planned to do with the art of disguise. Kaito Kuroba stared at Chief Feichi for 3 seconds. By the way, what is your name? Chief Feichi. Kaito Kuroba took a deep breath, feeling that all his previous emotions had been thoroughly worn down. Shouldn't one introduce themselves when meeting someone for the first time? My apologies. I'll try to do better in the future, Chief Feichi replied. In the future? Is it that you have never introduced yourself before? Or that you may not in the future? This was quite peculiar. Chief Feichi reflected that he indeed hadn't introduced himself often. Most of his previous life had been spent in a martial arts school where everyone was familiar with one another, having known each other for many years. Afterward, he became a bounty hunter. Clients knew him as July, and once the bounty was completed, he simply collected his payment. Why waste time saying, I am July, I'm here to capture you for profit? Introducing oneself or stating one's real name felt quite foreign to him. Upon exiting the school, Chief Feichi instructed Kanmori Mitsuru to drive them to Kaito Kuroba's home. Returning home alone, Kaito Kuroba noticed that Chief Feichi had no intention of following him. Originally, he had contemplated using some props to turn the tables, but that thought had dissipated. Although Chief Feichi had threatened him, it seemed he wasn't restricting his movements. He merely wished to learn the art of disguise. Of course, he still needed to bring his tools. Besides the materials required for disguise and some notes left by his father, he also packed other tools for self-defense in case of unforeseen circumstances. While he no longer needed to counterattack, being under that guy's pressure was quite unsatisfactory and he felt the need to regain some dignity. Teraike Nosuke wandered nearby. Young master, is there some important action afoot? Why did you rush back from school? Have you discovered a rare gem that requires advanced preparation? Kaito Kuroba snapped back from his thoughts, remembering that he had promised to keep the matter of learning the art of disguise confidential. Nothing. Just need to step out for a moment. Do you require my assistance? Teraike Nosuke inquired. No need. If the teacher calls home, just handle it for me. Kaito Kuroba waved him off, shouldering his backpack as he exited. Bang! The door slammed shut. Teraike Nosuke held back the remainder of his thoughts and returned to the sofa, deep in contemplation. Young Master Kaito had specifically rushed back from school and packed so many items. Surely, something significant must be afoot. Did he think Teraike Nosuke was inadequate and thus chose not to bring him along? His abilities were certainly not lacking. Having him along would only serve as an asset. Furthermore, why had Kaito Kuroba brought along the notes left by Toichi? Could it be that he had found an important clue regarding Toichi's disappearance within those notes? Without him, it indeed seems he cannot be of any assistance. Just as Terai Kojiro was engulfed in self-doubt, the phone rang. It was the teacher of Kaito Kuroba calling. Hello, what? Brother? Terai Kojiro was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected revelation. Yes, I inquired with the guard at the entrance. And indeed there was a young man who came to the school claiming to be Kaito's brother. I informed Kaito and he went to meet him. Subsequently, Koizumi Akiko reported that Kaito intended to step out with his brother and requested a leave of absence. I was unaware that Kaito had a brother, so I thought to call and verify. Terai Kojiro's mind raced. Kaito's brother? He had been under the care of Toichi Kuroba for many years, and it was certain that Toichi had only one son. But did he truly know everything? Kaito appeared to have willingly met with this individual and left with him. If he were being coerced, he would have retaliated by now. This implies that Kaito accepted this relationship. Coupled with the fact that he took the notes left by Toichi, and the secrets Kaito had kept, Terai Kojiro felt he had stumbled upon something of great significance. Upon further reflection, considering Toichi Kuroba's past as the original Kaito kid, it was entirely plausible that he might have another son. Thus, Kaito's mysterious departure began to make sense. It seemed that Kaito had discovered this information and intended to show his brother the heirlooms left by Toichi, which pertained to matters of legacy. Are you still there? The teacher's inquiry pulled Terai Kojiro from his thoughts. Yes, I am listening. They indeed have pressing matters to attend to. Regarding Kaito's brother, well, there is no public record of Kaito having siblings. However, it is a complicated matter, and I hope you can keep this confidential for now. I understand. Rest assured. I merely wanted to ascertain the importance of Kaito's situation. It appears to be quite significant and I will not disclose it. After hanging up, Terai Kojiro's expression was laden with complexity. If Mrs. Kuroba were to hear of this, it would undoubtedly cause her great distress. Perhaps Kaito had considered this and refrained from being forthright. Although it felt somewhat disloyal to Mrs. Kuroba, he felt compelled to side with Toichi and Kaito. How to resolve this situation in the future was beyond him. Sighing, he lamented his predicament. Achoo! Kaito Kuroba sneezed while seated in the car, sensing an inexplicable discomfort. He swiftly dismissed this feeling and turned his attention to the mountains and forests outside the window. Is there really someone living in such a remote area? The car fell into silence. Chief Feichi found no suitable response to this remark while Kanemori Mitsuru was preoccupied with his own thoughts. Shishinojo had called, requesting him to pick up a distant relative he had never met. Given the relative's status as a wealthy merchant, he agreed, reasoning that looking after someone for a short time would not be too burdensome. Moreover, he had heard that individuals with mental illnesses often had unique perspectives. Perhaps he could uncover clues regarding the mysteries left by his father-in-law in the castle. However, bringing another person along could be a double-edged sword. Noticing the silence, Kaito Kuroba exchanged a glance with the taciturn Chief Feichi, deciding against provoking him further. Never mind. I heard on the way that this guy seems to have just come out of a mental hospital with multiple personality disorders and a distorted sense of time. It's understandable if he's a bit peculiar. Kanemori, are we going to be staying in some little cabin next? Kaito inquired. No, Kanemori Mitsuru began to explain, but upon catching sight of the castle in the distance, he announced, "We're here. You won't be disappointed." As the vehicle approached, Kaito Kuroba beheld the ancient castle rising majestically amidst the forest. Though he had seen much as Kaito Kid, the sight of this venerable castle still took his breath away. A castle. Chief Feichi, peering through the ornate iron gate, observed the meticulously manicured lawn resembling a chessboard and the immense chess piece sculptures adorning the garden, instantly feeling his enthusiasm wane. Having only seen Kanemori Mitsuru, he had not realized the latter was a character from the story. However, upon recognizing the castle, he recalled the Blue Castle incident from the Conan storyline. The gardener opened the gate, allowing the car to enter. What strange sculptures! Kaito Kuroba exclaimed, rushing towards the peculiar chess sculptures after alighting from the vehicle. That is Kanemori began, but before he could finish, Kaito Kuroba stumbled and fell to the ground. Chief Feichi, startled, approached and knelt by Kaito, checking his breathing. Yes, fine. He's still alive, he stated calmly. Kanemori Mitsuru and the gardener rushed over, while Kaito Kuroba, gradually regaining consciousness, protested, "Must you describe it so ominously? I merely felt a bit weak." Given Kaito's difficulty in moving, the gardener and Kanemori Mitsuru assisted him to a room. "I'll fetch a doctor. He should arrive in about half an hour," Kanemori declared, appearing resolute, yet internally resigned. After driving for hours, he longed for a respite, but the castle's remote location necessitated a drive to find a physician. Reclining on the bed, Kaito Kuroba felt a sense of foreboding about the challenges ahead. Half an hour? Living in such a secluded place, don't you have a doctor on standby? How do your family members manage when they fall ill? The gardener scratched his head apologetically. I'm sorry, we rarely experience emergencies. Although Lady Kuroba is elderly, aside from her dementia, she is generally in good health. For common colds, we just use the castle stock of medicine. Kaito Kuroba stared at the ceiling in exasperation. So, I'm the one with poor health? Do you have a stethoscope or thermometer? Chief Feichi turned to Kanemori Mitsuru, who was about to leave. If you have them, I can examine him. Chapter 16 Kaito Kuroba lamented. I am in such difficulty. In the castle's second-floor room, Chief Feichi was checking Kaito's condition. Do you feel any palpitations? No. Any muscle tremors or difficulty breathing? No. Very well, it's time. Hand me the thermometer. Sure. The skin color is normal, temperature is fine, jaw is rigid, eyelids drooping. Do you feel muscular weakness or soreness? Yes. Observing Chief Feichi's swift and professional examination, Keimori decided to wait and see how things unfolded. If they sought a physician, it would be better to clarify the situation and bring the necessary medications along. Heart rate shows no abnormalities. Chief Feichi removed the stethoscope and noted the findings in a notebook. Watching Chief Feichi's serious demeanor, Kaido Kuroba couldn't help but ask, "Are you studying medicine?" "I'm studying veterinary medicine," Chief Feichi replied without looking up. Kaido Kuroba froze. Veterinary medicine? After Chief Feichi finished recording, he closed the notebook. "But I have a general idea of your condition." Kaido's eyes brightened. "What is wrong with me?" Chief Feichi gathered his materials, a trace amount of cytotoxin. Kaido Kuroba stiffened again. Cytotoxins are typically associated with snake venom, right? While he wasn't familiar with the specifics of other cytotoxic snake venoms, he understood that the venom of sea snakes was primarily cytotoxic. The symptoms following a sea snake bite were somewhat familiar to him within 30 minutes to 3 hours. There are no apparent signs of poisoning, lulling the victim into a false sense of security. In reality, sea snake venom is absorbed rapidly by the body, with initial symptoms including muscular weakness, soreness, drooping eyelids, and jaw rigidity, resembling tetanus symptoms. Meanwhile, the heart and kidneys could suffer severe damage, and a victim could perish within hours to days of being bitten. Snake venom. Snake venom. It seems you are familiar with the concept of cytotoxins. Chief Feichi observed the fluctuating expressions of Kaido Kuroba and comforted him, saying, "Do not worry. It is merely a minor issue. As of now, there appears to be no significant damage to your heart or kidneys. A little rest should suffice." Kaido Kuroba, filled with excitement, leaped from the hospital bed and shouted, "Get out! Everyone out!" With a bang, the door slammed shut. Canoe Man and the gardener, Tan Yen, stood at the doorway, bewildered. "I apologize." Chief Feichi offered an apology on behalf of Kaido Kuroba. Canoe Man regarded Chief Feichi with a blank expression, feeling a faint headache. He sensed that the peaceful times in the castle were irretrievably lost. It's fine. I understand. Is he a friend you met in the hospital?" "Not exactly," Chief Feichi explained for Kaido Kuroba's sake. "He is quite normal. He may simply be overly excited due to his recent brush with death." Canoe Man's mouth twitched. He couldn't shake the feeling that the high school student was indeed angry. Nonetheless, he nodded. "Should I call a doctor to check on him?" Chief Feichi made his way downstairs, having confirmed with Feichi that the toxin was minor and not life-threatening. "No need, he will feel discomfort for a while. But he won't die." Canoe Man sighed, so it meant that as long as he wasn't dead, it was no big deal. "Should we get him some medicine?" "You likely do not have the appropriate medication here. He will recover after some time," Chief Feichi reassured. "Good to know. Your room is next door. I will have Tan Yen bring your luggage up." In the room, Kaido Kuroba sat against the door, feeling a wave of grievance, wishing he could cry. Was this what Koizumi Akiko meant by having no life-threatening danger? He contemplated making a run for it, but uncertainty lingered. What if there were still strange toxins in his system? What if he couldn't find a remedy in time? Indeed, staying close to Chief Feichi, the snake handler, seemed to be the wisest choice. However, the thought of having to endure more time with Chief Feichi left him questioning whether he could survive until the day he could leave. It was also difficult for him. By dinner time, Kaido Kuroba had regained his physical strength, though his spirits were still low. At the dining table, Canoe Man introduced the other members of his household. There was Canoe Takato, the son of Canoe Man's wife and her ex-husband, and Canoe Masao, Canoe Man's mother-in-law, who sat in a wheelchair, her face marked by age spots. Both my wife and her ex-husband, Mr. Shigeki, were adopted into the family. Mr. Shigeki passed away 6 years ago, and shortly thereafter, I met and fell in love with her, marrying soon after, Canoe Man explained with composure. Unfortunately, my wife perished in a fire 4 years ago while returning to celebrate the matriarch's birthday. A fire? Kaido Kuroba couldn't help but inquire. His curiosity piqued. Since it was for the matriarch's birthday, weren't you together? The fire broke out in the tower outside the castle. I had arrived earlier that day for my first visit, so I came over sooner. My wife arrived late at night, and by then, I had already taken a rest in the annex. At that time, the matriarch was suffering from a chill and was also staying in the annex. Takato had just returned from studying abroad that day, right? Suddenly mentioned, Canoe Takato responded in agreement, yes, it was my first time back. That day, not only my mother but also the guests who accompanied her, along with more than 10 maids and servants, perished in that devastating fire. Those left are merely the servants who had been employed for a shorter period. Chief Feichi glanced at Kanu Takato, remaining silent. It appeared that Takato's circumstances were similar to his own, growing up in an emotionally detached family, left to develop independently. By the way, Kanu Masao, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Has my daughter not arrived yet? Wasn't it agreed that she would return tonight? The maid beside her sweated nervously. Matriarch, she. How unfilial. Making me wait this long. Kanu Masao's displeasure was evident as she turned her wheelchair away. I will go eat in my room. When she arrives, have her come find me. The maid hurried to follow her. Kaito Kuroba observed the departing matriarch, then glanced at the similarly silent Kanu Takato. Finally turning to Kanu Man, he was the only one who seemed normal in this place. However, Kanu Man had already categorized Kaito Kuroba alongside Chief Feichi, and in response to Kaito Kuroba's gaze, he merely smiled politely. After dinner, Kaito Kuroba ascended to the second floor with Chief Feichi. He briefly returned to his room to grab his backpack, then knocked on Chief Feichi's door. The moment Chief Feichi opened the door, Kaito Kuroba slipped inside and swiftly brandished a gun which he had hidden in his bag. Almost simultaneously, Chief Feichi instinctively stepped aside and grasped Kaito Kuroba's wrist. Kaito Kuroba looked at the gun aimed at the wall, then at his captured wrist, and turned to Chief Feichi, who had moved to his side, forcing a calm smile. I was just joking. Do you believe me? Chief Feichi nodded and then released his grip. No way you believed that just like that? Kaito Kuroba felt inexplicably frustrated. This guy believed him too easily, making him hesitant to ask for help with the antidote. Using a toy gun is obviously a joke, Chief Feichi stated matter-of-factly. Kaito Kuroba sighed in resignation, closed the door, returned the gun to his backpack, and took out a thick notebook, placing it on the table. This is a notebook my father left behind. It contains some tricks for disguise. Take a look and I will teach you tomorrow. Chief Feichi flipped through the notebook briefly, noticing it also contained 2 magic tricks. Indeed, but don't get your hopes up, Kaito Kuroba said as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Many magic tricks require keen eyesight and quick hands. To perform formally, one must also possess a nimble mind and quick reflexes to handle unexpected situations. Even if you have those qualities, it takes long-term practice to master the techniques. You won't learn them overnight. I'm not particularly interested in magic, Chief Feichi replied, skimming over the disguise content without lingering on the tricks. As night fell, Feichi awakened from his lethargy, peeking out from Chief Feichi's collar with curiosity, supporting himself as he joined Chief Feichi in observing, all while commenting, "Isn't there a way to disguise a snake? That's disappointing." Chief Feichi was at a loss for words. What would a snake need to disguise itself for? If there were a method, everyone would think of it and it would work quite well. Feichi tilted his head to examine Chief Feichi's face, intrigued. What method? Makeup, paint, pigments. Whatever color you desire, I can paint it for you, Chief Feichi replied. Feichi paused, looking down at his dark, mottled skin. That makes sense. Meanwhile, Kaito Kuroba watched Chief Feichi converse with the snake, his lips twitching. Indeed, this guy was peculiar. Would he be harmed if he asked for an antidote? Would he be attacked or bitten? As Kaito Kuroba imagined various scenarios of Chief Feichi losing control, Chief Feichi raised his gaze to Kaito Kuroba. Feichi, puzzled, followed suit, both pairs of emotionless eyes fixating on Kaito Kuroba, causing him to shiver. Ahem, I know nothing. What do you know? Chief Feichi inquired, momentarily perplexed, then decided not to dwell on it. I merely wanted to inform you that Feichi should be considered a mildly venomous snake. The toxin in your body should have dissipated by now. Kaito Kuroba jumped up from his chair, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Hold on, I can't help it. He struggled to contain his frustration. Since it's a mildly venomous snake, why did you exaggerate earlier? It was terrifying. Do you understand how much I agonized over it? Feichi flicked his tongue in response, suggesting I could give him a couple more bites, it might enhance the effect. Chief Feichi ignored Feichi, observing Kaito Kuroba's expression. You seem quite disappointed? Kaito Kuroba felt a surge of helplessness, resigned to the notion that communication with the other party was futile. Let me be alone for a moment, he thought. Chapter 17, Mamiya Mitsuru. I am in such a difficult situation. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed in silence as Chief Feichi sat quietly by the bedside, engrossed in his book. Fei-Chi climbed down midway to check the small hamsters in the plastic box on the shelf, counting them and finding them all present, contentedly wandering about the room. Kaido Kuroba sat at the table, having regained his composure. Initially, he intended to leave immediately. But then he recalled his promise to teach Chi Fei-Chi the art of disguise. I, the Phantom Thief Kid, am a man of my word. He glanced up and noticed a snake slithering around the room, exploring every nook and cranny, causing his eyelids to twitch. Perhaps he should reconsider leaving? 20 minutes. 30 minutes passed in continued silence. Kaido observed Fei-Chi frolicking in the room and played with his phone for a while, only to look up and find Chi Fei-Chi still reading. Who could endure the silence longer? He was determined not to lose. 40 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour, and the room remained enveloped in tranquility. Taking a deep breath, Kaido shifted his gaze from the phone. Fine, he conceded defeat. The other had not moved an inch. Don't you find it boring? He asked. Did you not want to be alone? Chi Fei-Chi retorted without lifting his head. Kaido abruptly felt disinclined to converse with him. The room lapsed into silence again for 3 minutes. Slumped in his chair, Kaido sought a topic. You've seen the notebook left by my father. Once you master his art of disguise, you'll be his disciple, wouldn't you? It's not just would be, Chi Fei-Chi replied, closing the book after perusing the last page. If you believe it to be so, then it is. Kaido straightened in his seat, realizing he had inadvertently found a disciple for his father, which made him feel a sense of closeness. In a hushed voice, he asked, Don't you find this family peculiar? In what sense? Chi Fei-Chi inquired, turning to Kaido. You say they don't need a doctor, yet they truly don't seek one. Kaido expressed a hint of resentment, pausing before continuing, Of course, I'm not suggesting this out of malice. It merely seems that their attitude is rather cold, as if they are not particularly welcoming to us. No, not unwelcoming. After dinner, Mr. Mamiya spoke of the chess sculpture in the courtyard with a sense of anticipation. Do you think they might actually be reluctant to have anyone here, yet hope we can solve the puzzle, which is why they allowed us to stay? Chi Fei-Chi nodded. You are correct. Do you know something? Kaido asked. I just have a feeling, Chi Fei-Chi replied. And I sense we may not be able to stay long. Kaido stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, if we cannot solve the puzzle promptly, they might consider us of no use and find a reason to send us away. Chi Fei-Chi added, No, the fundamental reason is that soon a Shinigami elementary student will come to stir trouble. However, I am genuinely eager to challenge this. What treasures lie hidden within that puzzle? Perhaps it's better not to provoke it, Chi Fei-Chi suggested, rising to fetch the kettle and pouring a cup of water for both himself and Kaido. I rarely have a tranquil place to study and also need to train in the forest. It is the perfect training ground. Once you uncover the treasure, trouble will undoubtedly follow. At the very least, let me learn sufficiently before we pursue it. Kaido contemplated for a moment. Waiting is acceptable. After all, the treasure will not escape. What do you intend to train in the forest? Chi Fei-Chi pointed to the weighted vest he had brought. Physical conditioning. Over the next few days, I plan to practice disguise in the mornings, read psychology books, then train in the forest, or rest in the afternoons before engaging in night training. Abilities can be set aside for now. I need to establish a solid physical foundation. My combat skills and practical experience are sufficient. I simply need to enhance my physical capabilities. You have a training plan? Kaido inquired, intrigued. Include me in it. Since having a training partner was appealing, Chi Fei-Chi naturally had no reason to decline. That evening, Chi Fei-Chi donned the weighted vest, acclimating himself within the castle. He intended to keep it on throughout the night unless an emergency arose, anticipating that the weight would be part of his routine for some time. Fortunately, the vest he purchased was of good quality, not cumbersome, and the weight was well distributed, easily concealed under long sleeves and pants. Kaido, too, was keen to wear the vest and mimicked Chi Fei-Chi as they roamed the castle together. The following day, Kaido awoke to find Chi Fei-Chi had already completed his morning exercises, had breakfast with the Mamiya family, and was now making his way to Chi Fei-Chi's room with his backpack in tow. You're so dedicated to morning training, Kaido remarked as he entered, effortlessly dragging a chair to sit and retrieving his disguise tools from the backpack. It wasn't intense training. I just went for a light jog and practiced some punches, Chi Fei-Chi clarified as he also took a seat. Have you kept the weight on all this time? Kaido raised his gaze and upon seeing Chi Fei-Chi nod, continued. Last night, I tried it too, and when I woke up this morning, I was so disoriented that I thought I was being haunted. Chi Fei-Chi cautioned, Your body is still growing. I do not recommend you wear weights for extended periods. Kaido chuckled, understood. I was merely curious and wanted to give it a try. Every morning, Chi Feichi dedicated an hour to studying the art of disguise, a routine he had established. Initially, Kaido doubted the efficacy of this plan, believing it would take an eternity to master. However, once he began, he discovered that an hour each day was more than sufficient. After thoroughly reviewing the notes left by Kaito Kuroba, Chi Feichi retained most of the content. He wasn't precisely photographic in memory. Rather, he had read slowly and attentively. Moreover, he possessed experience in disguise and makeup, with a keen ability to recognize and analyze facial features. The remaining task was to study the materials for disguise, learning how to manipulate them to alter the visual appearance of facial bone structure and create lifelike masks. Within 5 days, he had mastered this and began learning from Kaido the techniques for rapid costume changes. Each day around 9 in the morning, Chi Feichi would leave with a homemade nutritious lunch, only returning at dinner time. After his first day accompanying Chi Feichi, Kaido, having savored the nutritious meal and Chi Feichi's grilled skewers, decided to join him daily. Except for the initial day where he struggled alongside Chi Feichi in training. He quickly learned to be clever in the following days, training briefly before amusing himself by teasing Feichi, watching Chi Feichi climb trees with weights, sprint, practice punches, swim, leap from branches and rock climb, all while wearing weights. He observed with a mix of awe and concern, never forgetting to bother Feichi in the process. Feichi, I feel like your master is increasingly flirting with danger. Should I buy him insurance with me as the beneficiary? In contrast to their enriching experiences, Mamiya Mitsuru felt a headache looming. Occasionally, the 4th hospital would call to inquire about Chi Feichi's condition, yet Chi Feichi was perpetually off gallivanting, returning only to eat and sleep. How could he provide any updates? He felt utterly helpless, unable to restrain Chi Feichi from his escapades, and was intimidated by the cold gaze of the other party. He had initially hoped to have Chi Feichi examine the chess puzzle in the courtyard, but the latter showed no interest, continuing his excursions. The high school student was equally troublesome, having developed a habit of teasing snakes, resulting in 4 bites within just 7 days, yet he remained undeterred and continued to provoke them. On this particular day, the weather was splendid, bright and sunny. Miyako-man received yet another call from the 4th hospital of Qingshan. Fortunately, Chi Feichi had not ventured outside today, so he felt less guilty about deceiving the caller. However, as he stepped outside intending to bask in the sun, his pleasant mood evaporated instantly. The esteemed Miyako was squatting before the chess sculpture, her expression grave and contemplative, occasionally reaching out to touch it. Chi Feichi playfully treated the chessboard as a springboard, hopping about. Nearby, Kaito Kuroba was swinging a small hamster by its tail in front of Feichi, and when Feichi lunged at him, Kaito performed a trick to make the hamster vanish, only to be chased by Feichi, racing around the chess set like the wind. Miyako Masayoshi was wheeling himself around the yard, soaking up the sun, intermittently asking if his daughter had arrived and who those children were, sometimes erupting in a fit of rage, warning the kids not to damage the belongings left by the old master. Where is my daughter? I want her to chase these little rascals away. Away! The yard was alive with chaos, a cacophony of joy and mischief. Miyako-man observed in a daze, contemplating the idea of hanging a sign at the entrance that read 5th Hospital of Qingshan. As days passed, he feared that, even if he adapted to this life, he too might become abnormal. He repeatedly reminded himself, I am a normal person. Living among this group is a challenge. Ah! In the yard, Kaito Kuroba cried out in anguish as Feichi bit his ankle. Let go, hurry, I'm going to die. Once Feichi released him, he dashed into the villa like the wind, only to re-emerge just as swiftly. Uncle Miyako, excuse me. Uncle Miyako, I'm sorry, but it seems we've run out of antivenom. Could you please drive to buy some? Over there, Chi Feichi turned his head, casting a glance as cold and calm as the serpent watching them, then returned to his task in silence. Miyako was still deeply engrossed in the chess sculpture, while Miyako Masayoshi wheeled himself closer, insisting, Go buy it for that little rascal, and pick up my daughter. She is so slow. All right, no problem. Miyako-man forced a polite smile, quietly departing in his car amidst Kaito's gratitude and Masayoshi's incessant instructions. If it weren't for the treasures hidden within the castle, he would truly wish to abandon this chaotic mess. How he longed to escape. Upon reflection, compared to going mad, Those treasures, no, the treasures were indeed of utmost importance. Chapter 18. Please calculate our survival odds. Miyako-man was torn about whether to go or not, while Chifeichi and Kaito Kuroba proposed their outing first. Are you coming back tonight? Miyako-man inquired. No, this time we will be gone for 2 days. Chifeichi replied. Kaito casually concocted an excuse. I plan to return first. He will take me to Tokyo, then we will explore a bit. In truth, they intended to attend a gathering hosted by a magician enthusiasts chatroom. In recent days, Kaito Kuroba had exchanged phone numbers with Chifeichi, added him on chat platforms, and even invited him into various chat rooms, including one filled with his good friends. In Kaito's mind, Chifeichi was his father's successor, at least in the realm of disguise techniques. His father may have taught others, but Kaito was unfamiliar with them and did not know how many had been instructed. Nonetheless, he recognized Chifeichi as the sole individual he could trust. For this gathering, Kaito intended to participate as the Phantom Thief Kid. If word reached Miyako-man that a high school student attended the gathering, yet there was no high school student among the attendees, only the Phantom Thief Kid, it would be easy to deduce that this high school student was, in fact, the Phantom Thief Kid. Thus, he chose not to disclose the truth to Miyako-man, as he had already imparted all necessary teachings, and he genuinely needed to return to school. What will we do about that hospital's call? Miyako-man rubbed his temples. Going out is troublesome and staying here is equally so. He felt anxious and sleepless. Just play along as usual, Chifeichi suggested nonchalantly. All right, I have experience. Miyako-man replied, trying to muster some enthusiasm. It's good to send one off. If you must go, then go. Do you want me to drive you to Tokyo? No need, we plan to do some off-road training. We'll walk, Chifeichi said. Miyako-man chose not to intervene further. If a call came, it would come. Don't worry. Kaito Kuroba cheerfully patted Chifeichi's shoulder. I'll take good care of this guy. Miyako-man wanted to ask who was taking care of whom, but he sensed that they were probably equally matched, so he waved his hand in resignation. Remember to bring the anti-venom. On the road, Chifeichi rented a car, intending to drive. He had a license, making it more convenient. In the back seat, Kaito Kuroba busied himself with his disguise. Uncle Miyako doesn't seem to be in good spirits lately. The weather is so cold. Feichi, that guy just clings to your arm without moving. So there's really no need to bring the anti-venom, right? He hadn't even considered that. Do you think he is feeling we can't unravel the mystery and is disappointed? Perhaps, Chifeichi replied, uninterested in how Miyako-man felt. He had been training lately and wanted to clear his mind. Although it seemed a certain Shinigami elementary student would be present and incidents might occur, observing the main cast amidst the snowy scenery could also serve as a respite. Kaito Kuroba had transformed into a young chubby man. Are you really not going to disguise yourself? No need, Chifeichi replied. I prefer to maintain my distance from you. How heartless. Kaito Kuroba feigned melancholy. You intend to use the identity of the Phantom Thief Kid to comfort the family of the late Haruike's Kazutora, don't you? Chifeichi exposed him. The Phantom Thief Kid was a renowned magician. The recognition of that identity bore far more weight than that of a mere high school student, serving as a form of solace for his family. As long as I keep my distance, your revelation as the Phantom Thief Kid won't implicate me. So there's no need to waste time and energy on a disguise. We pretend not to know each other in the chat rooms, don't we? Feigning ignorance is just for fun. But you truly see through everything, Kaito Kuroba sighed. The passing of Mr. Haruike's is indeed regrettable. However, since he has passed, his chat account should be used by his family, who have promised to attend the gathering. His family will likely come. Mr. Haruike's incident was partly our fault. It was your fault, Chifeichi corrected. I hadn't even joined the chatroom back then. Kaito Kuroba was momentarily at a loss for words. Don't be so serious. Besides, we could go in disguise together as the Phantom Thief Kid's assistant. Better not, Chifeichi replied. When you take off, can the glider carry 2 people? Kaito Kuroba smiled confidently. Just 2 people? Easy. I have an additional 40 pounds of weight, Chifeichi reminded him. Kaito, please recalculate our chances of an accident. And don't forget to factor in the probability of high winds in the mountains and the wind's intensity. Also, it would be prudent to calculate our survival odds in the event of an accident under such conditions. Kaito Kuroba's smile faltered. All right. Then we'll pretend not to know each other. Since you're already in disguise, just rent a car yourself. I'll take you to where you can rent one. Hey, wait a minute. Kaito Kuroba couldn't help but exclaim. Just say my car broke down on the road and flag down yours to take me along. No, Chi Feichi insisted. The traces left by your car on the road, the marks you leave in the back seat, the timing, and your responses under questioning could all become loopholes. If it weren't for Conan attending, I wouldn't be this cautious. Once you get out of the car, I'll clean up the traces you left. When we arrive, don't act too familiar. I won't talk to you much. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. Kaito Kuroba was momentarily speechless. Aren't you being overly cautious? This is simply insane. Then, Chi Feichi found a place and got off the car. In the deep mountains on the snowy plains, across the suspension bridge, and at the villa, a crisp, cold wind blew the accumulated snow off the trees. As one walked across the suspension bridge, each step onto the snow-covered ground was undeniably poetic. Meanwhile, as others opened the door for Kaito Kuroba, who was disguised by the talented Takatomi, they beheld Chi Feichi, dressed in simple black attire, walking steadily, which also formed a rather picturesque scene. Only Kaito Kuroba felt a twinge of regret for not having made his disguise more appealing, pondering that perhaps next time he might consider adopting a more artistic portrayal reminiscent of figures in a snow scene while stealing jewels. Ah, welcome, welcome. Upon reaching the entrance, the villa's owner, Araki Yashitake, greeted them with a wide smile, saying, "Please, come in and take a seat. I am the owner of this house, Araki Yashitake, known as the taciturn ventriloquist in our chat group. And you are. Let us take a guess." The bespectacled girl eagerly suggested as they began to tally who was still missing: the magician's apprentice, the shadow mage, the chat room leader known as the escape king, the scarecrow, the elusive Pani, and 5 others. Quite a challenge to guess indeed. I find it quite simple, remarked another mature woman with a smile. The magician's apprentice must be a girl, and the elusive Pani should also be female. As for the escape king, given their role as the chatroom leader, I doubt they truly fit that title. That leaves the shadow mage and the scarecrow. You must be the scarecrow, correct? The bespectacled girl inquired with anticipation. Previously in the chat room, the shadow mage had shared many peculiar remarks, and she hoped for anyone but that eccentric figure. I too believe he is the scarecrow, another added. Although the scarecrow has only recently joined the chat room, he is rather reticent, which is an obvious trait. I had assumed he would be a cool person. Araki Yashitake guided the group to sit down and turned to Chi Feichi with a smile. Did we guess correctly? Chi Feichi nodded. Indeed, I am the scarecrow. My real name is Chi Feichi. I am the red herring, the rotund figure of Takatomi, disguised as Kaito Kuroba, greeted amiably. My name is Takatomi, and I intended to let you guess who we are, but since you've only just entered the chat room, that feels a bit unfair. I am Phantom. The bespectacled girl pointed to herself with a smile. My name is Kuroda Naoko. This is Tanaka Takahu. She is the Akasama youth. Surprised to find out she is a girl, aren't you? We certainly were. Shortly thereafter, the elusive Pani arrived, differing from the other women, as he was quite masculine. After a while, Kaito Kuroba dashed to the second floor to admire the snow scenery, while Chi Feichi sat quietly, listening to the group converse. Soon, the magician's apprentice, Suzuki Sonoko, arrived, accompanied by Kagoro Mori, Ran Mori, and the trio of Conan. Chi Feichi didn't rush to join the excitement. Instead, he finished his tea while listening to the introductions by others at the entrance before finally standing up to approach. Takatomi, Sonoko said with some anticipation. The red herring, has he not arrived yet? He is already here, upstairs, Tanaka Takahu replied. Hearing the commotion, Kuroda Naoko turned around and smiled. He has arrived. Sonoko looked on expectantly, her face instantly stiffening as she saw the round figure of Takatomi descend. You must be the magician's apprentice, Kaito Kuroba greeted with a smile. I am Takatomi. No way, Sonoko mumbled, realizing her imagined handsome figure was gone. I knew you were a girl. How wonderful. Kaito Kuroba remained cheerful, infused with a hint of excitement. Sonoko could only manage a dry laugh. By the way, the scarecrow has also come, Kuroda Naoko teased as she saw Chi Feichi emerge, chuckling. We all thought you were a serious middle-aged man, and you turned out to be completely unexpected. Ding. Sonoko's eyes brightened. Conan's pupils constricted. Although not every person in black attire warranted suspicion, there was something unsettling about that detached expression and those emotionless eyes, coupled with an undeniably profound tranquility. Chi Feichi noticed Conan's wary gaze and the sudden pallor of his face. There were 3 now, Hybra AI, Numabuchi Gyro, and now Conan. Surely, among those violent groups, many donned black attire with even more menacing gazes, right? Just because someone wore black didn't mean they were affiliated with the organization. Why did they insist on associating him with the black organization? Their reaction seemed overly dramatic. It was quite absurd. Conan felt a chill from that icy gaze and forced a stiff smile. Chief Feichi, speechless, withdrew his gaze and addressed Sonoko. Hello, I am Chief Feichi. Chapter 19 Conan, I am in a predicament. She? The moment Conan recalled Hibara AI's description of that person, purple eyes, black clothing, and a name that included Chi, he couldn't help but wonder if they were indeed the same individual. Since learning that Hibara AI was the sister of Mayano Akemi, and recalling the heavy sorrow from that night when Hibara had cried, a sadness that felt utterly genuine, he had come to trust her words and accept her. However, the man Hibara spoke of had always sparked his skepticism. The description aligned too closely with the organization's style, and the man's erratic movements only heightened the mystery. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Conan felt a mix of anxiety and a hint of excitement. The possibility was too great, he had to investigate. He understood that the individual was someone who had crossed paths with Hibara AI, and he remained vigilant, mentally preparing himself. The man likely had no idea that it was he who had called that night, much less that he was Kudo Shinichi. Chief Feichi listened to Kagoro Muri chatting with Araki Yashitake, acutely aware of Conan's displeasurable gaze directed at him. He pondered idly whether to approach and quietly greet, Hello? Kudo Shinichi? Imagining the shift in expression on Conan's face brought him amusement, considering how much the boy had speculated about him. A little retaliation seemed justified. Seizing the opportunity of his smaller stature, Conan discreetly kept his eyes on Chief Feichi while encouraging himself, I Kudo Shinichi am in control. But the very next moment, the illusion of control dissolved as Kagoro Muri hoisted him up. Alright, kid, we're heading back now, Muri announced, turning to Kuroda Naoko and Tanaka Takahu. Ladies, I leave these two girls in your care. Conan jolted awake, realizing that not only did he want to investigate Chief Feichi, but he also couldn't let Ran stay with him. He immediately resorted to his best pleading face. Uncle, can I stay here with Ran Nichin? Chief Feichi silently took out his phone, activated the recording function, and pointed it directly at Conan without a hint of concealment. Revealing Conan's true identity could wait. First, he'd decapture something for posterity. He wondered if seeing this footage would cause Conan any embarrassment. It certainly seemed like a more entertaining prospect. No way, Muri insisted, dragging Conan along. You've caught a cold, you should behave and go back. Unbeknownst to the commotion, Conan, being carried away, continued to act like a child. No. I want to stay with Ran Nichin. I don't want to go back. Muri's patience wore thin. Stop the nonsense. I want to see the snow scene. Conan's childlike voice piped up, but he soon wilted, questioning whether Ran didn't want him anymore. I just wanted to stay here and play with Ran Nichin. Why can she stay while I can't? Chief Feichi quietly recorded, realizing his presence had strengthened the detective's resolve to remain. The original storyline had never been so tumultuous. Really, Kagoro, your headache is palpable, he thought, bemused. Yet, Conan's newly adopted strategy of feigning innocence was undeniably effective. Dad, why not let Conan stay? Not only did Ran feel sympathetic, but even Araki Yashitake found it hard to bear the sight of such a distressed child. Indeed, it is acceptable to stay. There should be some cold medicine on hand here. I will go search for it, as it is not ideal for a child to be agitated while suffering from a cold. Children are indeed sensitive. Once they fall ill, they become quite spoiled. Although Suzuki Sonoko is complaining, she is subtly aiding Conan. When a child is unwell, they certainly require some comforting. Fine, I am at a loss with this little rascal. Muri Kagura conceded, turning around to take Conan back, his face sternly admonishing him, now that you are staying, don't cause any trouble. Yes. Conan obediently responded to Muri Kagura, catching a glimpse of Chief Feichi raising his phone towards their direction. He stiffly turned to look, just in time to see Chief Feichi lower his device, a chill running up his spine. Was the other party gathering information? Had he detected something amiss about Conan's identity? Was he drawn by Muri's renowned reputation, discovering something, or intending to do something? Regardless of whether it was due to him or Muri Kagura, the situation was rather precarious. Suzuki Sonoko had also momentarily diverted her attention to Chief Feichi's actions and inquired curiously, Mr. Chi, were you just filming Conan? Conan was set down and stood aside, sweating nervously for Sonoko while also straining to listen. Yes, it was essential to first ascertain whom the other party was targeting. Well, Chief Feichi calmly admitted, The scene just now was quite heartwarming and interesting. I saved it to show this child when he grows up. It will be a lovely memory. Nearby, Kaito Kuroba nearly burst into laughter. Since Chi Feichi had previously left him speechless several times, he sensed a hidden cunning aura. Now it was evident that his intuition was correct. Indeed, it was a splendid memory, albeit for everyone except Conan. Sunoko's eyes sparkled. Could you possibly share a copy with me, Mr. Chi? You see, this little rascal is usually quite the handful, and I am genuinely curious about how he will react when he sees this in the future. Of course, no problem at all, Chi Feichi replied. Just provide me with your email and I will send it to you. Could you also send one to me? Mori-ran asked shyly. I think it would also be a wonderful memory. Conan rarely behaves like this. It is precisely because it is rare that it is precious. Certainly, Chi Feichi inquired for the two girls' emails, packed the files and sent them off. Conan wore a look of utter despair. While he had reasons for wanting to investigate, he had been causing a ruckus primarily for the safety of Ran and Sunoko. Mimicking a child's antics was exhausting. How could they treat him this way? He was at his wit's end. Additionally, he absolutely could not allow them to discover that Conan was, in fact, Kudo Shinichi, or his illustrious reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Kaito Kuroba, waiting nearby, also desired a copy for himself, but he decided to wait for Chi Feichi to send it to him later. The group continued their conversation until noon, but the chat room leaders, the Escape King and the Shadow Mage had yet to arrive. They decided not to wait any longer and proceeded to have lunch. Since Conan did not leave with Mori Kaguru, he missed the broadcast regarding the Escape King's murder and did not witness the burning of the suspension bridge. Instead, he endured the discomfort brought on by his cold while keeping a close eye on Chi Feichi. Simultaneously, he began to suspect the male servant hired by Aregase Yoshinori, Sujisaka Kayaharu, given that he was also dressed in dark clothing and appeared rather grim. Upon noticing this, Chi Feichi felt somewhat reassured. It seemed he was not the sole focus and he no longer paid close attention to Conan. At the dining table, they discussed their favorite magicians. Kaito Kuroba. Chi Feichi unhesitatingly lauded his own mentor. Although Kaito Kuroba had never personally instructed him, he had indeed studied the man's notes and learned the art of disguise from him. He recognized him as a teacher. I also admire Kaito Kuroba. Aregase Yoshinori chimed in. Kaito Kuroba's friend Doi Takemura smiled and added, me too. Haminori Riki, the individual who had vanished from the chat room, interjected. I prefer the late Kazuhiko Tsukumo. Why is it that everyone seems to favor the deceased? Kuroda Naoko turned to Suzuki Sunoko and Mori-ran, asking, what about you two? As anticipated, Sunoko decisively answered, Kaito Kuroba. Conan pondered deeply. Was an affinity for Kaito Kuroba a signal of something? Aregase Yoshinori, as the owner of the villa, had employed Sujisaka Kayaharu, and with Chi Feichi and Doi Takemura present, though the numbers seemed quite excessive if it were that organization, they should have taken action by now. Were they merely gathering for a team-building exercise? Unlikely. Overthinking it, the ailing detective's mind grew heavy. He felt the world around him darken before he fainted beside the table. A flurry of activity ensued as the group carried Conan to a room to rest, administering the cold medicine brought by Doi Takemura before they descended the stairs. As evening approached, neither the Escape King nor the Shadow Mage had arrived, and phone calls went unanswered. When Conan eventually regained consciousness, he was greeted by the grim news. There had been a death. After dinner, when Haminori Riki still failed to show, the group went to his room to investigate. Through the open window, they spotted Haminori Riki lying in the snow. The surrounding terrain was open, yet no footprints were visible. Doi Takemura rushed ahead, confirming the death with a grim expression. Yes, this is a crime that no wingless human could accomplish. It is an unfathomable crime. Although Chi Feichi had the opportunity to arrive first, he chose to refrain from viewing the body. With Conan scrutinizing him, even with Conan's capabilities, ultimately identifying the true culprit would not be difficult. But being suspected was troublesome. In this mountainous region, there was no signal, and the landline was unreachable. Due to Chi Feichi's involvement, the group was also unaware of the news regarding the burnt suspension bridge. They set off together to report it. The outcome was predictable. Upon discovering the bridge had been set ablaze, they turned back the way they had come. However, Chi Feichi noticed that while passing through the nearby woods, Tanaka Takahu fell behind, disappearing for a brief moment when the others were distracted. This was likely Tanaka Takaha's plan. Had the others not realized the bridge was burned, she could have taken the opportunity to recover the tools used in the crime while heading towards the bridge. Returning to the living room, the group fell into a contemplative silence. Chief Feichi sat aside, sketching in a notebook. Most of the events in Conan's mind had compelling motives, which he remembered clearly. From the motives, one could determine the culprit. However, concerning the method of the crime, he had not closely observed how the ropes had been threaded during the body's transport. He only recalled a sail pattern. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Knowing the key details, if he thought deeply, he should still be able to reconstruct the specific method. Conan hesitated momentarily before gathering his courage to approach Chief Feichi, peering over to see what he was drawing. "Are you sketching something, Brother Chief Feichi?" "I am drawing this." Chief Feichi moved his hand slightly, revealing the sail pattern to Conan, 5 in total, which he had essentially sorted out. Conan was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes filled with contemplation. Wait, this pattern. Chief Feichi considered whether to wait for Conan to deduce it himself. He was merely a participant, wanting to study the other party's methods and had recreated it. He had no interest in the tedious task of reasoning. However, since Conan needed to find the culprit, gather evidence, and dismantle the magical methods, it would take quite some time and seemed even more troublesome. In the midst of the silence, Suzuki Sonoko spoke up despondently. "Is it my fault?" "Huh?" Mori-ran replied, surprised. "I chose Haminori to be the banquet manager," Sonoko lamented. "If he hadn't been alone in his room at that time, he wouldn't have been killed. I just selected him, and now I have caused his demise." Chief Feichi snapped back to reality and interjected, "It is not." "Huh?" The others were taken aback. But they merely assumed Chief Feichi was attempting to console Sonoko and were unsure how to provide comfort, thus only offering that brief remark. Yoko Suzuki felt a warmth in her heart. Although it was merely 2 words, the calm and resolute tone in which it denied her wrongdoing brought her a sense of reassurance. Indeed, there was no need to dwell on it. Kaido Kuroba, disguised as Taku Dui, smiled and offered comfort. Chief Feichi, who was not particularly skilled in providing solace, had left the task to him. At that moment, with her eyes blindfolded, Yoko had randomly selected cards to mark akin to a lottery. No one would blame the dart thrower. Similarly, she was merely an assistant to Mr. Hanyu's performance and need not bear any guilt. Conan pondered, sensing he had grasped a crucial point, though the details remained somewhat murky. An assistant for a performance? No. It was inappropriate to liken it to a lottery, as roles had been predetermined. Chief Feichi spoke again, redirecting everyone's attention. Mr. Hanyu had already marked the paper with names behind the scenes before Yoko was blindfolded. The pen used to mark was, in fact, incapable of leaving any trace. He had conceived this method early on, having learned some basic magic techniques from Kaido over the past few days. Furthermore, this was identical to the method used in the art museum case involving the armored figure, a case he distinctly remembered. Yet it was Ms. Tanaka who had given Yoko the pen, and Naoko Kuroda gazed at Takahisa Tanaka, implying that Ms. Tanaka was Mr. Hanyu's assistant, while Yoko was merely the lucky audience member chosen at random. Conan's eyes sparkled with realization. This was it, consequently the murderer. The others turned their gaze towards Takahisa Tanaka, their eyes tinged with suspicion. Tanaka felt a tightening in her chest but maintained a composed exterior. "Yes, I was asked by Mr. Hanyu to assist by providing a pen that could not write, but I was unaware of his arrangement." "Really unaware?" Before Tanaka could respond, Chief Feichi continued calmly. "Mr. Hanyu initially planned for Mr. Dui to be the banquet manager, yet when he confidently revealed it turned out the paper bore his own name. He was quite surprised at that moment. Perhaps he made an error while preparing for the performance," Tanaka defended. "Well, let's not dwell on that." Chief Feichi did not press further. At that time, Ms. Tanaka was responsible for boiling water in the bathroom, and it was quite easy to climb up through the bathroom ceiling to access the 2nd floor via the window. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask anyone to try. Getting to the 2nd floor is quite simple. Conan thought. When did he notice that? Although Chief Feichi appeared confident, it was still necessary to confirm. "No need to try. I have seen it. The ceiling is indeed low enough to allow access to the 2nd floor." Tanaka feigned some dissatisfaction. "Are you accusing me of being the murderer, Mr. Chi? However, if I were the murderer, how could I not leave footprints in the snow and transport Mr. Hanyu's body to such a distant clearing?" That is something no ordinary human could achieve. The method is precisely this. Chi Feichi raised his notebook, where 5 sailboat patterns were drawn, with the last one circled. Shall we give it a try? Tanaka's complexion paled instantly. She remembered Chi Feichi had been drawing upon his return, which meant he had seen the body, visited the suspension bridge, and returned with knowledge of her method. However, she was unsure of how the ropes were intertwined. Did he recreate it while sitting there? Course, we must try it, Taku Dui said, gazing earnestly at Takahisa Tanaka. What do you think, Ms. Tanaka? Tanaka remained silent. This method would undoubtedly work, but whether the other party had evidence, she could not guarantee. Then let us proceed to test it, Conan agreed. Wait, before we go, I must present the evidence to prevent Ms. Tanaka from disposing of it elsewhere. Chi Feichi interrupted. On our way back from the suspension bridge, I noticed that Ms. Tanaka fell behind while passing through the thicket and disappeared for a while. She must have gone to retrieve something, perhaps the arrows used to facilitate the crime. Such items, if carelessly discarded, would surely be discovered. The best course of action would be to retrieve them and take them back inside, using boiling water as an excuse to dispose of them in the kitchen. However, upon your return, you had no opportunity to concoct a reason to leave here. The arrows should still be hidden in your shoes. As for why it is arrows, everyone will understand after we complete the practice of the crime method. Takahisa Tanaka clenched her hands in front of her, feeling her composure wavering. Conan stared at Chi Feichi in astonishment, having just begun to piece things together, only to find that he had already identified the method and evidence. Who is this person? The speed at which he solves cases is astonishing. If he also knows the motive. That should be impossible. Chi Feichi remarked, I will also address the motive. Previously, the shadow magician mentioned in the chat room that the escaped magician Haruki Kazuhira's death was caused by all of you. Out of curiosity, I inquired with others about it. At that time, the magician's apprentice, who is none other than Yoko, informed me that prior to my entering the chat room, the individuals there had discussed Mr. Haruki's escape magic and expressed a desire to see his performance again. I researched news reports and discovered that Mr. Haruki, having been of advanced age and retired from the stage, announced his comeback shortly thereafter, only to meet an untimely demise during an escape performance. Furthermore, when Mr. Haruki first took to the stage, he used the alias Ikasama Duji. In light of this, the Ikasama Duji in the chat room is indeed Mr. Haruki, who was motivated to return to the stage upon hearing the audience's wishes. However, after Mr. Haruki's death, the Ikasama Duji account continued to be used, which struck me as peculiar. I even questioned whether my earlier assumption about Ikasama Duji being Mr. Haruki was correct, which was one of the reasons I came here. In the chat room, to feign unfamiliarity, he did not maintain a close relationship with Kaito and indeed asked such questions intentionally, which Yoko had informed him of. The subsequent investigation was fabricated to distance himself from Kaito, which must have been difficult for him. Tanaka, who had remained silent, sighed helplessly. I have indeed taken the arrows from my shoes, and with a wry smile, she admitted, you are correct. Ikasama Duji is Haruki Kazuhira, my grandfather. That day, he suddenly expressed his desire to return, and I was quite taken aback. It was only after his passing that I discovered his chat account while sorting through his belongings, along with previous chat content. You likely do not know this, but he intended to reveal his true identity to you all after his success. He had an unsent email on his computer with the content. I succeeded. Are you all happy? Ikasama Duji, Haruki Kazuhira, that was the message. However, my motive for killing Mr. Hanyu was not due to their desire to see my grandfather's escape performance leading to his demise. That was my grandfather's choice. Yet they later discussed in the chat room how that old man died in icy waters, suggesting he would have preferred to die on stage, laughing, and so on. Chi Feichi interjected, reciting those chat contents with a tone that remained consistently calm and indifferent, which struck listeners as somewhat eerie. At that time, I had just entered the chat room and saw this as well. Thus, the escape artist who had been joking with Mr. Hanyu has yet to arrive. He must already be dead, right? As for the other shadow magician who never appeared, that was likely a false account you registered using other means, intended to serve as a scapegoat for the murder. Indeed, not a word of it is incorrect. Tanaka conceded with resignation, you have seen right through me. The others gasped in shock. Another person has died? No, it should be said that another had died even before this without ever being able to come. Conan had begun to feel somewhat numb. The methods, evidence, and motives were laid out before them in their entirety since the incident occurred. Every minute detail was scrutinized. What sort of monster had emerged from the shadows? Your grandfather was quite a charming old man, Chief Feichi remarked, devoid of mockery. I know. Tanaka Takahu smiled wistfully, glancing at Kaito Kuroba. In fact, there's someone else who knows that Akasama Tikeo is my grandfather Doi Takushiki. He even sent an encouraging email to my grandfather before his return to the stage. Chapter 21. A group of unrestrained individuals as Chief Feichi pondered whether to cover for Kaito Kuroba. He noticed Conan's expression shift slightly before he raised his head, promptly revealing Kaito Kuroba's identity as the Phantom Thief Kid. The name Doi Takushiki, when rearranged in katakana, revealed the essence of the Phantom Thief Kid. Conan, who was about to elaborate on this matter, was caught off guard when Kaito, who had previously been absorbed in the deductions, suddenly responded, "Wait, are you really selling me out to maintain your distance? If you must do so, at least give me a heads up." However, Kaito's reflexes were exceptional while momentarily dazed. He tossed a smoke bomb at his feet and swiftly transformed from a rotund figure into the familiar attire of the Phantom Thief Kid. With an air of politeness, he proclaimed, "I too find Mr. Haruai Kazuke's to be quite an endearing old man. However, this gathering is hardly delightful. Since the matter has been resolved, I shall take my leave. Farewell, everyone." As Conan rushed over, the smoke surrounding Kaito Kuroba only thickened, quickly enveloping the entire living room. Chief Feichi yawned while seated on the sofa, unbothered by the possibility of the culprit escaping. Yet, the only escape route, a hanging bridge, had been destroyed in flames. Even if Tanaka Takahu felt inclined to flee, she could not escape the snowy mountaintop. Unfortunately, Tanaka had not issued a wanted notice. Thus, there was no bounty for capturing anyone. Having trained late the previous night and risen early that morning, fatigue had begun to settle in. On the second-floor balcony, Conan had caught up with Kaito Kuroba. "Wait," he called out. "What is it, little detective?" Kaito teased, standing on the windowsill, his cape billowing dramatically in the wind. "Do you wish to apprehend me?" "No, this time I merely wish to ask you a question," Conan replied earnestly. "Do you know who that man, Chief Feichi, is?" Kaito nearly believed that Conan had seen through their disguise, but maintained his composure. "Isn't he a member of your detective team? This deduction is truly fascinating. I would also like to know where that individual came from." "You don't know either?" Conan pondered, reflecting on the logical fallacies of red herrings and straw men, both notorious for their deceptive nature. "I assumed you would recognize him. We only exchanged a few casual words since he joined the chat room." Kaito felt relieved by Chief Feichi's previous caution. Conan was exceedingly perceptive. Yet, the chat alias was indeed Chief Feichi's own laziness, a burden he must bear. Conan nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that the term strawman could possess various meanings beyond mere logical fallacies. Curiosity piqued, Kaito pressed on about Chief Feichi, admitting he knew little aside from his recent release from a psychiatric facility. "Why are you so interested in him? Does he harbor some secret?" Conan believed there was a significant connection between the two, stating, "I am uncertain, I only met him today. Perhaps it is the unwillingness to be outdone by another detective." "You detectives are truly peculiar," Kaito said, losing interest and unfurling his glider to take flight. "Hey!" Conan called after him, only to watch Kaito's white silhouette fade away, leaving behind the words, "When the bells of the century toll, we shall meet again." What does that mean? Conan wondered, perplexed. Was it truly odd that detectives could be so? While he felt a twinge of envy, he also admired Kaito's deductive skills. He considered that Chief Feichi's rapid resolution of cases might stem from his prior experience in the chat room, possessing knowledge of some clues unknown to others. However, the swiftness with which Chief Feichi discerned the method of the crime, the insight into the connection between the bathroom and the second-floor window, and his meticulous observation of Tanaka's sudden disappearance, all these attributes showcased his formidable deductive prowess. Though he did not appear to be a dangerous individual, one should never lower their guard. Not everyone within that organization was necessarily malevolent. Conversely, individuals who were not overtly harmful could indeed be members of the organization, possibly even undercover. A group of people cut off from the outside world, without Conan's earlier return, left Morikagoro oblivious to the crisis at hand. As he drove home for a restful night's sleep, only to discover the bridge had been incinerated when he came to pick up his daughter. Thankfully, Kaido had reported the incident while returning. By the time Mori Kagoro arrived, Officer Magyar and his team had already ascended the mountain by helicopter, preparing to test the feasibility of the crime method. Conan, putting on a charming demeanor, pleaded with Ran, "Let's stay and observe. I'm curious about how Mr. Hamano's body was transported." Mori Ran hesitated. "But you're already unwell. It would be better for you to return early." "It's fine. I feel much better already," Conan insisted. "We should stay together. Otherwise, it would be a pity." Suzuki Sonoko chimed in, leaning closer to Mori Ran. "Also, I think Mr. Chi is quite impressive. He might even surpass your detective boyfriend in skill." Mori Ran was left speechless. "Weren't you here to see Mr. Doi Takushiki?" "He has already left," Sonoko replied, unfazed by Conan's tranquil demeanor. Having encountered the Phantom Thief kid, she felt quite satisfied. "I truly didn't expect him to be the Phantom Thief. Seeing my handsome prince while also meeting someone with such extraordinary deductive abilities, this trip has truly been worthwhile." Mori Ran could only force a smile, recalling Sonoko's earlier disappointment at Doi Takushiki's chubby figure. "Oh, this is really difficult to choose," Sonoko mused, gazing intently at Chi-Fei-Chi. Suddenly, she appeared puzzled. Why do I feel like I've seen Mr. Chi somewhere before?" Mori Ran dismissed this as Sonoko overthinking. "Where?" Conan demanded sharply. "See Conan?" Mori Ran was startled by Conan's serious expression. Meanwhile, Officer Magyar, conversing with the group in the chat room, turned in confusion. Chi-Fei-Chi followed suit, observing Conan's naive smile, his intuition signaling that something worth recording was about to happen. He retrieved his phone, activated the recording function, and slipped it into his pocket, revealing the camera aimed at Conan. "Speaking of where, I know," Conan exclaimed, forcefully explaining before breaking into a child's tune. "Red Dragonfly in the evening glow, where are you? I encountered you in my childhood days. When was that day? I brought a small basket up the mountain and the mulberry trees were lush in the shade. Gathering mulberries to place in my basket." As Conan began to sing, Sonoko and Mori Ran were left utterly bewildered by his childlike imagination. They found it impossible to comprehend. With a perpetually expressionless face, Chi-Fei-Chi could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Ever since the renowned detective had transformed into a child, each day had been filled with unrestrained joy. However, listening to a tone-deaf individual sing, even if it was a simple nursery rhyme, accompanied by the biting wind in the snowy landscape, made one feel the temperature drop considerably. Officer Magyar suddenly shivered, clenched his fist, and coughed lightly. "Ahem." Mao Lilan snapped back to reality, hurriedly covering Conan's mouth. "All right, Conan. Don't disturb the officers while they're working." Conan's face was once again devoid of life, reinforcing his resolve to keep his identity as Kudo Shinichi a secret from Lilan. Furthermore, he noticed that Chi-Fei-Chi had just pulled his phone out of his pocket, the camera pointed directly at him. This guy was indeed investigating him. Yet, the direction of the investigation seemed somewhat off. Chi-Fei-Chi ignored Conan's thoughts, took a glance at his phone to confirm it was recording, and then returned it to his pocket. "Chief, we've found the rope." A police officer ran over, holding a bag. "Excellent," Officer Magyar nodded seriously. Glancing at Chi-Fei-Chi, he had heard from others about Chi-Fei-Chi's case-solving prowess. It seemed undeniable that his detective skills rivaled those of Kudo Shinichi. "Chi, why don't you personally demonstrate Miss Tanaka's modus operandi? This is the step-by-step diagram." Chi-Fei-Chi handed over the prepared blueprints from the previous night to Officer Magyar. Magyar instinctively accepted it, lowering his gaze to examine the diagrams, feeling that something was amiss. Usually, Chi-Fei-Chi would take the rope from the police and begin his explanation, but simply handing him a diagram was puzzling. Nevertheless, it must be said that the diagram was indeed detailed, clearly marking how each section of rope was threaded and where the crossbow bolt would be aimed, giving him the sensation of reading an assembly instruction manual. "Let the officers handle the demonstration," Chi-Fei-Chi added. Officer Magyar assumed Chi-Fei-Chi felt somewhat restrained and could not help but reflect on the rarity of such a modest detective. In the past, Kudo Shinichi had always been one to run around recklessly at crime scenes. "It's fine if you demonstrate. We just want to confirm the method is feasible for closing the case. Demonstrating is tedious, and I would prefer to return home first," Chi-Fei-Chi replied. Officer Magyar observed Chi-Fei-Chi's calm demeanor, devoid of any embarrassment, realizing he had been overly naive. Detectives truly were a group of headstrong individuals. With no option to compel Chief Fei-Chi to demonstrate, Officer Magyar had a police officer look at the diagram while also acquiring Chief Fei-Chi's contact information, arranging for him to take a helicopter down the mountain. Conan felt a surge of urgency within. He intended to engage more with Chief Fei-Chi to unearth any insights. "Hey, Leland, what is wrong?" Mao Leland inquired, puzzled. Conan, feigning innocence, proposed, "I suddenly feel a bit cold. Perhaps we should head down the mountain as well? You've been quite the troublemaker lately," Suzuki Sonoko remarked. Conan thought to himself, what could he do? That guy is unpredictable, even devising a step-by-step diagram. But if he is eager to leave, there must be an important reason behind it. Chapter 22, The Exploration of the Blue Castle, Descending the Mountain via Helicopter. Conan feigned curiosity, dragging Chief Fei-Chi into conversation. "Brother Chi, where are you from?" "Tokyo." "Your reasoning skills are impressive. Are you a detective?" "No." "Then what do you do?" "Currently, I am a student on leave from the University of Tokyo." "Did you join the Magic Enthusiasts chat room because you're interested in magic?" "It's because my teacher likes it." "Do you aspire to be a magician or a detective?" "Neither. I will become a veterinarian." "A veterinarian? Why?" "Because I study veterinary medicine." "Studying veterinary medicine to become a veterinarian. What is wrong with that?" Suzuki Sonoko, eavesdropping on their conversation, nodded silently, seemingly finding no fault. Conan remained speechless, aware that Chief Fei-Chi was deliberately misinterpreting the crux of the questions. Yet he was at a loss for how to pursue the conversation further. Upon reaching the parking area at the mountain's base, they found the car rented by Mori Kagoro waiting. Conan realized that hitching a ride with Chief Fei-Chi was unlikely, so he pretended to trip and fall into the snow, quickly sticking a listening device to the inner side of Chief Fei-Chi's pant leg, concealed by the snow. Initially, Fei-Chi had been motionless, tangled around Chief Fei-Chi's arm, but now it slowly spoke up. "That kid just put something in your pant leg." No matter how swift or discreet Conan's actions were, the snow's cover could not hide from the snake's dual visual systems. Besides the visible eyes, there was also a heat-sensing organ between the eyes and nostrils. "Have you heard of infrared detectors?" Chief Fei-Chi was caught off guard by Conan's maneuver and gently pulled him up. "Be careful." Conan, with a compliant expression, thanked him. "Thank you, Brother Chi. If you're not a little girl, don't play around and fall." Chief Fei-Chi patted Conan on the head and turned to leave. Conan was left baffled, pondering. What does that even mean? What does falling have to do with little girls? Mao Leland noticed the situation and rushed over. "Honestly, Conan, you need to be more careful walking in the snow." "I will be careful from now on," Conan replied earnestly, though his gaze remained fixed on Chief Fei-Chi's retreating figure. It struck him as oddly familiar. He felt he had seen that silhouette somewhere before. However, if that person were part of the organization, given their haste to leave, they might have overheard some information. As the car drove away, a small object was tossed out of the window, promptly crushed by the wheels. Conan froze in place, exclaiming, "They found out." Suzuki Sonoko approached, noticing Conan staring blankly as Chief Fei-Chi's car drove off. "That little boy seems to really like Mr. Chi," she mused. "Yes," Mao Leland smiled in agreement. "Perhaps it's because Conan enjoys reasoning, and Mr. Chi possesses exceptional deductive skills. It's only natural for him to want to get close to Mr. Chi." "What a shame," Sonoko sighed wistfully. "Even though Mr. Chi is kind and an excellent detective, I feel our personalities don't quite match. I really struggle with cold, aloof people." "Oh?" Mao Leland was surprised, realizing her dear friend was considering personality compatibility. "But I've made my decision," Suzuki Sonoko declared, clenching her fist. "From today on, Kaito Kuroba is my favorite magician and Mr. Chi is my favorite detective. But Mr. Chi doesn't seem to be a detective. It's the same." "How is it the same?" 2 evenings later, a beetle car stopped outside the castle gate. In a room on the second floor, Chief Fei-Chi stood behind the window, glancing briefly before turning to head downstairs. He was also curious, pondering whether Conan might suspect that both he and Kaito Kuroba had left together on the day of the gathering, and whether this could lead to a suspicion that Kaito was indeed Kaito Kid. However, that day, Kaito had told Mamiya that he planned to return home, and it was also possible that Chief Fei-Chi had taken Kaito to the gathering after dropping him off. Moreover, given that the persona of Kaito Kid had been utilized by 2 generations and had been active internationally for 18 years, it was difficult for anyone to associate it with a high school student. After all, Kaito Kuroba hadn't even been born 18 years ago. In both the chat room and on the day of the gathering, his interactions with Kaido were minimal and he had even sold him out in the end, showing no signs of friendship. Taken together, the likelihood of Kaido Kuroba being exposed was indeed quite low. Outside the castle, Professor Agasa arrived with the entire Junior Detective League. Wow, it's enormous. Just like a castle in the West. Yoshida Ayumi and Toru Amuro were astonished. However, how could such a grand structure be erected amidst the woods? Dr. Agasa pondered, instinctively glancing at Conan. Yet Conan appeared utterly distracted, seemingly oblivious to the conversation around him. With a sigh of resignation, Doctor Agasa leaned closer to Conan and whispered, I say, Shinichi, when you come out to play, you shouldn't wear such a furrowed brow. But Conan, frowning, replied, It's just that I can't quite comprehend this. That person clearly noticed the listening device. With his observational skills and deductive reasoning, he should have suspected me. But why did he not pursue that line of inquiry? If he had questioned me about the device after disembarking, why would he assume he was connected to the organization? Hybra AI spoke softly and composedly. In the past, scarecrows were placed in fields to ward off crows, serving as guardians of the harvest. That's merely a chat room name, Conan retorted. If one were to analyze someone based on that name, then a scarecrow could also refer to the man-eating monster Jirakachi, who is said to have once been a mountain deity ultimately transforming into a scarecrow standing in the fields. It could also reference the Kojikis and Zankazu. Dr. Agasa, beaming, chimed in. Despite being unable to walk normally on one leg, he can stand for long periods in the fields, observing the dynamics of the world. And perhaps his remarkable deductive ability led him to believe he comprehends much. Hence the choice of the scarecrow as the chat room name. Conan nodded, finding some merit in Dr. Agasa's analysis, but then became frustrated, tugging at his hair. But why is the name Scarecrow not the crux of the matter? Dr. Agasa, maintaining a positive demeanor, reassured him. Moreover, AI has always felt he is not a bad person. Not being a bad person does not necessarily mean he isn't associated with that organization. Does it? Conan stroked his chin, reflecting, based on my observations and Hybra's descriptions, he does not seem like someone who would take videos or photographs of children. At least, when meeting another child for the first time, he did not take a picture of Hybra, yet he recorded 2 videos of me that day. While it felt like a peculiar whim of his, it could also be an attempt to gather information on me. He must know something, and I can't shake the feeling that I've seen him before. Hybra AI did not counter this time. The act of recording Conan's video while discovering the listening device yet not pursuing it was indeed suspicious. Turning to see Conan lost in thought, she inquired, What is it? Osaka. Conan's expression grew grave. I've just remembered. That day at the Tsutenkaka Tower in Osaka, I felt as though someone was watching me. When I turned to look, I seemed to catch a glimpse of his silhouette. Are you certain? Dr. Agasa pressed. Conan hesitated momentarily, responding honestly, I can't be sure. I didn't see his face, just his back. But he was indeed in Osaka during that time, and the silhouette was remarkably similar. Hybra AI then remarked with a hint of skepticism. Perhaps you have been overly paranoid lately. As long as the body type is similar and the clothing shares a comparable color and style, it's quite easy to misidentify someone based solely on their silhouette. Conan reflected on this, unable to discern why he felt that the figure resembled him. Could it be that he was indeed overthinking? The fact that he could know about you accompanying the Suzuki heiress to a gathering is improbable. If he were indeed investigating you, he would be more likely to appear in your vicinity, Hybra AI suggested calmly. Since returning from the snowy villa, you haven't seen him. Have you? That's true, Conan conceded, feeling a sense of relief and self-reflection. I've indeed been a bit too hasty lately, constantly seeking information about that organization. Who are you, little brat? A booming voice suddenly seized their attention. While the three were engaged in hushed conversation, Genta Kojima had tumbled through the entrance and, upon landing, was promptly seized by the gardener, Taniyama Katsu. Taniyama, gripping Genta, roared in anger, You little rascal. Did you think you could sneak in here to cause trouble without so much as a greeting? He had been feeling quite exhausted lately. The past few days, Chi Feichi had been bouncing around on the chess sculpture, necessitating daily cleaning, and the high school student had been even more outrageous, running about all day with a snake in pursuit, leaving his meticulously cultivated flowers and plants in disarray. Now, that high school student had left without a word, but restoring the flowers would take months. Moreover, the snake still resided there, perhaps having become addicted to the chase. With no high school student around to pursue, it had taken to releasing the hamsters every evening, chasing them around the castle. Master Man seemed to have mentioned this matter to that young master Chi Feichi. after which the snake had become a bit more restrained, refraining from frightening anyone. However, yesterday, he had worked until dusk when he heard rustling noises behind him. Upon turning, he found the noise had ceased, but a significant portion of the plants had toppled over again. Sometimes, not knowing where the snake was could be more alarming than seeing it. He had always thought that arrogant young master was the most difficult to manage, but now it seemed that dealing with a young master who brought along peculiar pets was even more challenging. Ironically, while observing the master's struggle with city driving, he felt too weary to even suggest going to the city to purchase some flower seeds. Physically drained and mentally fatigued. Chapter 23, slightly inferior to Holmes. Genta Kojima was startled by Taniyama's grim countenance. I'm sorry, Dr. Agasa quickly interjected. We were simply passing by and were intrigued by this magnificent castle, so we thought we'd take a look. If possible, would you allow us to tour it? Get back. All of you. Taniyama continued to fume. You outsiders are not welcome here. What on earth is going on? Kumo man stepped forward, wearing a blank expression. Hikaru couldn't help but murmur, this uncle looks so exhausted. Indeed, Ayumi nodded. With dark circles under his eyes and a slightly pale complexion, Kumo man remarked, children are fortunate. They bear no such burdens. Since Kaito Kuroba's departure, he had dared to hope that life might become, perhaps, somewhat normal. Yet, while he had promised to call back, neither of them had made contact, and instead, Dr. Fukuyama from Oyama 4th Hospital had reached out again, inquiring about Chief Feichi's condition in excruciating detail. He had spun so many tales that he was nearly on the verge of delusion. Even when people returned, his home was still in disarray. The snake was running amok, and the humans were silent. He and Chief Feichi had exchanged only a few words over the past couple of days. Why are you so quiet today? We talked too much the other day. I have little desire to speak now. Cough, that snake runs wild in the castle every day. It is hunting for food. Wild hamsters run over 20 kilometers a day, and those hamsters, cooped up in their tiny cages, lack exercise, becoming irritable and biting, making them difficult to care for, and over time it affects their flavor. But I will talk to it, advising it not to frighten anyone. That's good. If it causes any inconvenience, you can directly inform me. All right. His attitude was cordial, yet facing that indifferent visage and those emotionless eyes akin to a snake, he sometimes found it hard to voice his opinions. In these days, he pondered whether he should simply leave, while simultaneously reluctant to part with the treasures of the castle, and deliberated on how to communicate with Chief Feichi and how to tactfully deal with that doctor, grappling with this internal conflict and feeling a tremendous headache. He was anxious and sleepless. Masterman, that little brat who needs more exercise than a hamster just barged in without a word. Taniyama pointed at Dr. Agasa. And this old fool with a foolish expression even dares to say he wishes to come in for a tour. Foolish expression? Dr. Agasa retorted angrily, please. I am a scientist. Genta Kojima muttered, and what do you mean by needing more exercise than a hamster? His implication being you need a snake, but no. That's not important. Kumo man stepped forward, his gaze intensely fixed on Dr. Agasa. You are a scientist? Dr. Agasa introduced himself, stating, I am Dr. Agasa, a somewhat renowned inventor. Then your intellect must surpass that of the average person, remarked Mamiya, feeling a surge of hope, his spirits visibly lifted. Please come in, he urged. By the way, it is getting late. Would you like to stay here for the night? I would be immensely grateful. Dr. Agasa replied hurriedly. Dr. Agasa and the young detective league successfully entered the courtyard, where Taniyama Masanobu guided them on a tour, sharing introductions. However, the young master and Mr. Mamiya had been residing here ever since, seemingly ensnared by some unseen force. Taniyama Masanobu glanced up at Chief Feichi, clad in a black tracksuit, who stood silently at the doorway and proactively explained, This is Master Chi, a scientific friend of the old gentleman, who has brought these children as guests today. Chi? That surname is quite rare, Conan thought, momentarily stiffening before slowly lifting his gaze. Indeed, the familiar figure he had encountered just days prior came into view, prompting him to turn and look at Hibara AI. If this individual were investigating him, he would inevitably be present nearby. Hibara had mentioned as much before. Hibara AI was equally surprised to see Chief Feichi, momentarily taken aback but maintaining her composure in response to Conan's peculiar expression. Though their camping trip had been planned long ago, their detour to this location was purely accidental, an unforeseen coincidence. Conan soon regained his composure but couldn't help a dry chuckle. It was somewhat uncanny that Hibara would encounter him here. "Brother Chi," Ayumi exclaimed, having recognized him amidst Conan's astonishment. With a beaming smile, she bounded up the steps. "What brings you here?" Chi Feichi softened his tone, replying, Ayumi, I am temporarily staying here." Ayumi's delight surged upon realizing that Chi remembered her. "The last time I asked that nurse if I could visit you, she said children weren't allowed alone. My mother agreed to take me, but when we visited the hospital a few days ago, the doctor said you had been discharged." Conan remained bewildered. "Wait, how does Ayumi know Chi Feichi? He just got out of the hospital?" "I am Hibara AI, she said, stepping forward with a calm demeanor, though her tone carried a hint of awkwardness. She had learned Chi's name from Conan's return, and it seemed everyone else was aware while she was left in the dark. "He doesn't dislike me, does he?" Chi Feichi nodded, acknowledging the name on the delivery was correct. "Yes, I am Chi Feichi." Upon mentioning the delivery, Hibara's irritation dissipated. After all, he had not forgotten to send her a gift from his trip to Osaka. "Yoshida mentioned you were in the hospital. Were you unwell?" she inquired, her tone softening. "One could say that," Chi Feichi replied calmly. "Aoyama 4th Hospital." "Aoyama?" Hibara recalled the hospital's nature, immediately understanding why Chi specified its name. The institution was rather unique. Conan stood rooted in place, his thoughts connecting the dots. If it were Aoyama 4th Hospital, it would explain the strange behavior Hibara had described regarding Chi Feichi incapacitating a companion. His enigmatic demeanor was not unusual for patients there. Thus, had his suspicions been unfounded all along? Mitsuhiko, noticing the sudden silence of the others, scratched his head and asked, "What's wrong? What's significant about Aoyama 4th Hospital?" Clearing his throat, Conan responded, "Aoyama 4th Hospital accommodates patients with mental and psychological disorders that significantly impair their daily lives, such as severe depression, mania, schizophrenia, and trauma syndromes that may pose a danger to themselves or others. Moreover, the hospital is known for its stringent management. Admission requires thorough examination, and if a patient does not need hospitalization, they will not be admitted. Similarly, exiting the hospital also requires medical approval, ensuring that the patient's condition has improved sufficiently." In light of this, Chi Feichi was unlikely to be affiliated with any organization. Mental hospitals do not harbor any calculable benefits that would entice members of such groups to risk entering, especially when the possibility of not being able to leave due to illness looms. As for Aoyama 4th Hospital having issues, that seemed improbable. Since its establishment, it has maintained an exceptional reputation for over 60 years without any scandals tarnishing its name. Mitsuhiko timidly glanced at Chi Feichi only to meet his indifferent gaze, causing him to recoil in fright. "So, this older brother is a mental patient, right?" "Yamato," Dr. Agasa interjected, his expression turning serious. "Mental illness is akin to physical illness. It can be distressing and requires medical attention, medication, and recuperation until one recovers. This is entirely normal. Just as the body can fall ill, so can the mind. There is nothing surprising about it." Mitsuhiko was momentarily taken aback by Dr. Agasa's earnestness but meekly replied, "But in the dramas my father watches, mental patients are often portrayed as terrifying. Brother Chi is not scary at all. He even helped Ayumi retrieve her ball the other day, and she nearly cried." His tone softened. "Moreover, I once saw Brother Chi sitting under a tree alone at the park. When I returned 2 hours later, he was still sitting there. I thought he must feel very lonely without anyone to keep him company. And being ill is truly difficult, no matter the ailment." Ayumi and Genta were at a loss for words of comfort. "Besides, Brother Chi's reasoning skills are remarkable," Conan declared, casually leaning back. "Just days ago, while Ayumi ran, and I visited Yuki Mountain Villa, we encountered a murder case that he resolved. He's not far off from Sherlock Holmes." "Not far off from Holmes?" Genta exclaimed in surprise. Mitsuhiko, no longer intimidated, remarked, "If even Conan says so, he must be quite impressive." Chi Feichi's gaze softened slightly. Dr. Agasa's worldview was unexpectedly sound, and the other children were rather endearing. He called out, "All right, let us proceed inside." As Dr. Agasa mentioned, there is no need to be overly afraid, but when faced with danger, one should run rather than recklessly approach. This applies to everyone, whether ill or not. The 3 children exclaimed in unison, "We are not afraid of bad people because we are the Young Detective League." Chi Feichi's expression remained impassive. With such a mindset, it was no wonder they were aptly named the Death-Seeking Detective League. Genta promptly added, just like Sherlock Holmes' Baker Street irregulars. We accept any commission. Dr. Agasa followed behind, chuckling heartily. Taniyama Masanobu smiled as well, feeling that the tension that had accumulated over time had dissipated considerably. Upon entering, he began introducing the portraits adorning the walls, recounting past events. The late Lord Seiju, who had married into the family, held great respect for his father, a historian. However, the lady of the house often dismissed this, frequently telling Lord Seiju, "Your father is merely an intellectual spouting nonsense." Mamiya Masao, having pushed her wheelchair to the group, interjected, "Isn't that right?" Startled, Taniyama Masanobu turned to greet her. "Lady, actually, your children's father is also aware of this," Mamiya Masao remarked in a slow, nostalgic tone typical of the elderly. "He is not only unperturbed but rather quite pleased. My sincerest apologies." Taniyama Masanobu hastily apologized. "I should not have reminded the lady of these bygone memories. You need not feel overly anxious." Kamiyama Masao lifted her gaze to the portrait hanging on the wall. "I have grown accustomed to the days without him by my side." Much like the changes in the designs of banknotes and the dimensions of passports, initially disconcerting, yet with time, such peculiarities fade into normalcy. Time, that formidable force, mercilessly carries away all joys and sorrows. Chi Feichi observed Kamiyama Masao. Having noted her demeanor during his stay here, there was not a single flaw to be found in her behavior. He was taken aback when Conan arrived and exposed her true nature. Was this a desire to converse more with outsiders, or perhaps an influence from the world of Conan? Kamiyama Masao sensed Chi Feichi's scrutiny. Yet she had grown accustomed to the unsettling coldness of his gaze. "By the way, who are those individuals?" queried Tan Yanshengnan. "They are friends of the master, scientists who have come to visit with this group of children." Scientists? Kamiyama Masao's interest mirrored that of Kamiyama Man, her excitement momentarily causing her to lose composure. But she quickly regained her calm. "How splendid! I must ask for your assistance in unraveling the mystery left by my husband. I wish to discover what enigmas he has buried within this castle." "Mystery?" Dr. Agasa inquired, puzzled. Tan Yanshengnan elaborated. "It is said that before the elder passed away, he left a message stating that the treasures would be bestowed upon whoever could solve the castle's riddle." By the way, Kamiyama Masao glanced toward the door. "Has my daughter not yet arrived?" "Ah!" Tan Yanshengnan exclaimed. "Wasn't it agreed that she would return to celebrate my birthday?" Kamiyama Masao propelled her wheelchair away with great speed, her tone imbued with delight. "Once she arrives, have her come to my room. I shall soon see my daughter." Tan Yanshengnan sighed, recalling the peculiar occurrences that had dominated the castle since the fire. Dr. Agasa lamented. "She must have endured a significant blow." "Indeed, it is not easy for Master Man." Tan Yanshengnan completed her thought. Dr. Agasa remarked, "Their thoughts seem to be on entirely different wavelengths." Conan, clearly more intrigued by the mystery, leaned closer to Chi Feichi, tugging at the hem of his garment. When Chi Feichi turned to look, he inquired, "Brother Chi, have you not solved that riddle? Since it is unlikely that they belong to that organization, there is no need for excessive caution." Chi Feichi's abilities were still something he acknowledged. Genius and madness are often separated by a mere thread. Perhaps this describes such individuals aptly. Chi Feichi shook his head. "I harbor no interest in treasures." Conan was astounded. Most people would naturally be drawn to treasures. This fellow is indeed extraordinary. "Is there a room from which one could clearly see the chess pieces in the courtyard?" "I shall lead you there," replied Chi Feichi, turning to guide them. Conan, without needing to voice his intentions, understood exactly what Chi Feichi was planning. His insight into human psychology was indeed impressive. Upon reaching the third floor, the three children of the Junior Detective League and Conan crowded by the window to observe the chess pieces in the courtyard. Hybrid AI tugged at Chi Feichi's sleeve. Chi Feichi looked down, noting how children seemed to enjoy pulling at others' clothing. Hybrid AI, feeling a sense of exasperation, thought, "If I could reach your shoulder, would I still be pulling at your sleeve?" "No, I meant to say that suddenly tugging at my sleeve is rather unsafe," Chi Feichi clarified. Feichi, in a playful manner, poked his head out from Chi Feichi's sleeve, observing Hybrid AI with a flick of his tongue. He had overheard the earlier conversation. "Master, these 5 little rascals and that old man are quite decent, but that bespectacled boy speaks rather unkindly. What does he mean by being slightly inferior to Sherlock Holmes?" "Regardless of who that Holmes may be, Master is certainly no less impressive." Chi Feichi thought, no, for Conan, who idolizes that Holmes, this must be quite a compliment. Hybera AI stared at the flickering tongue of Feichi, momentarily frozen in place, silently calculating how far her hand had been from the snake just moments ago. Over there! Conan had already captured images of the chess pieces in the courtyard using his phone, seated by the window for further analysis. Upon hearing the two converse, his curiosity was piqued and he glanced up to see the snake's head peeking out from Chi Feichi's sleeve. Just moments ago, he too had tugged at Chi Feichi's sleeve. If, during that tug, the snake had been startled enough to strike, he shuddered at the thought of such an unpleasant scenario. Moreover, why was it that, when it came to tugging sleeves, he was not cautioned like Hybera AI? Was there a bias in treatment? My pet, named Feichi. Chi Feichi thought for a moment before adding, generally does not bite. Feichi, observing Hybera AI's bewildered expression, remarked, "This little girl is quite amusing, so dazed and foolish, but her skin is smooth, quite pleasing to the eyes of a snake. What a pity she lacks scales." Chi Feichi silently pressed Feichi back into his sleeve. Would humans really want to be covered in scales? As for Hybera AI being dazed and foolish, he believed that when it came to dealing with Feichi, Hybera AI's capacity for harm would surpass that of Kaido Kuroba. If need be, prepare some realgar. If provoked, a bottle of sulfuric acid would leave Feichi in pieces. Hybera AI looked up at Chi Feichi, her gaze complex. A very, very unique pet. Aside from that, what could she possibly say? She liked small animals, but primarily those that were fluffy and round, not including snakes, with their cold, smooth scales and elongated forms. In truth, Feichi is rather attractive. Chi Feichi defended his pet. He was uncertain whether it was simply his own affection for his pet or whether he had grown accustomed to snakes. But he found Feichi, despite its dark gray patterns, to possess a certain allure, pure black, with a hint of light gray that glistened under the light. Additionally, Feichi's eyes were black, occasionally peeking out. Its snake face appeared even more bewildered than Hybera AI had moments ago. Hybera AI managed a reluctant nod. Well, I suppose. By the way, what were you about to say to me? Chi Feichi inquired. I wanted to ask. Hybera AI's gaze drifted away. What illness did you suffer from previously? Chi Feichi had nothing to hide. Dissociative identity disorder. One persona experienced severe depression, while the other, Genta, who had unknowingly wandered into the adjacent room, let out a startled yelp. Conan peeked out to take a look and hurriedly dashed out of the room. Chi Feichi followed suit, but upon arriving in the next room, he found only a weary Genta and Hikaru present, while Conan had mysteriously vanished. Hybera AI also trailed behind Chi Feichi. Where is Idagawa? Genta looked around in confusion. Conan was just here. What happened? Ayumi followed closely behind. Hikaru was equally bewildered. Conan had suddenly disappeared. Hybera AI noticed a fallen chair, books scattered across the floor, and an open clock cover. She tugged at Chi Feichi's sleeve and then paused, recalling Feichi, momentarily frozen. I understand. Chi Feichi did not lower his gaze to Hybera AI, instead focusing on the approaching Tan Yanshingnin, Kamiyama Takako, and Dr. Agasa. He spoke in a hushed tone. If we open the hidden door here, we might see signals in the former bedroom of the castle's owner, the queen and the king. Do not touch anything. When everyone heads to the dining room, I will investigate. Do not wander off or enter any suddenly opened doors. Hybera AI felt a heaviness in her heart, her expression growing serious. This castle is indeed not simple. Please do not all leave at once, Chi Feichi remarked. Also, aside from Kamiyama Takako, be cautious around the others. Do not mention calling the police in their presence. Although, in the narrative, Kamiyama Man had not done anything overtly wrong, it was evident that he too was drawn by the treasure and his presence could very well alter the original course of events. Vigilance was indeed warranted. As for Tan Yanshingnin and the other servants, human nature is prone to tests. Hybera AI felt a twinge of concern but maintained her composure, quietly asking that Mr. Kamiyama Takako, can he be trusted? Trustworthy. Chi Feichi had come to understand Kamiyama Takako's character during this time. She was innocent and harmless but lacked decisiveness and was prone to folly. Hybera AI replied, what a sharp assessment. However, she also realized that she could reach out to Lady Kamiyama for assistance, though she should not harbor excessive hopes. Tian Yanshingnan speculated that Conan had gone downstairs to the restroom while Dr. Agasa and the 3 members of the Junior Detective League were led astray and decided to have a meal at the restaurant first. I'll just step into the restroom for a moment. Chief Feichi casually used the restroom excuse and headed to the second-floor lavatory. As soon as the door closed, Feichi quickly slipped out of Chief Feichi's sleeve and eagerly asked, "Is there any movement? Are we going to find that child?" "Wonderful. I've been so bored these past few days. Have you explored all the secret entrances?" Chief Feichi whispered. In the past few days, Feichi had been roaming the castle not merely for amusement but also to investigate its secret mechanisms. After all, Kaido Kuroba had left, yet he had not forgotten about the treasure. Just a day before his departure, they had agreed that once the treasure was found, he was to inform Chief Feichi. If it were not gemstones, it would belong to Chief Feichi, but if it were all jewels, Kaido Kuroba proposed to take a look first and then share a portion. The agreement was so detailed that Chief Feichi nearly succumbed to the temptation to tell Kaido Kuroba, "Gems? You're dreaming. This treasure doesn't even contain a single coin." However, Kaido Kuroba's enthusiastic remark about sharing silenced his thoughts. "Of course, I've explored everything." Feichi nodded fervently like a chick pecking at rice. Chief Feichi couldn't help but grasp Feichi's head, feeling that every time Feichi nodded vigorously, it made him feel as though the snake had gone mad. "Just one nod will do from now on. Tell me about the secret entrances you've discovered." Chapter 25. None but Chief Feichi is normal. The snake was undoubtedly adept at infiltration. The secret doors in the castle were not perfectly sealed, and the hidden passages had to have ventilation points. Those areas were inaccessible to humans, but snakes could easily slither in. Feichi had nearly mapped out all the secret passages and mechanisms, some of which Lady Kamiyama Masanori might not have thoroughly explored. After listening, Chief Feichi instructed Feichi, "You should head to the restaurant first. As soon as you see Lady Kamiyama Masanori enter, return immediately. I will be waiting for you at the second room's secret door on the second floor. Oh, and try not to provoke that little girl who seems so daft. If a bottle of chemical agent goes down her throat, you would be lucky to remain with just a skeleton." Feichi sat up abruptly, staring at Chief Feichi with a dazed expression. "Is it that terrifying? You must be joking, right?" "No, you must be tricking the snake." Chief Feichi refrained from further unnecessary conversation, opened the restroom door, and took action. In the first-floor dining hall, both young and old were seated around the table. "Wow, what a feast!" Yuan Tai exclaimed, unable to tear his eyes away from the food. A maid entered and quietly approached Lady Kamiyama, saying, "Masanori-sama, we cannot find Mr. Chi anywhere." "Keep looking." Masanori nodded woodenly, glancing at Dr. Agasa. "Let us eat first. The servants can search for him." "Huh?" Dr. Agasa hesitated, but Masanori reassured him. "It's fine, he must have gone to find that hiding little boy. He'll bring the child to eat once he finds him." Masanori had comfortably fabricated Chief Feichi's whereabouts. Hybra AI felt a jolt of surprise, thinking that Chief Feichi might have been seen while looking for Conan. She discreetly observed Masanori's expression. This man had a completely expressionless demeanor. Masanori's face showed no sign of emotion. Indeed, fabricating Chief Feichi's movements seemed second nature to him. She felt somewhat numb. If the scientist could not find the treasure, he should leave. No, she could not give up. Yet, perseverance was arduous. Meanwhile, Lady Kamiyama Masanori, seated in a wheelchair, sensed something amiss. Although she had knocked out the bespectacled boy who had entered the secret door and locked him up, Chief Feichi had resided in the castle for a while, making it uncertain whether he might uncover anything. No, she had to check. "Have the food sent to my room. I shall dine there." "Grandmother?" Lady Kamiyama was somewhat taken aback. "Humph, what scientist friend? I see he only seeks a clever person to unravel the mysteries. His stay here is merely for the castle's treasure." Masanori turned the wheelchair and left. "Tell my daughter to inform me when she returns. I must have a serious talk with her about how she could be deceived by such a fellow." Lady Kamiyama felt awkward but noticed that Masanori didn't seem angry, so she said no more. "Help the lady to deliver the food." Masanori blandly instructed the maid. Hybra AI had been quietly observing the family. The elderly lady occasionally forgot that her daughter had passed away, and her grandson merely asked a question after witnessing his grandmother confront his stepfather. Masanori appeared strange. His pallor was alarming, as if he were only focused on the castle's treasure, neglecting everything else. She leaned closer to Dr. Agasa and whispered, "Doctor?" "Doctor?" Agasa cooperatively lowered his voice. "What's wrong? Let us find an opportunity to discreetly call for help." Idagawa might be in trouble, as Chi Feichi has gone to find him. Stay alert and don't trust this family. Hybrid AI excluded Lady Kamiyama from her suspicions. It wasn't that she didn't trust Chi Feichi. Rather, she suddenly felt that Lady Kamiyama also seemed rather abnormal. Huh? Dr. Agasa was taken aback. Do you not think this family is odd? Hybrid AI remarked. In comparison, Chi Feichi seems like the only normal one. Dr. Agasa recalled their experiences since entering the castle and glanced at the two at the dining table, nodding in agreement. Perhaps it was psychological, but he suddenly sensed a strange atmosphere in the air, silently sympathizing with Chi Feichi. It was not easy for him to escape from a place like Oyama 4th Hospital, only to find himself temporarily residing with such a family. Let us eat first, Masanori turned to call everyone. If he knew Hybrid AI and Dr. Agasa's thoughts, he might have jumped up from his chair in excitement. He was, after all, the only normal person in this family. Nevertheless, amidst the cheerful atmosphere of the three children enjoying their meal, Masanori brought up the incident of the castle fire. His occasionally distracted, troubled, and haggard expression, along with Lady Kamiyama's silent dining actions, only further convinced Dr. Agasa of his feelings. Just before Lady Kamiyama Masanori returned to her room, Chi Feichi and Feichi had already entered the secret passage. Feichi tracked the fresh scent of blood left by Conan, coiling around Chi Feichi's neck and directing the way. Chi Feichi did not use a flashlight or any light source but followed Feichi's words, walking leisurely through the dark passage, his steps barely making a sound. Meanwhile, Lady Kamiyama Masanori returned to her room, feeling uneasy. She opened the secret door and entered the passage, inspecting several entrances. Unfortunately, Chi Feichi had a habit of minimizing and erasing his tracks during his actions, making it impossible for her to find any signs of his coming and going. After searching around, Lady Kamiyama found nothing unusual and headed towards the room where Conan was confined. In the dim, oppressive space, Conan had already awakened, but he was tightly bound with ropes. Hearing the sound of the mechanism opening, he could only shift direction on the ground to look towards the source of the noise. The door opened, and a glaring beam of light from a flashlight shot in, making it hard for him to open his eyes. Lady Kamiyama Masanori scanned the hidden room with the flashlight and then retreated. "Hey!" Conan shouted. But all that responded to him was the sound of the door closing in the darkness, leaving him frowning in contemplation. He had thought that the other party was afraid of an accident and couldn't wait to come and silence him, but now it seemed they preferred he die a natural death. The earlier actions felt as if they were confirming whether he was still there or searching for someone. Someone was looking for him, and perhaps had already entered. Dr. Agasa, Hybrid, or the three children. No, the most likely person was behind him. A faint sound of the mechanism echoed again. How could it be from behind? Was there another mechanism there? Conan was puzzled and quietly shifted his position once more. In the depths of darkness, Conan stood out like a luminous bulb under the thermal gaze of Feichi, his movements distinctly discernible, 2 steps to the left, 6 steps forward. And crouching down, he could reach the head of the little ghost lying on the ground, now turned towards us. Conan's eyes were not infrared detectors. He merely heard the faint sound of a mechanism in the darkness, which soon fell silent. However, if one listened closely, there seemed to be a slight, almost imperceptible sound lingering. After approximately 5 or 6 seconds, a hand pressed down on his head, and the calm voice of Chi Feichi resonated above him. "Conan, are you awake?" "Yes," Conan sighed with relief, whispering, "That person was here just now, but they've already left. We're in a sealed darkroom." Chi Feichi, upon hearing this, seemed puzzled. "So?" Conan hesitated for a moment, placing a hand on Chi Feichi's head, thinking he should understand the implications. He explained, "It's fine to turn on the flashlight now. As long as she doesn't come in, she shouldn't discover that I'm tied up. Helping me untie the ropes should be possible." "Right?" Chi Feichi replied. "Flashlight? I didn't bring one." Conan was momentarily taken aback. How could someone come to a place like this without a light source? Wait, does that mean Chi Feichi navigated in complete darkness? "I have a small flashlight on my watch that can provide light. Just untie me first," he began to say. But before he could finish, he felt Chi Feichi's hand deftly locate the ropes binding his wrists. "What happened to your watch?" Chi Feichi inquired. Nothing, Conan responded, his eyes scanning the pitch-black surroundings, beginning to doubt whether the sudden bright light from the flashlight had caused some issue with his vision. In the silence that Conan could not hear, Feichi continued to communicate with Chi Feichi about the situation. The knot is tight. It seems unlikely to untie it. We should use a knife. Don't move, Chi Feichi cautioned, producing a spring-loaded knife from his pocket and opening it. While Conan was still puzzled, he felt a chill between his bound wrists as the sensation of restraint vanished. Realizing Chi Feichi was using the knife to cut the ropes, he was instantly alarmed and froze in place. There's another knot approximately 20 centimeters to the left of the master's left hand. Stop, the rope has been cut. If you continue, you'll stab this little ghost in the back. Good, the last one is at the little ghost's ankle. Conan felt another rope snap. I can handle the rest, he stated. Chi Feichi, following Feichi's guidance, cut the final knot. What? Conan exclaimed as he sat up, struggling to free himself from the layers of ropes wrapped around him, unable to resist asking, Brother Chi, am I blind? Chi Feichi paused momentarily before responding. What do you think? Conan felt a pang of realization. He seemed to have acted foolishly. With the ropes untied, he could simply confirm for himself. Turning on the flashlight on his watch, he discovered that he could see. After a brief silence, he turned to Chi Feichi. How did you manage to come over here? Just like this, Chi Feichi replied, momentarily pausing to lift Conan and swiftly enter the dark door he had previously come through, closing the mechanism behind them. The beam from Conan's watch illuminated the seam of the closed door, and he suddenly noticed a beam of light gradually expanding from the opposite side of the dark room. Turning back to Chi Feichi, he realized that although he couldn't see the person opening the door, it was likely the one who had replaced Kanmori Masao here. Had Chi Feichi not reacted swiftly, they might have been trapped inside. However, his reaction seemed rather quick. Considering the time it took to lift him, reach the dark door, and close it, did Chi Feichi notice the other party approaching just as they reached the door? Chapter 26. If you can find me. Chi Feichi looked down at the Conan he was carrying. I said I heard them. Do you believe me? Conan nodded, finding this explanation plausible. Your hearing is indeed remarkable. However, since we could see the light from the gap in the door, she might have seen it too. She'll likely find us soon. We should leave this place quickly. Turn off the light on your watch, Chi Feichi instructed as he moved forward. We might be discovered. Can you see? Conan hesitated, concerned that Chi Feichi might lead him into a wall. Don't worry, Chi Feichi reassured him, turning a corner and activating the mechanism. As the door opened, he swiftly slipped inside. Seeing Chi Feichi's confidence, Conan turned off the light. As they proceeded, Feichi guided Chi Feichi, whispering directions. Chi Feichi took this opportunity to assess Feichi's capabilities. His tracking skills rivaled those of animals with acute senses of smell, combined with thermal detection, providing a significant advantage in complete darkness. Though his vision was comparable to human eyesight, it was ineffective in the absence of light. Nonetheless, for a creature like a snake, whose true eyesight was less effective, this was considered excellent vision. Moreover, perhaps due to the innate abilities of snakes, Feichi had an exceptional sense of distance. He could precisely report how far he needed to walk to reach the next corner, how many steps it would take, and accurately gauge lengths, such as when he instructed to cut the rope 6 millimeters downwards. Although his judgments were not as precise as Feichi's, the margin of error was greater. Overall, they made a suitable partnership, each complementing the other's strengths. Feichi could infiltrate, search, and detect, serving as Chi Feichi's eyes, while Chi Feichi handled the fighting and planning, undertaking tasks only a human could accomplish. In the darkness, Feichi shared Chi Feichi's sentiments. Their last operation, while profitable, lacked difficulty. This current endeavor presented a chance to understand each other better and develop a rapport, as Feichi diligently noted Chi Feichi's various habits. Chi Feichi also adjusted some of his own behaviors, varying his pace while walking to help Feichi comprehend, while simultaneously pondering how to obtain 2 bamboo rats, as they were unavailable in Japan. Meanwhile, Conan was being carried through the darkness, akin to a ghost, utterly disoriented, unable to discern his surroundings or direction, only able to ascertain that Chi Feichi was either ascending or descending stairs or walking along flat ground. Occasionally, he glimpsed a flicker of light, a fleeting beam from Kanmori Masao's flashlight searching for them, but it seemed as though their paths would never cross. No, they had encountered one another once. He had intended to ask Chi Feichi which direction to turn, hesitating as he prepared to speak when suddenly Chi Feichi covered his mouth and nose, almost making him believe Chi Feichi intended to harm him. At that moment, he heard a faint breath from the left side. Simultaneously, Chi Feichi seemed to hold his breath. When Conan realized what was happening, He felt a chill run down his spine, accompanied by a profound sense of absurdity. It appeared that Kainmori Masao had turned off her flashlight and was hidden in a crevice, hoping to ambush them. Yet, Chi Feichi, carrying him like a specter, passed right by without her noticing. It was akin to a high-level player in a survival game stealthily maneuvering past a lurking foe while he, as the subordinate, was meant to assist in completing the mission. After being carried for a minute, Conan couldn't help but poke Chi Feichi. "It's fine, she's not nearby now. We can talk," Chi Feichi said. "Where are we going?" Conan asked, not doubting that Chi Feichi was lost. He seemed to have an omniscient sense of direction. Chi Feichi, not disclosing that he was seizing the opportunity to synchronize with Feichi, pondered for a moment. "I don't know, I'm considering our options." Conan was incredulous. After carrying him for over 10 minutes, Chi Feichi claimed he didn't know where to go and was still contemplating. "I think we could ambush that person and deal with her directly," Conan suggested, feeling exasperated. In the recent encounter, he was startled, and Chi Feichi passed by Matsuya Masao with such swiftness that he had no time to react. Otherwise, a single tranquilizer dart would have resolved everything. Moreover, judging from Chi Feichi's nimble gait, it was evident that he was well-trained and could have confronted the situation head-on without hesitation. "Your reasoning is valid. However, after a prolonged absence, she is likely already departed," Chi Feichi remarked. The adversary intended to kill, committing an act of malicious assault resulting in attempted murder, yet thus far, the police remain oblivious, let alone pursuing the fugitive after an escape. This implies that the perpetrator is of little consequence. Rather than hastily capturing them, it would be more prudent to designate them as a target for discovery to hone one's skills. Conan was rendered speechless. "Shall we not inform the police to apprehend the culprit?" "No rush," Chi Feichi calmly analyzed. "Consider this. The adversary had already confirmed that you were not rescued. Why then would they venture into the hidden chamber? Do they not comprehend that the more frequently they visit, the greater the likelihood of unforeseen incidents?" Suddenly enlightened, Conan exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that someone else has fallen into her clutches? She intends to confine that person alongside me." Thus, Chi Feichi halted, adjusted the mechanism in the opposing wall, and remarked, "While she departs, we must rescue another individual, correct, Dr. Agasa?" The secret door gradually creaked open. Conan illuminated the area with his watch, revealing Dr. Agasa bound and lying on the floor, but unlike his previous experience, Dr. Agasa's mouth was now sealed. It is likely that the adversary believed his rescue was due to a cry for help that alerted Chi Feichi to their precise location. Dr. Agasa was nearly conscious and, upon recognizing the two, sighed in relief. Chi Feichi gently set Conan down and advanced to sever the ropes binding Dr. Agasa. Conan also stepped forward to assist, tearing off the tape that sealed Dr. Agasa's mouth. "Doctor, what transpired?" Dr. Agasa complained, feeling several strands of his mustache had been torn away by the tape. "I intended to discreetly report to the authorities when I discovered your hat stained with blood on the ground, and before I knew it, I was knocked unconscious. When I regained consciousness, I was already here, without any knowledge of the assailant's identity." "Did you enter through a suddenly opened door?" Chi Feichi inquired. "I spotted the new, Conan's hat, and seeing the hidden door ajar, I thought to investigate the entrance first," Dr. Agasa sheepishly explained. He then turned to Conan, saying, "Previously, Mr. Chi warned you and instructed AI to be cautious of that family, advising against alarming anyone or entering any suddenly open doors. Yet you still went in, did you not?" Conan felt somewhat exasperated. Having been forewarned, he had still fallen victim. "We've lingered too long, we must hasten our exit." Chi Feichi turned to leave the hidden chamber. Given the warning, Dr. Agasa had still fallen into a minor trap, and he held little hope that the others would heed his advice. However, it was possible that Hybrid AI and the three children were not sent individually but rather together. Before reaching the exit, Chi Feichi abruptly halted, activated a mechanism beside the path, and opened another parallel hidden passage, extracting the unconscious Genta from within. Conan grew anxious, fearing that they might all have been dealt with. "That should not be the case," Chi Feichi replied as he returned to the original hidden passage, casually shutting the mechanism. "There is one who has successfully infiltrated." No sooner had he spoken than Hikaru's silhouette appeared around the corner, still wearing the glasses Conan had previously dropped. The flashlight watch had also revealed Chi Feichi and the others, prompting him to rush over. Conan, Brother Chi, and Dr. Agasa, it's a relief to see you all safe. By the way, Genta," Chi Feichi shook Genta awake. "He is unconscious." with only a large bump on the back of his head, nothing more. Phew, that's a relief, Hikaru said, panting as he explained. I found Conan's glasses and used the tracking feature to locate this place. At the time, the door in front of me opened. But having heard AI say that Brother Chi advised caution regarding suddenly opened doors, I refrained from entering. I retrieved the glasses and left. Here, Conan. These are your glasses. Chief Feichi could not help but glance at Dr. Agasa, noting that even a child could heed advice better than the doctor. Dr. Agasa chuckled awkwardly, by the way. What of AI and Ayumi? Hikaru interjected, we previously found them near the tower that caught fire 4 years ago. Conan, having donned his glasses, glanced at the remaining 2 detective badges and turned to Chief Feichi. They are currently together, not far above us. We must find them. I'll guide you through the shortcut. Chief Feichi continued upward, discovering another mechanism at the corner. The wall opened, revealing a ladder leading upward. With one hand holding Genta and the other grasping the railing, they ascended to the first floor of the tower. Conan followed closely. I recall Mr. Taniyama mentioning that this estate's patriarch was a cousin of your grandfather. Given your familiarity with these secret passages, have you visited here before? No, Chief Feichi replied. Conan pondered. If you could find your way in the dark, is it possible that this castle was once your family's, or that you possessed blueprints of the secret passages? No, that's not the case. I have resided here for some time. It's impossible that I discovered nothing. Chief Feichi refuted Conan's imaginative theory, reaching to open the exit above, switching off his watch's light. She likely knew AI and Ayumi's whereabouts and may have been waiting above. Wait, their positions have shifted, Conan observed on the tracking device. It appears they have entered the hidden passage, heading towards the main building. Chief Feichi fell silent for a moment, calmly and seriously remarking, is everyone engaged in a collective game of hide and seek tonight? Conan could only manage a wry smile. Let us first seek them out. Very well, let us ascend. Chief Feichi agreed. I'll lead you through the shortcut. Conan thought, just how many shortcuts does this fellow know? Chapter 27, Matsuya Masao, how delightful. Inside the tower, the floor at the first level was pushed aside. Chief Feichi first set Genta down, then turned back to pull Conan, followed by Hikaru, and finally assisted Dr. Agasa. He then lifted Genta once more, heading toward the exit. Dr. Agasa hurried to keep up, inquiring, is the mechanism outside this time? The secret passages beneath this castle are indeed intricate. Chief Feichi turned, his gaze towards Dr. Agasa, revealing an unusual complexity. Why venture through the hidden passages when the pathway is less than a minute away? Dr. Agasa replied, well, after crawling through the passages for so long, I forgot that the direct route is indeed much shorter, merely a turn away. Conan and Hikaru were momentarily taken aback, remaining silent as they pretended not to share Dr. Agasa's earlier thoughts. The latter felt somewhat disheartened, sensing Chief Feichi's glance had cast doubt upon his intelligence. He could have explained, stating that it was not a matter of intelligence but rather a question of habitual thought processes. Genta, who had been carried by Chief Feichi, woke halfway through and was handed to Hikaru to clarify the situation. Under Conan's discreet instructions, Dr. Agasa contacted the cosmetic surgery clinic to verify Matsuya Masao's identity. Upon reaching the main hall, Chief Feichi approached a section of the floor, indicating the exit is here. Conan, following closely, observed the tracking glasses and cautioned. Based on their movement speed, it seems the assailant is pursuing them. We must remain vigilant. Dr. Agasa also gathered around, learning that the idea of someone traveling abroad for plastic surgery to become an elderly woman was exceedingly rare, especially multiple times, which the clinic remembered distinctly. The name registered during the procedures was Nishikawa Matsumi. Hikaru stepped forward, scrutinizing the entrance that appeared identical to the other floors. If the assailant knows we are waiting above, they may retreat through the hidden passage and escape through another exit, allowing them to evade capture. Yuan Tai rubbed the large bump on the back of his head and proposed, let us hide and capture that murderer when she comes up. No need, Conan replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. I have a way to draw her out using the answer to that riddle. Suddenly realizing that Chief Feichi was still beside him, he turned and playfully grinned. Brother Chi must know the answers to those chess puzzles in the courtyard, right? I don't know, Chief Feichi replied. I'm not interested in riddles. Conan felt a pang of disappointment but quickly regained his composure. While Chief Feichi's deductive skills seemed slightly superior to his own, he appeared less adept at unraveling puzzles and codes. However, it was worth noting that today he had exhibited behavior that was decidedly unchildlike in front of Chief Feichi. It seemed that Chi Fei-chi's demeanor, which did not regard him as merely a child, almost made him forget that he currently embodied the form of a 7-year-old. Yet, considering Hiroshi's calm and mature demeanor today, Conan was uncertain about Chi Fei-chi's thoughts and whether he had discerned something significant. A soft thud echoed from beneath the floor, and shortly thereafter someone opened it. Ayumi climbed up, panting, and was startled to find the dim light. Looking around, she noticed Chi Fei-chi on one side, Dr. Agasa on another, Conan on yet another, while Yuan Tai and Hiroshi flanked the exit, forming a complete circle. Chi Fei-chi silently reached out and pulled Ayumi aside. The murderer's objective must be the treasure within the castle. Hybera AI followed closely behind Ayumi, emerging to see her companions waiting at the exit, forming an eerie circle that complicated her emotions. Without waiting for Hybera AI to climb up completely, Chi Fei-chi once again extended his hand to pull her up. A hand appeared beneath Hybera AI's feet, but it was too late. The fingers brushed against her shoe's sole, grasping nothing but air. Below, the figure of Nishikawa Matsumi, who had undergone plastic surgery to impersonate the long-deceased Kenmori Miseo, hesitated for a moment before resolutely climbing up. She absolutely could not allow those who had discovered her secret to escape. At the exit, those whom she had previously knocked unconscious surrounded the opening, silently waiting for her to reveal herself. Hiroshi and Yuan Tai lay flat on the ground, with Hiroshi pressing down on Yuan Tai's head to keep him from peeking. Turning to Yuan Tai, he whispered a warning, then glanced back at the exit just as Nishikawa Matsumi's head emerged from the dark passage. The atmosphere became awkwardly tense. Conan, observing the peculiar scene of his companions squatting and waiting for their quarry to show herself, felt an odd rhythm to the moment. Seeing Nishikawa Matsumi attempt to retreat, he quickly produced a voice changer and concealed himself behind Dr. Agasa. Miss Nishikawa, even if you try to flee now, you cannot escape the police's pursuit. And don't you want to know the answer to the riddle in the castle? People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Indeed, Nishikawa Matsumi climbed out, listening to Conan and Dr. Agasa engage in a duet of deduction. The true Lady Kenmori had long been murdered by Nishikawa Matsumi, who, in her quest for the castle's treasure, had disguised herself as Kenmori Miseo, feigning dementia. Unable to deceive the lady's daughter, she orchestrated a fire 4 years prior that resulted in the deaths of both the lady's daughter and the long-serving maids. What truly caught Conan's attention was her comment about the size of passports changing. If the lady had never left the castle for a decade, she would not have been aware of such a detail. Chi Fei-chi scrutinized Nishikawa Matsumi's face, marred by age spots, reflecting on how far she was willing to go for treasure. Should she evade arrest and be pursued, the bounty on her head would likely surpass that of Numabuchi Jiro. Enough, Nishikawa Matsumi said impatiently, feeling uncomfortable under Chi Fei-chi's unflinching gaze. Where is the treasure? Tell me quickly. Chi Fei-chi continued his appraisal. Such a criminal, devoid of guilt or remorse, is typically classified as a high-risk target for bounty hunters. In emergencies during apprehension, lethal force is permissible without consequence, though the bounty would be significantly reduced. After Conan, using Dr. Agasa's voice, revealed the answer to the riddle, Nishikawa Matsumi eagerly ascended through the hidden passage behind the painting, only to discover that the so-called treasure was merely the castle and the surrounding landscape. As dawn broke, the horizon slowly revealed the sun, painting the clouds in shades of orange-red, with light acting as a messenger, gradually consuming the darkness and illuminating the forest. The river ahead shimmered, with day and night alternating before the eyes, presenting a truly splendid view. Chi Fei-chi stood by the window, savoring the scene for a moment, feeling refreshed, while he completely ignored Nishikawa Matsumi, who sat despondently in the corner, tears streaming down her face. An hour later, the police arrived, startling Kenmori Man, Kenmori Takiko, and a group of servants who had just awakened. After Dr. Agasa recounted the events, Kenmori Takiko watched as Nishikawa Matsumi was led away in a police car, feeling relieved but soon startled by a sudden burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha! Kenmori Man laughed heartily. The police officer driving the car turned to glance outside the window, hesitating whether to call off the team or investigate further. Ah ha ha ha! I'm fine, Kenmori Man explained to the officer, laughing joyfully. Is this not how the original story unfolded? Chi Fei-chi mused, recalling that Kenmori Man should have felt disappointed. Yuan Tai whispered, Could it be he suffered such a blow that he lost his mind? Conan found it hard to argue against that logic. It was indeed a possibility. Hiroshi quietly added, Brother Chi must know the contact information for Aoyama 4th Hospital, right? I'm fine, Kamori Man reiterated, his laughter subsiding, yet a radiant smile remained on his face. To be honest, I was quite disappointed at first when I discovered that the treasure mentioned by the old master was merely this castle and this view. However, the thought of finally being able to leave without any burdens made me happy again. It's not easy, truly wonderful. Rather than pursuing elusive wealth and wasting time torturing myself, it is far better to embrace the present, enjoy the pleasures of life, and strive for tangible riches. Indeed, in that very moment, he felt his soul elevated. Dr. Agasa sighed in relief, though he still sensed something amiss. Upon reflection, Kanmori Man's reasoning did hold merit. And he was glad that Mr. Kanmori could think this way. Let us all go of breakfast. Kanmori Man invited, please, don't hold back, you have been a tremendous help. Dr. Agasa initially hesitated to impose upon the Kanmori family, but after being tugged by Hybera AI, he changed his mind, saying, then we shall not be polite. Kanmori Man then turned to Chi Fei Chi. Mr. Chi, I apologize, but I no longer wish to remain confined in this castle. I originally promised your father to take care of you for a while, but I fear I must break that promise. I will inform Mr. Shinoji shortly. I am truly sorry. That's all right, Chi Fei Chi replied, understanding. He had anticipated not staying here for long. Kanmori Man had resided in the castle due to the promise of treasure, and now that it lacked anything remarkable, he would not confine himself to that forest any longer. Although Kanmori Man's mindset and thoughts slightly deviated from his expectations, the outcome remained the same. I intend to stay, Kanmori Takiko stated, if Mr. Chi does not mind. You may continue to reside here. Thank you, Chi Fei Chi considered for a moment. I would like to discuss it with my father first. This place could serve as a training ground, but if I were to live here long-term, I might struggle to encounter new faces throughout the year, let alone find 2 bounty targets to pursue. However, if given a choice between returning to the mental hospital and remaining here, I would undoubtedly choose to stay. Chapter 28, Conan is a prodigal. At the dining table, Mamiya Man couldn't help but chuckle to himself at the prospect of leaving easily. Yuenta, Bummy, and Mitsuhiko sat silently, eating their breakfast, casting a weak glance at the snickering Mamiya, feeling as if the jam on their toast had lost its appeal. This uncle's behavior was truly alarming. He must be a bit eccentric. Even Chi Fei Chi couldn't help but scoff at him in his sleeve, surprised by his sudden laughter. Chi Fei Chi remained calm throughout. Was it strange to laugh while eating? He had witnessed people discussing the future trends of the world economy while splitting bread in half. Seen others meticulously pick out the rice from sushi, laying each grain on the table in a fervent prayer posture, claiming it was a form of spirit summoning. He had even encountered someone who insisted he could reverse time, conducting experiments with his food that left bystanders bewildered. Moreover, Fyama Yoshimi once dined with him and inquired whether he had heard the kelp in the soup speaking. At that moment, a nearby patient chimed in, stating that cooked kelp could not talk, prompting him to observe Fyama Yoshimi's contemplative gaze. For that little companion, he could only offer sympathy. The correct response was simply no. Such an uncomplicated phrase, yet the more one said, the more one could err. As for Mamiya's sudden laughter, it was hardly a significant matter. It was merely a gentle reminder to the uncle not to fall into Fyama Yoshimi's hands. After finishing his meal, Chi Feichi stood and announced, I am full. Please enjoy your meal, everyone. Ah, okay, Mamiya Man replied, striving to suppress his smile, his eyes glinting with peculiar anticipation. Chi Feichi shook his head, saying nothing further. Once outside, he called Kaido Kuroba. The phone rang several times before being answered, and Kaido's drowsy voice came through. What's up? It's the weekend, and I have a new objective. I stayed up late last night researching. The treasure in the castle has been found. Chi Feichi briefly recounted the events, not withholding any pertinent details from Kaido, such as what the treasure was, that it was discovered by a boy named Conan, that the lady of the house was actually a maid who had undergone plastic surgery, and Mamiya's peculiarities. I believe Mr. Mamiya's issues are your responsibility. Initially, Kaido marveled at the bizarre nature of the entire affair, but upon hearing that, he jumped up, exclaiming, What does that have to do with me? I left there days ago. He can't come looking for me, can he? While you were there, he likely smiled at you while inwardly cursing you 100 times a day. Such a thing can have a significant impact on one's mental state. Chief Feichi helped Kaido shoulder the blame, adding, simply put, he has been bottling things up for too long. It's not a serious issue, just needs some time to relax. That's good, Kaido admitted, feeling a bit guilty, as he thought Mamiya was actually quite a decent person. By the way, be careful of that boy Conan. Last time he suspected we knew each other due to the connection between the red herring and the scarecrow, and now he has gone to Mamiya's house. Don't worry, the people at Mamiya's Haven Tea mentioned you. At least not while I was there, Chief Feichi assured him. He had previously analyzed Kaido's potential exposure, only to find that no one had mentioned him, perhaps because their attention was diverted by the treasure or because Kaido had left a few days prior. He suspected that, after satisfying those two conditions, Kaido had triggered some sort of avoidance mechanism. After all, Kaido was the true son of Kaido Kid. Best to let that boy leave soon, lest he discover something. Kaido warned. He seems to be investigating you. Be cautious not to have any secrets exposed. Chief Feichi replied after he learned I came from a mental hospital. He seemed to have less of an issue with me. Kaido burst into laughter. Could it be that he suspects you've been up to no good? Just how sneaky do you have to be for him to investigate you? Chief Feichi calmly responded. Kaido, Feichi misses you. Kaido dismissed it. Just let it be. Hearing Kaido's words, Feichi peeked out from Chief Feichi's collar, propping himself up to eavesdrop on the phone conversation just in time to catch the line. Chief Feichi glanced at Feichi, a red snake known for preying on its own kind, who had recently been researching whether preying on venomous snakes could lead to evolution. Foolish snake. It's impossible for a snake to evolve by consuming its kind, Kaido scoffed. Besides, how could a snake have such complex thoughts? Even if it did, how could it communicate them to you? If I were to believe your words, you'd better reserve a bed for me at Aoyama 4th Hospital. Feichi murmured, Master, when you have time, please buy 2 vials of serum for Kaido. On the other end, Kaido suddenly sneezed. Are you catching a cold? Enough of that. Are you being sent back to the hospital? Should I have Terai come to pull you out? I definitely need to go back. My father is away, and Mr. Mamiya, as my appointed guardian, feels he cannot fulfill his duties. He will certainly send me back to inform the doctor, Chief Feichi explained. And Mr. Terai will need my father's consent to act as my guardian. Alright, but you should find a couple of free days to accept Miss Suzuki's invitation. Kaido suggested with a smile. I'm inviting you to a magic show performed by Kaido Kid. Understood. Are you not curious about what kind of magic it will be? You'll find out when the time comes. I'll hang up now. Hey. Chief Feichi ended the call and dialed his father's number. Father, Mr. Mamiya has something come up and can no longer act as my appointed guardian. Don't you want to return to the hospital? That's correct. I understand. I'll help you contact someone. I have to go out for a few days, so please keep it from Dr. Fiamma. For how many days? 3 days. Also, could you please help me order a batch of bamboo rats from China? The quantity is flexible. Got it. The call ended. Such straightforward communication certainly made things easier. When Chishin no Suk called Mamiya Man, Chief Feichi also received a call from Suzuki Sonoko. Sonoko invited him to visit the Suzuki Art Museum opening in Osaka the day after tomorrow and mentioned that Kaido Kid had set his sights on the Egg of Memories and had already sent out invitations. After hanging up, Chief Feichi opened a webpage. The bounty list is typically provided by various countries, recording wanted criminals. In addition, there exists a similar task hall on the deep web, where the login accounts are the professional numbers issued by different nations. Compared to the bounty list, this so-called Hall of Bounties was far more intriguing. There were opportunists posting bounties for crimes, undercover officials from various countries fishing for suspects, and even people commissioning deliveries, along with a cat search notice that offered a handsome reward. The entire forum proclaimed that black wasn't entirely black, nor white entirely white. It was a chaotic yet lively scene. Chief Feichi clicked into the accumulated bounty pool and searched for the codename of Scorpion. Since most bounty tasks were clandestine and difficult to assess in terms of difficulty, bounty hunters lacked ranking lists, similar to detectives whose reputations spoke for themselves. During his time lurking in the forum, he had come to know some prominent figures, one of whom was Scorpion. Scorpion was also a bounty hunter with unknown age, appearance, or gender very mysterious. Most of the bounties he accepted involved assassination, and occasionally the requested rewards were artifacts or treasures from the Romanov dynasty. He was a highly purposeful bounty hunter, decisive and cold-hearted. Chief Feichi felt one phrase encapsulated him well. No one knows my identity. For anyone who has known my identity is already dead. Bounty hunters themselves also had bounties and did not adhere to any notion of not harming their own kind. If they fell into the hands of peers, they had to be mentally prepared to be traded for money. In the bounty pool, uncovering the identity of Shikabane, along with his appearance and location, comes with a reward of $3 million. Capturing Shikabane and delivering him to the police yields a combined official and private bounty exceeding $9 million. Furthermore, there is a private bounty of $30 million for capturing Shikabane and delivering him to the client with the possibility of exchanging items of equal value. Chief Feichi fell into silence. Recently, he had apprehended Yuya Jiro and conducted a criminal investigation earning merely $100,000. The ability to capture Yuya Jiro was largely due to his understanding of the plot. Such a valuable lady, and Conan merely reported to the police, resulting in no profit. What a waste! An absolute spendthrift. Feichi glanced at the others, his gaze fixed and stunned, an abundance of zeros. Master, shall we go after this individual? Not yet. Chief Feichi resumed his search for Kid the Phantom Thief. In the bounty pool, providing identity information is rewarded with $60,000. Capturing and handing him over to the police yields $310,000. Riding the wave of the recent Easter egg theft, Kaido Kuroba had raised his price by $5,000. After all, Kid had not offended many. And these bounties had been accumulated by various countries' criminal departments. Typically, the authorities do not offer excessively high bounties. Substantial sums are usually kept discreetly through private channels with bounty hunters. A high bounty in the pool generally indicates a cumulative effect of personal bounties after offending someone. Moreover, there are numerous private bounty tasks concerning Kid the Phantom Thief. Tasks range from investigating Kid's identity, revealing the information to only one employer, to spending a day on a date with Kid, with bounties varying from $100,000 to $1 million, clearly appealing to fans or bored wealthy individuals, lacking any hatred bonus, making them incomparable to Shikabane. For instance, Jiro Suzuki is merely bored, but the old man does not issue bounties, preferring personal challenges. A rather malicious character who, while having his own meals, desires to deprive others of theirs simply out of boredom. In a sense, he is one who has ample food yet remains idle and seeks to usurp others' livelihoods, not just desiring to take their bread but also wishing to ascend and dominate them. Quite the malevolent character. Chapter 29. Feichi, a snake in distress. As he climbed higher, a rare glimmer of anticipation flickered in Chief Feichi's usually calm eyes. In his past life, he had been a notable figure, though not the most illustrious, and met an untimely demise. It is indeed regrettable to be stifled just as one is on the cusp of progress and hope. This time, with the old account sealed, he had transitioned to a new district with a new identity, equipped with a cheat engine. There was no reason he should not ascend to the pinnacle, perhaps even be the first. Though he lacked the golden belt of murder and arson, he was not deficient in riches this time around. Nonetheless, he was determined to ascend the ranks of prestige. With some leisure, he might as well accompany Conan in climbing the leaderboard, not wishing to squander the opportunities presented by those notorious for their reputation. Feichi hesitated, pondering. Master, Kaido Kuroba is quite intriguing. Shall we pursue Shikabane instead? I have no intention of capturing him, Chief Feichi replied, glancing once more at the information he had unearthed. He hoped to avoid having too many enemies like Shikabane. A bounty does not equate to prestige. Take Kid the Phantom Thief, for example, whose reputation is genuinely high and has risen again. Feichi questioned, Master, are you waiting to fatten Kaido Kuroba before disposing of him? It was certainly inclined to side with its master. Nevertheless, Kaido Kuroba was rather likable. A snake in distress. Feichi mused. He then searched for his own codename, July. In the bounty pool, offering identity information is valued at $10,000. Capturing and delivering to the police has no initiated bounty. Additionally, there is a private bounty offering $10,000 for identity information and $100,000 for capture and delivery to a private client. This was likely from the previous evidence search that led to complications. Whether it was the Inagawa group or other parties affected is inconsequential. What matters is whether the police department intentionally leaked the information or did so inadvertently. The police would typically not disclose such intelligence, not to ensure his safety, but to maintain an air of mystery and power that inspires awe. If the information was deliberately released, it indicates ulterior motives. If accidentally leaked, It suggests poor information security on their part. Further confirmation of their intentions is necessary, yet for now, it is not a troublesome matter for him. Following the arrest of those implicated in the evidence search, the remaining individuals are unlikely to pursue the matter further. Issuing bounties is probably just a statement of their formidable presence, a declaration of vengeance on behalf of their fallen comrades. Nothing more. Though the bounty amounts are modest, they serve to elevate his profile. At the very least, those who see it will now know of a bounty hunter known as July. Fei Qi's companion, the snake, observed him with unease, questioning why the master was checking his own bounty. Was he contemplating fattening himself for sale as well as Kaido Kuroba? Master, I have made a decision. From now on, I shall only eat 1 hamster per meal. Fei Qi snapped back to reality. Puzzled, you wish to lose weight? The snake hesitated. No, I am merely concerned that one day the master might sell himself. Then fret not, I have ordered bamboo rats for you. Once you finish the hamsters, we shall feast on bamboo rats. Fei Qi reassured, contemplating their course of action. First and foremost, how to prove that Shikabane is indeed Shikabane. His identity is ambiguous and it is not enough for him to capture a girl and declare her to be Shikabane for anyone to believe him. Much like capturing Kaido Kuroba and proclaiming him to be Kid would yield no credence unless caught in the act. This aspect could leverage Conan to capture the scene and expose Shikabane, yet one must not adhere strictly to the plot at the very least. Shikabane should have an opportunity to evade capture. In the living room, Professor Agasa and the young detective League gazed blankly at Fei Qi in the yard. After breakfast, upon noticing that Kane Mori was on the phone with Fei Qi, they decided to wait a moment before bidding farewell. However, upon reaching the door, they found Fei Qi engrossed in his phone, occasionally conversing with the snake. After observing for a moment, Professor Agasa withdrew his gaze. Chuckling, I say, AI, your earlier hint for me to stay for breakfast wasn't because you were worried about Mr. Chi, was it? Hybra AI did not refute. She was indeed concerned that Kane Mori might lose control and do something reckless, fearing that Fei Qi could be harmed. So they stayed to intervene and assist in reporting to the police if necessary. You need not worry at all. Last night, Mr. Chi effortlessly carried Genta up the escalator, showing no signs of strain. He is in excellent shape and likely has some combat training, Conan remarked. If things were to escalate, 10 of Kane Mori would not be a match for Mr. Chi. He remains composed and would not lose control. Hybra AI turned to Conan, forcefully defending Fei Qi. And speaking to animals is not strange. I talk to kittens and puppies too. Is there a problem? It's different. Conan entered analysis mode. Typically, when a person talks to animals, it occurs only at the outset or when the animal exhibits unusual behavior, such as hello, come here for a hug. Are you feeling unwell? They know animals cannot speak or respond, so their dialogue is brief and lacks intervals. Mr. Chi, however, is distinct, although we cannot hear what he says. He pauses after each statement, clearly engaging in a listening process. Hybra AI felt a surge of frustration. Detectives can be so annoying at times. What if, after spending time together, he had come to see Fei Qi as a companion? Even if he did view him as such, it was unlikely he would genuinely listen. Conan sensed the growing danger in Hybra AI's gaze and conceded, all right, I take back what I said. Meanwhile, Professor Agasa had already bid farewell to Kane Mori, who had just finished his phone call and called the group of children. Come on, let us say goodbye to Mr. Chi. We'll be heading back now. Are you returning to the hospital? Hybra AI inquired of Kane Mori. Mikami Man was momentarily taken aback before realizing that Hybra AI was referring to Fei Qi, who would be staying here for another 2 days, with his father arranging for others to care for him. Hybra AI nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Subsequently, Dr. Agasa bid farewell to Fei Qi along with a group of children, exchanging contact information. On August 22nd, in Osaka, at the Suzuki Modern Art Museum, Conan arrived with Suzuki Sonoko where Fei Qi had already exchanged pleasantries with Suzuki Shiro. You handle matters with such composure, truly reminiscent of your father. Suzuki Shiro praised with a smile. You flatter me, Fei Qi replied politely. Conan found the voice familiar and, paired with that calm demeanor, looked up only to be at a loss for words. Who could explain why this individual was here? However, having previously analyzed that Fei Qi had no connections to that organization, Conan simply felt speechless, pondering the increasingly high probability of encountering Fei Qi recently. Ah! Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed. Mr. Chi, you've arrived. I got to Osaka last night and decided to come here after a brief stroll this morning. Chief Eichi explained. You arrived just as I was going out to meet Mr. Muri, Suzuki Shiro remarked to Sonoko. I was quite surprised that the child of Shinjiro would be here. I had no idea you would meet at the Snow Mountain Villa. Sonoko recalled, speaking of Chi and Shinjiro, I believe I've heard my father mention Mr. Chi Shinjiro of the Chi group. Indeed. Suzuki Shiro nodded with a smile. You must have seen each other at the banquet. But Feichi prefers to keep to himself. And you often slip away midway, so perhaps you don't remember. I truly don't recall, Sonoko admitted with a hint of regret. No wonder I thought Mr. Chi seemed somewhat familiar that day. Conan mused. Was he pretending to be oblivious to sing nursery rhymes for this reason? By the way, it seems Chi Feichi recorded a video. I must find an opportunity to have him delete it. Chi group? Mori Ran pondered aloud. I think I've heard of it. The Chi group and the Field group are well-known couples in the industry, primarily developing overseas. You probably don't know that because you might have seen their logo on some electronic products, which features 3 wavy lines within a circle, Sonoko explained, gesturing. Mori Ran smiled knowingly. Yes, I've seen that logo on cameras. Sonoko nodded vigorously, although it is somewhat inferior to our Suzuki group overall. The Chi group is one of the strongest in the country, aside from a few major conglomerates, and they have been gaining momentum in recent years. Sonoko. Suzuki Shiro chuckled lightly. It's fine to say that to others, but while the Suzuki group may have a bit of pride, the Chi group is truly formidable. Forming partnerships and developing overseas with many of their industries not conflicting with ours, making them a favorable collaborator. Saying they were slightly inferior to the Suzuki group in front of Chief Feichi was rather candid of his daughter. I recall seeing that logo at the racetrack. Mori Kagoro mumbled, where was it again? Suzuki Shiro then remembered there were guests present and stood up to greet Mr. Muri. I apologize for my earlier oversight and thank you for coming all this way. Not at all, you are too kind, Mori Kagoro responded, shaking Shiro's hand. Suzuki Shiro also greeted Ran and Conan, inquiring about Hattori Heiji and Toyama Kazuha, and effortlessly garnered their goodwill with his approachable demeanor. He then introduced the other attendees present, the first secretary of the Russian embassy, Sirov and Chinnikov, the art dealer invited by Shiro, Kiyoshi, and the Romanov dynasty researcher, Pu Saikinglin. Hello, Pu Saikinglin greeted in Chinese. Chief Feichi glanced at Pu Saikinglin but did not interrupt Shiro's introduction. Finally, there was the freelance filmmaker Han Chuanlong, who had applied for material to film the treasures. It appeared that everyone was interested in the Feiberg egg but could not muster the 8 million to purchase it. Until several people departed, Chief Feichi did not rush to engage Pu Saikinglin, instead remaining with Muri Kagoro and others to admire the Emperor's Feiberg egg, which Sonoko had once treated as a toy in her childhood. Suzuki Shiro opened the egg's mechanism and took out books, laying them on the table. Within the dynasty's documented materials, this egg was recorded, and he remarked, you see, it has been translated as the Egg of Memories. Egg of Memories? Mori Ran inquired. Is that from Russian translated into English? Indeed, Suzuki Shiro replied, in Russian it is Maisobominal, translated into Japanese as memories. Conan became curious once more, asking, why does reading a book represent memories? Fool. Mori Kagoro interjected. The emperor would call the children to look at books together, symbolizing their beautiful memories, perhaps akin to an album. Chief Feichi remarked, somewhat bored. Chapter 30. You have issues too, don't you? Conan's eyes lit up, recognizing that the connection between memories and albums was indeed far stronger than that of books. Hattori Heiji, initially perceiving Chief Feichi as merely a rich young man who had come to join the fray, began to reassess this reticent young man, nodding in agreement. Your deduction is far more reliable than Uncle Mori's. Whether it's an album or a book, they are the same, right? After all, we can't see them. Mori Kagoro muttered under his breath. Are those sparkling objects inside the egg gems? Mori Ren asked once more. Suzuki Shiro clarified, no, that's merely glass. It's a gift from the Emperor to the Empress, Conan chimed in with curiosity. Isn't that rather strange? Suzuki Shiro nodded, contemplating, however. During the making of the 51st egg, it is said that Russia fell into financial difficulties. Even stranger is that note from Kid. Hattori Heiji stroked his chin. The glowing skyloft. Why would Osaka Castle be glowing? Just then, 2 police officers entered, mistakenly interpreting Kid's clue as him appearing at the castle at 3 a.m. With the remaining matters left to the police, Suzuki Sonoko gathered everyone to go shopping, primarily relying on the local knowledge of Hattori Heiji and Toyama Kazuha. At the shrine's fortune-telling booth, the 3 girls clustered together while Chief Feichi, Hattori Heiji, and Conan sensibly refrained from approaching. Conan finally couldn't resist tugging at Chi Feichi's sleeve, only to freeze momentarily. Having grown accustomed to pulling at adults' sleeves since childhood, he forgot that Chi Feichi had a snake with him. What's the matter? Chi Feichi turned, noticing Conan signaling to whisper. He crouched down. I was wondering. Conan leaned into Chi Feichi's ear. Could you delete that video? No, Chi Feichi firmly refused, standing up just as decisively. Conan, at least consider it? However, it seemed direct communication was ineffective. Hattori Heiji, sensing the two were whispering, instinctively felt there was gossip afoot and chimed in. What secret are you discussing? Count me in. Nothing, Conan denied outright, glancing at Chi Feichi. We were talking about the clue. It just feels a bit off, right, brother Chi? Chi Feichi, acknowledging the connection to Conan's newfound wealth, nodded in reluctant agreement, though it felt somewhat forced, akin to the subtle link between albums and memories, while this clue's interpretation lacked that same coherence. Conan was somewhat surprised. He indeed felt that way but could not articulate it, never expecting Chi Feichi would express it so clearly. Wasn't he, this fellow, supposed to be clueless about deciphering clues? If Chi Feichi were to decipher the code, the enigma within the castle would not fall to him, for he had resided in the ancient fortress for a considerable time, far earlier than he could have discovered the code. Hattori Heiji, though skeptical that they were discussing this, was nonetheless drawn away from his doubts, nodding in agreement. I do sense that. Should we take a look? He suggested. Let the girls explore the shops. He then called over Yamayama. Could you please take care of the two ladies? Yamayama Ko turned in surprise. What about you? I shall attend to our guests, Hattori replied, gesturing towards Chi Feichi and Conan. Why? Mori-ran asked, confused. It's better for boys to be with boys, Hattori responded, not bothering to inquire about Conan, turning instead to Chi Feichi, right? Chi Feichi nodded, though he was reluctant to agree with such a solitary notion. You want to join us, don't you? Hattori smiled at Conan. Yes, Conan replied, nodding cutely, only to be promptly dismissed by the three girls. Hattori paid little mind to that, and once outside the shrine, he remarked, the 12th character, if it refers to something, interpreting it as 3 o'clock is certainly plausible, though not the only possibility. Indeed, in Russian, the pronunciation corresponds to English, Conan added. Pondering this, Hattori remarked, I cannot discern what time it is. Moreover, does Kid the Phantom Thief only target jewels? Why this egg? Conan posed another question, noting that the invitation was signed by the magician of the end of the century, a name he had never used before. In any case, we should visit the castle keep. We may uncover some overlooked details, Hattori suggested, feeling the walk was becoming somewhat tedious. By the way, what fortune did you draw earlier? Is it convenient to share? Great luck, Chi Feichi said, pulling out a fortune slip that read, devote yourself sincerely and both fame and fortune shall follow. Although Conan found Hattori's inquiry somewhat trivial, he felt reluctant to hide his own fortune, which he then revealed. Let me see, it's a small blessing. Hattori leaned in to inspect it. The content read, travel. Secrets will be revealed. Do not proceed. Conan instinctively raised his gaze to Chi Feichi, contemplating that if secrets were to be exposed, Chi Feichi was quite likely to be involved. No, wait. He sought a fortune regarding relationships, which means the one revealing secrets is Ran. This outcome felt even worse. Well, it's not surprising if secrets are uncovered, Hattori stated. What? Conan stammered. Unbeknownst to Hattori, who was unaware that Conan sought a relationship fortune, he thought it better to take the initiative rather than be suspected. He turned to Chi Feichi. You find this kid suspicious too, don't you? Wait. Conan stared blankly at Hattori. What are you trying to do? Despite being a child, he's remarkably clever. Even knowing the Russian pronunciation of letters and their English equivalents, Hattori scrutinized Chi Feichi, yet you showed no surprise just now. Conan regained his composure. Indeed, it seemed he had never sensed astonishment from Chi Feichi, which had conditioned him to overlook his reactions. Hattori remembered to observe Chi Feichi's response, but he had completely forgotten to mask his own surprise or to gauge Chi Feichi's reaction to him. Was Chi Feichi uninterested in these matters, or was he already aware of something from the onset? He genuinely wished to clarify but had struggled to find the appropriate moment. Now, seizing the opportunity presented by Hattori's inquiries to probe Chi Feichi's thoughts seemed wise. However, he must not allow Hattori to carelessly reveal the truth. Indeed, it's peculiar. Conan feigned innocence. Pool brother treats me differently than other children. Hattori, taken aback, thought it unnecessary to question his intelligence. This was simply a back and forth of mutual deception, each trying to outsmart the other for more clues. He wouldn't reveal his cards so easily, after all. Conan focused intently on Chi-Feichi's response. Chi-Feichi's mind raced through the possibilities. For him, the question of whether to expose the secret was of little consequence. Even if Conan were to inquire about how he knew, he could refuse to answer. At most, Conan would simply begin investigating him again. After all, Conan had previously used a listening device, so a few more instances would not be an issue. However, if he couldn't clarify things, following Conan for bounties could become problematic, particularly with such a chaotic timeline where he sometimes wondered where Conan would venture next, potentially missing out on significant opportunities. Moreover, Conan's serious demeanor, desperately attempting to conceal his unease, was quite amusing, serving as a delightful seasoning in life. A few more rounds of deception followed by a normal revelation would be the best course. You have a mental illness too, don't you? Huh? Conan exclaimed, bewildered. You must also suffer from split personality disorder. Your primary personality is that of a normal child, Chi-Feichi observed, while your secondary personality is precocious and astute. Unlike a child, suggesting that subconsciously you wish not to be treated as one. You must have endured some unacceptable grievances as a child, which birthed your secondary personality to protect or validate yourself. From the looks of it, your two personalities alternate harmoniously, indicating that they have reached a tacit understanding, and your secondary personality serves a protective role. Feichi could not help but interject, Master, I've noticed a pattern. When you deceive, you tend to speak at length, but when you're truthful, your responses are generally brief and straightforward. You're deceiving him, aren't you? I can see it, this kid isn't insane. He's merely pretending to be a child. Chi-Feichi replied, what a nonsensical truth. Conan was left in a state of confusion. To ensure Chi-Feichi did not uncover his hidden secrets, would he have to admit to being insane? Yet, that reasoning had merit. He could always fall back on it later if necessary. Wait. Hattori's expression was more bewildered. What do you mean by that? I previously experienced split personality disorder and just got out of the hospital, Chi-Feichi stated nonchalantly. Hattori stared at Chi-Feichi for a moment, at a loss for words. Before turning to Conan, what kind of people are you associating with now? Conan scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Pool Brothers' reasoning is quite remarkable. Hattori raised his eyes. Intrigued by Chi-Feichi, few can earn such praise from high school detective Kudo Shinichi, at least of equal caliber. How about we have a little contest to see who can locate Kid the Phantom Thief first? But Pool Brother isn't adept at deciphering, Conan interrupted. Shall we separate and take action? Chi-Feichi inquired. Of course, Hattori declared enthusiastically. Conan sighed, can these two even hear me? Hey, I said, he protested. But Chi-Feichi observed the sky and checked his phone, noting the time was nearly 6:33 p.m., indicating they should hasten their efforts to meet Kid. He still needed to acquire some gadgets from him. What on earth are you talking about? Hattori remarked, exasperated. The lion at dusk until the maiden at dawn. The clock without a second hand reaching the 12th character, descending from the luminous sky tower, receiving the egg of memories, the magician of the end of the century. Kid the Phantom Thief, Chi-Feichi recited calmly. The 12th character from left to right is... Hattori and Conan were momentarily stunned, a flash of inspiration igniting in their minds. Chapter 31. Catching up to the Blackskin, Chi-Feichi revealed, which is 7:30. Indeed, the invitation refers to the 12th character, not the 12th letter. Thus, interpreting it by counting the 12th letter of the alphabet is less effective than finding the 12th character from the invitation itself, Conan mused, unable to resist glancing at Chi-Feichi. Originally, this fellow was merely a bronze, but unexpectedly he unleashed his ultimate move, catching them off guard. It is amusing how he previously worried about losing to Hattori Heiji in a contest. Hattori acknowledged, stating that Leo spans from July 23rd to August 22nd, while Virgo is from August 23rd to September 22nd. The phrase from the dusk of the lion to the dawn of the maiden forecasts the appearance from the evening of the 22nd to the early hours of the 23rd, with 7:20 p.m. precisely marking dusk. Conan withdrew his gaze from Chi-Feichi and nodded, recognizing that this interpretation connects the preceding and following elements seamlessly, devoid of any forced or awkward impressions. Let us hasten to the Tenshikaku. Wait, Hattori called to Conan, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Something feels amiss. Conan, perplexed, replied, I believe this interpretation is sound. No, that's not it, Hattori elaborated as he pondered. The timing is indeed accurate, but if the previous time deduction was erroneous, Then the bright sky pavilion might also be in question. Knowing the time yet being in the wrong location is futile. There are no raindrops in the sky, no precipitation. Hattori hesitated, not yet realizing the significance of the Tsutenkaku. Chief Feichi, not wanting the police to preemptively ambush, delayed for a moment, deciding to first relay the deciphered time to the officers. Indeed, Hattori exclaimed, retrieving his phone to call. Being aware that he did not decode the clue himself, he did not wish to overshadow Chief Feichi and handed the phone to him. You explain it to them, I'll reconsider the interpretation of the Sky Pavilion. Chief Feichi did not raise his hand. Responding, repeating it is quite bothersome. Hattori was taken aback, realizing Chief Feichi meant to reiterate the explanation. It was indeed troublesome. You go ahead, he said, momentarily at a loss for words. However, upon hearing that the call had connected, he could only step aside to recapitulate Chief Feichi's deduction. Chief Feichi checked the time on his phone. Conan looked up, assuming Chief Feichi was anxious about the dwindling time, and resumed his deep contemplation. Hattori returned from his call, stating, I've contacted the police. Officer Nakamori has relocated the egg to a location known only to him and 2 other officers. They are reluctant to share the information with us, but since they are aware of the time, they should be on high alert. As long as they secure the egg, Kid will be deemed defeated. Conan, having grown weary of the charade in front of Chief Feichi, decided to drop the act, for Chief Feichi had already provided him with a justification. A lunatic is still a lunatic, he frowned. However, not deducing the location leaves one quite unsatisfied. We are so close. Hattori also began to contemplate deeply. The bright sky pavilion must refer to a tall structure, yet the term bright remains puzzling. If the entire building is illuminated at night, many buildings would fit the description. Chief Feichi glanced at the time, 6:49, Tsutenkaku. Hattori's eyes widened, meeting Chief Feichi's gaze for a fleeting moment before he turned and raced toward Tsutenkaku. Let us go. Hey, wait. Conan, confused, attempted to follow but was lifted by Chief Feichi. Chief Feichi reached the roadside and flagged down a taxi. Conan watched Hattori's receding figure and then the halted taxi, falling into silence. For the first time, he questioned whether a detective's intellect could indeed surpass that of someone institutionalized. Once inside the taxi, Chief Feichi set Conan down, pointing at Hattori's rapidly disappearing figure. Catch up to the one in the black skin, blue shirt, and brown pants. Huh? Our friend? Hurry. All right. The driver revved the engine and pursued. However, Hattori was remarkably swift. The taxi struggled to catch up, and just as they managed to draw near, a traffic light halted them, allowing Hattori to widen the gap. At this pace, he will arrive before us, Chief Feichi assessed. Conan gazed at the figure sprinting ahead, a mix of helplessness and exasperation washing over him. The driver, overhearing, mistakenly thought Chief Feichi criticized his speed, feeling a tinge of humiliation. I won't be outpaced by a runner, he declared, pressing the accelerator. On the sidewalk, Hattori ran through the throngs without looking back. Right, we must notify the police promptly. Conan, hurry and make a call. No one responded. Hattori soon sensed something amiss, slowing his pace and turning to glance behind. There were no signs of Chief Feichi or Conan. Moments later, a taxi screeched to a halt beside him. Conan nearly flew out of the vehicle due to inertia but was saved by Chief Feichi's timely pull. Chief Feichi lowered the window slightly, beckoning Hattori. Get in. Hattori climbed into the passenger seat, panting heavily. The day's sunset race had cost him time, stamina, and 2 friendships on the brink of fading. So you 2 just sat in the car watching me run? Come on. You were too hasty and didn't even wait for us. Conan, with half-closed eyes, retorted. After we flagged down the car, we had the driver pursue you. The driver chimed in, yes, you misunderstood. We were chasing you the whole time. But you were just too fast. Hattori's expression shifted to confusion. Is that so? 7:14. The taxi halted in front of Tsutenkaku. Chief Feichi paid the fare as Conan and Hattori eagerly dashed into Tsutenkaku, only to find the elevator was not descending, prompting them to take the stairs instead. Chief Feichi arrived a moment later, glancing at the already pressed elevator buttons. He calculated that if the elevator did not stop at each floor, running to the top would take approximately the same time as riding the elevator. And at this late hour, with no one visiting Tsutenkaku, it was unlikely the elevator would make any stops. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor, and the doors opened. Chief Feichi stepped inside, reflecting on the impulsiveness of detectives. At the top floor, Kaido Kuroba stood poised on a platform, releasing the dove from his hands. With a flourish, his white cape billowed in the wind. Ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it was the Phantom Thief Kid, as Hattori and Conan, racing up the stairs, exchanged glances. They summoned their final reserves of energy to reach the stairwell's end and pushed through the door leading to the top. Kaido adjusted his hat, ready to commence his performance. Bang! The safety door swung open. Conan leaned forward, hands on his knees, gasping for breath yet managing to gaze at Kaido Kuroba on the platform. No. Your performance is about to be interrupted, Phantom Thief Kid. Ding! The elevator doors opened behind them. Shifeichi exited, observing the states of Hattori and Conan. His calculations had proven correct, arriving just on time. Hattori turned to face the composed and unhurried Shifeichi. Shouldn't they have waited for the elevator? As both men turned back to look at Shifeichi, Kaido had already pressed the button on his cell phone remote. In the distance above Osaka Castle, fireworks erupted, bursting magnificently. Hattori snapped back to reality, gazing at Kaido Kuroba. You don't intend to lure the officers near Tsutenkiku to Osaka Castle, do you? Unfortunately, we informed the police on our way here. They won't fall for that. That was indeed part of my plan. But I did not anticipate that you would decipher the clue, Kaido replied, turning to face the trio with a courteous demeanor. However, since the fireworks are already set, let us allow them to adorn the summer night, for soon Osaka will lose its vibrancy. What a pretentious fellow, Hattori thought. Osaka could not possibly fade because of you, he remarked, but before he could finish, Kaido pressed the button on the remote again. In the distance, a power station exploded, plunging the entire city into darkness, indeed robbing it of its color. What? Conan rushed to the railing, peering outside. The power is out? Kaido Kuroba swiftly observed the city engulfed in darkness through his telescope. He had eavesdropped on the police communications and was aware that it was Hige Kaido who deciphered the code. It was he who had invited Hige Kaido to witness the performance, and he was indifferent to the nature of Hige's involvement. Seizing this opportunity, he could also distance himself from any association with the notorious Phantom Thief Kid. Hige Kaido stood at the back, quietly removing the lead weights that were bound to his limbs. After expressing his astonishment at the power outage, Heiji Hattori turned to consult with Hige Kaido, only to find him in the midst of his unburdening, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Conan also turned, intrigued, staring at the weights on the ground. No way. Does this guy usually operate while burdened? Hige Kaido took out a snake, placing it on the ground. Stay put, he instructed. Heiji Hattori, upon recognizing the snake flicking its tongue, jumped back a few steps. What on earth do you have on you? Hige Kaido disregarded Heiji's question and looked toward Kaido Kuroba. You are aware that the police have relocated the egg to a different hiding place, but you do not know its exact location. Kaido Kuroba noticed Hige Kaido's actions, and his eyelids twitched as he hastily scanned for the destination through the telescope. Indeed, Conan suddenly grasped the implication, deducing that the police would seek a concealed location to ensure the egg's safety while simultaneously preparing a generator for emergencies. By causing a blackout throughout the city, they could pinpoint where the generators were in use, thus excluding places like hotels and hospitals that typically had generators, revealing the police's hiding spot for the egg. Correct. Kaido Kuroba confirmed, having identified the target, and he put away his telescope. Heiji, quickly call. Conan's sentence was interrupted as Hige Kaido dashed out with astonishing speed, extending his hand to vault over a structure, flipping and landing deftly, like a weightless shadow soaring from below, swiftly entangling the Phantom Thief Kid. Chapter 32. I can heal. Hold on, don't disturb the public. Upon witnessing Hige Kaido's direct action, Kaido Kuroba instinctively sidestepped, feeling a bit dazed. Hey, you can't be serious about fighting, can you? He had witnessed Hige Kaido's training, but he never anticipated Hige could accelerate to such speeds after shedding the weights. As Hige Kaido closed the distance, he stealthily pocketed two devices concealed beneath Kaido Kuroba's white suit with his free left hand and slipped a note into his possession. Kaido sensed the subtle maneuver, perplexed. Yet he took the opportunity to leap toward the adjacent building, unfurling his glider to take flight. Losing sight of his target, Hige Kaido grasped the iron railing overhead while descending, effortlessly flipping up. The two of them exchanged positions in mere seconds, from confrontation to passing each other, then plummeting, ultimately escaping. Heiji Hattori and Conan didn't even have time to blink before the encounter concluded. For the first time, Heiji felt that his mind could barely keep pace with the unfolding events. Gradually regaining his senses, he muttered, "Kudo, who on earth is this guy?" Conan remained silent. He understood that Heiji was merely venting, and he too was eager to know the answer. With such remarkable agility coupled with deductive reasoning and observational skills, it was evident he was no ordinary individual. Were it not for the clarity brought forth by Aoyama Fourth Hospital, he might have suspected it to be a clandestine training facility. The snake, now positioned beside the two, tilted its head. "Kudo, aren't you going to inform Officer Nakazawa about the relocation?" Heiji Kaido inquired, turning back. "Right. I almost forgot." Heiji Hattori promptly retrieved his phone. Conan also approached the railing, using his glasses to track the phantom thief kid's silhouette. However, by the time he located him, Kaido Kuroba had already leaped through a window with a box in hand. It was too late. He must have succeeded. "Let's chase after him." Heiji Hattori immediately pivoted, dialing while rushing toward the elevator stationed on the rooftop. Heiji Kaido did not follow. He jumped down from the structure and approached his weights. "I need to gather my things. The pursuit is up to you. Rest assured. Leave it to us," Heiji exclaimed, pressing the button for the ground floor after Conan entered the elevator. An hour later, on a road not far from the seaside, Heiji lay on the ground. Heiji Kaido arrived, lifting Heiji's ankle to examine it. Sprained with a dislocated bone. Conan glanced at the time on his phone. "Heiji, hang in there, the ambulance should arrive shortly. I can treat it," Heiji Kaido stated, rolling up Conan's jacket and handing him some money. "Conan, go buy some supplies for treating wounds and bandages. That cut on your arm is quite deep." Conan, sweating, protested, "Wait, I'm saying you." Heiji was about to interject, but Heiji Kaido shoved Conan's jacket into his mouth. "Bite down. It might hurt a bit," he instructed. "It's late. Don't disturb the public." Heiji bit down on the jacket, bemused. The first part was tolerable, but the latter part, was that something a person would say? However, seeing Heiji Kaido's demeanor, was he genuinely going to treat him? "Is that safe?" he thought. "Wait. Stop. He needed a doctor." Crack. A slight sound echoed. Heiji's face turned pale instantly. "Ouch." Before he could resist, another crack followed. "All done, it won't hurt as much soon." Heiji Kaido released Heiji's foot. Though he had not formally studied such practices, he had been trained rigorously since childhood, often practicing on classmates until they were incapacitated, adept at treating injuries and dislocations for over a decade. If he had access to traditional medicine, combining it with herbal remedies would pose no issue. Having witnessed dislocation treatments in American hospitals, where a team of doctors and nurses would struggle for ages to realign a joint only to secure it with a splint, he thought, for traditional Chinese medicine, it could be as simple as a press and a pull, easily resolved. For some seasoned practitioners and his professors, they might not have seen many anatomical diagrams, but in this regard, they certainly surpassed Western medicine by leagues. "There's bruising with the sprain. Should I help you treat it? It might hurt a bit more than before." "No, it's fine, thank you," Heiji replied, lying on the ground, tears streaming down his face, feeling utterly despondent. He was genuinely concerned about whether he would ever walk again. Heiji Kaido shook his head. "If you don't want it, then don't." Turning to the stunned Conan, he said, "Don't just stand there, go buy the medicine." Conan shot a sympathetic glance at Heiji before sprinting off to procure the supplies. It was his fault for not reacting in time to stop Heiji Kaido, and now it was too late. However, when the ambulance arrived, he would promptly explain the situation to the doctors. By the time Conan returned, Heiji had managed to sit up. "It really doesn't hurt anymore." Heiji sat on the roadside, looking astonished. "Can I stand now?" "Yes." Heiji Kaido squatted beside Heiji. "But it will still ache until the swelling subsides." Heiji quickly dismissed the thought of attempting to stand and take a few steps. "Heiji." Conan approached. "You're back. Did you get the medicine?" Heiji no longer bore the despondent expression from earlier. Instead, he animatedly explained, "You left only a short while, and I already felt it wasn't as painful as before. Don't worry. After we head to the hospital, the bone will surely heal," Heiji Kaido said. Accepting the medicine, Conan handed him to clean and treat the cut on Heiji's arm, applying ointment and bandaging it with remarkable speed and skill. "Thank you," Heiji said, moving his arm and pulling down his sleeve to cover it. "It's nothing," Heiji Kaido replied, taking the pigeon Conan had been holding and inspecting its injury, carefully cleaning its feathers. The wound was not shallow but manageable. With proper cleaning and bandaging, it would heal over time. Heiji watched curiously. Heiji Kaito was undeniably proficient. He must be an exceptionally skilled physician. Are you studying medicine, Kaito? Heiji Kaito looked down as he tended to the pigeon. I study veterinary medicine. Veterinary medicine. Heiji Hattori glanced at the pigeon, then at his own ankle and arm, feeling an unsettling sensation. Conan could only manage a dry smile, harboring a flicker of concern for Heiji's foot. After a moment of brooding, Heiji recalled the skills of Chief Feichi and decided not to dwell on it any longer. By the way, I forgot to mention that Kid the Phantom Thief was shot at. Feichi popped his head out from Chief Feichi's collar, startling Heiji. Hey, he is not planning to eat that pigeon, is he? No, Chief Feichi replied, pushing Feichi's head back into his collar as he continued to tend to the injured pigeon. And then, Heiji watched Chief Feichi's nonchalant interaction with the snake, finding it oddly eerie, and turned his gaze away. Kid the Phantom Thief had fallen into the sea and was currently missing, prompting the police to dispatch a search team. Speaking of this matter, Conan held up his phone, showing Chief Feichi the photos he had taken at the scene. Hattori was riding his motorcycle chasing after him, but he got knocked down by a car midway. When I arrived, all that was left was this pigeon, a shattered pair of glasses, and a broken box. The memory egg will be brought over by the police shortly. After bandaging the pigeon, Chief Feichi glanced at the photo. The shape of the broken lens did not appear to be from a fall. Heiji leaned in to examine the picture, noting that part of the lens still remained in the frame, with the shattered area radiating outward. Additionally, the fragments on the ground were elongated, indicating that the shooter had aimed for Kid the Phantom Thief's right eye. Conan pondered aloud. Were they aiming to shoot through the right eye to hit the brain? But the absence of blood on the lens suggests that Kid the Phantom Thief was not shot in the eye and is not in any life-threatening danger, merely sustaining a slight abrasion. Feichi, nestled beneath Chief Feichi's clothing, let out a long sigh. That scared me. That guy is not so easy to kill, Chief Feichi remarked, primarily to reassure Feichi. Conan nodded, posing another question. But who could have attacked him? Could it be someone who harbors a grudge against Kid the Phantom Thief? It's also possible this relates to the egg, Chief Feichi suggested. When Kid the Phantom Thief attempted to steal the egg, the assailant did not act until he was about to leave. While it's plausible they deduced the trajectory of his glider from the wind direction and ambushed him, I leaned towards the idea that they were tracking him. Then, did they shoot to prevent Kid the Phantom Thief from escaping with the egg? Conan mused, stroking his chin. The assailant likely did not want Kid the Phantom Thief to take the egg. The police and the Suzuki Foundation wouldn't resort to such measures. So it must be someone who desires the egg and had the opportunity. If they wanted the egg, they could have simply purchased it before the exhibition. After all, anyone willing to spend $800 million on an egg would find the Suzuki Foundation accommodating, Conan continued. However, their failure to do so indicates they seek to acquire the egg through other means. It would be ideal for them to have a chance to come into contact with the egg, Heiji remarked, looking at Conan with a smile. Interesting. We just encountered a group today who desire the egg but cannot afford it and had the chance to engage with it. Chief Feichi was pleased. Recognizing the two renowned high school detectives could deduce so much with minimal guidance. The assailant targeted the right eye. I'm uncertain if it was mere coincidence or if they chose the optimal sniping position, or perhaps it was part of a ritual or habit. After all, hitting the heart is typically easier than aiming for the right eye, right? Like showcasing marksmanship? Wait, Heiji exclaimed, searching on his phone. He then presented the device to both of them. Skaebin, a person interested in Romanov artifacts, identity unknown, but this individual has a pattern of killing with bullets striking the right eye and penetrating the brain. The Emperor's Easter egg is also a Romanov artifact. If our conjecture holds true, we might be in serious trouble, as a very dangerous individual is among the group we encountered today, Conan said, his expression grave. Although he did not assert this was the truth, his instincts as a detective suggested this hypothesis was highly plausible. Chapter 33, After all. You are the professional in any case, let us keep an eye on things tomorrow, Chief Feichi suggested. As long as Conan realizes that Skaebin is among that group, the great detective will closely observe them. It would be preferable to discover Skaebin quickly without needing to expose him. If Skaebin remains undetected, it would simply serve as a precursor. Heiji lamented, It's unfortunate I'm injured and cannot accompany you both to look into this. You should focus on recovering. Conan replied, then turned to Chief Feichi. As for Kid S. Pigeon, I'll have to trouble you to care for it, since you are the professional. Heiji's expression turned peculiar at the mention of professional, feeling somewhat conflicted. The three of them, some squatting, some sitting, conversed about the case and shared casual banter until an ambulance finally arrived to take Heiji away. Conan decided to accompany him to the hospital. After they left, Chief Feichi tucked the pigeon into his pocket, retrieved his phone from his pocket, stopped the recording, and while walking back to the hotel, sent the audio file via email. Upon returning to the hotel, Chief Feichi received a reply to his email. I was wondering if you thought I had died. I didn't expect you to deduce everything. But what did you mean by borrowing your identity? Don't do anything reckless. If you get caught impersonating Kid the Phantom Thief, it will be a big problem. What are you planning? Soon after, Kaido Kuroba sent another email. Forget it. Let me guess this time. Chief Feichi, without revealing anything, replied, your pigeon is with me. And by the way, Feichi was quite worried about you. Kuroba responded, extra meal. I know where to buy frogs, minimum order of 10 kilos. Feichi peeked out and let out a strange laugh. Gagagagaga. No need to worry about him. Chief Feichi glanced at Feichi, then replied to AI Hybera's text briefly. Once Feichi went to sleep on the sofa, he opened the forum for veterinary medicine at Tokyo University on his phone. He searched for can animals suffer from mental illness? How can it be treated? The next day, to investigate whether the egg was damaged, the Suzuki Foundation halted the exhibition and transported the egg back to Tokyo by boat. During the voyage, Natsumi Kigoku made an appearance, presenting a drawing of the egg. Conan noticed the gaps in the drawing did not align, deducing that there were actually 2 eggs. Additionally, he discovered an image of Yokosuka Castle reflected in the small glass of the egg. Immediately, a group decided to visit Yokosuka Castle upon their return to Tokyo. Conan kept a discreet watch on everyone's reactions, mindful that a dangerous individual was among them. Chief Feichi remained silent, quietly seated on the sofa listening. While everyone returned to their rooms to rest, Conan seized the opportunity to follow Chief Feichi back to his room under the pretense of checking on the injured pigeon. He whispered, Brother Chi, everyone seems very interested in the egg at the castle, but I still haven't figured out who Skaeben is. Do you have any clues? I haven't discovered much either, Chief Feichi replied in a calm tone. Let us observe for another opportunity. Conan nodded thoughtfully and added, by the way, Heiji is fine. He went to the hospital last night for a checkup and his ankle bones are indeed fine. Your method of repositioning was quite effective. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and the voice of Ran Mori came through. Mr. Chi, sorry to disturb you. Is Conan there? Ran? Conan was somewhat surprised as he leaped off the sofa to open the door. Sister Ran, what brings you here? I wanted to see the pigeon too. Mr. Chi, is it convenient? Ran inquired, peeking in. Of course. Not long after, Yoko Suzuki and Natsumi Kigoku also arrived looking for Ran, casually suggesting they invite Aoko Yurisu along. For young ladies gathered for a tea party, while Chief Feichi busied himself with his phone, quietly sending an email containing the recorded deductions Conan had made about the egg to himself. Miss Natsumi's eyes are gray, Suzuki Sonoko remarked. Indeed, Natsumi Kasaka chuckled. It must be inherited from my great-grandmother. My grandmother and mother also have gray eyes. Mr. Chi's eyes are purple as well, likely inherited from his mother. I've heard she possesses a pair of beautiful purple eyes. They say she was a great beauty, though I've never seen her in person, Sonoko mused, momentarily captivated by the eyes, then turning to observe Puru-A Qinglan, whose eyes were also gray like Natsumi's. Are all Chinese people's eyes gray? Mao Lilan laughed. Speaking of which, Miss Qinglan's name means blue orchid, and mine contains lan as well. In Chinese, it should be pronounced Qinglan. Puru-A Qinglan began to showcase her limited Chinese skills. Aside from the initial greeting, her attempts at Chinese were quite stilted. Chief Feichi, unable to endure the conversation any longer, recorded their dialogue and sent it to Kaido Kuroba, expressing his annoyance in an email. The recording is too bothersome. I'll assist you with remote access, but you'll have to eavesdrop on your own. Kaido Kuroba, who had already returned to Tokyo, noted that Conan observed Chief Feichi's constant phone usage with curiosity and leaned closer to inquire, Brother Chi, have you ever seen or heard of a Chinese person with gray eyes? Chief Feichi, having agreed to the remote assistance, returned his phone to his pocket. No. Oh, Conan, somewhat taken aback, scrutinized Chi Feiqi before suppressing his doubts and continued whispering to him. If Miss Qinglan's eye color is the same as Miss Natsume's, and if Chinese people don't have gray eyes, then Miss Qinglan must be concealing her nationality. She could actually be Russian. Chi Feiqi replied. Then she is very likely to be a Scoblin. Conan's expression turned serious as he pulled out his phone to check information. Were you just looking up eye colors and Chinese pronunciations? I suppose, Chi Feiqi responded, only to flinch slightly upon hearing Purue Qinglan mispronounce Sinoko's name as Suzuki Meatball. He hoped the renowned detective would excel. Yet, sitting nearby, Conan couldn't help but interject as the four young ladies discussed birthdays. You two are just a day apart from me. Mao Lilan froze, recalling that May 4th was also Shinichi Kudo's birthday, and her gaze towards Conan shifted unsettlingly. Chi Feiqi pondered, what is it like to be accompanied by a detective who occasionally acts recklessly? Even though Conan began to suspect Purue Qinglan, he could not find sufficient evidence to claim she was a Scoblin based solely on her eye color. Despite all precautions, a crime still unfolded. Ryu Kankawa was found dead in his room, shot in the right eye with the room in disarray. Unlike the original plot, this time Conan immediately suspected Purue Qinglan. Upon receiving the emergency call, the police department dispatched Officer Magyar, who led the team to the scene by helicopter. Kaito Kuroba, disguised as Shiratori Rinsaburo, followed along. While the police inspected the scene, he made an excuse to visit the restroom and, upon entering, listened intently to the commotion outside before speaking. Is that Purue Qinglan? Yes. Chi Feiqi emerged from the stall, his Chinese accent somewhat peculiar, and noted, her eye color is questionable. Chinese people's eye colors should be similar to ours. Upon closer inspection, her hair color also seems slightly gray. Kaito Kuroba nodded, I found some audio samples online for comparison. Her Chinese accent is indeed peculiar. Conan must have noticed as well. Chi Feiqi remarked. But these observations cannot serve as evidence to expose her. I had anticipated something would occur on the ship, but I never expected her to commit murder. Kaito Kuroba understood the situation, aware that neither Conan nor Chi Feiqi could substantiate a claim against Purue Qinglan. What shall we do now? Let us switch identities first, Chi Feiqi suggested. The two completed their disguise in the restroom. Kaito, now resembling Chi Feiqi, whispered, yesterday you mentioned borrowing my identity. You meant for others to think you're Kid the Phantom Thief in disguise. Now that Conan is already suspicious of you, no, of me, he must have his doubts. Chi Feiqi, wearing Shiratori Rinsaburu's face, confessed, I am a bounty hunter. Having discovered the trail of a Scoblin, I naturally intend to capture her for a reward. Kaito turned to Chi Feiqi, speechless. You can't let others know you're a bounty hunter. You want to use Kid's identity to catch her? Chi Feiqi adjusted his disguise, his movements slower than Kaito's, revealing his inexperience. In the end, I can share the earnings with you. That's unnecessary. Just treat me to a lavish meal. Kaito accepted the revelation of Chi Feiqi's bounty hunter status rather readily, though he was puzzled. But you're not short on money, are you? Why pursue bounty hunting? You aren't short on money either, yet you're still a thief, Chi Feiqi replied. I'll head out first, you wait a moment. Kaito remained perplexed. If Purue Qinglan is captured by the police, there will be no bounty for you. That's why we must give her a chance to escape, Chi Feiqi stated before exiting the restroom. Kaito, now wearing Chi Feiqi's face, proceeded to create opportunities for Conan to deduce and increasingly suspect that Chi Feiqi was not who he claimed to be, secretly calling Hattori Heiji while continuing his reasoning. However, the renowned detective indeed proved his worth, managing to solve the case while still suspecting Purue Qinglan. The slumbering Kagoro Mori made his entrance. You killed Mr. Kankawa because he recorded something in each room that you didn't want discovered, didn't you, Miss Purue Qinglan? No, Scoblin. I believe he captured a photograph of your ancestor Rasputin, not some boyfriend as you claimed. Your name, Purue Qinglan, when rearranged, reveals Rasputin. Perhaps you've already disposed of the clothes and gloves worn during the shooting to avoid leaving gunpowder residue on yourself. But did you forget about your earrings? I suspect that a test will reveal gunpowder residue on them. Purue Qinglan's expression changed dramatically as she touched her earring and stepped back, realizing the police had already surrounded her. Gritting her teeth, she reached into her bag and produced a handgun. Two pearl-like spheres emerged, hitting the ground and exploding, releasing a cloud of smoke. Watch out, Officer Magyar shouted, but it was too late. The tear gas and sleeping gas took effect, incapacitating numerous individuals. Chapter 34. Purwei Qinglan's failed counterattack. Confused by how such items ended up in her bag, Purwei Qinglan squinted, hesitating between killing the remaining conscious individuals and fleeing. Chi Feiqi, amidst the smoke and donning Shiratori Rin Suburu's face, approached to feign an attack, hoping to help Purwei Qinglan make a swift decision. "Don't run," Conan shouted from within the smoke, providing assistance. Seeing that there were still individuals who had not lost consciousness, Purwei Qinglan decided to escape. She fired a random shot at Chi Feiqi without caring whether he dodged, then leaped onto the deck and plunged into the sea to flee. Conan pursued, but it was too late, his expression grave as he stared at the now tranquil surface of the water. Nearby, a figure rushed out, scanning the sea with a cold demeanor, muttering, "Damn it." She escaped. Conan, puzzled, turned to see Shiratori. No, Shiratori couldn't possibly react so quickly during a sudden attack. Even if he managed to evade the sleeping gas, he wouldn't exhibit such a terrifying expression. Who is this person? Who on earth are they? After Chi Feiqi diverted Conan's attention away from Purwei Qinglan, he finally retracted the gloomy expression from his face and turned to look at Conan, whose demeanor was becoming increasingly cautious. He genuinely feared that Conan, in a fit of fervor, might kick a football and knock Purwei Qinglan unconscious in the sea. Now that Purwei Qinglan was a considerable distance from the ship, this bounty target had been spared from the clutches of the Grim Reaper known as the elementary school student. Conan, meanwhile, was intently scrutinizing Officer Shiratori, his mind racing with thoughts. Disguise? Could it be the Phantom Thief Kid? No, if his guess was correct, the Phantom Thief Kid must have disguised himself as Chi Feiqi to board the ship. So, who exactly was this person before him? A partner of the Phantom Thief Kid? Conan, you should head inside. Chi Feiqi smiled gently, adopting Officer Shiratori's calm demeanor. It is quite dangerous for a child to be standing outside with an armed criminal on the loose. Right, Conan replied, unnerved by the speed at which this person had changed faces, and hurried into the cabin. Inside, the crew had begun to awaken one by one, thanks to Kaito Kuroba's efforts, while the police decided to regroup and plan their pursuit. Assuming the identity of Officer Shiratori, Chi Feiqi departed with the police via helicopter. Upon reaching the Metropolitan Police headquarters, he found an excuse to step out of the public eye and left the precinct, borrowing a car on the roadside to hasten toward Yokosuka Castle. Meanwhile, after jumping into the sea, Purwei Qinglan swam with determination toward the coast, fully aware that she was still quite far from Tokyo Harbor and uncertain if she could escape. Fortunately, she encountered a dilapidated fishing boat drifting in the sea, rusted and abandoned. After cautiously surveying her surroundings, she climbed aboard the vessel to rest, completely oblivious to the fact that two individuals were discussing her via email. Kaito Kuroba, the place where she jumped into the sea is not close to Tokyo Bay. If she cannot find a boat, the likelihood of drowning is quite high. Chi Feiqi, I have prepared an abandoned fishing boat for her. It should be sufficient for her to regain her strength and swim to shore. Kaito Kuroba, you wouldn't actually let her escape, would you? Chi Feiqi, no, one should not believe all rumors, but they can still provide insights. Based on her previous actions, she is ruthless, cold-hearted, and possesses a strong desire for revenge. Knowing that there is an egg at Yokosuka Castle, she will undoubtedly seek it out, perhaps intending to seize it and avenge herself against Kagoro Mori, whose revelations threaten her identity. The combination of profit and vengeance is enough to draw her there. Kaito Kuroba, but have you considered that the hypnosis and tear gas were taken from me? If something unexpected shows up in her bag, she might suspect that she has fallen into someone's trap and may choose to hide cautiously. Chi Feiqi, in addition to those two beads, there is also a card from Kid in her bag, which she likely acquired from you. It states that the treasure has been received. Given the Phantom Thief Kid's typical style, Purwei Qinglan may suspect that he is trying to use me for his own purposes, but little does he know, he has inadvertently assisted me. Kaito Kuroba, so you've already gone to Yokosuka Castle to set a trap for her? Chi Feiqi, there are still 2 hours of driving ahead. Kaito Kuroba, what should I do? That little brat is already suspicious of my identity, and I still want to see the magician's masterpiece at the end of the century. Chi Feiqi, don't you have a plan? Kaito Kuroba, why do I feel like not only Purwei Qinglan, but I too am being clearly orchestrated? Shaking his head, he cleared his inbox, exited the restroom stall, and pretended to wash his hands. As he emerged, Conan's small figure appeared at the door. "Aren't you gonna pursue that guy for revenge?" Kaito Kuroba froze for a moment, then resumed drying his hands nonchalantly with a towel. "When did you figure it out?" "I had already noticed you when I asked if you had seen or heard about the gray-eyed Chinese person," Conan replied. "You probably thought that someone who rarely spoke and seemed emotionally stable would be easier to disguise, which is why you impersonated Mr. Chi. However, what you don't know is that he doesn't use lazy interjections like aura. Although he is quite lazy, he is too lazy to utter such words, and simply speaks directly." Kaito Kuroba. That was Chi Fei Chi acting. He hadn't even changed yet. "And what confirmed my suspicions about you was the presence of Nezumi." Conan continued. "Mr. Chi nearly always has Nezumi with him. While Nezumi often hides beneath his clothing, there are times when he peeks out from his sleeves. You may disguise yourself as Mr. Chi, but Nezumi is a snake, and such pets are likely only carried by their masters, making that your greatest flaw." Kaito Kuroba seemed to have devised a strategy to deal with the detective, deciding not to reveal too much and instead subtly guide the conversation. His interest was piqued. "So you have confirmed it, right?" "Of course, I called Hattori to verify at Mr. Chi's hotel," Conan replied, locking eyes with Kaito Kuroba. "He found Nezumi in the bushes outside the hotel. I suspect that when Mr. Chi left the hotel this morning, you must have used some method to put him to sleep and then disguised yourself to board the ship. If you search the nearby restroom or storage room, you should be able to find him." "Can't find him," Kaito Kuroba chuckled, donning Chi Fei Chi's face as he smoothed over the situation. "I still need to use this identity for a while longer, so I can't let him be discovered yet." "What are you planning to do?" Conan pressed. "Aren't you worried I'll expose you?" "Feel free to try," Kaito Kuroba shrugged. "But do you think the organization will simply give up?" "Having me accompany you to Yokosuka Castle is still a safeguard." Conan frowned. "You want that egg too?" "No, I simply wish to admire it," Kaito Kuroba smirked, knowing Conan wouldn't believe him, and dangled another bait. "Besides, that Miss Rand seems to be suspicious of you." Conan's expression shifted as he recalled Rand's odd behavior earlier that day. "Could it be? If I'm there, I can take your place to decode the signals and deduce," Kaito Kuroba coaxed. "Using Chi Fei Chi's identity to make some impressive deductions is quite normal." After weighing the pros and cons, Conan chose to compromise, casting a glance at Kaito Kuroba's borrowed face, feeling somewhat gleeful. "Mr. Chi is quite fond of Nezumi. You didn't keep Nezumi by his side, but carelessly left it outside. You've made a formidable enemy." Kaito Kuroba halted, stepping out of the restroom with a frown. "I don't want to touch snakes, okay? That guy is the one who tricked you all by leaving Nezumi there." As Kaito Kuroba prepared to leave, Conan turned and warned, "If you have any designs on those 2 eggs, I will expose you. Suit yourself." "Hey, did you bring any help this time?" "No." Kaito Kuroba left without looking back. Conan stood at the restroom door, deep in thought. If he wasn't Kid's accomplice, then who was the individual disguised as Officer Shiratori? In the dead of night, near Yokosuka Castle, a car drove into the woods. Shortly thereafter, another vehicle followed suit, also veering into the forest. Inside the car, Pu Si Qinglan retrieved the Phantom Thief Kid's card from her bag and stared at it for a moment. When did the Phantom Thief Kid place this in her bag? She had checked it earlier when boarding and found nothing that didn't belong to her. This meant that the thief had managed to board the ship and intended to use her as a pawn while being aware of her identity and appearance. She could not let this stand. The same went for anyone else she had encountered, especially that detestable detective. He had previously acted like a befuddled middle-aged man, yet was so deeply concealed. As for the card, should she leave it at the scene to mislead the police and divert their attention after she dealt with those individuals? Upon arriving at the castle, Pu Psychinglin paused momentarily, then let out a soft chuckle. Discarding the card carelessly as she exited the vehicle, she proceeded towards the fortress. There was no need for concern. The police would inevitably suspect her involvement, and they were already orchestrating a manhunt. Thus, it was prudent to infiltrate the premises early, allowing her to ensnare them within their own trap, burying them alongside the castle itself. A glint of cold determination flickered in Pu Psychinglin's eyes as she approached the grand entrance. With remarkable skill, she deftly picked the lock and cautiously pushed the door open. Suddenly, she sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching from the side and instinctively attempted to sidestep while raising her firearm. However, her counterattack faltered and she lost consciousness. Chi Feichi, having applied ether to a handkerchief, gently pressed it to her face, deepening her slumber. With gloved hands, he seized the weapon from her grasp, inspecting it before confiscating it. It was a German-made variant, compact and lightweight, featuring multiple safety mechanisms. While it was not his preferred handgun, it would serve as an excellent trophy. The bounty did not explicitly require the surrender of the firearm, and retaining it as a backup was advantageous. Without this piece of evidence, the police would struggle to close the case. However, since Pu Saikinglin had used this gun to assassinate Han Chuanlong once she was imprisoned, the authorities would trace it back to her. If she chose to utilize it, ballistic comparisons would confirm her guilt. Could serve as a contingency firearm. Chi Feichi meticulously erased any traces of his entrance, escorting her away from the castle, glancing at the signs of forced entry that he could not conceal. Chapter 35. No time, no meeting, no interest. Upon returning to Tokyo, Chi Feichi still bore the visage of Shiratori Ninsaburo. Having securely bound the individual, he placed them into a parcel delivery box. To prevent Pu Saikinglin from awakening prematurely, he directly covered her face with the ether-soaked handkerchief, evading surveillance as he drove to a thicket near the back entrance of the police station. Perhaps due to the peculiarities of this world, the placement of surveillance cameras was significantly less than in his previous life, with numerous blind spots even near the police headquarters. Although delivering Shikabane to a private bounty would yield a greater reward, the identity of the transaction party remained uncertain and the risks were considerably elevated. Who could say what sort of individual they were dealing with? Would they seek to eliminate him once the exchange was complete? Furthermore, a substantial private bounty may not necessarily indicate an adversary. It could very well be a trap. For instance, he could arrange for Kaido Kuroba to issue a private bounty on himself, allowing Kaido to subsequently collect the reward if he ever found himself in dire straits. If Kaido were particularly ruthless, they might even collaborate to eliminate those pursuing him. He had no pressing need for money, thus. Delivering Pu Saikinglin to the police station was far simpler. Once in a secluded area, Chi Feichi switched vehicles, borrowing the driver's license and identity of the new car's owner. After altering his appearance, he returned home to stash the trophy firearm in the ceiling of the bathroom before hastily heading to the airport to board a direct flight to Osaka. 2 hours later, the plane landed in Osaka. 3 hours after that, Chi Feichi was a guest at Hattori Heiji's residence, simultaneously sending an email to the police station's previous contact address. You have an urgent parcel. Please collect it from the thicket next to the back entrance of the police station. 2 minutes later, a group of officers hurriedly exited the police station's back entrance, locating the large cardboard box beside the thicket. The box bore a printed notice. Warning. Contains a live dangerous creature. Handle with care. Caution advised. No violent unboxing. The leading officer, Kambara Noboru, immediately adopted a serious demeanor, surveying the area around the box to ensure nothing had been tampered with before nodding for the box to be opened. Nearby, Kazami Yuya discreetly explained the situation into his earpiece. Upon witnessing Kanbara's gravity, he felt a twinge of exasperation. Although the contents were likely a wanted criminal and warranted caution, the sight of a group of law enforcement officers surrounding a parcel delivery box with such solemnity felt rather absurd, as if they were unboxing a package with an air of ceremony. Kanbara seized the opportunity while his subordinates unwrapped the parcel to elucidate. We discovered what was sent by July. The printed notice clarifies the contents. Documents are merely documents, while live parcel refers to a person. This time, the package is marked as containing a dangerous creature accompanied by a warning to handle with care, indicating a highly perilous criminal. Kazami nodded, then inquired, why dangerous creature? What does that imply about the nature of this individual? Kanbara paused, taken aback. How should I know? As the parcel was opened, it revealed Pu Saikinglin, bound and with a white handkerchief covering her face, alongside a large printed notice. I, Pu Saikinglin, Shikabane. Kanbara adopted a knowing expression. This was typical of July, who always clearly labeled what was sent within the box, although he need not have explained this to Kazami. The latter's connection to Zero necessitated careful handling to ensure a favorable impression. One officer sniffed the white handkerchief cautiously, then promptly held his breath, checking for a pulse. It was ether. The individual was unconscious. It appeared they indeed had a dangerously wanted criminal on their hands. Kanbara informed Kazami, turning his gaze to the label indicating Shikabane. His expression shifting slightly. Shikabane? July captured Shikabane? It seemed unlikely, as Kazami reiterated the information from his earpiece. The Criminal Investigation Division had just received word that Shikabane was in the country. Just last night, he had reportedly shot someone. The police had yet to release this information to the public. Take the individual to the police station for identity verification. Canberra commanded his subordinates. Fortunately, we were prepared. By adjusting our operational methods, we instructed the parcel delivery service to include a date and location-based numerical code on the box. Based on the code, this parcel was produced within the last 2 days and dispatched to the Ida River District's Cheetah delivery packaging site. Immediately retrieve the surveillance footage from the past 2 days near that packaging location. July likely used some form of transportation to deliver this individual. While he may have considered avoiding the police station's cameras, he would never have anticipated our enhancement of monitoring at the delivery site. A young officer suddenly proposed an idea. Mr. Canberra, we could have the delivery services keep an eye on their own boxes. If July attempts to steal a parcel, we would be alerted immediately. Canberra regarded the officer with a perplexed expression, doubting whether the current police assessments were as stringent as before. One could easily substitute another box or simply forego the need for one altogether. They were not trying to prevent July from stealing boxes. Theft did not fall under their jurisdiction, and the value of the box did not constitute a crime. Their priority was merely to ascertain July's identity. His absence during the last protection task indicated a desire to conceal his identity. Kazami cautioned, "Let us not overdo it." Canberra directed that Shikabane be taken away and ordered a review of the surveillance footage. Preparedness naturally yielded efficiency. In no time, the officers identified Shiratori Ninsaburo's face and located his police file. After consulting with the police station, they confirmed that Shiratori had voluntarily joined a response team, presumably to apprehend Shikabane. This raised suspicion, but unfortunately, further investigation confirmed that Shiratori was indeed on vacation and had not returned to Tokyo. The abandoned vehicle was located, though it appeared to be merely borrowed. All traces within had been meticulously cleaned. The investigation was once again halted, yet they were certain that July possessed expertise in disguise. Kazami discreetly reported via phone, stating that July was capable, meticulous, and skilled in disguise, necessitating heightened vigilance. The voice on the other end analyzed. "It seems July does not mind our inquiries. His attitude suggests he does not wish to be discovered, but if we find him, he appears indifferent." Kazami remarked, "It's hard for him to understand such a mindset. It's too convoluted. Let Jin Yuansheng reach out to the other party. I wish to meet him and disclose Zero's identity. Will you go in person?" "Yes, he may choose to disguise himself. I have a significant high-reward mission to discuss with him, and he will go alone. Just convey this to him." "Understood." Kazami Yuya nodded seriously, relaying the message to Jin Yuansheng. Jin Yuansheng promptly sent an email. "July, our superior wishes to meet you." Ding. The response came swiftly. "Not available. As a member of Zero, you should understand what Zero represents in Japan, right? We are very sincere. Not meeting. You can disguise yourself for the meeting. We simply wish to discuss an important high-reward mission, and he will go alone. Not interested." A triple refusal left Jin Yuansheng speechless. Kazami Yuya looked on, relaying the information back through the headset, indicating that the other party was highly wary of them. "Are they tracking us?" "Yes, but they used Noah's intermediary website to send the email, making it impossible to pinpoint their location." "Then let us take our time." "Provide me with his email address." "Yes." Osaka. Chief Eichi cleared his inbox, logged into his external email account, and then put away his phone. The police had already discovered that he had disguised himself as Shiratori Ransaburo, which was not unexpected, though the speed of their actions exceeded his assumptions. Likely due to prior preparations. The arrangement for a meeting indicated that the other party was still unaware of his true identity and their level of caution had increased. As for the involvement of Zero in the important high-reward mission, it was undoubtedly a troublesome and perilous task. Not meeting, absolutely not meeting. Hattori Heiji returned after his phone call, informing Chief Eichi that both Conan and Mr. Mori's calls were unreachable. They must have gone to an area with poor reception. However, rest assured, the Phantom Thief Kid has never harmed anyone, and Conan will definitely see through him. Chief Eichi rose, thanking him for taking care of Feichi and for the hospitality. "I have booked my flight. I will return to Tokyo now." "No problem. You helped me treat my injury as well." Hattori Heiji grinned, having undergone a checkup at the hospital with no issues found in his bones. The swelling in his ankle had reduced significantly, and he could walk again, which was quite miraculous.
But don't you plan to stay in Osaka for a few more days?
No. Chief Eiichi declined. Hattori Heiji knew Chief Eiichi was not one for idle chatter and did not mind his attitude. All right, when you come next time, my injury should have healed, and I will take you to explore Osaka's sights and savor its cuisine. Of course, I will not lose in our next competition. As a host, Hattori Heiji was quite competent, directly finding a police car to take Chief Eiichi to the airport, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Chief Eiichi paid little heed to the gazes, enjoying the experience of riding in a police car. Upon arriving at the airport, he arranged for Feichi's live transport before heading back to Tokyo. On the same day, Conan and his group discovered that the castle gate had been pried open, prompting them to remain vigilant as they explored. However, until their adventure concluded in the evening, they did not detect any trace of Scopeman.
Kaito Kuroba disguised himself as Shinichi Kudo to meet with Ran Muri, dispelling her suspicions about Conan and providing a cover for him.
A flock of white doves took to the night sky, while the person previously surrounded by doves had vanished without a trace. Ran Muri descended the stairs,
only to see the departing doves and Conan standing below. Under the cover of night, Kaito Kuroba slipped into an alley to leave. At the end of the alley,
a shadow stood in the darkness cast by the wall, utilizing a grand spectacle to captivate the audience's attention while minimizing its own presence, escaping through the visual blind spots of the surrounding environment, achieving a marvelous magical effect, a splendid transformation. Kaito Kuroba paused as his steps faltered, then suddenly burst into laughter, continuing forward. If you were to learn magic, you would undoubtedly become an exceptional magician. In a simple magic performance, there is a technique where two individuals hide in a box, revealing only their heads and feet to perform a beheading illusion. Conversely, there are tricks that make one person appear as two, usually employing acting to mislead, complicating or confusing the scene. Chapter 36. The serum is prepared. A certain detective has received news of Scopeman's capture. Thus this performance can be deemed complete before the audience. Kaito Kuroba continued. Originally only two individuals, yet in the eyes of the audience, they became three. The Phantom Thief Kid disguised as Chief Eiichi remaining in Osaka, and the Bounty Hunter masquerading as Officer Shiratori. For Chief Eiichi and the Phantom Thief Kid, Chief Eiichi deciphered the Phantom Thief Kid's coded messages and attacked, forcing the Phantom Thief Kid to retreat. The Phantom Thief Kid also disguised himself as Chief Eiichi. Observers would perceive a rivalry, a sense of a draw between formidable foes, as no one would think that the Phantom Thief Kid and Chief Eiichi were affiliated. For Chief Eiichi and the Bounty Hunter, Chief Eiichi, not having boarded the ship, could not be privy to the events aboard, and being in Osaka, he was a victim of the Phantom Thief Kid, while the Bounty Hunter had come from Tokyo,
seemingly having discovered Scopeman's trail through other means, heading towards Scopeman with little apparent connection between the two. For the Phantom Thief Kid and the Bounty Hunter,
they merely encountered each other by chance, with the Bounty Hunter showing no interest in the Phantom Thief Kid, determined to capture Scopeman instead. Step by step, the misdirection transformed the two into three, simultaneously discreetly severing the connections among them, alleviating any concerns. Kaito Kuroba approached Chief Eiichi, turning to him with a radiant smile,
tinged with a hint of significance. A remarkable debut, Bounty Hunter, July. Feichi darted from Chief Feichi's sleeve, clamping down on Kaito Kuroba's arm. Kaito Kuroba's smile instantly froze. Could you refrain from such surprise attacks? Is it so easy for me to show off? Chief Feichi produced a syringe filled with antivenom,
and after Feichi released his grip, he deftly administered the injection to Kaito Kuroba. Previously, Feichi had asked him to prepare some serum for Kaito Kuroba, and he had not forgotten. Kaito Kuroba glanced down at his arm, momentarily at a loss for words. You all. Feichi merely missed you,
Chief Feichi said as he moved toward the exit. I suppose that shouldn't count as a magic performance, right?
Kaito Kuroba was reluctant to let Chief Eiichi shift the topic so easily, yet this new subject was indeed appealing and he followed along. No, in terms of overall layout,
detailed misdirection and final effect, it can be considered magic. It just lacked a bit of explosive brilliance and the dramatic impact was insufficient. There was also a flaw.
When you appeared in Osaka, you could have allowed me to assist in escorting Scopeman to the police station, simultaneously appearing in two places, which would have more swiftly alleviated your suspicion of being July. Your idea resembles that of criminals attempting to establish an alibi, Chief Eiichi retorted. However, The more thoroughly one considers, the more intricate the plan, the more flaws emerge. When you followed the audience's movements, if you had jumped to another location to assist, it would have easily left behind a flaw. Once a flaw appears, even if it is just a single point, it could lead to total failure. Kaito Kuroba contemplated for a moment. I could have asked Mr. Terai to assist you. Scope Man is very dangerous. Mr. Terai may not be able to handle it. In the process of escorting Scope Man, a single oversight could cost him his life. I believe it is better for me to keep an eye on things myself. Chief Feichi dismissed Kaito's suggestion once more. Just like before, you wanted to personally monitor the situation to prevent any unexpected incidents with Scope Man? Kaito Kuroba speculated otherwise. You could have let me disguise myself as you from the start, allowing me to guide your plan. You seem to lack trust in others? Chief Feichi replied. No, I have more faith in my own abilities, fearing you might make a mistake. Kaito Kuroba remarked, such directness is rather disrespectful, and there truly are no eternal secrets. Chief Feichi responded, just play along a bit to keep Conan from raising suspicions. Deceiving others is sufficient. I don't believe we can conceal this from him indefinitely. Kaito Kuroba reflected, your opinion of him is quite lofty. However, you are correct. There are indeed no everlasting secrets, much like his own. When did you become aware of it? Chief Feichi replied, that's confidential. Feichi recalled Heiji Hattori's previous reference to Conan, peeking from his sleeve. Secret? Kudo? Chief Feichi was speechless. Even Feichi was aware? Conan certainly led a rather extravagant lifestyle. Well, he is the high school detective Shinichi Kudo. Oh, Shinichi Kudo? Feichi was bewildered. He had heard the name while passing through Pet Street, and not just once. But isn't he a high school student? How could he become a child? Kaito Kuroba observed Chief Feichi conversing with the snake again and felt a wave of frustration. His companion was brilliant in every respect but seemed slightly off in the head. Chief Feichi commented, that is indeed an astonishing magic trick. Yes, reversing age, Kaito Kuroba endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Regardless of circumstances, he could not disdain his young friend, who had a childhood sweetheart. There was no reason to pursue the notion of rejuvenation. By the way, speaking of troubles, don't you think the leak of this information was rather swift? Within a day, the police confirmed that Scorpion was arrested and the Metropolitan Police issued a press release. Chief Feichi produced his phone and opened the Bounty Hall forum for Kaito Kuroba to see. Of the latest posts, 2 out of 10 were regarding July, a remarkable ratio on a global bounty hunter forum. Although the Metropolitan Police did not mention July in their announcement, the general public assumed it was the police who apprehended him. However, the bounty forum had already stirred with activity. Scorpion was no nameless figure, and the buzz was unlikely to dissipate soon. I've even raised my prices. Furthermore, your information came from Conan, who likely learned about July from the Metropolitan Police. Coupled with the police's efficient announcement of Scorpion's arrest, they clearly have no intention of keeping July's matter secret and are even assisting in building momentum. After analyzing, Kaito Kuroba asked in confusion, did you offend the Metropolitan Police? No, it's the Public Security Bureau officers wanting to stir things up. Someone emailed me, claiming no malice, but their assistance could benefit me. Upon mentioning this, Chief Feichi recalled the signature 0 at the end of the email. The sender was likely Toru Amuro, who also mentioned that I could contact him anytime with questions. It seemed that Amuro wished to meet and discuss, perhaps to further gauge my reliability. If I proved dependable, they might involve me in some minor operations with the Black Organization. However, attracting the attention of that organization could be troublesome. I am not a bounty hunter lacking funds, merely seeking to ascend the ranks of reputation joyfully. Public Security Bureau quite troublesome. In any case, be cautious, Kaito Kuroba replied, moving on. Are you going back to the castle? It's too late today. I'll remain in Tokyo. Chief Feichi checked his phone for the remittance records. 17 million US dollars had been credited. As promised, shall I treat you to a grand meal tomorrow? Kaito Kuroba, hands clasped behind his head, strolled down the street. Tomorrow is Monday. I have school to attend. Is there a school day in Conan's world? Chief Feichi suddenly found it quite curious. Then let's wait for the weekend. Kaito Kuroba curiously turned back. By the way, how much did you earn this time? Chief Feichi did not conceal anything, showing Kaito Kuroba the income records. Kaito Kuroba stared at the string of numbers, calculating in silence for a long while before lifting his gaze to Chief Feichi. Is Scorpion worth this much? Not surprising. She has offended many.
After killing 100 people, 10 of their relatives sought revenge. If each contributes an average of 90,000 USD to the bounty pool, that accounts for this amount. Chief Feichi cleared the search history and put away his phone. Moreover, she has killed more than just 100 people. Some were wealthy individuals possessing Romanov artifacts. If their relatives truly seek revenge, one might even offer a bounty of several $1,000,000 for her.
Kaito Kuroba glanced at Chief Feichi's expressionless face. That's 1,000,000,000 yen. Don't you feel happy about it? Chief Feichi replied calmly. That's merely enough to purchase an egg that the Suzuki Corporation previously carelessly stored away. Well, with a little left over. Kaito Kuroba contemplated this and realized it was indeed the case. The Suzuki Corporation had even casually given that egg away, and he suddenly felt as if it was not that significant. Still, he remained in high spirits. Speaking of which, I voluntarily gave up an 800 million yen man. Correction, a boy. Indeed. The next day, after waking up and heading out for morning exercise, Chief Feichi returned to find 2 large trucks parked in front of the apartment building. A middle-aged man approached him directly. Young Master Feichi, I am Yamamoto from the True Pool Group's Tokyo Baijin Mall. You can simply call me Yamamoto, the man introduced himself with a smile. We have procured the bamboo rats you requested at the fastest speed possible from China. Chief Feichi glanced at the 2 trucks, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. Inside the trucks, muffled voices could be heard. Don't crowd. I feel seasick. Let me lie down for a moment. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Yamamoto noticed Chief Feichi looking at the trucks and signaled for the door to be opened, then turned to Chief Feichi. There aren't many sellers of bamboo rats. We inquired with several before finding a suitable vendor. Since we weren't sure how large a bamboo rat you desired, we purchased 100 juvenile bamboo rats and 200 adult bamboo rats covering various weight categories. Please take a look. As the truck doors opened, rows of iron cages and neatly arranged bamboo rats were revealed. Chief Feichi was taken aback. He was unsure what time it was, but the number of people breeding bamboo rats should be limited, making it difficult to find a market. However, difficult to purchase, yet you bought 300? Where will I keep them? Are these people out of their minds? Feichi, hearing the commotion, poked his head out from Chief Feichi's collar, staring blankly at the large gray bamboo rats at the truck door. Chapter 37, AI Hybera. I actually came for a feast. Yamamoto was startled by the sudden appearance of Feichi but regained his composure and called for his men to unload the cages for young Master Feichi to inspect. The driver and those waiting nearby immediately prepared to assist. Wait, hold on. Both Feichi and Chief Feichi spoke nearly in unison. Yamamoto and the others were puzzled but complied. Chief Feichi stepped aside, pulling out his phone and pretending to take a call, whispering, "What's going on?" Others could not hear Feichi's voice, but he could sense that Feichi sounded rather displeased. Master, such large creatures, I cannot swallow. My mouth can only open this wide. Feichi demonstrated to Chief Feichi, trying to open his mouth as wide as possible. Yamamoto was startled. Young Master Feichi, be careful. Don't worry, it's fine. Chief Feichi stopped Yamamoto from approaching and turned to Feichi, exasperated. I know how large a slit in a boomslank's mouth is. No need for a demonstration. I will cut the bamboo rats for you. Feichi still looked unconvinced and seriously asked, one more crucial question. Do these things eat snakes? If I keep a few at home, I fear they might escape from their cages, and when you wake up, I might be gone. Chief Feichi replied, they eat bamboo. Feichi sighed with relief. They're herbivores. That's good, that's good. However, bamboo rats can kill snakes. Chief Feichi added they probably find snakes less palatable than bamboo. Nonchalance gave way to excitement as Feichi sprang from the collar of Chief Feichi, exclaiming, are they purchasing food? This is murder. Murder. Ultimately, matters were settled. Yamayama did not disturb Chi Shinjisuk, opting instead to make a call to a real estate manager at Junshi Group who promptly secured a vacant plot for Chief Feichi, designated for raising bamboo rats. A simple shelter was erected and the bamboo rats were delivered in cages. With the bamboo in place, the caretakers assembled, and construction workers commenced building a modest breeding facility. Chief Feichi suddenly realized that his father's approach to free-range farming was not without merit. It seemed that casually seeking out a manager from a Junshi Group subsidiary was indeed the right course of action. After overseeing the arrangements to his satisfaction, Yamayama approached Chief Feichi and inquired, young Master Feichi, everything has been set up. Is there anything else you wish to arrange? Chief Feichi stepped forward,
Freeing an empty cage to select 2 bamboo rats he could hear conversing, placing them inside. These 2 cannot be consumed, care for them well. Yama signaled to the caretaker, who promptly took the cage and set it aside. Chief Feichi selected 2 as gifts for Yama and placed another 2 in a smaller cage. On his way back to the apartment, he purchased some seasonings and vegetables. Upon arriving home, he received a text message from Hybera AI, tomorrow is the school anniversary.
And we begin our holiday this afternoon. Have you returned to the castle? Chief Feichi mused that it was fortunate these elementary students had finally attended school,
only to find that their holidays were plentiful. He snapped a photo of the bamboo rats and sent it via email. Hybera AI replied, such adorable little rabbits.
Chief Feichi's response was delayed by a second. I haven't returned. I'm at home. Would you like to come over for a grand meal later? A silence ensued.
Hybera AI took an unusually long time to respond. Chief Feichi reached out to others. He could not contact Fukuyama, as he was unaware that Fukuyama was not at the castle. Kaido Kuroba could be informed, but given that he was at school today, he likely would not make it. Among the remaining contacts, Sonoko Suzuki could be reached as they had shared some pleasant conversations in the Magic Enthusiasts chat room. As for Ranmuri, that was unlikely,
as they were not well acquainted. He considered Koizumi Honko, who had previously lent a hand. He ought to mention sending 2 bamboo rats over or inviting her for a meal. Chief Feichi contemplated this while turning on the faucet to fill the sink with water, and he rummaged through the drawer in the living room to retrieve a red crystal business card. Nanchi took a curious glance and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The card only bears a name, no phone number. That red-haired girl, though lacking scales, is quite attractive. How foolish of her, ha ha ha. Chief Feichi cast a glance at Nanchi, his fingers tracing the embossed golden name on the card, watching as the letters gradually turned red. When they matched the shade of the name so closely that they were nearly indistinguishable, he inquired, is this how communication works? Can you hear me? A clear female voice resonated from the card. Yes, I can hear you. What is it? Nanchi responded, I ordered a batch of bamboo rats from China. When you have the time, I would like to treat you to some, or perhaps send a few your way as a token of gratitude for your assistance last time. I still have school. Let us meet another day to discuss this further. I will contact you when I'm free. All right. The communication was severed, and the letters on the card reverted to their golden hue. Nanchi, momentarily forgetting to flick his tongue, watched as Chief Feichi tucked the card into his pocket, then glanced at the kitchen where the bamboo rats, as large as rabbits, were located, musing on the transformed Shinichi Kudo. He suddenly felt as if this world was quite foreign. Nanchi, best not to provoke this individual, Chief Feichi said, turning toward the kitchen. How much do you wish to consume? Nanchi quickly shook his head, dispelling his dazed feelings, and cheerfully exclaimed, I want half. Very well. Chief Feichi turned off the faucet and submerged the cage directly into the sink. The digestive capacity of snakes is robust, consuming a little more is not an issue. However, it was time to impart some new knowledge to Nanchi. Humans have various methods for slaughtering bamboo rats, including water immersion, which is what I am using, as well as electric stunning, cardiac air injection, cervical dislocation, and pharmacological euthanasia. Nanchi listened to that calm voice, unable to resist glancing at Chief Feichi, who wore an expression of cold indifference. He found himself slipping off the table's edge, realizing, indeed, humans are the most terrifying creatures. If you encounter a bamboo rat, do not challenge it with your teeth. Their teeth are quite formidable and your venom may not be lethal. You may end up being bitten instead. As Chief Feichi observed that the 2 bamboo rats in the cage had ceased their struggles, he waited a moment before picking them up, employing a small knife to swiftly open their abdomens and skin them. The best approach is to act swiftly, avoiding their teeth while constricting their necks to induce asphyxiation. If bitten, do not panic. Entwine your body around the bamboo rat's neck, bending its head backward and forcefully pushing it forward to dislocate its head from the first cervical vertebra. This will lead to a swift demise. I can demonstrate this to you another day. Nanchi glanced down at his own serpentine body, feeling satisfied and reassured, thinking, fortunately, my body is resilient and agile. It would be impossible to dislocate my cervical vertebra. Therefore, when dealing with snakes, humans typically resort to methods of bludgeoning or decapitation. Alternatively, intoxication can be employed, the latter being suitable for soaking in alcohol. While Chief Feichi processed the bamboo rats, he calmly remarked, when preparing food, decapitation is the most convenient method,
as after bleeding out one can easily strip the entire snake skin from the severed section. Nachi mused, most snakes can be treated this way, however.
The golden-ringed snake and the red-bellied snake are exceptions. For these two species, skinning must commence from the tail. Chi Feiqi cut one of the processed bamboo rats in half and assisted in slicing it into sections, placing them before Nan-Chi. Nan-Chi gazed at the pile of fresh meat, feeling perplexed as the meat placed near his mouth somehow lacked allure. Half an hour later, the aroma of stewed bamboo rat wafted from the pressure cooker. After slowly finishing the raw meat before him, Nan-Chi lay motionless beside the cutting board, his swollen belly indicating he was digesting his meal.
Chi Feiqi escorted Nan-Chi back to his room while simultaneously preparing rice. Just as he contemplated whether to stir-fry some vegetables, the doorbell rang. Upon reaching the entrance,
he picked up the phone, but before he could speak, he heard the boisterous voice of Genta from outside. "Chianai, open the door. It's us. Ayumi. We have come to rescue the little rabbit." Chi Feiqi silently replaced the receiver and opened the door to find 5 elementary school students standing in neat formation at the entrance. "Come in." Genta, Kagoro, Ayumi. The tranquil atmosphere influenced them, and their resolute expressions to save the little rabbit became bewildered. We interrupt you." Kagoro bowed slightly. "It's quite all right."
Chi Feiqi rummaged through the drawer beneath the shoe cabinet for disposable slippers. Genta stretched his neck to sniff the air. "What does that smell? It's so fragrant." Ayumi felt a bead of sweat while Kagoro and Genta exchanged awkward smiles, "But it truly smells wonderful. We haven't had lunch yet."
Hybrid AI wanted to hide her face, thinking that it was Genta and Kagoro who had initiated this visit, and they were the most unreliable. Collecting herself,
she looked up at Chi Feiqi. I had originally intended to come alone," she clarified, emphasizing that she did not mean to intrude. "And truly, the aroma is delightful." Conan chuckled internally, realizing that had he come instead, the outcome would have been identical. There was no need to dwell on it. "Did you not catch the scent of meat? I suspect it has already been stewed." "Indeed, it has been stewed," Chi Feiqi explained, "but it is not a rabbit.
It is a bamboo rat." "Bamboo rat?" Hybrid AI questioned, perplexed. "Isn't it a rabbit?" Ayumi turned to Hybrid AI in confusion. "What is a bamboo rat?" Genta continued to sniff. "It smells so good." A certain type of food, which Chi Feiqi chose to overlook, is characterized by its low fat content, low cholesterol levels, and high protein richness while also being laden with a myriad of nutrients. It is rumored to stimulate the formation of white blood cells, promote hair growth, enhance liver function, prevent vascular hardening, and delay the aging process, making it particularly suitable for Dr. Agasa. Hybrid AI, feeling somewhat embarrassed for misidentifying the organism, maintained a serious demeanor and declared, "I am here for a feast." Yuan Tai chimed in, "So am I." Kagoro paused for a moment, then added, "Actually, me too." Ayumi glanced at the 3 of them, pondering whether to confess the truth or to play along with her friend's fibs. "Well then, let us all indulge together," she suggested. In the next moment, Conan transformed into a curious child, inquiring, "Isn't the bamboo rat native to China? Did you order it from there, Brother Chi?" "Yes," Chi Feiqi replied, leading the group of elementary school students into the kitchen after ensuring the door was securely closed. "I asked my father to help me order a batch. Please sit while I prepare a couple of dishes. Do you need assistance?" Hybrid AI offered. "No need," Chi Feiqi responded as he entered the kitchen. The refrigerator lacked beverages, but he had purchased oranges and could prepare some fresh juice for them. Chapter 38 Chi Feiqi. I choose the bamboo rat. He cooked a stir-fry of bok choy and spicy tofu, juiced several oranges, and prepared a fruit platter, along with freshly stewed bamboo rat. In an instant, the 5 members of the Junior Detective League exclaimed, "Let us dig in." Chi Feiqi ate slowly beside them. Having grown weary of cold dishes and Western cuisine since his arrival in this world, he was grateful for his culinary skills. He may not create dazzling gourmet masterpieces, but his home-cooked meals were quite palatable, which sufficed. It was indeed a blessing to have a nation that relished food so artfully. For the Junior Detective League, savoring the unfamiliar delicacies was an exhilarating experience. Half an hour later, the bowls on the table were spotless, the rice pot was empty, and the pot containing the stewed bamboo rat was likewise clean. The 5 members of the detective team lounged on the sofa, their bellies protruding from overeating. Chi Feiqi tidied up the table, glancing at the empty rice cooker, pleased by the ease of cleaning. Hybrid AI stood up, stating, "I'll help." "No need," Chi Feiqi replied, observing the 5 of them with bulging stomachs, similar to Feichi's previous state. It's fine to sit back and relax after eating so much. Hybra AI looked at her own belly, feeling a bit embarrassed, and averted her gaze, saying, "Ahem, thank you for your hard work." Initially, she had not intended to eat much, even if it weren't a rabbit but a bamboo rat. It appeared quite round and adorable. However, it was indeed delicious. As Chief Feichi washed the dishes in the kitchen, the Junior Detective League began to stir, recovering from their previous lethargy. Yuan Tai rubbed his belly and exclaimed, "The bamboo rat with rice tastes even better than eel rice. I feel like I could eat a bit more, but unfortunately there's none left." Conan sighed. Yuan Tai, "You've already eaten too much." Ayumi nodded. "You and Brother Chi ate the most, but he's an adult." Kagoro enthusiastically added, "I found the tofu delightful. It was slightly spicy at first, but it became more enjoyable with each bite." Ayumi smiled. The stir-fried bok choy was also delicious, and the fruit platter was visually stunning, resembling a painting. This grand feast was truly wonderful. Yuan Tai completely disregarded his eel rice, declaring, "I still think the bamboo rat is the best. I want my mom to make bamboo rat soup from now on." "But you can't buy it here," Conan pointed out. "The bamboo rat is native to southern China. Brother Chi must have had someone bring it back from there. And it definitely isn't cheap, right, Brother Chi?" "Indeed, I had my father arrange for them from China." Including shipping and other costs, it was about 20,000 yen each, Chief Feichi replied from the kitchen. "That's equivalent to 50 bowls of eel rice," Hybra AI remarked. Yuan Tai immediately looked despondent. "That's so expensive." Kagoro stroked his chin, "And we would need someone to buy it from China." "I don't know anyone who goes there." "Don't worry, I bought a lot. There are still over 200 left," Chief Feichi assured them. 200? Yuan Tai's eyes lit up. Originally, he had planned to buy only a few for Feichi to cook and to taste himself, but unexpectedly, they had acquired so many. Chief Feichi dried his hands and stepped out of the kitchen, saying, "I can cook for you whenever I have the time." "Yay! Yuan Tai!" Ayumi and Kagoro cheered. Conan chuckled. The bamboo rat, which cost 20,000 yen each, was originally intended as pet food. The next day, Chief Feichi selected 2 more bamboo rats and delivered them to Dr. Agasa's home while picking up his friends, to express their gratitude for the bamboo rat feast. The Junior Detective League transformed their team-building activity into a thank-you event, inviting Chief Feichi to join. "Today, I'll leave these children in your care, Mr. Chi, Doctor." Agasa greeted him. "Oh, what large rabbits." Hybra AI interjected, "Doctor, these are bamboo rats." Kagoro corrected him, "Let me remind you." Yuan Tai perked up. "Does that mean we'll have bamboo rat to eat today? These 2 don't look too lively." "We'll eat these 2 today." Chief Feichi placed the cage on the table. "After the movie, I'll prepare dry pot bamboo rat for you." "Yay!" Another round of cheers erupted. "Are we eating?" "Doctor." Agasa appeared a bit bewildered. "This is a highly nutritious food, low in cholesterol and high in protein, promoting hair growth, making it suitable for you, Doctor." Hybra AI stated calmly. Yes, Brother Chi mentioned that yesterday." "Doctor, do remember to eat plenty. Let us go. We're off to the movies." "Doctor, you stay home and take care of the bamboo rats. By the way, will the dry pot bamboo rat be tastier than yesterday's stewed bamboo rat?" "I'm eager to try it," Chief Feichi said as he lingered behind, assuring them, "I will take good care of them." With a bang, the door closed. "Doctor." Agasa touched his balding head, feeling as though his heart had been pierced by a painful needle, the wound still oozing. Upon arriving at the cinema, the 3 children unanimously demanded Godzilla. "Godzilla! We must see Godzilla." Conan felt a sweat break as he thought, "Today, we're here to thank Brother Chi with a movie. So I should ask him first. Besides, we are the Junior Detective League. Shouldn't we be watching something like The Legend of the Evil Spirit Murder Case?" "But those kinds of movies are quite taxing on the brain," Yuan Tai replied. Kagoro nodded in agreement. "It's better to watch something more lighthearted." Hybra AI glanced at the schedule and suggested, "I recommend Einstein's Glory and the Agony of His Years." Conan was momentarily speechless, then turned to Chief Feichi and said, "Let Brother Chi decide." "Brother Chi will definitely choose Godzilla," Chief Feichi stated without hesitation. Conan thought, this is not what he expected. The 3 children cheered with delight. "I knew Brother Chi wanted to see Godzilla too. Let us hurry and buy tickets." At the ticket counter, Conan couldn't resist tugging at Chief Feichi's sleeve, but then froze in place. "Why can't I control my hands?" Chief Feichi turned to Conan and said, "Feichi overate, he is at home digesting."
Conan sighed in relief, contemplating that there was really nothing to fear. He had never seen Feichi bite anyone and assumed he was a rather docile snake. It was no different from other pets. He whispered, "You're really good with kids. If you suggested a detective movie, they would agree and they might even enjoy it. Since we haven't bought tickets yet, there's still time. But I want to see Godzilla," Chief Feichi calmly insisted. Conan exclaimed, "You're kidding, right?
You chose Godzilla just to please the kids." Once inside, the movie began. The cinema was sparsely populated. As Godzilla made his entrance, the three children erupted in excited cheers. "Go Godzilla! Don't lose to the man-eating spider monster. You can't lose, Godzilla. His head is its weakness." Chief Feichi continued to watch the screen, his demeanor calm, reminding them to maintain silence during the film. Yes, the three children instinctively quieted down. In the rear, the bespectacled young man, who had just intended to speak up, silently withdrew his hand, sensing that the atmosphere had abruptly turned cold. Conan observed the three children sitting obediently, stifling a dry chuckle within, completely overwhelmed by the oppressive aura. Leaning closer, he whispered to Chief Feichi, "You are indeed quite engrossed in this." Chief Feichi responded, "The special effects are commendable. I would rate it an 8. While the plot may be somewhat cliché, the transitions are seamless, avoiding any particularly awkward moments. There is action and emotional resonance, an overall commendable film." Sitting between them, Hybrid AI added softly, "Moreover, it carries profound implications. Foolish humanity is engrossed in the dead end of technology. Isn't that a wake-up call?" Conan, with narrowed eyes, acknowledged. "Well said. Upon reflection, this film can be deemed good. However, I have watched it numerous times during my childhood." As the screening concluded, the group exited the theater. Not wishing to delve into the plot, Conan shifted the topic. "Let us hurry back for some bamboo rat." "Bamboo rat?" Yuan Tai's eyes lit up, only to dim again. But there are still 2 more films to watch. Conan glanced at the schedule on the wall, noticing the remaining 2 screenings would take 4 hours. He felt a wave of despair wash over him. Combining all 3, that essay total of 6 hours, Hybrid AI remarked, turning to Chief Feichi with a smile. "It's a rare luxurious package. We can indulge ourselves fully." Chief Feichi nodded, "A commendable schedule." Hey, Conan lamented, "Are you two intentionally saying this for my sake?" Yuan Tai mumbled, "I'm a bit hungry now. Let us treat Brother Chi to some popcorn." Ume cheerfully suggested, "Right? We had agreed to treat Brother Chi to a movie, yet he ended up paying for the tickets." Hikari concurred, turning to Conan seriously, "Conan, you shouldn't always be thinking about Bamboo Rat." Conan merely replied. Upon reaching the popcorn counter, Chief Feichi refrained from paying, as this was an expression of the children's goodwill. Regardless of the amount, shared contributions are the essence of maintaining interpersonal relationships. "Let us get a large popcorn for Brother Chi, 3 cups of cola, and 3 cups of coffee," Hikari calculated. "The remainder will suffice for us with 3 buckets of popcorn." "That's all right," Yuri Yuriko, who was in charge of selling popcorn and drinks, smiled, "Consider it my treat. You all frequent here, and you are our last customers." "Last?" Hikari questioned, perplexed. "Indeed, after today, we will be closing." The cinema owner, Muramatsu Akio, leaned on his cane. "This cinema has been operating for 30 years. Is that so? Hence the ropes scattered about inside, correct?" Conan inquired. "My sincerest apologies," Muramatsu Akio expressed. "The contractor's schedule has been too tight." Chief Feichi recalled the case, remembering the projector. The victim was a detestable person who had hanged himself. As for the murderer, his memories were somewhat muddled with the art gallery incident, as both cases involved arrogant real estate developers who ultimately met their demise. However, anyone who could tamper with the projector would undoubtedly be the culprit. "Do not say that," Muramatsu Akio interjected kindly. "We specially made arrangements to allow you to operate until now. Had it not been for the owner's request to wait until the cinema's anniversary, it would have been dismantled long ago." Zhang Tianzheng, entering with a cigarette, approached Chief Feichi. "I never anticipated this. I specifically came to witness the final day of this cinema. Yet there are only a few patrons, just a bunch of kids and 1 adult who requires the children to purchase popcorn. How tragic." Chief Feichi merely observed him, seemingly unfazed. "Mr. Zhang, please refrain from such remarks." Yuri Yuriko frowned. "Am I mistaken?" Zhang Tianzheng exhaled smoke, appearing to have fully grasped Chief Feichi's essence, deliberately gazing at him with a hint of mockery. "Bringing children to watch a film and expecting them to pay? You might as well not come."
A man should strive and take on some responsibility. Chi Feiqi met Zhang Tianzhang's gaze unwaveringly. If you wish to relinquish your tongue, feel free to express it. I can assist you. Zhang Tianzhang, locking eyes with those cold, emotionless purple orbs, felt a chill spread through him. As if the very act of continuing the conversation might lead to his tongue being severed in response. Mr. Zhang. Have I not already mentioned that smoking is prohibited in the cinema? The staff member, Kubo Rin, approached, displeased, only to find Zhang Tianzhang standing pale and motionless. What is happening? Chi Feiqi had already averted his gaze, reaching for the popcorn. Nothing. He may have dozed off. Kubo Rin retorted. He should at least find a plausible excuse for his indifference. Who has ever seen someone standing with a cigarette asleep? Yuyuri Yuriko sensed an inexplicable tension in the air. Briefly unsure of how to respond, Muramatsu Akio wiped his forehead, noting the air conditioning seemed excessively cold today. Zhang Tianzhang snapped back to reality, diverted his gaze, discarded his unfinished cigarette on the ground, and opened the nearby door. Excuse me, I need to step out for a moment. Conan observed Zhang Tianzhang's retreating figure. His expression a mix of confusion and concern. The man's facial reaction earlier had been one of fear, and he now appeared somewhat dazed. This fellow, Chi Feiqi, is indeed something. Kubo Rin moved forward to pick up the cigarette but, extinguishing it in the trash bin, disgruntled. He never adheres to the rules whenever he comes to the cinema. The most carefree seemed to be the three children, who merely sensed a brief chill in the atmosphere. However, Brother Chi always spoke in that calm tone, making the sudden drop in temperature seem unremarkable. Yuan Tai voiced his displeasure that Uncle's remarks are quite rude. Indeed, it was our decision to treat Brother Chi to popcorn. What does it have to do with him? Hikari chimed in, equally displeased. Exactly. Bumei nodded in agreement. Did he argue with you? Kubo Rin tossed the extinguished cigarette into the trash bin. This guy has been coming here daily lately, and after each film screening, he always gets into disputes with delinquents. Oh, I'm not implying that this gentleman is a delinquent, but he seems to deliberately provoke trouble. Chi Feiqi had already surmised that he was simply a pawn in the cinema's larger game, yet his initial good mood had been disrupted. Yuri Yuriko sensed the atmosphere returning to normal and lamented. Those delinquents were certainly hired by him to create disturbances and tarnish our cinema's reputation, forcing us to close. It's astonishing that even as we prepare to close, he still dares to provoke other patrons. All right, let us refrain from such talk, Muramatsu Akio interjected amiably. Turning to Chi Feiqi, I sincerely apologize for your encounter with such matters. It's nothing, Chi Feiqi replied, his expression unperturbed. The bespectacled young man approached with a camera. What happened? Oh, nothing, Muramatsu Akio greeted. Mr. Ide is here today as well. Today is the last day. I asked Miss Yuyuri for permission to take photos here. I'd explained, I adore these special effects films. Yuyuri Yuriko turned to Muramatsu Akio. That should be permissible, right? Muramatsu Akio smiled. Of course, Mr. Ide has frequented this cinema since childhood. He is like the cinema's own son. Well, it's about time. I should head out for lunch. Oh no! I forgot to grab everyone's bento. Yuyuri Yuriko turned to Chi Feiqi. Would you like me to get you one? That's unnecessary, Chi Feiqi declined. I'll just eat something simple with the children. You all remain busy. The next screening was set to begin shortly, and aside from Chi Feiqi, the young Detective Conan, along with Ide, were joined by the cinema owner, Zhang Tianzhang, and a couple. Before long, the couple was driven away by Zhang Tianzhang's unpleasant antics. Conan glanced back and then at Chi Feiqi, noting that Chi Feiqi was also looking toward the rear, and quietly remarked, that guy does indeed seem like one who would hire delinquents to create havoc. Chi Feiqi responded lightly, retracting his gaze. As he resolved not to involve himself further, let things unfold as they may. Ai Hayasaka tugged at Chi Feiqi's sleeve. When Chi Feiqi turned to look, she yawned and said, I'm feeling drowsy. Chi Feiqi pondered for a moment and asked, Shall I carry you? Ai Hayasaka replied with an air of calm. I merely wanted to inform you that I wish to lie down and rest for a while. If I disturb you, please do not mind. The air conditioning has intensified. Chi Feiqi shifted slightly to the side and pulled Ai Hayasaka closer, draping his outer garment over her. Ai Hayasaka remained silent. Had it not been for his gesture, she would have felt touched. Chi Feiqi noticed that Ayumi was also dozing off and remarked, Ayumi, if you're feeling sleepy, you can join Ai and take a nap. Ayumi rubbed her eyes and sleepily made her way over to Chi Feiqi. Why was I pulled over like that? Ai Hayasaka couldn't help but ask. Chi Feiqi calmly explained. Ayumi was sitting 2 seats away from you and Conan. I couldn't reach her. AI Hayasaka retorted, so if you could reach him, you would have pulled him too?
Can't you carry a girl? Chief Feichi then returned to AI Hayasaka's original seat, allowing the two little girls to snuggle under his coat as they slept.
Conan stood up and whispered, I'm going to the restroom. Chief Feichi nodded, noticing his phone vibrating. He took it out to see a message from his father.
The person picking you up will arrive at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Mr. Kamiho will take you, and then you will go together to Aoyama 4th Hospital to complete the formalities.
Understood, Chief Feichi replied, sending a brief message before returning to the film. Conan returned from the restroom. The villainous monster had just killed someone when Amo appeared, calling for Gamera. Just as Gamera was about to stand, the camera focused closely on Amer's face when a flickering shadow suddenly appeared on the screen. What is happening? Genta and Hayu exclaimed in confusion. Conan sat up straight, turning to look behind as he noticed something dangling in front of the projection window. What is going on? Akira Matsumoto also stood up in haste. When the lights in the theater turned on, the audience saw Masakazu Takeda hanging. 20 minutes later, the police arrived, rousing the two sleeping girls. Chief Feichi, who had been vigilantly watching, finally took them over. As Ayumi approached and heard Inspector Megur's inquiry, she asked in bewilderment, Did someone die? Inspector Megur turned to see Chief Feichi and said, Chi, you're here too. Chief Feichi replied, Inspector Megur, you have quite a few younger brothers.
Last time he called him Mr. Chi, and now he is directly referring to him as little brother. At the entrance, Chiba approached. Oh, little brother Chiba, Inspector Megur inquired. Any discoveries?
Chiba looked at the witness statements and said, according to the woman at the ticket counter, during the estimated time of death, the only people here, apart from these children,
were those 4 adults and the young man who brought them. Can the testimony be verified? Inspector Megur asked again. Chiba confirmed, yes, because after the film started, this woman was chatting with people near the entrance. AI Hayasaka yawned and glanced at Chief Feichi. Aren't you going to clear your name? Are you feeling grumpy?
Chief Feichi countered. AI Hayasaka paused, quickly denying no. Cough, Conan interjected, unable to hold back, a case just happened.
And these two are calmly chatting as if asking if you've eaten. SNT that strange? Inspector Megur. Chi has been sitting in the front row since we entered. While Hayu and I went to the restroom, Ayumi and AI fell asleep again. Nonetheless, he was in the middle, and we wouldn't have missed him leaving. Upon hearing restroom, Hayu's expression changed slightly, appearing as if he had something to say but ultimately lowered his head. Inspector Megur nodded and added, moreover, no one would bring children to commit a crime, right? I say, Inspector, Arakawa Narito interjected. Isn't it more likely that this was a suicide? There's no way a large man could hang himself like that. An elderly person, a woman, and that frail bespectacled guy wouldn't manage it either. I could, Chief Feichi stated, but I didn't have time to commit the crime. Conan chuckled, realizing that while Chief Feichi might not look strong, he had previously carried Genta up a ladder, indicating he was quite capable. Well, that leaves me, Arakawa Narito continued, but I also didn't have time to commit the crime. I was in the projection room, right, you? Yes, you. Hirako nodded. Mr. Arakawa was in the projection room. I happened to buy some bento and was making tea for him, and I remained outside the projection room until the shadow appeared. Then, may I ask where you two were at that time? Inspector Megur directed his gaze towards Matsumoto Akira and the bespectacled boy. The bespectacled boy presented photographs taken with a camera confirming that due to the presence of Chief Feichi and the young detective group, there was no time to commit the crime. Matsumoto Akira, being elderly and without accomplices, also had little suspicion. Hayu, do you have anything to say? Chief Feichi looked at Hayu, who appeared quite troubled. Hayu hesitated before stating, when I went to the restroom, I saw that big sister crying at the entrance of the women's restroom, just before the shadow appeared. Inspector Megur's expression turned serious as he looked at Yu Hirako.
What is going on? I remember you said you hadn't left the projection room until the audience caused a stir after returning with the bento, right?
Yu Hirako hurriedly explained. My contact lens suddenly slipped out, so while boiling water, I went to the restroom to put them back in.
It only took less than a minute, so I thought it unnecessary to mention. Did you notice this at the time? Inspector Megur asked Arakawa Narito.
No, I was in the projection room the whole time, he replied. But you don't need to doubt, because when the shadow appeared, she was indeed with me.
Then let us check the projection room, Conan suggested. All right, Inspector Megur nodded, leading the group toward the projection room. Conan followed, deep in thought.
And couldn't he help but tug at Chief Feichi's shirt, whispering, have you noticed any discrepancies? Chief Feichi replied calmly, As a precocious child, one must learn to deduce for oneself. Conan was taken aback. Typically, one wouldn't expect a child to solve a murder case. I mean, do you have some misunderstanding about children? No, Chief Feichi lowered his gaze to Conan. I'm simply not very interested in this case. As Conan locked eyes with Chief Feichi's cool, slightly lowered purple gaze, he suddenly recalled Masakazu Takeda's previous reaction. The intensity of that stare sent a chill down his spine, especially considering how Chief Feichi had calmly uttered peculiar phrases about whether to keep one's tongue. You're not avoiding this case because of what Mr. Takeda said earlier, are you? To some extent, Chief Feichi admitted, but there are other reasons. Such as? Conan inquired. Intrigued. Laziness, Chief Feichi said, joining the group into the projection room. Conan was taken aback. What the heck, laziness? The group surveyed the projection room. As Conan contemplated, he exited toward the restroom only to find Chief Feichi following him. Are you also planning to check the women's restroom? Chief Feichi glanced at Conan. You'll get caught by the police. Conan pondered over his recent words and realized they were somewhat out of place. He quickly clarified. I merely intended to check the ladies' restroom for any clues. After all, wasn't Miss Yree here before? I understand that, replied Chief Feichi. But entering the women's restroom poses no risk for you, whereas I could easily attract unwanted attention. With that, he turned towards the men's restroom, adding, I just need to relieve myself. For the first time, Conan recognized the benefits of being a child. At least he wouldn't be perceived as a nuisance for entering the ladies' restroom. However, Chief Feichi seemed intent on disregarding the case altogether. Was it mere laziness or a lingering grudge? From Chief Feichi's impassive expression and emotionless gaze, Conan was unable to discern his thoughts. No, he needed to focus on the case at hand. In the ladies' restroom, Hybra AI emerged from a stall, silently observing Conan as he entered, closed the door, and walked deeper inside with a contemplative expression. After watching him for a moment, she leisurely remarked, Are you attempting to gauge the sensation of colliding with a wall, great detective? Conan snapped back to reality, halting his steps as he faced the nearby wall, breaking into a slight sweat. He turned towards the mirror by the entrance. I just can't comprehend why Miss Yree would specifically come to the restroom to change her contact lenses. Hybra AI followed him, taking a seat by the sink and turning on the faucet to wash her hands. Perhaps you should discuss this with Chief Feichi? She suggested. But he seems completely disinterested in this case. Conan leaned against the sink's edge, gazing into the mirror. Fine, I won't press him. I can solve this case on my own. Do you have any clues? Hybra AI inquired. Who knows? His reaction reveals nothing, Conan replied, still studying the mirror. You mentioned that when you first met him, he had psychology books at home. I suspect he reads them to counteract his doctor, but it seems unnecessary. Just looking at his expressionless face makes it difficult to decipher his thoughts. Expressionless, Hybra AI suddenly recalled that first night they met when Chief Feichi had smiled once. His eyes sparkled beautifully when he did, but it appeared he hadn't smiled since. Conan noticed Hybra AI was lost in thought and asked, What's wrong? Nothing, she replied, turning off the faucet and gazing into the mirror. I was just thinking, you seem quite accustomed to this. Every morning when I see my reflection, I shudder and question, who is that person in the mirror? Children shouldn't overthink. At that moment, the restroom door swung open, and Chief Feichi stood at the entrance, not stepping inside. Conan quickly recalled if they had said anything that could be overheard. Thankfully, though Hybra's comments were peculiar, nothing about shrinking was mentioned. He had, however, indirectly criticized Chief Feichi. Cough. It shouldn't be categorized as criticism, right? Hybra AI also mentally reviewed their previous conversation. Relieved she hadn't remarked on Chief Feichi's stinginess regarding laughter, thus sparing herself from feeling awkward like Conan. Calmly, she asked, Do you all enjoy visiting the ladies' restroom? I emerged from the restroom and overheard you say that looking in the mirror makes you shudder. I couldn't resist coming to see. I don't find it unsettling. It just feels strange to see myself in the mirror, Chief Feichi replied, turning to face the mirror. If anyone feels most uncomfortable, it would be me. Sometimes, when I wake up and catch a glimpse of my face in the mirror, my brain stalls for a moment before I realize it is me, which is why I choose to avoid mirrors. Hybra AI initially worried that Chief Feichi might feel uncomfortable looking in mirrors due to a split personality, but his unexpected twist left her speechless. Don't stare at the mirror for no reason. Anyone would find it odd if they stared for too long. Chi Feichi continued calmly.
If you keep looking, I might need to recommend my psychiatrist to you. Hybrid AI, is she blind to think Chi Feichi is warm? Conan struggled to suppress a laugh.
Ahem, let us head back. Sometimes mirrors can be deceiving. Chi Feichi reflected on the scene, realizing Hybrid AI might spark inspiration for Conan, which he seemed to have disrupted.
Conan suddenly froze, a brilliant idea flashing in his mind. Mirrors? Deceptive? Seeing the detective's expression, Chi Feichi knew no further reminders were necessary and turned to leave. Soon after,
Conan hurried out, quickening his pace to catch up with Chi Feichi. Did you already know the method the killer used? Hybrid AI followed closely, her curiosity piqued. Many magic tricks utilize mirrors. I'm an enthusiast, Chi Feichi offered as an explanation. This implied that it wasn't anything extraordinary. Conan cast a sidelong glance at Chi Feichi, suppressing his tangled emotions, and pondered seriously. Then, the only person capable of using that technique is him. You're not exposing him because you lack evidence? Chi Feichi, he truly doesn't want to involve himself in this case. However, he couldn't recall the evidence related to it, and he never intended to think about it, let alone whether he could figure it out. Conan contemplated this as they reached the projection room's entrance, a smile suddenly gracing his lips. I know where the evidence is. Chi Feichi looked down and noticed the reflection of Conan's glasses, which contradicted the principles of optics. Then I'll leave it to you to resolve. Conan instantly deflated.
He couldn't possibly admit that it was his juvenile reasoning. Ahem, I'm just a kid. It would be better if I told you the evidence. And you could deduce it, it's rather troublesome. Chi Feichi declined. Conan found it challenging to grasp this mindset. Revealing the truth in front of others was such a delightful endeavor.
How could anyone find it burdensome? Yet, curiously, such individuals possessed formidable reasoning skills, utterly unjust. Then let our young detective corps handle the reasoning. Conan decided to enlist the young detective corps, performing alongside a group of children to obscure his identity. With Chi Feichi by their side, others would likely perceive it as his deduction, merely seeking assistance from the children. Casual. Chi Feichi had no objections. Identifying the culprit was akin to solving a problem.
It was merely a multiple-choice question with one correct answer. As long as one possessed the skill, the answer would materialize with a little thought. However,
reasoning involved explaining the problem to others, including why this answer was chosen, the steps to reach it, the significance of each step, and why this answer was indeed correct.
He simply could not comprehend why detectives found such joy in this. Occasionally discussing it once or twice might suffice, but Conan seemed to do so nearly every day.
After so many explanations, didn't he find it exhausting? In the screening hall, after gathering with Genta, Ayumi, and Mitsuhiko, Conan huddled together for a hushed discussion.
Hybrid AI stood off to the side, arms crossed, observing as the other three children nodded enthusiastically before collectively gazing at Chi Feichi, their eyes filled with reverence and anticipation. As if saying, we are ready, please begin. Chi Feichi was taken aback, realizing that Conan must have attributed the achievement of uncovering the truth to him. He approached Inspector Magyar, who was stooping to examine the deceased's seat. Inspector Magyar, I have discerned the identity of the murderer. The murderer? Magyar looked up in surprise. So, this incident truly wasn't a suicide. Chi Feichi nodded and turned to the group awaiting nearby. The culprit is Mr. Kobayashi.
As for the method and reasoning behind the deduction, I leave that to the young detective corps. Indeed, leave it to us, Mitsuhiko proclaimed earnestly. Magyar glanced at the eager young detective corps, feeling a bit overwhelmed. All right, that's fine. Compared to providing a manual for the police to reconstruct the method themselves, having a group to explain is already quite commendable. What more could I ask for? Chapter 41. I, Hybrid AI, am super fierce. The young detective corps sprang into action. Conan operated the projector in the screening room while Hybrid AI took charge of the air conditioning. The other three children engaged in animated discussion, providing commentary in unison. Chi Feichi also participated, briefly pretending to be the suspended victim while holding onto a rope. After the others headed to the screening room to observe Conan's demonstration techniques,
Hybrid AI returned to the viewing hall. Do you want to come over and take a look? Chi Feichi released his grip on the rope and jumped down. Let's go. Hybrid AI turned towards the screening room, adding, you're burdened with extra weight now, your body has become heavier. I cranked the air conditioning to the maximum to prevent any unexpected incidents. So don't blame me if you catch a cold. Chi Feichi turned his head to gaze at Hybrid AI. Is there something on my face?
she inquired as she raised a hand to touch her cheek. You could have said it more directly, Chi Feichi replied, enunciating each syllable as if teaching a child. Cold, symptoms, flu. Hybera AI's calm demeanor shattered, her face flushing with embarrassment. She felt that expressing her feelings directly was too sentimental. Was it not permissible? Why can't I? She thought. You were quite verbose. Wait a moment. Chi Feichi halted, pulling out his phone to snap a photo of Hybera AI. She was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing? Just letting you see your expression from earlier, he said, editing the photo before lowering the phone so she could see. Below her image, he added a caption. I'm super scary. The juxtaposition of Hybera AI's bashful yet composed expression with the caption was amusingly fitting. Hybera AI was rendered speechless. Chi Feichi had captured a unique expression of hers and stowed his phone away, continuing on his path. Hybera AI hurried to catch up, insisting, delete it right away. I want to share it, Chi Feichi replied. That doesn't matter, just delete it quickly. I won't delete it. If she were to confront Chi Feichi, what were her chances? She pondered whether she could snatch the phone from him, or perhaps think of another way to retrieve it. In the screening room, Kahara Narito confessed to the crime of murder. But why would you commit such an act here? Muramatsu Akio questioned, his expression a mix of disappointment and confusion. I thought you always enjoyed the cinema. I have told myself numerous times not to do this here, but I could no longer endure it. Kahara Narito reminisced as he approached the observation window, his tone filled with nostalgia and sorrow. To be honest, what I cherished most was watching the audience's reactions to films from the special seat. Muramatsu Akio lowered his head and Megure-san sighed. Kahara Narito continued, however. That despicable fellow has caused our patrons to dwindle. Yesterday, a Sunday, there was only him in attendance. Chi Feichi, having walked to the door, interrupted, Today is Tuesday. Yesterday was Sunday? He had mistakenly believed that yesterday was Monday. Considering that not only the elementary school but also the high school students from Tien High and Higoda High were in class. Initially, he thought it was merely a mix-up with the calendar. But now he realized that even the school day could not serve as a reliable reference. However, recalling that Conan had a morning of classes and a 20-day break, it became less surprising. Kahara Narito continued his lament. That is why I wanted to suspend him in front of this window, so he could truly experience this bleakness and despair, to perceive the desolation of this scene and the solitude of it all. Even if he were to witness this dreary sight 100 times, he would never grasp your feelings. As Chi Feichi entered, he remarked, human beings are inherently independent and distinct individuals, forever incapable of fully comprehending one another's emotions. Even if they do, it is derived only from imagination and empathy. What we call understanding is merely the result of shared perspectives, similar experiences, and the resonance born of loneliness. Megure-san interjected, telling Kahara Narito that the other party cannot possibly understand you seems a bit disheartening. However, he had no rebuttal, for he could not soothe Kahara Narito's feelings by claiming, I feel the same as you. Yuan-tai whispered, although I don't comprehend what Chi brother is saying, it seems to make sense. Ayumi turned to ask Mitsuhiko, did you understand? Well, Mitsuhiko chuckled nervously, I didn't quite get it either. Conan, overhearing the 3S whispered conversation, found it amusing and somewhat frustrating. The innocence of children was refreshing. They had no worries, yet they couldn't understand why something they couldn't grasp still felt reasonable. Kahara Narito paused, then turned back with a wry smile. Perhaps, but now that I'm dead, discussing it seems futile. All right, let us continue this discussion at the police headquarters. Megure-san stated. Boss, I sincerely apologize, Kahara Narito turned to Muramatsu Akio, for committing such a selfish act and bringing disgrace to the cinema on its final day. Looking back, perhaps this was fate, Muramatsu Akio said self-deprecatingly. Before you arrived, our audience numbers had already been dwindling. Cinemas like ours can hardly attract popular new films. We were destined for closure. Moreover, with so many alternatives like TV and video on demand, perhaps the era of film has simply passed. Chi Feichi, having witnessed the evolution of cinema in a prior life, thought that even with television, computers, and mobile streaming, cinemas had not met their demise. If it were his venture, he would take a two-pronged approach. Eh? The others turned to Chi Feichi. Ayumi was about to refute Muramatsu Akio's statement but paused, intrigued by what Chi Feichi would say. The first step is to identify a selling point and create a unique identity. Chief H's voice remained calm.
It doesn't matter if we can't secure the latest blockbuster, we can make classic films our hallmark. Given that Muramatsu-san has years of experience,
he surely possesses a keen appreciation for films. Curate a selection of classic movies by genre, perhaps a week dedicated to horror classics, followed by a week for comedies. If Muramatsu-san cannot identify the classics himself, hiring someone to assist would be prudent. Reputation is key. Conan recalled the films he had watched in his childhood,
wondering if it was possible to screen the classic titles without needing the rights to the latest films. Muramatsu Akio stood there, contemplating. This idea seemed feasible.
He wondered why he hadn't thought of it sooner. The second step is to create and reinforce one's advantages. Chief H continued. We need to promote our unique cinema,
ensuring people know what types of films are being shown each week. Build a following gradually through word of mouth. Furthermore, the cinematic experience, enhanced visuals, sound,
and ambience is something television and video cannot replicate. If funding permits, we can enhance these aspects. Wow, how impressive. Mitsuhiko's eyes widened in awe. Ayumi nodded. I also believe the atmosphere of watching a film is different from watching it on TV. Yuan Tai exclaimed, if I knew there were classic Godzilla films every week,
I would definitely come. Hybera AI contemplated, thinking that while Godzilla was great, they could also include other classic films like Kamen Rider to create a theme suitable for children. Conan nodded. If there were a week dedicated to classic detective films, knowing that only classics were being shown, I'd be tempted to check it out.
If I encounter something I haven't seen before, I would definitely watch it. And if it's a classic I've seen before, I wouldn't mind watching it again. Chief H's business acumen was impressive.
The ideas he proposed in such a short time could potentially revive a cinema on the brink of closure and even lead to its success.
Boss, Yuri Sayuri looked at Muramatsu Akio with anticipation. Muramatsu Akio hesitated. This proposal is incredibly valuable. If we need investment, contact me tomorrow. Chief H took out a notebook, inscribed his name and phone number, tore off a page, and handed it over, specifying before 1 p.m. Matsumoto Akio breathed a sigh of relief.
If Chief H was indeed an investor in the cinema, it meant he was contributing ideas for his own establishment, alleviating any sense of indebtedness. Accepting the page, he assured,
I will contact you tomorrow. Although he could no longer gaze out of that window, he mused that the view outside would surely become livelier with each passing day. In a moment of reflection, Kojiro remarked to Conan, little brother with glasses, since you can operate the projector, would you help with the screening? After it begins, you can join your friends in the screening room, and once it concludes, you can return here to turn off the machine. In the meantime, Yuriko can help supervise.
Consider it my apology for interrupting your enjoyment. Please continue to watch today's film. Okay. Conan nodded in agreement. He had seen it many times before, so it was no trouble if he missed it. As the police wrapped up their investigation and departed, Hybera AI approached Conan. Are you accepting a commission?
Huh? Conan was momentarily perplexed. Hybera AI continued, I need you to retrieve Chief H's phone for me. That is my request. What do you want his phone for?
Conan inquired, puzzled. He took a photo of me, Hybera AI explained. The organization knows what I looked like as a child. If they see that photo, you understand the potential consequences. Can't you just tell him to delete it? Conan suggested. Thinking of the photo labeled I'm super fierce, Hybera AI's expression darkened.
He won't delete it. That shouldn't be the case. If the person requests it. Conan paused. Then couldn't help but chuckle. I say, Hybera, you didn't get caught in any embarrassing situations with him, did you? Hybera AI regarded Conan with a hint of curiosity. Embarrassing situations? Clearing his throat, Conan's gaze wandered. He had only mentioned to Hybera and Professor Agasa that Chief H was recording him, omitting the parts where he acted like a child or sang. All right, I'll accept your request. I need to confirm whether he still has my recordings. Chapter 42. An unorthodox veterinarian. The film continued to screen. Hybera AI reminded the three children, you must not disclose the operational method of this cinema. If someone else uses it first, this cinema may never thrive. I understand.
Don't worry, we won't say a word. Genta and Mitsuhiko promised. Ayumi nodded. I won't tell anyone either. Once the children returned their focus to the film, Hybera AI leaned in to whisper to Chief H, aren't you concerned that the cinema might adopt your method of operation but refuse your investment?
It's merely a cinema, Chief H replied, still fixated on the screen. Even if it is profitable, the gains aren't substantial. Hybra AI frowned. But this method is your brainchild. Chief Feichi explained. I merely wish to test my adaptability. I considered the perspective of a proprietor and devised this solution. Hybra AI was exasperated. How could Chief Feichi remain so indifferent to her concerns over his prank with her photo? It's frustrating. However, not investing does seem like a loss. If it can yield profit even if only a little, it's worth it, Chief Feichi remarked. You will undoubtedly be a formidable steward in the future, AI. Hybra AI shot him a disbelieving look. Are you implying that I'm a housekeeper? Thank you. Chief Feichi replied. Hybra AI was momentarily taken aback, her frustration dissipating as she turned her gaze back to the screen. Around 5 in the afternoon, a group departed the cinema, picking up Feichi from Chief Feichi's apartment en route to Professor Agasa's home. Conan, with a resigned expression, engaged the 3 children in a game. There was no helping it. Bamboo rats were delicious, but letting children witness their slaughter was ill-advised. He was tasked with distracting them while Chief Feichi dealt with the bamboo rats. Do you need assistance? Professor Agasa called out to Chief Feichi. Hybra AI cast a glance at Professor Agasa. Relying on him was less reassuring than depending on herself. Allow me to assist. Chief Feichi pondered. Is there an electric net? Oh, are we using an electric net for the bamboo rats? Professor Agasa was astonished, recalling that he didn't have one. However, I have tools that can create one. It's quite simple. If there is no electric net, a syringe will suffice, Chief Feichi stated, pulling out a bamboo rat and placing it on the cutting board. He intended to demonstrate a method to Feichi, having previously shown the drowning method. Today, he aimed to illustrate an alternative approach. Feichi looked bewildered. No. I really don't want to see a demonstration. He met Chief Feichi's calm, steady gaze. All right, I do want to see. As long as I'm not the one being demonstrated on. Professor Agasa, sweating, proceeded to show a snake the method of dispatching bamboo rats. Finding Chief Feichi's reasoning quite peculiar. I remember there are syringes in the lab, Hybra AI remarked. Is a syringe all that is required? Professor Agasa replied, syringes? I don't have any. They're typically used in Hybra's lab for the laboratory mice. If we have succinylcholine, I can avoid the bamboo rat's teeth. Chief Feichi said, extracting a bamboo rat, calculating a dosage of 1 milligram per kilogram of body weight, preparing 3 milligrams. If not, a syringe will suffice. I'll go fetch the succinylcholine, Hybra AI said, turning toward her laboratory. Professor Agasa, wiping his brow, mused how making a dish felt akin to entering a laboratory. This succinylcholine is a skeletal muscle relaxant, Chief Feichi explained. The bamboo rat dies without pain or struggle, leaving no damage to its fur. And any residual drug in its system is non-toxic, making it safe for consumption. Oh, I see. Professor Agasa wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hybra AI quickly returned with a syringe. I've drawn up the succinylcholine. It's 3 milligrams. Conan, having excused himself to the restroom to temporarily escape the burden of entertaining the children, passed by and witnessed the scene. What are these 3 up to? Pharmaceutical euthanasia method, Chief Feichi stated, smoothly administering a shot to the bamboo rat, then tossing it into the sink. It's quite straightforward. Professor Agasa glanced at the now motionless bamboo rat. Noting the absence of pain or struggle, it had died too quickly. Hybra AI added, it's similar to sudden death in humans. Indeed, Chief Feichi remarked to Feichi, next, we will demonstrate the cervical dislocation method. Pay close attention, it might be useful to you. Feichi stared intently, his eyes reflecting a serious demeanor. Chief Feichi took another bamboo rat, pulling its head backward and then pushing it forward. A crisp crack echoed through the air. The method was executed with precision, and the bamboo rat passed peacefully. Chief Feichi tossed this one into the sink as well. It was equally simple. Mr. Chi seems to have studied veterinary medicine? Professor Agasa couldn't help but inquire. ISNT veterinary medicine about diagnosing animal diseases and providing treatment? Does he not have a full grasp of it? Yes. Chief Feichi turned to him. What is up? Nothing. Mr. Chi certainly understands animals well. Professor Agasa nodded, observing Chief Feichi as he turned to clean up the 2 bamboo rats, casting a sympathetic glance at Feichi. Feichi felt a twinge of gratitude. It was refreshing to know someone considered its feelings. Professor Agasa thought, thank goodness this snake knows nothing. Otherwise, having such a master who constantly demonstrates methods of animal slaughter would drive it mad. Laboratory mice also have a neck-breaking method. It seems the handling of rodents is quite similar. Hybrid AI remained composed, equating bamboo rats with common lab mice.
The only difference was one being an experimental subject and the other a food source. Could I have a bit of the raw bamboo rat meat?
Chi readily agreed, of course, but what do you intend to do? I wish to analyze the composition of the bamboo rat meat. Hybrid AI is quite intrigued and perhaps we could extract some biochemical pharmaceutical components. Extracting is certainly feasible. I shall provide you with the other parts as well. Chi, without lifting his head, continued to prepare the bamboo rat, instructing, you go fetch a container, and I shall assist you in the cutting. Hybrid AI hurried back to her laboratory, returning with several sterilized glass bottles. I don't have an appropriate sample box. Will these suffice?
As long as you find them convenient, replied Chi, skillfully dissecting the skinned bamboo rat, placing the brain, liver, and fat into the containers one by one. I have heard that components such as alpha-linolenic acid, hepatocyte growth factor, and anti-cancer active factors from cartilage could be extracted.
Though I have not conducted the tests or extractions myself. Hybrid AI waited patiently by the side, like a child eagerly awaiting a treat. I'll give it a try. If I obtain results, I will inform you. Dr. Agasa observed for a while before quietly moving to the television,
where a group of children were engrossed in a video game. He felt a certain disconnect with the two individuals over there. Nanaka Hikaru, noticing Feichi slinking over, was no longer intimidated but hesitated before reaching out to pet him. He placed the game controller on the ground. Do you want to play? The character controlled by Conan in the game exclaimed, Hikaru, snakes do not understand. Feichi approached, propping himself up to gaze intently at the television screen. His tail wrapping around the game controller, playfully slapping the buttons with his tail in a rhythmic dance. Startled, the snake wished to vent its energy through gaming. In the game, the character controlled by Conan triumphantly exclaimed, Yay! Genta stepped forward to take the game controller from Conan. Next. It's my turn to play with Feichi. Hikaru chuckled, Conan, you can't even beat Feichi at gaming. You must practice diligently to avoid embarrassing our young detective team. Conan, looking bewildered, turned to the figure cooking nearby. Feichi, has your snake become sentient?
By the time dinner was served, Feichi had already achieved 5 consecutive victories. After several rounds of defeat, Conan, Hikaru, Genta, and Ayumi even dragged Hybrid AI into a couple of matches against Feichi thus. The dinner table conversation shifted to, Hikaru, Feichi is amazing. Genta, no. We cannot concede defeat, not before dinner. Hikaru, but Genta, your record has been shattered by Feichi and by a considerable margin. Genta, the lowest record belongs to Conan, as he was the first to be surpassed. Conan, caught in the crossfire, interjected, Hikaru. We could try a different game, although Conan seems unable to excel in any game. Hey, that's enough, Feichi remarked, noticing Ayumi had not participated in the discussion and appeared rather unwell. Ayumi, are you feeling unwell? Yes, Ayumi murmured, feeling weak, her throat slightly sore, and she had little appetite. The others quieted down. Hikaru speculated, could it be that you're tired from today's activities? Feichi instinctively glanced at Feichi, who was curled up on the sofa watching television. But that didn't seem right. If Feichi had bitten her, it would not merely render her weak but incapacitated. Dr. Agasa, do you have a thermometer?
I'll fetch it. Hybrid AI dashed toward her laboratory. Do you have a flashlight? Feichi inquired again. Conan activated the illumination on his watch and handed it over.
Will this suffice? Yes. Feichi accepted the watch, squatting down before Ayumi. Ayumi, open your mouth. Ah. Ayumi understood and complied,
opening her mouth like she would at a doctor's office. Mr. Chi, you studied veterinary medicine, correct? Dr. Agasa remarked, feeling a bit strange about the situation. Indeed. But I can still observe that her tonsils are swollen. Feichi examined with the watch's light,
noting the diffuse congestion of the palatine arch and visible yellowish-white cheesy spots at the tonsil crypts, indicating tonsillitis, likely due to a cold and fever. Brother Chi helped Heiji last time with his dislocated bone. He's even better than the doctors at the hospital. Conan interjected, having been impressed since Feichi's successful treatment of Hattori Heiji. Dr. Agasa had nothing more to say, casting a silent glance at Feichi. Here was a veterinarian who was rather unorthodox. Chapter 43. Very well, quite ruthless. Hybrid AI retrieved the family medical kit, extracting a thermometer to take Ayumi's temperature, confirming she indeed had a slight fever. Hikaru looked worried. Perhaps it's because the air conditioning in the cinema was too strong today. Conan turned to Dr. Agasa. Doctor,
Do we have any cold medicine here? Dr. Agasa rummaged through the medical kit but could only find bandages, hemostatic agents, disinfectants, and digestive aids, feeling a bit frustrated. It seems I forgot to buy more after the last time. You all go ahead and eat, Chifeichi said, rising. Ayumi, wait a moment.
I will prepare you pumpkin rice. After dinner, I'll ensure you return home early. Okay. Ayumi nodded obediently, watching Chifeichi head to the kitchen, releasing a sudden sigh. What is wrong, Ayumi? Hikaru asked, puzzled. Ayumi wore a look of longing, wishing that Brother Chi were her actual brother. Hybera AI, having just returned the thermometer to the medical kit, paused her organizing upon hearing this. Was she not the only one with such thoughts? Numerous times, waking from nightmares, she thought of her sister, reminiscing about the warmth and comfort she could almost grasp upon waking, gradually calming her heart. Her sister was a very gentle person.
Perhaps too gentle, while Chifeichi, despite not showing it as overtly, could miraculously blend warmth and reassurance together.
She had never considered Chifeichi in a romantic light but mused that if he had a sister, that girl would surely be very fortunate. She then pondered, if it were not just her and her sister, but if someone like Chifeichi existed, he would surely stand up for them when they were bullied. She had seen girls sheltered behind their brothers or siblings before, but she never envied them. Her sister, being good-natured and gentle, should be the one standing in front, reprimanding others, and she could do that too. However, since meeting Chifeichi, she realized that she too felt envious. She understood that despite her efforts to armor herself and stand in front, she could never provide that sense of security. Perhaps her sister, when with that man, never considered that she might feel wronged, instead thinking, he will surely protect my sister. For in her sister's heart, she must always be the younger sister in need of care. Yet, whether in envy or sorrow, she was ultimately neither Chifeichi's sister nor a pure-hearted girl like Ayumi. She was merely someone who brought danger and trouble to others. Ayumi felt the weight of Hybera AI's complex gaze and, recalling Hybera AI's attitude toward Chifeichi, quickly explained, Hybera, I don't mean to monopolize him or compete with you for a brother. It's just. Hybera AI was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by monopolize? Compete for a brother? Ayumi struggled to clarify her thoughts, feeling flustered. She jumped off her chair, grabbing Hybera AI's hand. Come with me. Wait a moment. Hybera AI couldn't keep up with Ayumi's train of thought. To do what? To tell Brother Chi that you want pumpkin rice too. Ayumi declared resolutely, pulling Hybera AI along. The mind of a child is simple. She thought Hybera AI believed she wanted to claim Brother Chi for herself, which was why Chifeichi was only making pumpkin rice for her. She didn't know how to explain, so she decided that Chifeichi should also make pumpkin rice for Hybera AI. Hybera AI remained perplexed. How did this suddenly become about pumpkin rice? At the table, Genta, Hikaru, and Conan exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what had transpired. Just as Chifeichi pressed the button on the rice cooker, he noticed Ayumi leading Hybera AI over. What's the matter? Bume softly encouraged, go ahead, Hybera. Hybera AI felt a twinge of frustration. How could she utter such childish words as wanting pumpkin rice? Moreover, why did Bume assume she desired it? Nevertheless, since Chifeichi was preparing a special dish, she certainly did not wish to be left out. After a moment's hesitation, she tilted her head back, instantly adopting a calm demeanor. About that pumpkin rice, I would like to give it a try. I prepared an adult-sized portion, which should be sufficient for both of you. Chifeichi turned to lean against the kitchen counter, retrieving his phone to unlock it and check the bounty list online. There were 2 newly updated rewards, one of which was for an escaped robber and murderer who had killed a homeowner during a burglary in Kabukicho yesterday. The police had identified a suspect and released a frontal photograph of him. As of now, he remained at large with a bounty of 900,000 yen. He recalled a scene where Bume, having caught a cold, was home alone when she encountered a burglar. Initially, he had merely harbored suspicions about Bume's illness, but upon seeing the wanted criminal, he could confirm his doubts with a high degree of certainty. Although the intruder in Bume's home was not the same as the wanted robber, the situation was still quite terrifying. After reviewing the latest investigative information, Chifeichi erased his digital traces and put his phone away. The likelihood of apprehending the fugitive was slim, having committed the crime yesterday. He would likely be captured elsewhere by the next evening, and he had probably already left Tokyo. As for the intruder in Bumei's home, it was uncertain whether he had a criminal record, but even if he did, it probably wouldn't be of significant value. Brother Chi. Conan appeared at an unknown moment, and upon noticing Chi Feichi's gaze directed at him, he pointed to the other side of the living room. Could I borrow your phone? I'm using Dr. Agasa's phone to call Bumei's mother about the situation, but mine is dead. Genichi and the others need the landline in the living room, and I want to inform Uncle Mori and Sister Ran that I'll take Bumei home first and return later. The reason was quite convincing. Chi Feichi took out his phone, powered it down, removed the storage card, then powered it back on and unlocked it, handing it to Conan while his thoughts drifted momentarily. He wondered when he would be able to switch to a smartphone. Conan glanced at the phone and then at the storage card in Chi Feichi's hand. Very well. Quite ruthless. He thought silently as he accepted the phone and stepped aside to make a call. While Chi Feichi turned to check on the pumpkin rice in the rice cooker, Hybera AI quietly approached. Once Conan hung up, she whispered, "Have you confirmed it?" Wait. Conan opened the phone's photo album and video files. Indeed, it was completely clean. There were no photos or videos to be found, and he refrained from exploring other areas out of curiosity. Hybera AI had not held out much hope and was not particularly disappointed. She simply could not understand why it was so much trouble to obtain the phone, though it was better than asking him directly. I was just going to give it a try. If he was unguarded, I could seize the opportunity to destroy the photos and videos. If he was cautious, I could confirm his phone password first. That's why I waited until he put his phone away before I approached to borrow it. As long as he unlocked it in front of me, I could deduce the password based on the movement and range of his fingers. Conan locked Chi Feichi's phone and then lit up the screen. At that moment, he used his right hand to unlock it, utilizing only his right thumb. Observing the finger's range of motion and trajectory, he noted that the first 3 digits were in the lower right corner, with the second and third digits repeating, positioned lower. And the first digit was to the right of the second and third digits. The fourth digit had the greatest range of movement and was located in the upper left corner. Saying this, Conan decisively entered 9001, successfully unlocking the device. Hybera AI remarked, "From now on, we shouldn't unlock phones in front of detectives, even if they don't see the screen." In truth, both 9001 and 9881 were possibilities, but due to Chi's English, the likelihood of 9001 was slightly higher. He found it rather dull. Conan closed the phone with a confident smile, stating, "But now we might not need the phone password, since we've confirmed that the photos and videos are on the storage card. We just need to find a way to get the card, and we can delete those things by putting it in any phone." What if the files on the storage card are password protected? Hybera AI inquired. Conan pondered seriously, stroking his chin. Many people, for the sake of convenience, do not set passwords unrelated to their lives. They could first try his phone password. As long as it didn't T-lock or wipe the device after incorrect attempts, they could go through the options one by one. If that failed, they could use decoding methods to forcibly unlock it. Right now, the priority was simply to obtain the storage card. Hybera AI turned to the kitchen counter and noticed Chi Feichi looking over at her. Suddenly feeling guilty from being caught, she promptly abandoned the idea of snatching the storage card. "Then I'll leave it to you." Conan was somewhat surprised. "Aren't you going to help?" He asked, wary of me. "If it were you, perhaps you could take the storage card while he is distracted." "Little AI, please help bring the bowls over. The pumpkin rice is ready." Chi Feichi called from the other side. "I understand." Hybera AI decisively went to fetch the bowls. Conan sighed. "Why do I feel such a sense of desolation, as if I'm fighting this battle alone?" Once mealtime resumed, everyone was concerned about Bumei's health, and the atmosphere was somewhat somber. However, they managed to finish their meals. As they digested, they furtively glanced at the pumpkin rice in the bowls of the two girls. The sweet aroma of pumpkin was enticing, making them eager to taste it. Fortunately, the girls did not eat too slowly, finishing their rice within a minute. In the end, Dr. Agasa and Hybera AI were responsible for cleaning up, while Chi Feichi prepared to return to Kabukicho, offering to drop the others off as well. On the way, he received a call from Kaido Kuroba, who mentioned purchasing 20 pounds of frogs from a reptile farm. Chi Feichi promptly provided the address of the bamboo rat breeding site for Kaido to deliver them. Kaido, hearing that Chi Feichi was driving, did not linger on the conversation and hung up after clarifying the details. Conan, seated in the back, kept a close eye on Chi Feichi's phone.
wanting to see if he could discreetly take it. However, who could tell him why Feichi was peering from the collar of Chief Feichi's shirt, staring intently at him?
For over 20 minutes since getting into the car, he hadn't blinked. Well, snakes indeed cannot blink, but did he really need to stare at him the entire time? It was rather unsettling. Could it be that Chief Feichi had guessed he was planning to make a move on the phone and was intentionally having his pet keep watch over him? In truth, Feichi had been chattering incessantly. I still can't comprehend how he transformed into a child. Looking around, he seems no different from other children. Huh? Why is he continually glancing at me? Master, he is peeking at me again. His gaze is so strange. Is he plotting something? Oh no, it's happening again. He is talking to Hikaru while sneaking glances at me. If he tries anything, can I fight back? By the way, Master, do you think if I bite him, I can revert to my juvenile snake form? Chief Feichi remained focused on the road while driving. Chapter 44. A composed crow. The following morning, Chief Feichi ventured out for his usual morning exercise. As dawn broke, Kabukicho Park was nearly devoid of human presence. In his ears, the voices of plants and animals sometimes bore no distinction from human speech. In a bustling environment, it was challenging to discern whether the flora and fauna were conversing. The early morning was exceptionally serene, free from the disturbances of humanity, allowing other sounds to become clearer. In the urban area, there were few plants capable of speech, though many cats and dogs occasionally uttered a word or two. However, in terms of peculiarity, they paled in comparison to the flora and fauna surrounding the ancient castle. During that time, he trained in the forest almost daily and encountered numerous fascinating creatures. A vine, its age unknown, has flourished for countless years. Though it remains oblivious to humanity, it possesses an intimate understanding of the flora and fauna in its vicinity. A fox, leaping from afar, inquired aloud about the creature it had just seen. Was it a large monkey? Among a group of squirrels frolicking in the trees, two of them frequently observed and curiously commented, occasionally displaying affection towards one another. The smallest beings capable of speech that the vine could hear were likely ants. Regrettably, it only caught a distant murmur of "Why has it turned so dark?" before silence ensued. Later, it discovered 5 ant corpses at its roots, unaware of which one had spoken. The vine had no intention of relocating every talkative creature nearby. A couple of companions sufficed. The remainder could thrive in freedom, potentially providing valuable information in due time. Greetings, industrious humans. A crow flew overhead, seemingly unperturbed by the lack of response, gracefully alighting on a tree. Crows are plentiful in Tokyo, often seen in flocks, with solitary individuals being a rarity. Chief Feichi found this intriguing but merely cast a glance without halting his pace, acknowledging, "And to you, diligent crow." Suddenly, a raucous sound erupted from behind. The crow collided with the branches, glancing at the fluttering leaves before turning its gaze back to Chief Feichi, bewilderment evident in its crimson eyes. Was it mere coincidence? Feichi was moving along the grassy path, engaging in his morning exercises. Upon witnessing the scene, Feichi's companion, Feichi, chuckled heartily. Silly bird. Upon spotting Feichi, the crow tilted its head, the language barrier between species preventing it from comprehending the jest. With a swift turn, it soared towards Chief Feichi, circling above him, a voice echoing, "Poor human. You are in grave danger. Heed my warning and depart swiftly." This crow, endowed with a remarkable intellect, found itself bored. Chief Feichi continued his jog along the path, pondering any lurking dangers. "Can you truly understand my words?" The crow's voice sharpened as it flapped its wings and darted away, exclaiming, "What monster? You frighten me." Chief Feichi halted, turning to look. The crow had already flown far, calling out without glancing back, "A snake is following you. Run." Feichi, catching up, burst into laughter, rolling on the grass. "Haha, master," the crow was so startled it crashed into the branches. "Hilarious. It was indeed a foolish display. You should have seen how it turned to look at your retreating figure. It was too amusing." Chief Feichi turned to see Feichi contorted into absurd poses, as if under some enchantment, and fell silent. "Ha ha." Feichi laughed until he realized he was out of breath, struggling momentarily before glancing down at the tangled mass of roots and vines he had ensnared himself in. Looking back at Chief Feichi, he remarked, "Master?" With a sigh, Chief Feichi crouched down to assist in untangling the mess, and once Feichi was free, he gently placed him inside the hood of his jacket. "Brother, do refrain from laughing, second brother. As a snake, to become so ensnared in your own antics is quite the feat." Upon returning home after his morning exercise,
Chief Feichi received a call from Muramoto Akio inviting him to discuss an investment in a cinema. He called Yamashita to arrange for suitable individuals to accompany him. The negotiations proceeded swiftly with minimal delays. One party proposed and the other consented, quickly settling on the investment amount and shareholding. Chief Feichi secured 60 of the shares, establishing himself as the principal decision-maker, though he preferred not to squander time on the cinema. Muramoto Akio would continue as the owner, retaining managerial authority, while Yamashita would recruit the appropriate personnel for operations. The elder gentleman's temperament was not suited for management, and given his advancing age and limited energy, he readily acquiesced. Currently, renovations and hardware upgrades were necessary for the cinema, and due to the uncertainty of reopening, promotional efforts were postponed by Chief Feichi. All was progressing smoothly, yet upon exiting the cinema, he sensed that a crow had taken an interest in him. Not far from the cinema, atop a two-story building, a large assembly of crows gathered. Upon glancing up, he immediately recognized the red-eyed crow from earlier that morning, who occupied a prominent position, using its wings to shoo away a fellow crow that dared to encroach. "Stay still and watch properly." As Yamashita drove him home, the imposing crow called out, "My loyal followers, follow me." Instantly, over 20 crows took to the sky, trailing behind the vehicle. Shortly after returning home, a multitude of crows settled on the balcony. "Ah, this is the place." The red-eyed crow, spotting Chief Feichi through the window, nodded and directed the others. "You stand in line. You, too large, go over there. Don't obstruct the others. How many times must I remind you? Discipline is essential for an impressive display." Chief Feichi prepared to steam the small buns he had purchased earlier, stepping onto the balcony to observe as the red-eyed crow led its flock into the air, swirling above. Feichi peeked out from the collar of Chief Feichi's jacket, asking, "Master, what s with those crows?" "They're brought by the crow we encountered this morning, the one with the red eyes. It seems to be their leader." With the crow's apparent disinterest in conversing, Chief Feichi turned back to the living room. Feichi could not contain his laughter yet again. However, recalling his earlier embarrassment, his mirth dwindled. "Master, you must believe me. I was merely—" "Enough," Chief Feichi interjected. "I believe you." Another flock of crows descended upon the balcony. The other crows, merely following along, squawked a few times before engaging in playful antics or preening, much like any other birds. Yet, the red-eyed crow, after casting a peculiar glance at Feichi, fixated its gaze on Chief Feichi, observing him as if he were an exotic specimen, contemplating something. Chief Feichi paid little heed. During his time at the psychiatric hospital, he had noticed that birds often danced on the precipice of danger, and crows were notoriously mischievous. The composed demeanor of this particular crow, merely gathering to observe, led him to question its genetic purity. He texted Hybra AI, confirming that Ayumi was unwell and taking a leave of absence. He also called Ayumi's mother. Having escorted a group of children home the previous night, he had established a degree of familiarity with the parents. The call connected. "Hello, who is this?" "This is Chief Feichi. I heard Ayumi is homesick. How is she?" "Ah, Mr. Chi, Ayumi's fever has subsided this morning, but her throat is sore, and she can hardly speak. I requested a leave of absence from school for her to rest." Ayumi's mother hesitated, fully aware of Chief Feichi's previous stay at Aoyama 4th Hospital, and having heard him mention he was not fully recovered upon discharge. However, considering their prior contact and noting that the child showed no unusual symptoms, she continued, "I'm currently out and won't be back for another 2 hours. If you're available, could you please check on Ayumi? I'm a bit anxious after hearing about the robbery and murder incident in Cape Town 2 days ago. I have no pressing matters. I can go right away. Thank you." The entry code for the first floor is. After hanging up, Chief Feichi headed to the kitchen to pack the steamed buns and, accompanied by Feichi, set out. The two families lived in close proximity, only a 10-minute walk apart. If driving, including the time spent in the underground parking lot, it would take about the same amount of time. Chief Feichi opted to walk, and along the way, the crows once again soared above him, trailing from a distance. Fortunately, pedestrians merely regarded the crows flying overhead, casting casual glances without giving them much thought, unaware that this flock was shadowing someone. After Chief Feichi entered the apartment building, a flock of crows did not follow him inside. Under the command of the red-eyed crow, they dispersed, each fixing their gaze on the windows of 1 or 2 floors. Moments later, one crow flew in and cawed twice before leading the way to a balcony of a certain residence. Had he ascended so quickly? The timing seemed amiss. The red-eyed crow followed and discovered it was a child's room where a man in a helmet was stealthily approaching a wardrobe. Clearly, he was not the individual the crow intended to follow. Annoyed, the crow raised its wings in frustration. Inside the room, the man stealthily crept forward, suddenly flinging open the wardrobe, revealing only the corner of a garment caught inside. Stunned for a moment, he turned and exited. The red-eyed crow had initially intended to give the subordinate a peck but found its gaze fixated on the unfolding scene, forgetting to lower its wings. Two crows perched on the windowsill, observing as a little girl crawled out from under the bed, adjusted an alarm clock, pressed a button atop it, and retrieved a small object, fiddling with it before swiftly hiding in the wardrobe. The red-eyed crow realized it could not hear the events inside clearly, tilting its head and pressing closer to the window. The nearby crow turned to glance, mimicking the action, and also pressed against the glass. Inside, after a melodious chime from the alarm clock, it began to announce the time. Voices of other children echoed from within the wardrobe. Was it Bume? It was indeed the Kamen Rider alarm clock. Absolutely, it was the one we previously asked Dr. Agasa to procure for everyone. With a mere press of the button on its head, it would automatically announce the date and time. A flicker of contemplation crossed the red-eyed crow's eyes. It appeared that this little girl was hiding from that man who was likely what humans referred to as a burglar. Was the girl employing this method to seek help? That small device was quite impressive, a human communication tool. Such a compact design was rare, it must be useful. Waiting for the opportune moment to seize it, no. Could this be considered theft? Chapter 45. If so, give a knock. Outside Bume's door on the 30th floor, Chief Feichi observed the marks of forced entry on the door lock. He gently pushed the door, discovering it was locked once more. Examining the lock's design, he retrieved 2 paper clips from his pocket. Time for another attempt. This type of upscale apartment building would not have surveillance cameras installed except at the main entrances and elevators. The lock already bore signs of recent tampering. A second attempt could conceal those marks, allowing him to claim the door was never locked, leaving the perpetrator uncertain whether the lock was faulty. Meanwhile, outside Bume's window, the red-eyed crow continued to watch the drama unfold. From within the wardrobe, faint voices of children could be heard. Yet why wasn't Bume responding to our words? You forgot she cannot make a sound, right? Bume? Are you listening? Are you unable to speak? If so, knock once, if not, knock twice. Find something to tap the badge with. The door creaked open, and the helmeted man entered with a grim expression, quietly advancing toward the wardrobe. The children's chatter inside entirely masked his footsteps. It was Bume. Once it had to be her. Indeed, she still could not speak. I think she must be bored and wants to hear our voices. Well then, let us encourage her. But wait, something feels off. Since she cannot speak, she uses the alarm clock to communicate, which is understandable. However, the clock had just announced the time, which was 5 minutes slow. And today is not the 5th. The red-eyed crow widened its eyes, intently watching the tense scene. Just then, from the corner of its vision, it caught sight of a snake silently slithering through the doorway. The snake looked somewhat familiar. Following closely behind was the man who had been tailing them, moving at a leisurely pace, seemingly oblivious to the helmeted man's presence. The red-eyed crow noticed the unusual gaze and turned to see the 2 crows peering in through the window. That crow truly was relentless. The snake and the crow exchanged glances before both turned to fixate on the helmeted man. Chief Feichi casually followed the man, scrutinizing him. He was clad in thick, protective clothing with a high collar shielding his neck and a safety helmet on his head, leaving only his face exposed. The entire body was armored, making it difficult to incapacitate him swiftly. Moreover, wielding a steel pipe as a weapon, any moment of negligence could lead to retaliation. It would be best to subdue him first and then deliver the finishing blow. Meanwhile, the children's voices continued to emanate from the wardrobe. Was Bume intending to convey something to us? The man reached for the wardrobe door. Chief Feichi placed a hand on the man's shoulder. Conan's voice continued, Bume, are you facing something troubling? Inside the wardrobe, Bume, startled by the sudden opening, felt her limbs stiffen, wanting to cry out but unable to produce a sound. Outside the wardrobe, the man, feeling a hand suddenly on his shoulder, was startled by a rush of cold air surging to his head. Before he could react or turn to look, he received a heavy blow to his side, causing pain, and his right wrist was seized, making the world around him spin rapidly. On the detective badge, Kagoro declared, Bume, if so, knock once. Thud. The man was knocked to the ground, his head making intimate contact with the floor. Even with the safety helmet on, he was dazed, seeing stars. Far away at Titan Elementary School, Kagoro pondered, did it need to be that forceful? Such a sound that could shake the dust off the ceiling must be made with a hammer against the wall.
The crow watching from the window was startled and quickly flew away. The red-eyed crow observed Chi Feiqi turn to look at it, ruffling its feathers as that piercing gaze from moments ago began to soften, returning to calm, though still slightly alarming. Chi Feiqi glanced briefly before diverting his attention back, one hand twisting the man's right arm behind him while the other removed his safety helmet, pressing his head down forcefully to render him unconscious. Thud. The man transitioned from a state of twinkling stars to complete darkness. Did Bume knock once or twice? Bume, what are you using to knock? Is it that heavy? Are you angry? No, wait, don't speak. Conan sensed something was amiss, interrupting the others in a worried tone. Bume, can you hear me? What is happening over there? Chi Feiqi opened the wardrobe, pulling the bewildered Bume into his arms and taking the detective badge from her grasp. It's all right. It's resolved. I'll call the police. You all continue with your lessons. With that, he ended the call. Wait, Conan exclaimed, too late to stop him, rendered speechless. Since Chi Feiqi was there was no need for concern, but it would have been considerate to at least inform them of what transpired. To abruptly cut off communication was rather unfriendly to those with a strong sense of curiosity. Over 20 minutes later, the police arrived at the apartment.
Bume nestled in Chi Feiqi's embrace, enjoying the soup dumplings he had brought, her emotions stabilizing. However, due to her hoarse voice, she could not speak, leaving Chi Feiqi to explain the situation to the police. Bume caught a cold and didn't go to school. I came to check on her. Found the door unlocked with signs of tampering, sensed something was off, so I entered and dealt with the intruder. Takagi was jotting notes, waiting for further details.
After a while, noticing the silence, he looked up in confusion. And then? I called the police and you arrived. Chi Feiqi pondered briefly, and that it.
That it? Takagi stared at the few lines in his notebook which were markedly different from previous records, breaking into a sweat. Is something wrong? Jumira Jusen brought the prisoner over and cast a puzzled glance at Takagi's notebook. He initially thought that no matter how lazy Chi Feiqi might be, he could accept it. However, confronted with the brief lines of notes, he felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustrations but was at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he reached out and patted Takagi's shoulder. Takagi, my dear brother, you happened to be on vacation when we handled the case of the magician enthusiast last time.
So you haven't met Chi yet. We just need to confirm the essential details. Takagi immediately recalled the police department's manual on peculiar crime methods and understood.
He glanced at his notebook. All right then, although those two sentences are rather simple, it seems the cause and effect have been clearly articulated.
He considered asking about the details from back then, but he could inquire with the prisoner for more thorough information. In other words, was there nothing else to discuss? Then let us proceed this way. Please come to the police station to provide a statement when you have time, and we will contact you.
As Takagi surveyed the investigation records, he still felt something was amiss. If I report a crime and you arrive, is it truly acceptable to lack such records? Meanwhile,
as Chi Feiqi went to provide his statement, he remained unaware of the peculiar and succinct account the on-duty officer would receive, silently hoping he wouldn't be the one tasked with it. Agumi's mother rushed back in a state of anxiety. Are you all right? Is everything fine?
Chi Feiqi gently set Agumi down. She dashed over, her face betraying no hint of fear. Unable to speak, she smiled to indicate that she was unharmed.
With a heart so resilient, it would be difficult for her to carry any psychological trauma. However, Agumi's mother was quite shaken, still trembling with residual fear.
She sincerely thanked Chi Feiqi. Mr. Chi, I truly appreciate your help. If you hadn't come to check, I wouldn't know how things might have turned out.
No problem. I need to head to the hospital now, so I'll take my leave, Chi Feiqi replied, crouching down to extend his hand. Feiqi, let us go.
Agumi would be fine, she had only been startled. Is this Mr. Chi's pet? Takagi inquired curiously, having not noticed any pets before. To his surprise, a gray-black snake slithered out from beneath the sofa, leisurely making its way past his feet. Once Feiqi wriggled into Chi Feiqi's sleeve. She stood up and explained to the stunned Takagi, I brought it to see Agumi. Takagi was taken aback. Agumi's mother dared not approach and sighed in relief as Chi Feiqi departed, feeling a pang of guilt for having delayed him. Oh, Mr. Chi.
You still need to hurry to the hospital? Takagi, puzzled, asked, Is Mr. Chi unwell? Mr. Chi is receiving treatment at Aoyama 4th Hospital. Agumi's mother expressed her gratitude,
feeling no resentment about the situation. Takagi nodded, then froze. Wait a moment, Aoyama 4th Hospital is a mental health facility, right? On the balcony.
A red-eyed crow watched Chi Feichi leave, its gaze intense, lingering until Chi's silhouette vanished, tilted its head, contemplating. The optimal target had a good rapport with this girl named Agumi. Borrowing that little communicator seemed somewhat inappropriate. However, since Agumi was in contact with other children, it implied that they possessed communicators as well, could easily take one from another child. Downstairs, Mamiya had been waiting in the car for a while. After Chi Feichi entered the vehicle, he apologized. The car swiftly departed, just as the young detective league rushed past after school. The red-eyed crow flapped its wings, signaling two other crows to follow the car while it itself perched on a tree beside the apartment, fixated on the approaching four children. Conan had just finished contacting Agumi and tucked the detective badge into his pants pocket. The red-eyed crow noticed and caught sight of Genta's similar badge hanging from his clothes. Attention! It seems these four children each likely possess a small communicator. However, they might know the target, so we shouldn't be excessive. Taking just the visible two will suffice. Number 3, number 11, move out. We'll make our move first and catch up after completing our task. In the air, a flock of crows flew noisily over Conan and his companions. One landed on the ground, blocking Conan's path, and pecked at his shoe, quickly loosening his shoelaces before hopping aside. Another circled around Genta, seeking an opportunity to peck at the detective badge on his clothing. It's a crow! Conan sighed and waved his hand to shoo it away, squatting down to tie his shoelaces. As he crouched, his pants pocket opened slightly. The crow, fixated on Conan's pocket, spotted the badge and quickly darted in, snatching it away before escaping. Chapter 46. Another problem arises. Conan felt a tug on his pants pocket and turned, alert, only to see the crow flying off with his detective badge. Instinctively, he reached out to grab it. The crow dodged with a serpentine maneuver, cawing mockingly before flapping its wings and soaring away. Ugh! Get away! Genta waved his hand to drive the bird off, only to suddenly realize that his detective badge had been snatched. Huh? My detective badge! The crow, still clutching the badge, had been irked by Genta's earlier attempts to shoo it away. As it took off, it even stepped on Genta's head in passing, making its escape. Wait! Give me back my detective badge! Genta complained, rubbing the spot on his head that had been stepped on and prepared to chase after it. Kagoro quickly restrained Genta. All right, Genta, it's too late to catch up now. Conan's badge has been stolen too. Let us have Dr. Agasa make you another one another day. Genta struggled forward, insisting, No, I have to get my badge back. Conan observed the commotion between the two and, although he felt somewhat dejected over the loss of his badge, he still advised, I mean, it's just a detective badge that was taken. Hibara raised her gaze toward the direction the crow had flown, stating, Having a group of black creatures steal the detective badge is not a good omen. Hey, Hibara! Conan turned to her, only to be interrupted as Genta pulled him back. Conan, you want to get your badge back too, right? Genta, we need to check on Agumi first. Kagoro pulled Genta back forcefully. Isn't that right, Conan? No. We're the Young Detective League. We must make those thieves understand the consequences of stealing. Conan was pulled back and forth, trying to seek help from Hibara, only to find her lost in thought, staring at the direction the crow had vanished, her expression gradually growing numb. Feeling exhausted, he suddenly didn't want to talk anymore. As they made their way to Aoyama 4th Hospital, a flock of crows trailed behind them at a distance. Mamiya, unaware, extended his right hand to hand a document to Chi Feichi. Mr. Chi, I managed to brush off all the calls from the hospital. Please take a look at this. I wouldn't want you to accidentally slip up later. Thank you. Chi Feichi accepted the document. Don't mention it, Mamiya smiled, feeling relieved that they were finally nearing the end. Chi Feichi skimmed through the document, noting the times of the calls from Aoyama 4th Hospital and the gist of the conversations. Most calls to Mamiya had come from Fyama Yoshihiro, while Mamiya had fabricated numerous excuses, such as claiming he was busy painting and couldn't take the call. Currently, he is engrossed in painting, and it would be inconvenient to disturb him. The situation is quite favorable without any abnormalities. Please do call again tomorrow. He is assisting the gardener in tending to the flowers and plants, making it temporarily unfeasible for him to take calls. I sincerely apologize for this. Yes. His daily activities are quite enriching. We are planning a picnic in the forest near the castle, and he has already gone ahead with the servants. It is indeed surprising that he is also capable of cooking. He went to the tower to watch the sunrise. Yes, the environment here is splendid. Apart from the times he happened to answer 2 phone calls while at the ancient castle, communicating with Fukuyama Yoshimi, he has avoided taking calls for various reasons. He has constructed a remarkably beautiful and healthy life, without any repetition, and has meticulously recorded it. Truly a prodigy. As Chief Feichi observed, he suddenly heard a chuckle from Kamiyama Man, glanced up, and fell silent. Perhaps he is an undiscovered genius? Upon arriving at Aoyama 4th Hospital, Fukuyama Yoshimi received word and eagerly awaited by the entrance. As the vehicle came to a halt, he approached with a beaming smile, resembling the Buddha, exclaiming, "Mr. Chi, welcome back." Chief Feichi, however, had no desire for such a welcome. "Mr. Kamiyama, it has been a while," Fukuyama Yoshimi greeted Kamiyama Man, then turned to Chief Feichi. "Mr. Shinjiro has already informed me of the details. Your ride should be arriving shortly. By the way, Mr. Chi, may I ask what day tomorrow is?" Feichi, hidden beneath Chief Feichi's sleeve, shouted, "Master, it's Saturday." Saturday. Initially reluctant to comply, Chief Feichi succumbed to Fukuyama Yoshimi's cheerful gaze. "Saturday." Fukuyama Yoshimi nodded, noting, "It seems Mr. Chi has been recovering splendidly. Perhaps he will fully heal soon. Come, let us go inside and sit." As they traversed the hall and corridor, Chief Feichi suddenly heard a panicked female voice. "Mr. Chi, Dr. Fukuyama, be careful." Instantly turning towards the sound, he caught sight of a bird flitting near the flower bed. How did this wretched bird return again? The bird, feeling the intensity of Chief Feichi's gaze, appeared quite unsettled. "Hey, still here?" Chief Feichi sensed Fukuyama Yoshimi's scrutiny beside him, and his expression darkened. The bird, feeling anxious, flew up to a tall tree in the yard, finding some solace. "Don't be so petty, it was just a joke." "Mr. Chi?" Fukuyama Yoshimi observed the changes in Chief Feichi's demeanor and reaction, wondering if he had heard the bird speak again. Kamiyama Man glanced at the bird perched atop the tree, tempted to report that not only could Chief Feichi hear the bird, but he also kept a snake and conversed with it daily, an arrangement that surely tested one's mental endurance. For the sake of others' mental health, it would be best not to let him out. However, having already spun so many lies and exhausted his mental faculties, he refrained from causing complications at the last moment. "Forget it. I am liberated now. I wish the next person good luck." "No." Chief Feichi turned back, his expression now calm. "I merely feel that the bird is in for some misfortune." Fukuyama Yoshimi, after assessing Chief Feichi's demeanor, relinquished his inquiries. "Very well, it appears to be the familiar, troublesome Mr. Chi again. Do you believe you possess precognitive abilities?" Chief Feichi turned to look at the large tree once more. Not precognition. A large flock of crows suddenly swooped in from the courtyard wall, heading straight for the tree. The red-eyed crows proclaimed with great authority, "My formidable subordinates, clear the area." A cacophony of caw-caw-caw ensued as the crows charged toward the bewildered bird, flapping their wings and unceremoniously shoving it aside. Moreover, crows are notorious for tugging at the fur of other animals, cats, dogs, lions, tigers, wolves, vultures. Nothing escapes their beak when the opportunity arises. Amidst the commotion, one crow could not resist taking a peck. "Be quiet. Don't pull my tail." The bird darted out of the crow's encirclement, shedding feathers as it hastily retreated to another rooftop. Chief Feichi watched with a sense of refreshment and calmly remarked to Fukuyama Yoshimi, "It appears the crows, known for bullying birds and dogs, have arrived." Fukuyama Yoshimi gazed at the tree full of crows, momentarily speechless, choosing not to pursue further questions as he led the two to his office for casual conversation. After more than 10 minutes, Fukuyama Yoshimi received a phone call and returned with a middle-aged man. The man donned a brown suit, was tall, and had a high hairline, revealing a forehead that signified wisdom. His features were well-defined, with a neatly groomed beard and hair. Even while smiling, he exuded a presence that overshadowed Kamiyama Man Feichi. "It has been many years. Do you remember me?" Chief Feichi searched his memory for a vague figure, his features and beard somewhat familiar, though the hairline was not as pronounced. "Uncle Moriyama? Ha ha ha. I can't believe you still remember. We hadn't seen each other since you were 2 or 3 years old." The man settled into a chair and glanced at Kamiyama Man. "Sir, we shall not lack for introductions and pleasantries." Fukuyama Yoshimi confirmed some details, revealing that the man was a distant relative of Chief Feichi's father and had previously interacted with Chief Feichi's parents. The hazy memories Chief Feichi possessed were of the man visiting his home with his family. However, due to the recent international expansion of the Jinchi Group,
Interactions between their families had dwindled with only occasional encounters at business gatherings. As the man signed the register, Chief Feichi caught a glimpse of the name Moriyama Ganyu. Not long after Kamiyama Man departed, Moriyama Ganyu accompanied Chief Feichi out of the hospital and into a car waiting at the entrance. As the driver navigated the road, Moriyama Ganyu engaged Chief Feichi in conversation. Your father will soon return. After attending my son Kiku's wedding, he should swing by to take you home. Chief Feichi pondered. Moriyama Kiku? If memory served him right, this was the individual who had killed their family's butler on the eve of a significant event. Given the Moriyama family's status, the likelihood of coincidental names was slim. Thus, it seemed his father had found him yet another troublesome acquaintance. Moriyama Ganyu, unfazed by Chief Feichi's silence, continued, when I visited your home years ago, Kiku was ill and stayed behind. You didn't meet him, but Higen accompanied us. Do you remember Higen? Chief Feichi recalled a lowly slightly older than Bume and nodded. Moriyama Ganyu laughed heartily, ha ha. If Higen knows you still remember her, she would be thrilled. She and Kiku are only 2 years apart and often bickered in their youth, but as they matured, their relationship improved. Back then, Higen enjoyed taking care of you and she often lamented wanting a younger brother like you. They first stopped by Chief Feichi's residence to collect a couple of outfits before heading to the Moriyama estate. As the car made its way, a flock of crows trailed behind in the sky. Moriyama Ganyu was quite the conversationalist, effortlessly keeping the dialogue flowing despite Chief Feichi's intermittent responses. He recounted past events, discussed recent business conditions, and shared insights about his family. Chief Feichi listened attentively, finding no monotony in the exchange. The Moriyama estate resembled a castle but was not as isolated as the Kamiyama residence, being relatively close to Beihucho, an oasis of tranquility amidst the bustling surroundings. After disembarking, Chief Feichi glanced back to see the crows had indeed followed, settling on nearby trees. The locale was quite pleasant, with few residents nearby and convenient transportation. Unfortunately, he could not remain for long. Setting aside the concerns surrounding Moriyama Kiku's past actions, it was uncertain whether the family would be in the mood to care for others, especially after Kiku's wedding. As an outsider, his constant presence would be inappropriate. If Moriyama Kiku had not held the wedding, sending his fiancée off to seek happiness would likely not improve the family's spirits either. Moreover, it seems that his father merely intends to place him here temporarily, with plans to return shortly. As Chief Feichi was lost in thought, he suddenly heard rapid footsteps approaching from behind and swiftly sidestepped. A figure in a red dress flashed past him, missing her target. Once she regained her balance, her dignified features were tinged with a hint of annoyance. Chief Feichi. Chief Feichi recognized her and calmly nodded in response. Yuri. Senyuan Yuri burst into laughter, her irritation dissipating entirely. You weren't scared at all. Please, could you cooperate a little? But I didn't expect you to remember me. Did my father mention me? Chief Feichi replied. I had no idea you would be hiding outside the gate. Senyuan Kanchiong, taking the cane from the driver, approached with a smile. Noticing Chief Feichi's puzzled expression, he explained, 4 years ago, my wife passed away in a car accident. I was in the car as well and sustained minor injuries. I've already walked quite a bit today. I should take it easy at home. Chief Feichi nodded, understanding why Senyuan Kanchiong had asked the driver to stop directly at the hospital entrance. I apologize for the trouble of having you come to pick me up. It's no trouble at all. I'm just a bit less agile, but it's not serious, Senyuan Kanchiong reassured him with a smile. Suddenly, Senyuan Yuri turned around and gave Chief Feichi a hug, her expression one of triumph. Welcome back. Chief Feichi was taken aback and reminded her. I brought a pet. You still have that same sulky face as when you were a child, Senyuan Yuri teased, releasing him. She glanced around. Where is your pet? Feichi emerged from Chief Feichi's collar, flicking its tongue playfully. Just a moment ago, her neck was only a hair's breadth away from me. I'm certain it would have startled her. She should consider who her owner is. Chief Feichi remarked, with such a pet, does he still have hope of being single? Senyuan Yuri paused, slowly reaching out to flick Feichi on the forehead, surprised. So it really is a snake? Feichi, slightly dazed from the flick, felt humiliated despite not being hurt. Chief Feichi turned to Senyuan Kanchiong. May I keep it here? Senyuan Kanchiong smiled and nodded. Of course. Although I have little experience with snakes, if you can carry it, it likely 1T bite indiscriminately. By the way, the snake isn't venomous, is it? Just a little, Chief Feichi replied, pulling an anti-venom serum from his pocket. I brought anti-venom for sea snake bites. Yuan Kanxiang's smile faltered momentarily. But since he had already agreed, he didn't backtrack. Well then, let us head inside. He instructed the driver to assist Chief Feichi in bringing his belongings into the house. As Yuan Yuri accompanied Chief Feichi inside, she asked, "How did you suddenly decide to keep a snake?" Chief Feichi casually replied, "It caught my eye." "What kind of excuse is that?" Yuan Yuri laughed. "But even with a snake, you can't scare me. Don't forget the time a little cockroach crawled into your family's bathroom.
And you were too frightened to go in, pretending you weren't scared? In the end, I had to help you catch it," Chief Feichi retorted. "That was the original consciousness's embarrassing history, not mine. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed, and the little kid from back then had grown taller than him. If I ran into you outside, I wouldn't even dare to recognize you," Yuan Yuri remarked with nostalgia before asking him, "Hey, Feichi, do you really remember me?" Chief Feichi nodded. "I remember you vomited after eating watermelon." Yuan Yuri recalled that embarrassing moment and mumbled, "Not cute at all compared to when we were kids. Alright, you two can exchange embarrassing stories later."
Yuan Kanxiang interjected with a laugh as they walked ahead. "Our primary task now is dinner. I'm starving." Yuan Yuri immediately shifted her focus. "Dad,
is Jurin still not back?" "Yes." Yuan Kanxiang turned back to explain to Chief Feichi.
"He's busy arranging matters at the company before the wedding and won't be back tonight, but you'll definitely see him tomorrow."
"His fiancée will be here too," Yuan Yuri added cheerfully. "Our housekeeper has gone to pick her up, and she'll arrive tomorrow. Then we'll take her around Tokyo before the wedding the day after." Meow. A cat suddenly darted out from the entrance. Yuan Yuri caught the cat in her arms, smiling at Chief Feichi. "We have pets too. This is a cat my mother raised before she passed." She handed it over to the butler, Sakurabayashi Yuji,
who had caught up from behind. "Miss, I was just about to feed it, but it kept trying to escape. My apologies." "It's fine. It probably found the house a bit too stuffy. Let it eat outside," Yuan Yuri responded. "Feichi, does your snake need anything to eat?" "Not right now," Chief Feichi replied.
"Snakes have a long feeding cycle, and Feichi typically eats every 5 days, so feeding will have to wait another 2 days."
"You didn't decide to keep a snake just because it doesn't need daily feeding, did you?" Yuan Yuri teased, then inquired.
"Should I ask Sakurabayashi to help take care of it?" "Yuji, are you afraid of snakes?" Sakurabayashi Yuji hesitated but eventually nodded. "I can give it a try."
Feichi peeked out from Chief Feichi's sleeve, observing Yuan Yuri and then the cat. It seemed that this woman had a good rapport with its owner. So retaliation was inconvenient. However, teasing her cat should be permissible. "Master, please agree. While you're having dinner, I want to check out the yard. Don't wander off,"
Chief Feichi warned, sensing a hint of mischief in Feichi's tone. He gently set Feichi down on the floor. "Her name is Feichi. As long as she's not provoked, she won't bite indiscriminately. If she goes missing, there's no need to worry. She will return on her own." Sakurabayashi Yuji watched as Chief Feichi pulled out a snake about a meter long from his sleeve. Though he had known it was a snake,
seeing it in person made his expression stiffen. "Okay, understood. Then I'll leave it to you, Yuji. If anyone gets bitten, make sure to let me know immediately." "Feichi has brought the serum," Yuan Yuri instructed before continuing to lead Chief Feichi toward the dining room. "Will she really come back by herself? What if she gets lost?" "It's fine, I've always let her roam free," Chief Feichi assured. Sakurabayashi Yuji watched the two depart, sighed, and took a few steps away while holding the cat.
Noticing that Feichi was following him, he walked a bit further, feeling relieved that Feichi was still obediently trailing behind. Even though having a snake follow him felt a bit eerie, it seemed quite well behaved. The cat, cradled in Sakurabayashi Yuji's arms, glared at Feichi, puffing up its fur and emitting a low growl. Feichi, trailing closely behind, flicked its tongue in irritation. "I haven't dealt with you yet, and you're threatening me?" "Just wait till you're set down. I'll show you." Sakurabayashi Yuji comforted the cat, heading to the storage room to pour a bowl of cat food.
When he stepped into the yard and noticed Feichi still following without any intention of biting, he couldn't help but admire how well-behaved the snake was.
In the yard's trees, a red-eyed crow fixed its gaze on the cat food in Sakurabayashi Yuji's hands and commanded, "Attention, everyone, our snacks have arrived." In an instant, the surrounding crows turned their heads, fixating on the cat food in his hands.
"All right, be good." Sakurabayashi Yuji placed the cat a bit farther away and set the cat food down nearby. His primary concern was that the cat might bully the snake. After hesitating, He thought to take the very well-behaved snake a little further away. Just as he turned around, a shadow darted past him quickly. "Stupid cat, catch that." Feichi lunged forward. But faster still were the crows perched in the trees. One red-eyed crow swooped down, pecking at the cat's tail. As the cat turned in surprise, it stealthily snatched 2 pieces of cat food and soared back up into the air. The following crows quickly followed suit, diving down in a flurry. Crows? Sakurabayashi Yuji barely dodged a crow that nearly collided with his face, hastily raising his hands to shield his face as he stepped back. The flock of crows did not attack him, they merely pecked at the cat and snatched a bit of food, playing joyfully. The cat, irked, arched its body and leaped high, managing to claw at a crow. "With those red eyes, you truly are a persistent spirit." The serpent, Feichi, who had long been fixated on the cat, seized the opportunity to bully it. As the cat landed, it flicked its tail and sent another crow flying. Did this snake mistake its target? Observing its subordinate's misfortune, the red-eyed crow felt momentarily disheartened and shouted, "Forget it. Just attack both." The cat, momentarily dazed from the strike, shook its head and lunged at the approaching crow, furiously charging towards Feichi. It might not have realized that it lacked the spiritual awareness of both Feichi and the red-eyed crow, but the cat understood one thing clearly: its food was gone. After retreating a short distance, Sakuraba Yuji lowered his hand from his face, brushing off a stray crow feather that had landed on his head. Raising his gaze, he found himself stunned by an astonishing sight. A flock of crows cawed incessantly, taking turns diving downwards, pecking at both the snake and the cat. One word, peck. They pecked and then retreated, allowing the next batch to take their turn. The snake, which he had thought to be quite well behaved, was now wildly thrashing its tail, pulling both crows and the cat into the fray, striking at anything it could catch. The cat, too, was in a frenzy, fur bristled and claws bared, indiscriminately clawing at anything in its path. It was a chaotic melee. All 3 parties were adept at climbing trees, and before Sakuraba Yuji could comprehend the unfolding chaos, the cat nimbly ascended a tree in pursuit of a crow, which was soon joined by a swarm of crows and the snake. The canopy shrank visibly, branches and leaves falling in disarray. The tree had yet to finish its turmoil when the cat leapt to another tree, with the crows and snakes switching their battlefield. 1 tree, 2 trees, 3 trees. The locations of this grand melee transformed at a dizzying pace. Amidst the cat's roars and the crow's cries, leaves fluttered down like confetti. Looking up at the snow-like shower of leaves, Sakuraba Yuji felt an icy chill settle in his heart. It was chaos. Soon, the commotion drew the attention of other servants, even rousing Moriyama Kanyo, who was dining in the restaurant. Upon hearing about the cat, snake, and crow fighting, Moriyama Lily hurriedly grabbed Feichi and rushed outside. How could this happen? Where is it? Take me there. There was no need for guidance. Upon stepping outside, they immediately spotted the tumultuous scene unfolding in the trees. A circle of servants stood at the periphery, their eyes darting with the swift movements of the chaotic skirmish. To intervene? The creatures were moving far too swiftly to be stopped. Moriyama Lily halted in her tracks, unconsciously releasing Feichi's hand. It was her first time witnessing such a fierce battle among animals, and the sheer number of them was overwhelming. After Moriyama Lily released her grip, Feichi glanced down at the bread in his hand, having been dragged along without the chance to set it down. Moriyama Lily turned, her eyes filled with panic and confusion. What do we do now? Behind them, Moriyama Kanyo, who had arrived a moment later, looked to Feichi, uncertain of how to respond to the alarming spectacle. Stay calm. They're merely playing. If it were serious, there would have already been casualties, Feichi reassured, deflecting 2 falling leaves with his hand. He pondered and then broke off a piece of the untouched bread, offering it to Moriyama Lily. Would you like some? Accepting the bread, Moriyama Lily gazed at Feichi, wanting to ask how this could possibly be just play. But they could get hurt, right? I study veterinary medicine, Feichi replied, observing the chaotic fray. Once they tire, I will attend to them. He could intervene with Feichi, but he was unsure if the red-eyed crow would heed his words. Moreover, the cat, lacking in wits, likely wouldn't comprehend him at all. In truth, among the 3, only the cat was genuinely engaged in battle. As for Feichi and the red-eyed crow, despite their inability to communicate, they moved in perfect harmony. He had overheard them earlier. Feichi. Come on, red eyes. Let's see who lasts the longest. Cat, meow. Red-eyed crow, go. Everyone, attack. This is exhilarating. Cat, meow.
Upon noticing that Feichi and the red-eyed crow were clearly managing the damage and the situation, his worries dissipated. These two were simply bored. Moriyama Lily found merit in Feichi's reasoning. Given the ferocity of the animal altercation, there was no stopping it. Taking a bite of bread, her demeanor softened. Can human wound medicine be used? I can have someone prepare it. Bring it here for me to examine. Bring plenty of bandages, Feichi instructed. Addressing Sakuraba Yuji, Mr. Sakuraba, please come over. Be cautious of stray injuries. They may have fur and scales to withstand, but you may not be so fortunate. Sakuraba Yuji, finally snapping back to reality, approached, still somewhat dazed. Thank you, young Master Feichi. My lord, my lady. As long as you're unharmed, Moriyama Kenyo said, observing Sakuraba Yuji's bewildered state. But what exactly happened? Why are they fighting? After instructing someone to fetch the medical kit, Moriyama Lily took a bite of bread, intrigued by the unfolding events. I took food to the courtyard, and all the way there, I was shouting at Feichi. He behaved well and followed me obediently. Sakuraba Yuji, still a bit dazed, remained convinced of Feichi's good behavior. Initially, I feared they would fight, so I kept my distance. But in that moment, when I turned around to bring Feichi further away, he darted up the tree, and by the time I looked back, the crows that had been perched there were already in battle with Feichi. Feichi took another bite of bread, surveying the battlefield. He was unaware of the circumstances between the cat and the crows, but Feichi's sudden desire to check the courtyard felt ominous. Moreover, since the last gaming session, Feichi had discovered the benefits of using his tail, growing increasingly adept at striking. The marks left on the tree trunk indicated a surprising amount of strength, far surpassing that of an ordinary red snake. Perhaps it was the constant provocation that had riled Feichi. Regardless, animal behavior was inscrutable. Who could fathom their thoughts? Moriyama Kenyo reassured Sakuraba Yuji, don't be too hard on yourself. Sakuraba Yuji nodded in agreement. Moriyama Lily witnessed Feichi strike the cat with its tail before swallowing a crow whole and then spitting it out as if to mock it. So they are merely playing? Then there's no need to worry, eat your bread. The commotion persisted for quite some time. 10 minutes later, a group of servants, with stiff necks from craning to observe, decided it was improper to continue watching and returned to their tasks. Feichi and Moriyama Lily stood at the entrance, each nibbling on half a loaf of bread, discussing the spectacle. Feichi, why do you think they started fighting? They're bored. Well then, how long do you think they will continue? I have no idea. True, just gnawing on bread feels a bit dry. Would you like some juice? I can fetch it. Moriyama Kenyo could no longer suppress a cough. The two were leisurely enjoying their bread while he stood there hungry, having watched for so long. He turned to a servant and ordered, have someone bring out the dining table and food. We shall dine outside tonight. Moriyama Lily nodded, realizing her father was indeed clever. She had not thought to simply bring the table outside. 20 minutes later, the sky had darkened considerably. The animals continued their frenzied movements, occasionally darting into the shadows where the light could not reach. Only the rustling of leaves could be heard as green foliage was ruthlessly shredded and fell in a flurry. The three of them dined while observing. Feichi kept an eye on Feichi, then turned his attention to the cat and the crows. The cat seemed to have grasped that the other two creatures were merely playing with it. Despite the loud cries, the tussles were not as fierce, and the cat would occasionally leap aside to rest, unabashedly showcasing its fatigue. Feichi and a flock of crows did not seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Once the cat grew weary, it was set aside and the crows continued their skirmish. Observing the precise maneuvers of the crows, it was evident that the red-eyed crow exercised a high degree of control over its companions and exhibited commendable leadership skills. What were they attempting to achieve? Senyuan Baihejiang silently sipped her juice. Moments ago, she had witnessed a crow that had forgotten to display its claws lightly tap Feichi, only to receive a fierce meow in response. This group of animals was diligently performing their roles, making her previous concerns and anxieties seem utterly frivolous. Initially, their battle had been fierce, exhausting their energies, and they were now fatigued. I will check on them, Chi Fei said as he rose, opening a nearby medical box containing supplies. He gathered the usable medicine and bandages, approached, squatted down and opened the box. Enough of this. Let us tend to your wounds. Fei Chi's command prompted an immediate ceasefire, disregarding whether the other creatures comprehended his words. He slid down from the tree, calling out, "All right, enough.
We shall end the fight here for today. My master has summoned me. Follow me in an orderly fashion. We shall find the target to treat your wounds. Line up.
Do not scatter. The severely injured should come forward." "What target?" Chi Fei glanced at the red-eyed crow but refrained from further inquiry. The cat, failing to comprehend Chi Fei's words, followed suit as the group of companions, having been raucous moments prior, descended the tree. "Over there," Senyuan Baihejiang called out after Chi Fei, and soon the snake, cat, and the flock of crows ceased their quarrel, lining up to approach Chi Fei. She blinked in disbelief, unsure if she was imagining things. Could a veterinarian truly be so remarkable? Fei Qi was the first to approach, casting a discreet glance at Chi Fei, who appeared entirely unfazed by any irritation. "Master,"
he reported. The young lady flicked my forehead. "I merely wished to tease her cat, but just as I was about to strike, the red-eyed crow preempted me."
Which left me quite displeased, and thus the scuffle ensued. "You are not angry, are you? Enjoy yourself." "That is all that matters," Chi Fei replied, placing the bandaged Fei Qi aside. Next, the red-eyed crow had already settled to the side, quietly observing Chi Fei. Upon hearing this, it immediately commanded, "Number 21, step forward." A severely injured crow followed by a kitten approached. Noticing its companions in a similar predicament, the kitten remained calm and accepted the bandaging while affectionately rubbing against Chi Fei, letting out a soft meow. The remaining crows had indeed fought fiercely, inevitably losing control at times, resulting in bloodshed and considerable fatigue. Even the numerous crows were exhausted, taking breaks in between skirmishes, while Fei Qi stubbornly endured. As Chi Fei tended to the injuries, those awaiting treatment lined up patiently, while the bandaged ones lay still, resting by the side. The red-eyed crow, having numerous subordinates, had sustained minimal injuries apart from some lost feathers. After preening itself,
it turned its head to Chi Fei and asked, "Mr. Chi, is there a need for a diligent and intelligent crow at your home?" Chi Fei answered candidly, "Indeed.
There is." The red-eyed crow continued, "What of that flock?" Chi Fei, without lifting his gaze, replied, "They are acceptable." The red-eyed crow glanced down at its shadow, realizing this was somewhat unexpected. It had assumed a more elaborate explanation would be required, and Chi Fei's straightforward agreement left it feeling slightly flustered. "Aren't you curious why?"
"Very well, why?" Chi Fei cooperated, having finished bandaging one crow and moving on to the next. Chapter 49, Could You Not Live a Little Longer?
The red-eyed crow felt somewhat dismissed and brooded for a moment before acquiescing. Reflecting on the past, it spoke with a deep tone, "Long ago, I was a joyful crow." Chi Fei replied, sensing the story would be lengthy. "I found the life with my flock to be exceedingly dull, so I ventured out on my own, encountering another group of crows." The red-eyed crow recounted its valiant exploits over the course of a minute. "Thus, I became their leader, guiding them through life." Chi Fei silently bandaged another crow's wounds. Subsequently, the red-eyed crow took another minute to describe its life with its subordinates before sighing with melancholy. "But after several years, they all perished, and I remained alive. Years later, their offspring died, yet I still lived. Eventually, I departed, wandering until I found a place where I wished to settle,
gathering a new flock of crows to hunt only to witness them die as well. I have traversed many places and my subordinates have changed repeatedly.
I have led 14 generations of crows. This is the 15th. The red-eyed crow lamented, "Their lifespans are too brief."
"I sought you out in hopes of finding a companion who lives longer." Chi Fei rubbed his brow, exhaling deeply, and spoke as calmly as possible. "You may be mistaken about the lifespan of humans. In the wild, crows live approximately 13 years. If you have indeed led 14 generations as you claim,
you would have lived at least 182 years, and that is a conservative estimate. For humans, living to 82 is quite commendable." "Really?" The red-eyed crow tilted its head mischievously. "Have I lived this long? How have I survived for so many years?" Chi Fei inquired. After calculating the crow's probable age, his first thought was that he might indeed be delusional, imagining animals conversing. Otherwise, how could there be a crow over 180 years old? However, he could still glean information from flora and fauna that should be beyond his knowledge. Fei Qi had indeed guided him through the darkness, a feat no human could accomplish alone. This possibility could be dismissed. Thus, could it be that this crow had transcended its nature? Had it cultivated some form of enlightenment?
I cannot ascertain why I have lived so long, the red-eyed crow replied. This question troubles me as well. Have you ever had any extraordinary experiences? Chief Fei prompted. What extraordinary experiences could one have? The red-eyed crow pondered. Is it not merely a daily quest for food, satisfying hunger, and then frolicking about?
Chief Fei regarded the red-eyed crow, slightly larger than its kin, with glossy black feathers and, most notably, those striking red eyes. A thought suddenly struck him. Genetic mutation. Generally, crows possess black eyes. It is exceedingly rare for illness to alter their eye color to red. However, a mutation could account for this anomaly. If this crow were free of disease, its red eyes might indeed signify a genetic alteration, possibly extending its lifespan. Despite the peculiarities of this world, with its disordered time and the existence of mystical beings like Koizumi Akiko, the scientific realm held its own marvels, including potions capable of reverting individuals to childhood. Thus, it was not beyond reason that a crow could mutate and attain longevity. Even if the red-eyed crow could not articulate human language, its abilities might stem from possessing genes akin to those of a magpie. Are you aware of genetic mutations? A little, the red-eyed crow replied, fixing its gaze upon Chi Fei's eyes. Just like your eyes? Few individuals possess purple eyes. My eyes are hereditary. I've been told they trace back to my grandmother, who indeed had a genetic mutation which was passed down to my mother and then to me. After explaining, Chi Fei settled back into his task, continuing to tend to another crow's injuries. After reaching a conclusion, an ancient red-eyed crow, whether due to metaphysics, science, or deductive reasoning, seemed to find nothing peculiar about its longevity. The red-eyed crow examined the eyes of its fellow crows, pondering. Are you implying that my prolonged existence is a result of genetic mutation? This was merely a conjecture of mine. However, if companionship with another creature is what you seek, perhaps a lizard would suffice. Pool Feichi paused momentarily, then continued, nevertheless, a lizard cannot rival you. Turtles, despite their longevity, do not live excessively long. Yet, on certain islands in the Pacific, there exists a herbivorous tortoise that can live up to 300 years. Should that still seem insufficient, you might consider clams, known to live over 500 years. They cannot comprehend my words. How then could they provide companionship? I refuse to spend my days merely staring at one another. The red-eyed crow retreated a couple of steps, anthropomorphically flapping its wings and patting a nearby crow. In truth, they do not quite grasp my meaning. I have taught them little by little over the years, and only you can truly understand me. Why can't you strive to live a little longer? What nonsense you speak. Pool Feichi shot a glance at the red-eyed crow while continuing to bandage the crow in his hands. This is not a matter of effort. Life is full of unexpected twists. Who knows when we might meet our end? You must decide for yourself whether to remain. There is no need for deliberation. I have assessed the situation. Though your lifespan is somewhat shorter, it is still superior to that of a crow. You comprehend my speech and are formidable in combat, exhibiting the spirit of our kind. And as for that snake, you cannot blame it. It also aids in healing animals. Naturally, I shall follow you, the red-eyed crow mused, then fell back into a state of gloom. But if you were to die and I were to survive, what then? Such crow-like thoughts, Pool Feichi remarked, tapping the red-eyed crow's head lightly. Let us focus on surviving this year first. Who knows how long this year will last? Will we even make it through? The red-eyed crow sighed, casting a sidelong glance at Pool Feichi. Should you pass away, would I be compelled to follow in death? Enough of this. Pool Feichi paused, placing the bandaged crow aside. You mean to say, when one dies, the other follows. That is how humans speak of it. Indeed, that is the essence of it. The red-eyed crow replied, its mood darkening. I shall read more, Pool Feichi said, picking up the next crow. And you must assist me. Not a problem. Just let me know what you require. The red-eyed crow lowered its head, scratching the ground with its claws. After all, I have little else to do all day but seek food and drink for them, and find some amusement. Pool Feichi added, I can provide food and lodging. Not for the moment. Searching for sustenance is a joy in itself. When idle, I prefer to seek on my own, the red-eyed crow reflected, continuing to scratch the earth. I wish to fly freely. I do not wish to be confined to a cage. Very well, Pool Feichi nodded. The red-eyed crow halted its scratching and lifted its wings to pat the nearby crows. I have assigned them numbers from 2 to 22.
The vacant number 1 is reserved for me. Perhaps you could bestow upon me a name? If you were to pass, I shall not wish to die alongside you. Nor will I change my name, let it serve as a perpetual commemoration. Pul Feichi, slightly exasperated, chose to overlook the crow's remarks. Fema. A splendid name. This way.
Anyone who hears it will know we are allies. The red-eyed crow nodded in satisfaction, hopping closer to Fema. From now on, we are companions. I look forward to your kindness. Fema lay exhausted on the ground. Though unable to comprehend the red-eyed crow's incessant chatter, he gathered from Pul Feichi's earlier words that this creature had been recruited. Without paying much heed to the antics of Fema, he lazily rolled to the side. No fighting today, we shall resume our duel another time. Next time, do not cheat by bringing so many crows to your aid. Let us duel one-on-one. You need not feel guilty. Despite our recent skirmish, you did strike first against my beloved subordinate. However, I thoroughly enjoyed this bout, Fema remarked earnestly, then turned to Pul Feichi. By the way, master, I have a token of our meeting for you. With that, he soared towards the tree. It matters not about tokens. We must address the communication issues between our two pets, Pul Feichi replied. 10 seconds later, Pul Feichi silently retracted his previous thoughts about the insignificance of the token. Who could explain why Fema possessed a detective badge? 2 of them, no less, considering the crow's penchant for mischief and the earlier appearance of the red-eyed crow outside the Boumet family apartment. It was not difficult to deduce that they had undoubtedly been pilfered. However, Boumet should only have had 1. This meant Fema had encountered other members of the young detective corps and had stolen their possessions? Though uncertain about which 2 items had been taken, he sensed an impending sense of blame hovering over him. If Conan and the others were to see the detective badges in his possession, would they not suspect him of orchestrating the crows to steal from children? Fema placed the 2 detective badges on the ground, boasting, "The young girl whom you saved today had been using one of these little communicators to contact others. I found it quite convenient. However, I did not steal it. No, the little girl's communicator did not suit me. Later, I spotted 2 other children with them, which caught my eye. I intended to take them as toys, but now I present them to you." Pul Feichi picked up the detective badge, confirming it was not in communication, then spoke. "I am also acquainted with the other 4 children." Fema was suddenly taken aback, but only for a fleeting moment. "No need to rush, master, let us analyze the situation. I was not present at the time, and to you humans, all other crows appear alike. They likely could not recognize me, and since we have already taken them, returning the items would appear too suspicious. Perhaps we should destroy the evidence?" Pul Feichi placed the detective badge back on the ground. "Quickly, be sure to dispose of them far away." "I shall do so at once." Fema's eyes sparkled. His instincts had proven correct. Finding a human companion was indeed fortuitous. After glancing around, he called upon an injured subordinate and together they departed, clutching the detective badges. As Moriyaka Lily approached, she happened to see 2 crows flying away and thought little of it. She merely glanced at the array of animals lying on the ground, wrapped in bandages, resembling a collective of casualties post-treatment. Are these animals truly unharmed? Chapter 50 Moriyaka Jiren, what has happened to my home? The following day, a vehicle halted outside the Moriyaka residence. Moriyaka Jiren stepped out, standing at the gate, gazing at the yard beyond with a look of bewilderment. The entire garden appeared as though it had been ravaged, with some trees nearly stripped bare. The ground was strewn with a thick carpet of fallen leaves, all in disarray, while a group of servants quietly tidied up. Just yesterday, before departing, the shrubs, tree canopies, and lawn had all been meticulously trimmed. What on earth had transpired? How could his home have transformed so drastically? "Jiren, you have returned?" Moriyaka Lily, accompanying Pul Feichi in the yard, cradling a bundle wrapped like a rice dumpling, spotted Moriyaka Jiren at the gate and hurried over with a smile. "Why are you standing at the entrance? Come inside." Moriyaka Jiren felt a slight headache. Why would I not enter? I could hardly recognize my own home. Was there a pestilence last night? What is this? No. It was yesterday when Fema and a group of crows engaged in a ruckus, causing all this commotion. Moriyaka Lily chuckled lightly, glancing at Pul Feichi who had joined them. "By the way, Fema is the pet brought by Feichi." Pul Feichi nodded at Moriyaka Jiren while holding Fema, concerned for the snake wrapped tightly in bandages. He was wary that if it accidentally slipped from his sleeve and fell, even if the wound did not burst open, it would hinder recovery. "Hello?" I've heard my parents and sister mention you before. Moriyaka Jiren greeted politely, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the bandaged serpent, recognizing it as a snake.
Albeit one tightly wrapped in bandages with only half of its gray-black head exposed was a first for him. It certainly looked quite pitiful. However, how could a snake, a cat, and a flock of crows wreak such havoc in such a vast courtyard? Come on. Stop lingering at the door and come inside. Sinyuan by Hejiang beckoned. Sinyuan Jiren turned to instruct the driver to pull the car in. Once inside, the disorderly state of the courtyard was still hard to ignore. Sister. Ordinarily it wouldn't matter, but I'm getting married tomorrow and now the house looks like this. It's fine, there's still time to tidy up and trim.
Sinyuan by Hejiang replied nonchalantly. The tree can be pruned anew, and we can even come up with some creative designs. Sinyuan Jiren frowned, but Xiao Feng will be here today. We can invite her to design with us. Sinyuan by Hejiang smiled. After all, marriage is a shared affair, and this will be her home too. Sinyuan Jiren sighed, seriously. How can you still smile when the house is in such disarray? Sinyuan by Hejiang lowered her head, gently stroking her head. Of course, since last night, she has been exceptionally well behaved. It's the first time since mother passed that I've seen her so calm. She must have been holding it in before, right? Meow. The cat lazily called out. Sinyuan Jiren replied, yes. She is unprecedentedly well behaved, but she is injured all over. How could she not be well behaved? However, looking at the relaxed expression on Sinyuan by Hejiang's face and the calm demeanor of Chi Feiqi, not to mention the group of servants diligently cleaning the courtyard, it didn't seem to be a significant issue after all. On the second floor, tea and snacks were served, and the three engaged in casual conversation. Perhaps due to the long-standing relationship between the two families and the fact that the Sinyuan siblings were rather talkative, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. As they reminisced about embarrassing childhood stories, Chi Feiqi felt his phone vibrate and took a glance. It was a message from Hybera AI. Bamboo rats can extract components that promote hair growth. I would like 2 more. Chi Feiqi replied. No problem. However many you need. When? Although Hybera AI hadn't mentioned anything about the organization, she didn't hide her expertise in biology and chemistry from him, which indicated a level of trust. Soon, another message arrived. Can we do it now? Are you home? I'm not home. I'll go to Professor Agassi's to pick you up. Okay. I'll wait for you. Putting away his phone, Chi Feiqi looked up to find Sinyuan by Hejiang staring at him intently. Are you going out with a girl? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. After all, it was a day off. Well, Hybera AI could indeed be considered a girl. Chi Feiqi nodded. I need to step out for a bit. Is she your girlfriend? Sinyuan by Hejiang teased. You said you didn't have a girlfriend this morning, but now you've been caught. No, I genuinely don't have a girlfriend. Chi Feiqi tucked his phone away and turned his gaze towards Sinyuan Jiren. The Sinyuan family had left a good impression on him, and he didn't mind mediating to clear up any misunderstandings. However, since Nagamatsu Akira had yet to return and he was uncertain how long it would take, it was better to have Sinyuan Jiren accompany him. Seeing Chi Feiqi looking at her, Sinyuan Jiren tentatively asked, Do you want me to drive you? Chi Feiqi nodded. That would be helpful. Feiqi, you won't be like Jiren, surrounded by girls but never settling down. Will you? Sinyuan by Hejiang laughed. Jiren is getting married, so don't lead him astray. All right, sister, Sinyuan Jiren said, pulling out the car keys. I'll take him there and come right back. Don't worry. I won't cause any trouble. Sinyuan by Hejiang feigned a sorrowful expression, but still accepted the responsibility of looking after Chi Feiqi. Sinyuan Jiren drove towards Mahanmaki, and the crows that had been trailing them were no longer in sight. Feima had taken the main force back to recuperate, promising to return later. When he left in the morning, he had even asked Chi Feiqi to draw some blood. Are you really going to find a girl? Sinyuan Jiren, inheriting her family's cheerful disposition, casually brought up a topic shortly after leaving home. If you're really going to find a girl to hang out with, I'll just drop you off. After all, I'm the one getting married. I am going to find a girl, Chi Feiqi replied. But it's not what you think. I knew it. Given your character, you wouldn't be like I used to be. But you're already 20, and in a couple of years, Uncle Masayoshi will likely have you start engaging with the affairs of the Makoto group and push you to marry. If you don't find someone you like soon, you might end up like him, marrying someone suitable just to get by. I didn't mean to speak ill of your parents, I was just lost once too. But it seems I've found the right person now. Chief Feichi glanced at Senyuan Jurin, noticing the anticipation in her eyes for the future. He began to understand why Nagamatsu Akira hadn't been honest with Senyuan Jurin. From their interactions, it was clear that Senyuan Jurin was just a big child who had recently set aside her playful nature and was striving to mature. Saying something like "don't get your hopes up, it's all in your imagination" would indeed be quite cruel. Senyuan Jurin rambled on about her wedding arrangements. And when she noticed Chief Feichi's silence, she chuckled. "You don't have to be so formal with me. When you were born, I came to see you. My father had quite a bit of contact with Uncle Masayoshi when I was in elementary school. You should call me cousin." Chief Feichi looked out the window, realizing that this family likely all possessed a hidden chatty trait. "However, you are indeed becoming more like Uncle Masayoshi. Just the way you spoke earlier. I almost thought he was sitting beside me." Chief Feichi withdrew his gaze from the window, avoiding the topic of his father, and focused instead on the pressing matter: how to minimize his losses once this news leaked. The first step is to establish understanding. Senyuan Jurin was likely already feeling the pressure from the bribery allegations. She feared that Nagamatsu Akira would expose it and that he would extort her forever. She didn't dare to speak about it openly, keeping even her family in the dark. Senyuan Jurin was clearly at a loss and stuck in a quandary. At this moment, having someone she believed understood her and would make the same choices would help her calm down, and she would also want to know more of his thoughts. Senyuan Jurin forced a smile to mask her anxiety. "Hey, Feichi, do you really think I've done something like bribery? There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through." After hearing and seeing so much, "One develops a certain intuition," Chief Feichi replied. "In reality, many people have already made their decisions. They just don't want to get involved or are waiting to see how things unfold. There might even be rival companies of the Senyuan family intentionally fanning the flames. I'm simply choosing to talk directly with you, that's all." Using one's own affirmation to dismantle the complacency of the Moriyama Kiku people, I subtly indicated that I am an ally, revealing that I had discovered certain truths but chose to confide only in you, while also pointing out the true adversary. The Moriyama Kiku fell silent, maintaining an expression of normalcy, though their gaze flickered with a mix of conflict and struggle. Chief Feichi refrained from further elaboration, now awaiting the Moriyama Kiku to initiate the conversation. Should there be no response after a brief pause, he could stoke the flames of discussion once more. The atmosphere in the vehicle grew somewhat oppressive as neither spoke. It was not until the car entered Mahanko that the Moriyama Kiku sighed deeply, quietly affirming, "Feichi, the Shinchi group surpasses my family by far, and you are also the heir of the field group. There is no need for you to covet anything from the Moriyama family, nor to harm me. I can trust you, can't I?" Chapter 51. The Great Demon King. "Hybra AI, you already possess the answer in your heart, do you not?" Chief Feichi calmly retorted, explaining, "Our families share a long-standing relationship, and you have been quite considerate towards me. If I can assist, I am more than willing." The Moriyama Kiku fell silent again, steering the vehicle near Tuchome 22, before finally murmuring, "The rumors outside are true. The one I trusted the most has betrayed me. What an easy mark," Chief Feichi mused to himself. Despite the disparity in their status, the Moriyama Kiku's concerns were valid. He indeed had no need for anything from their family. However, in terms of cunning and experience, the Moriyama Kiku was vastly outmatched compared to the seasoned old foxes he had encountered alongside his inexpensive father. "Is it the butler, Nakasato? I believe he is assisting you with company matters." Yes, the Moriyama Kiku's expression darkened. "He is threatening me to cancel tomorrow's wedding, or he will inform my father of this matter. He has been a butler in my family for many years, practically watching my sister and me grow up. I never expected him to." "Wait, I have someone to attend to," Chief Feichi interrupted in a low voice, opening the car door to exit. "I'll handle this matter promptly." The Moriyama Kiku suppressed the urge to vent, nodding in acknowledgement as they glanced outside, spotting a young girl in a red coat exiting a nearby gate, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yes, she was indeed a girl, though far younger than he had envisioned. After Chief Feichi helped Hybra AI into the car, he relayed the address of the breeding point to the Moriyama Kiku, then retrieved a vial of blood from his pocket, handing it to Hybra AI in the back seat. "AI, could you find someone to help me identify this blood? I wish to ascertain its origin and whether there are any peculiarities. Regardless of the findings, remember to keep it confidential." Given the Moriyama Kiku's heightened sensitivity, he deliberately presented the item to Hybra AI in the presence of the Moriyama Kiku, to avoid any misunderstandings. Seeing Chief H's unusually serious demeanor, Hybrid AI glanced at the driving Moriyama Kiku and nodded. Understood. This is crow blood? The Moriyama Kiku inquired casually. Is it from the crows that fought with Feichi? Not at all, Chief Feichi denied. It is from a crow I found, and I wish to know its species and if it harbors any diseases, as I need a report to obtain a pet certificate. Did the crows fight? Hybrid AI asked. Yes, hence I did not take it out today, Chief Feichi replied. But there is nothing to worry about. It's merely wrapped in gauze like a white snake. The Moriyama Kiku, recalling this, felt his previously suppressed talkative nature surge forth once more, chuckling as he added, this morning, when I returned home, both it and my cat looked quite pitiful. My yard was also in disarray, which startled me. By the way, I am Feichi's cousin, named Moriyama Kiku. I currently reside at his home. So you may call me Brother Kiku, dear little miss. Hybrid AI regarded him with an odd expression for a moment. His manner of speaking resembled that of a dandy. She coolly remarked, you are nothing like him. You are quite similar to him. The Moriyama Kiku dismissed her attitude, continuing, Feichi, could it be that Uncle Shinjiro has a daughter he has kept from us? No, he and Aunt Kana could not possibly have a child with blue eyes. So, could it be that he has a child out of wedlock? No, Chief Feichi interjected, sensing the Moriyama Kiku's intent to elaborate further. He calmly reminded, my father will be returning soon. If you have any thoughts, consider discussing them with him. The Moriyama Kiku quickly masked his smile, clearing his throat. I was merely jesting. Hybrid AI, having rarely heard Chief Feichi speak of his father, grew curious at the Moriyama Kiku's sudden retreat. Is your father returning? Yes, Chief Feichi replied. Perhaps tonight. Or at the latest, tomorrow. Hybrid AI paused before continuing. Is he a very fierce person? Not really, the Moriyama Kiku interjected, sensing the conversation might chill the air further. He is quite similar to Feichi, calm and serious. I have never heard him raise his voice, yet I cannot help but feel tense in his presence. Hybrid AI leaned forward to glance at Chief Feichi in the passenger seat, imagining an enhanced version of him, and understood. She then turned back to the Moriyama Kiku. He resembles his father? Doesn't he take after his mother? Chief Feichi turned to Hybrid AI, perceiving her sudden shift in demeanor as if she were betraying her preference for succinct communication. Hybrid AI looked at Chief Feichi, feeling as though she was being looked down upon. Only the Moriyama Kiku remained unaffected, continuing his discourse. His personality is inherited from his father, but his appearance leans more towards his mother. Have you seen his eyes? I'll let you in on a secret. Aunt Kana is quite the beauty. At the breeding point in Kabutocho, in a lavishly comfortable enclosure, a large bamboo rat noticed Chief Feichi's arrival and immediately nudged its companion. Don't eat yet. Wait a moment. That person is back. Another small bamboo rat continued to nibble on bamboo, responding nonchalantly, let him come. It doesn't matter to me whether I eat or not. Every time he came, the bamboo rats he took never returned. The large bamboo rat spoke solemnly. I have a foreboding feeling, much like the pot of meat we secretly saw back home, they may very well be dead. The small bamboo rat shivered, staring at the large bamboo rat hesitantly. Didn't he say not to eat us? We must take care of ourselves. The large bamboo rat scolded. He only said others cannot eat us. Perhaps he intends to fatten us up for himself. We cannot let our guard down. The small bamboo rat ceased nibbling. Then what shall we do? We absolutely cannot be chosen and taken away, the large bamboo rat declared resolutely. But he came for the first time and said these two were plump, so he took us. The second time he remarked that we were listless and not eating, and took us away again. The small bamboo rat expressed confusion. So should we eat or not? Should we grow fat or remain thin? The large bamboo rat faltered in thought, looking around and lowering its voice. Let us listen to what he says before deciding. Sure, yes, looking over here. Chief Feichi glanced briefly before averting his gaze, observing the amusing bamboo rats with a robust survival instinct. Hybrid AI had already acquired a cage from the staff and looked up at Chief Feichi. Which ones do you want? You may choose. Some appear rather unwell. Hybrid AI surveyed the area, hesitating. May I select a few more? Chief Feichi noticed that more than half of the bamboo rats indeed looked sickly. If you want them, take them all. Is that really okay? Hybrid AI asked, a bit shy. Not a problem, they won't last long anyway, Chief Feichi replied. I'll arrange for someone to deliver them to you. Meanwhile, the small bamboo rat timidly remarked, brother, he mentioned water and soil issues this time. Eat. The large bamboo rat urged, gnawing on the bamboo frantically.
Hurry and eat. We must appear lively, he has to know we are well adapted. The little bamboo rat immediately emulated its companion, its small eyes weakly glancing over. Brother, he is looking at us again, it said. Chief Feichi was at a loss for words. Ideally, it would have been best to take both bamboo rats away to spare them from their anxiousness. However, since they needed to be fed daily, it would be quite troublesome. With someone to help care for them, it seemed more practical to leave them here. Hybrid AI focused on the caretakers as they packed the bamboo rats into their containers. The large cage that had been held earlier was now in use, and more than half of the bamboo rats were swiftly cleared away. The little bamboo rat remarked, "Brother, this little girl seems even more ferocious." The large bamboo rat hushed it. "Shoo, she must be the legendary Demon King." Chief Feichi glanced down at Hybrid AI and took out his phone. Click. Hybrid AI paused and looked up at Chief Feichi. "What are you taking my picture for?" "Wait a moment," Chief Feichi said as he began to edit the image. Hybrid AI instantly recalled her fierce appearance and turned her head away. "I won't look." "Really not looking?" Chief Feichi inquired. Hybrid AI was at a loss for words. She was still curious about how Chief Feichi would humorously alter her photo. "Fine, I'll look." Chief Feichi lowered his phone. The photo captured Hybrid AI alongside some of the bamboo rats waiting to be loaded. Startled by the movements, the bamboo rats huddled together, while Hybrid AI maintained an expression of indifference. A caption was added above a group of bamboo rats, trembling under the gaze of the Demon King. After a brief moment of silence, Hybrid AI suddenly reached for the phone in front of her. However, Chief Feichi was quicker, swiftly lifting the phone out of reach. Hybrid AI gazed at Chief Feichi with a resentful look, her mind racing through various scenarios calculating the probability of successfully overpowering him to retrieve the phone. "I'll keep this as a memento," Chief Feichi said gently, patting Hybrid AI's head. She instantly wilted, realizing that leaving a memento for Chief Feichi might not be such a bad idea. She averted her gaze and looked down at the ground beside her. "This must not be spread." "All right," Chief Feichi agreed, then informed the caretakers of the address he had received earlier from Koizumi Akiko, instructing them to send 2 bamboo rats over. After Chief Feichi and the others departed, the large bamboo rat ceased its vigorous chewing on bamboo, nudging its companion beside it. "All right, enough eating. If he comes again and picks the fatter ones, we'll be in trouble. We should control our weight. Let us not be the heaviest, nor the lightest." "Brother, you are so clever," the little bamboo rat pondered aloud. "But what if next time he chooses ones that are neither fat nor thin?" The large bamboo rat couldn't help but tap the little one with a piece of bamboo, subsequently sighing in silence. Life as a bamboo rat was indeed quite challenging. Chapter 52. The burden of a steward. Chief Feichi offered to escort Hybrid AI home, arriving at the Mori family residence just as dusk settled, accompanied by Moriyama Kiku. As soon as Moriyama Kiku parked the car, he heard some commotion at the entrance. Stepping out of the garage, his expression darkened. Chief Feichi also glanced over from a distance. Indeed, apart from Shigematsu Akira and a girl trailing behind, the trio of Conan, Muri Ran, and Muri Kagoro had arrived, along with Hattori Heiji and Yama Kazuhiko. "Let us go inside first," Chief Feichi suggested calmly. Hearing his composed voice, Moriyama Kiku regained some composure, nodding in agreement. However, once they returned to his room on the second floor, he remained silent, maintaining a stern expression. Chief Feichi approached the window, observing the group approaching outside. "That girl at the back must be your fiancée, right?" "Yes," Moriyama Kiku nodded. "She is wearing the same necklace as Mr. Sakuraba," Chief Feichi remarked. His intention was to preemptively mention this detail before Moriyama Kiku could, subtly indicating that he was considering Moriyama Kiku's feelings and reinforcing their trust. Moriyama Kiku's expression fluctuated, and after a moment he confessed, "Uncle Shigematsu is threatening me to call off the wedding. It must also be because of that Sakuraba guy. He watched Sakuraba grow up and sees him as his own child, which is why he is assisting him in taking my fiancée. You could break something," Chief Feichi suggested. Moriyama Kiku was momentarily rendered speechless, feeling stifled. "Break something?" Chief Feichi turned around. "I'll go call Uncle Shigematsu up." Moriyama Kiku was puzzled. "Call him up now? Are we confronting him directly?" "Let us bluff him," Chief Feichi replied. 5 minutes later, he exited his room and went downstairs. "Bluff? He has been troubled over reconciling this family," Chief Feichi thought to himself. "Ah, you guys are back. Where's Kiku?"
Moriyama Renji was about to head out when she spotted Chief Feichi and immediately pulled him along. Forget him. Let us go see his fiancée first. Outside,
a group had already entered the courtyard. Shigematsu Akira looked around in confusion at the chaotic yard. The pile of fallen leaves had been cleared away, but several trees stood bare among the others, creating a stark contrast. The row of bushes along the pathway looked as if they had been gnawed by dogs.
Catching the eye, what had transpired during his absence? Well, Mori Kagoro hesitated before chuckling. That's quite a unique sense of aesthetics. This must be abstract art. Shigematsu Akira was momentarily at a loss for words. Although Katajiri Kid had previously visited the Mori family and knew how the yard originally looked, she also felt uncertain after hearing Mori Kagoro's remark. Is that so? Uncle, you really know how to make absurd statements. Hattori Heiji interjected, pointing at the bushes along the path. Come on, take a closer look. The breaks in the branches are uneven, clearly broken rather than intentionally pruned. Over there, 2 pieces of leaves remain uncleaned, with irregular edges. They couldn't have been cut with scissors. Conan had already approached, picking up 2 pieces of broken leaves. Observing one of them, he noted that the base appeared to have been sharply cut, but the edge was not clean, suggesting it had been torn by some animal. After speaking, he turned to Shigematsu Akira and asked in a childlike voice, Uncle Steward, do you have cats here? Shigematsu Akira nodded, yes, we do have cats. Hattori Heiji leaned in closer to Conan, observing the broken leaves. One of the leaves bore signs of pecking by birds. The disorder in the yard must have been caused by a scuffle between the cats and birds. But how many cats and birds would it take to cause this kind of chaos? At that moment, Chief Feichi walked over and overheard their conversation. Detectives certainly had a penchant for analyzing everything, though Conan seemed a bit too frivolous. Moriyama Renji winked at Chief Feichi, letting go of his hand, smoothing her dress as she stepped forward, casting a haughty gaze at Katajiri Kid. Ah, you must be my little brother's princess. Let me make this clear. I don't care who your father is, you better be prepared. Starting today, I will establish a complete set of family rules for this household. Katajiri Kid was startled.
Yes. Surprised, Mori Kagoro, Hattori Heiji, and the others turned their attention to Chief Feichi, who was walking behind them. Chief Feichi nodded at the group.
Mori Kagoro was instantly at a loss for words, wondering why he had to encounter this kid here as well. Moriyama Renji noticed that the others were looking behind her and turned to see Chief Feichi, who seemed even more intimidating than she was. Conan glanced at Chief Feichi's emotionless eyes and then at Moriyama Renji's puzzled face, wanting to nod but ultimately refraining. I know them, Chief Feichi explained to Moriyama Renji. I see. Moriyama Renji turned to see Katajiri Kid looking rather timid and smiled. Alright, I was just joking. I am Kiku's sister, Renji. I usually live abroad, so I won't be a bother to you. You can rest assured. He is my cousin Chief Feichi, who will soon be your cousin as well, temporarily staying here. With his personality, he won't trouble anyone. Miss Shigematsu Akira approached to greet. Moriyama Renji couldn't stop her teasing and continued to engage Katajiri Kid in conversation, adding that in a few days, her father would come to pick her up, and soon she wouldn't have to endure his cold demeanor.
Matsu Akira observed Chief Feichi's nonchalant demeanor and chose not to comment, merely greeting him with a good day, Master Feichi. Chief Feichi nodded in acknowledgement.
Matsu Akira glanced at the overly talkative Mori Enju, then at the silent and watchful Chief Feichi, and sighed inwardly. Over the years, he had greatly missed the former butler of the Chief family, facing a family of hidden chatterboxes daily, and then a family steeped in silence. He used to find solace in the companionship he shared with the butler. However, he had heard that the Chi couple gradually stopped returning home. And after Master Feichi entered high school, he moved closer to school, leaving the household staff behind. The butler had long been dismissed, and he had no idea where his old friend had gone. Indeed, you have quite the talent, Mori Enju chuckled, elbowing Kaido, frequenting our place and managing to tame my brother, the playboy. Matsu Akira snapped back to reality, hastily clarifying, no, miss, it was actually Master Feichi who fell in love at first sight. Is that so? Mori Enju inquired, puzzled. Why didn't you tell me this before? Matsu Akira hesitated.
But you were the one trying to bring them together, weren't you? Mori Enju interjected, stepping closer with a playful wink and a lowered voice, if it works out.
You might just earn a reward from my father. Matsu Akira responded awkwardly. Suddenly, Chief Eiichi spoke up. Uncle Matsu, could you come with me for a moment? Matsu Akira was taken aback, turning to look at Morikoger and his group. Sure. But your cousin Kiku is looking for you, Chief Eiichi stated. Alright, let me take them over. I can explain the situation here, Morienju remarked.
Sensing Matsu Akira's hesitation, she turned to Muri Ran and Yamaoka Ko, smiling. Here are two lovely ladies. Perhaps one of them could help settle Feichi. Don't meddle.
They're already taken, Chief Eiichi warned, leading Matsu Akira away. Hattori Heiji looked at Yamaoka Ko, puzzled. When did she get involved with someone? Yamaoka Ko felt exasperated, internally cursing his ignorance. Morikoger grumbled. What nonsense! My daughter has nothing to do with that detective kid. Mori Rant's cheeks flushed. Did her father just inadvertently reveal something? Laughter and joy filled the courtyard. Yet the atmosphere in Mori Kiku's room was decidedly somber. Matsu Akira followed Chief Eiichi inside. Immediately noticing the disarray, the room was in shambles with shattered ornaments scattered everywhere. Mori Kiku sat on the sofa in the corner, raising his gaze to Matsu Akira only after Chief Eiichi closed the door. Uncle Matsu, I know everything, he said quietly. Matsu Akira's expression turned momentarily frantic.
Kiku, I know about your relationship with Kaido and Sakurabane and your thoughts on it, Mori Kiku interrupted. Do you think anything can be hidden forever?
You've watched me grow up. I want to hear you explain it directly. Matsu Akira hesitated, noticing Mori Kiku's confidence, which only deepened his own uncertainty. He sighed.
You're right, nothing can be concealed indefinitely. The master is likely already aware of my affair with your mother. Mori Kiku's feigned composure began to crack,
nearly prompting him to stand. Wait, what does this have to do with my parents? This statement felt utterly off to him. Chief Eiichi sat beside him, gently pressing on Mori Kiku's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Though Mori Kiku sat back down, his mind raced with melodramatic scenarios and doubts about his lineage, his expression becoming increasingly complex. Matsu Akira noticed the change in Mori Kiku's demeanor, realizing the truth could not remain hidden, and sighed. Initially, I didn't know Miss Kaido was seeking Sakurabane. I thought she had feelings for Master Feichi, which is why I tried to match you two. I only discovered the truth recently, but by then, the marriage had already been arranged. Master Feichi had already settled his heart on Miss Kaido, and I couldn't bear to tell you the truth. I thought using company matters to persuade you to step back was the best course. You blackmailed me for this? Did you not consider that using company matters to coerce me would make it even harder to accept? Mori Kiku couldn't help but stand up in agitation. No, let us set that aside for now. Tell me what happened between you and my mother. Chapter 53. A gathering of cunning and dark-hearted individuals. Matsu Akira glanced at Mori Kiku and finally spoke. Years ago, your mother came to find me, but the master misunderstood and thought she had affections for him, leading him to propose. And then, Mori Kiku pressed. My mother agreed, did she not? Yes. She was moved by the master's enthusiasm, which is why she married him. Matsu Akira sighed. The master may have sensed something back then. You and my mother have nothing going on, right? Mori Kiku finally asked his lingering doubts directly. Matsu Akira, realizing the implication of Mori Kiku's question, felt a surge of urgency and frustration. Young Master Kiku, do you still not trust your mother? We accepted our fate back then and never tangled ourselves further. This time it's because Miss Kaido resembles your mother, but they still have time. I do not wish to see such regrets repeat themselves. Mori Kiku felt relieved. As long as there was nothing amiss, he returned to the sofa. I can cancel the wedding, but it should not be through threats. You should have been straightforward with me. Matsu Akira bowed deeply, filled with remorse. Young Master Kiku, hand over the evidence you possess, Mori Kiku instructed. I will clarify things with Kaido and Sakurabane later. Of course, if you're concerned. You can wait until after the wedding cancellation to give it to me. No, there's no need for that. I will fetch it right now. Matsu Akira, sensing Mori Kiku's willingness to cancel the wedding first, felt a deeper sense of guilt and promptly left the room to retrieve the items. 10 minutes later, in the same room with the same three individuals. After confirming the items were originals, Mori Kiku destroyed them. Have you considered the severe consequences of canceling the wedding tomorrow? Matsu Akira hesitated, looking at Mori Kiku. You're not having second thoughts, are you? Rest assured, I will not go back on my word. I do not lack for affection, nor do I wish to constantly worry about my wife being unfaithful. Morikiku settled back onto the sofa. However, we need a plausible reason for canceling the wedding. For example, my uncle Jinshuk is often busy and has postponed his commitments to attend tomorrow's wedding. This would be a considerate gesture towards the Mori family. While not all guests may feel the same, some certainly will. Matsu Akira broke out in a cold sweat. He had been so eager for Morikiku to cancel the wedding that he hadn't considered the repercussions of doing so abruptly. Without a suitable explanation, the Mori family would undoubtedly face dissatisfaction if they canceled right before the wedding. The matter originated from them, so it should also be borne by them. Morikiku laid it out plainly: tomorrow or tonight after the guests leave, Miss Kaido will suddenly fall ill, severely enough to prevent the wedding. We must first cancel the wedding, delay it for a while, and then gradually part ways. You will accompany me to discuss this with them shortly. Matsu Akira nodded vigorously. Thank you, young master. I believe they will agree. Seeing the two reach a consensus, Chief Feichi had no intention of lingering. Since the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. I will keep today's events confidential. After watching Chief Feichi exit, Matsu Akira hesitated for a moment before asking, young Master Kiku, was all of this devised by Master Feichi? All of this? Morikiku laughed lightly. Which part do you refer to? Matsu Akira furrowed his brow, trying to recall, but he couldn't specify. He merely felt that he had entirely lost agency in today's conversation, as if everything had been preordained. The young master is well aware. It is impossible for him to feel such a way. Morita Kiku did not pursue the matter further and shifted the conversation. Once this situation is resolved, your responsibility will be to address the vulnerabilities within the company, identify those who leaked information, dismiss the necessary individuals, and take the opportunity to conduct a thorough cleanup. Nagamatsu Akira was somewhat surprised. Young Master Kiku, do you still intend for me to remain in the company? Is that so strange? Morita Kiku countered. Nagamatsu Akira's expression softened slightly as he chuckled bitterly. Perhaps it was the presence of the late Master Chi that instinctively reminded me of Mr. Shinosuke. Had it been Mr. Shinosuke, I fear I would have had to leave immediately. However, even if you still wish to trust me, how could I continue to stay? There's no harm in staying, Morita Kiku replied earnestly. After all, the company will no longer engage in such activities. Young Master Kiku? Nagamatsu Akira was astonished and puzzled. Previously, Morita Kiku was eager to establish his career by bribing high officials. What had prompted this sudden epiphany? My father once told me that Uncle Shinosuke is a formidable person. Morita Kiku refrained from elaborating, standing to leave the room. Please send someone to tidy up. Although he was unclear about the past events, his current sentiments perhaps mirrored those of his father from years ago. He now regarded Chi as a terrifying figure. When he suggested relinquishing the evidence only to reclaim it later, it was not out of trust but rather the confidence that Chi instilled in him. Should Nagamatsu Akira have a change of heart, the anonymous report he had prepared would be sent out tonight, alleging that the company had engaged in illegal activities, coupled with seemingly credible evidence. Once the rumors circulated, he would cooperate swiftly with the investigation to clear his name. Following that, he would create a FAAD of being targeted maliciously. When Nagamatsu Akira attempted to use evidence against him, he could easily disregard it, making slight adjustments within the company to cast doubt on the validity of that evidence. With the public in a state of uncertainty, he could divert attention to other matters, downplay the situation before addressing it again, or clear his name by placing the blame on a senior executive, who would then be made to appear as the perpetrator, creating an illusion of victimization. In any case, Chi had proposed numerous strategies. The worst outcome would be a loss for the company, but he and the company would not face utter ruin. In short, the threats posed were trivial. Allowing the other party to hold leverage was not particularly threatening and was indeed a means to resolution. Nagamatsu Akira's decision would also determine Morita Kiku's attitude towards him. If Nagamatsu Akira did not trust him and had not handed over the evidence, he would not have permitted Nagamatsu Akira to remain in the company. She had once said that when trust is broken, it is exceedingly difficult to restore. In truth, he still held reservations towards Nagamatsu Akira. However, having him in the company would be beneficial, provided that the company refrained from illegal activities. As long as he had no leverage against him, he could observe and confirm slowly. Previously, he had resorted to unscrupulous methods to ascend, but now he felt that those tactics were not true strategies. It was far better to remain grounded. Very well, he had become timid. Reflecting on his father's past evaluations of Uncle Shinosuk and then considering Chi, he suddenly felt that those at the top were often dark-hearted and duplicitous. What could he do if he could not compete with them? It would be wiser to manage cautiously like his father, aiming for moderation to avoid a catastrophic downfall. Half an hour later, the dining room on the first floor was ready. Morita-kan listened as Nagamatsu Akira spoke of the guests' identities, instantly piqued by the mention of the renowned detective, Kagoro Mori.
Ah, you are that famous detective. Kagoro Mori beamed, attempting to maintain a serious demeanor. Hello, I am Kagoro Mori. It is an honor to dine with someone like you.
Not at all. You are too kind. Kagoro Mori reciprocated the courtesy. The servants brought food and drinks to the table.
Morita Kiku did not linger in his room but arrived early at the dining hall, sitting beside Katajiri Kid, both feeling somewhat uneasy. Nearby, Morita Yuriko was seated with Chi,
who was holding Feichi, both pets wrapped in bandages. Across the table, Conan observed the peculiar atmosphere between Morita Kiku and Katajiri Kid, puzzled, before his attention shifted.
Upon seeing Feichi draped over the table, he nearly burst into laughter, hastily lowering his head to stifle his amusement.
It was his first time seeing a snake in such a condition. It looked quite miserable. Feichi, bored, noticed Conan's suppressed laughter and exclaimed, "Master, look, this kid isn't right. Is he about to transform? Will he suddenly become Kudo Shinichi?" Chi had remained silent, though he had been attentive to the happenings at the table, murmuring, "He is mocking you." Feichi immediately sat upright, his tongue retracting, fixating intently on Conan. The kitten, sensing Feichi's movement, stood up from Morita Yuriko's lap, curiously tapping Feichi with its sheathed paw. "Don't mess around." Feichi swatted the paw away with his tail.
The cat's eyes brightened as it recalled the previous night's events, thinking that Feichi was about to play with it and pounced forward. Unexpectedly,
Morita-kan learned that Chi was acquainted with Mr. Mori and even knew Shizuka's son, which was quite a surprise. Just as he was reflecting on this revelation, a sharp shriek erupted from the vicinity. Meow! A ferocious figure lunged toward Chi's side of the table. Instinctively, Feichi flicked his tail, then swiftly slid under the table. After regaining his balance from the sudden swipe, he leapt onto Chi's leg and dashed away with excitement. Meow! The commotion immediately captured the attention of Kagoro Mori and the others, who only witnessed a fleeting shadow of the cat darting beneath the table. Ah!
Mori ran and Yamauka Ko were startled. The table became chaotic, with the sounds of legs being struck echoing, alternating between left and right, accompanied by fierce growls. Morita Yuriko was momentarily taken aback, then sighed, "Oh dear, they're at it again. Shouldn't we intervene?" Hattori Heiji quickly lifted his feet, suddenly envious of Conan's short legs.
Relieved that he did not have to worry about accidental injuries. "There's no need to worry. They'll settle down after a while," Morita-kan reassured calmly.
Compared to last night, the absence of the crow made this seem trivial. Chapter 54, Only Chi is peculiar, but they are still injured. Yamauka Ko hastily reminded.
Also lifting her feet. "It's all right. They are merely playing." Morita Yuriko smiled at Chi, right? Chi nodded, indicating that the two pets were indeed just playing.
But it was becoming impossible to eat. "Feichi, if you wish to play, do so outside." Feichi immediately bolted outside, continuing to make a ruckus. "Meow! Howl meow! Outside!" The increasingly distant catcalls remained unsettling. At the dining table, Chi maintained a serene demeanor while the Morita family remained composed. Morita-kan smiled at Kagoro Mori. "I apologize.
Our pets can be a bit mischievous, Mr. Mori. Shall we continue?" Kagoro Mori, who had previously found Morita-kan's smile endearing, now felt it was slightly eerie.
"Where were we?" Hattori Heiji quietly conversed with Conan. "Hey, Kudo, don't you think this is a bit strange?" "Yes." Conan nodded.
The commotion between the two pets was quite significant, and considering they were both injured, was it truly acceptable for their owners to remain so unfazed?
She was always calm and indifferent, but the entire family seemed to engage in casual conversation as if nothing was amiss, which seemed rather abnormal.
"What sort of individuals does Feichi associate with?" Senyuan Ganxiong exchanged a few words with Mori Kagoro before turning to look at Shongsong Mingnan. "Shongsong, my lord." Shongsong Mingnan unconsciously cast his gaze downward, his expression a mask of restraint and pain, before suddenly collapsing to the floor. Meanwhile, seated at the dining table, Senyuan Jurin also fell sideways in agony, toppling his chair to the ground. A startled maid, positioned behind Senyuan Jurin, gasped in shock. Hattori Heiji and Conan snapped back to reality, simultaneously rising to rush toward Senyuan Jurin and Shongsong Mingnan. Chi Fei-chi cast a quick glance, noting everyone's reactions, and briskly maneuvered past Senyuan Baiha and Katajiri Ki to reach Senyuan Jurin's side. Everyone, remain where you are. Do not move, Mori Kagoro commanded gravely. Then turned to Mori Ran, urging, Ran, quickly call for an ambulance and notify the police. Hattori Heiji hurried over. Observing that Chi Fei-chi had already crouched beside the two, assessing their condition, he inquired directly, what's the situation? A flicker of coldness flashed in Chi Fei-chi's eyes, quickly dissipating. Interesting, he remarked. Conan sensed something amiss and turned to observe Chi Fei-chi's demeanor, which appeared calm and unchanged from usual. What's going on? Hattori Heiji approached with confusion, momentarily stunned upon assessing the situation. The hem of Senyuan Jurin's garment had been lifted, revealing two parallel puncture wounds near his lower back surrounded by swollen, purplish-black skin. Although he had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness, he trembled and struggled to breathe. Conversely, Shongsong Mingnan had his pant leg pulled up, revealing two similar puncture wounds on his calf, and had already lost consciousness, his limbs twitching sporadically. The nature of these injuries immediately conjured thoughts of a snake's fangs. No, that's not right. Hattori Heiji regained his composure, scrutinizing the wounds on both individuals. A sudden smile broke across his face. Indeed intriguing. Did someone here offend you? Chi Fei-chi? Who knows, Chi Fei-chi replied noncommittally, genuinely incensed that the assailant had directed their wrath towards him. By the way, do you have any antivenom for snake bites? Hattori Heiji quickly asked. The wounds were swelling rapidly, hardening and bleeding profusely, with the skin exhibiting a purplish hue. Chi Fei-chi's ire was palpable, yet his mind remained clear as he examined the two individuals. His voice remained devoid of emotion as he stated, the victims are shivering. Their temperatures rising, hearts racing, and breathing labored, they cannot stand. This indicates a blood-circulating toxin. I possess antivenom for sea snake venom, which targets cell toxins but is ineffective against blood-circulating toxins. Furthermore, given the current situation, the toxin has already disseminated through the bloodstream. The method of lancing the wounds to let out blood is inadvisable. Contact the hospital and ensure they bring antivenom for snake bites. Sister Rand, ensure the doctor brings antivenom for blood-circulating toxins. Conan called out. Call the police and request an ambulance. Mori Ran immediately nodded, relaying the instructions over the phone. Antivenom for snake bites? After taking control of the situation, Mori Kagoro approached to assess the situation. Upon seeing Chi Fei-chi's expression, his demeanor shifted. I hope your pet didn't bite anyone, did it? Fei-chi, disturbed by the commotion in the restaurant, swam into the room. Bite someone? I didn't bite anyone. Throughout the commotion, everyone discreetly stepped aside to clear a path. Chi Fei-chi moved forward, carefully picking up Fei-chi and cradling it. The bite marks of venomous and non-venomous snakes differ, he stated. Mori Kagoro looked perplexed. Hattori Heiji, sensing Mori Kagoro's confusion, took on the explanatory role. Venomous snakes possess two long fangs connected to venom glands, which leave two deep puncture wounds. In contrast, non-venomous snakes have serrated teeth that produce a series of small, evenly spaced bite marks. The bite marks on Mr. Jurin and Uncle Shongsong can only be attributed to a venomous snake. Although Mr. She claims Fei-chi has trace amounts of venom. I cared for Fei-chi in Osaka for a period, and based on its dentition, it belongs to a non-venomous species, incapable of inflicting such wounds. Is that so? Mori Kagoro wanted to verify with Fei-chi. Turning, he was met with an expressionless face and a similarly stoic snake visage. Both gazes cold and tranquil. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he muttered, So, does this mean another venomous snake has slipped in here? What? That can't be. The faces of those in the restaurant paled, and they instinctively looked down at the floor. But uncle, don't you find it strange? Conan remarked with a child's innocent curiosity, subtly pointing out it's understandable that Shongsong was bitten on the calf, but Jurin was bitten on the waist near the back of the chair. Would a snake specifically target a person's waist? It seems more likely it would go for an easily accessible area like the ankle. Furthermore, since entering the dining area, Miss Keed had been seated beside young Jurin, precisely on the side where the bite marks were located. Hattori Heiji's gaze shifted towards Katajiri Keed, filled with scrutiny. Why did the snake bite Mr. Jurin and not anyone else, including Miss Keed sitting right next to him? Mori Kagoro mused, stroking his chin. Could it be that they were bitten by the snake before entering the restaurant? Hattori Heiji remained silent, believing it would be better for Chief Eiichi to refute this hypothesis. However, after a moment of silence, when no one spoke up, he turned to see Chief Eiichi had already returned to his original position. With Eiichi noticing Hattori Heiji's gaze, Chief Eiichi calmly explained, "I am avoiding suspicion." Hey, Conan was rendered speechless. Did Chief Eiichi believe he would become a suspect? Hattori Heiji felt a wave of frustration but considered, "Before you approached those two, you didn't take any photos for evidence, did you?" "I did," Chief Eiichi replied, pulling out his phone and flipping through his album to display images that showed he had taken pictures prior to approaching the two. Hattori Heiji nodded, realizing Chief Eiichi wouldn't overlook such details. Approaching the photos, he posed to question himself. At the time, the wounds seemed to have only just begun swelling, yet Mr. Jiren and Uncle Shangsong quickly exhibited signs of suffocation and loss of consciousness. "Isn't that a bit too fast? Can you deduce what type of snake venom this is?" Mori Kagoro muttered softly. Although aware that Chief Eiichi studied veterinary medicine, he held no illusions that he was an encyclopedia on the subject. "Gaboon viper." With a 95 probability, Chief Eiichi stated. The venom of the gaboon viper is composed of protein-based hemolytic toxins, exhibiting strong hemorrhagic properties. Victims experience immediate pain and bleeding at the wound site, followed by swelling, blistering, tissue necrosis, and ulceration, leading to dizziness and rapid heartbeat. Mori Kagoro was left speechless. Conan, observing Mori Kagoro's bewildered expression, stifled a chuckle, squatting beside the two injured individuals to assess their conditions. The wounds continued to bleed, albeit minimally, without any sign of coagulation or hemostasis, which Chief Eiichi likely deduced. In this case, we cannot resort to bleeding as a first aid method. However, are we merely going to stand by? Hattori Heiji frowned, questioning Chief Eiichi. Can we apply pressure bandages? Pressure bandaging will not stop the bleeding and may even induce widespread bleeding throughout the body, Chief Eiichi noted, glancing at the time on his phone. Stay calm. If the rescue team arrives with the antivenom, they won't perish. At most, there will be some tissue necrosis. Hattori Heiji felt a wave of frustration. What did he mean by "at most, there will be some tissue necrosis"? They hadn't noticed that both Sinyuan Ganxiong and Sinyuan Baiha were pale. However, it was evident that this family had no issues. The only one with a problem was Chief Eiichi. What about the onset time for the snake venom? Conan's gaze inadvertently lingered on Chief Eiichi's phone for a moment before he quickly asked. Also, how can one obtain this snake venom? Hattori brother must be wondering about this as well. Only then did Hattori Heiji recall that there was still something to confirm and turned his attention back to Chief Eiichi. Hello. Kagoro Mori is left speechless. Even if Chief Eiichi possesses knowledge about snakes and it makes sense to inquire about the onset of venom, asking where one could procure snake venom seems a bit excessive. Given that Japan lacks the pit viper, the avenues for acquiring such venom are certainly limited. Heiji Hattori provided an explanation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sought confirmation from Chief Eiichi. Chapter 55. Nanakira. Perhaps I am overthinking. The pit viper, also known as the 100-step snake or 5-step snake, is a highly venomous serpent predominantly found in China and northern Vietnam. It is brownish-black and bears a pattern similar to that of Nanakira. Chief Eiichi gazed at Heiji Hattori, who was correct in his speculation. The toxin had been artificially injected, masquerading as a snake bite. However, the perpetrator evidently lacked sufficient knowledge. Although referred to as the 5-step snake, implying death within 5 steps, this is an exaggerated notion. The onset of venom is not that swift, and the assailant had evidently injected an excessive amount. As for the means of obtaining snake venom, it is unlikely that anyone would go out of their way to purchase such venom, which is far more troublesome than acquiring cyanide. The only source I can conceive of would be a biological research facility. Kagoro Mori remarked, "You truly have a ready answer." The ambulance and police arrived promptly. As Moriya Kikudo and Shigematsu Akio were carried out on stretchers, a throng of reporters had gathered outside. "Mr. Moriya, is it true that your son and butler have encountered trouble? Will your son's wedding tomorrow be cancelled? It is rumored that your son's company is embroiled in bribery allegations. Do you have any comments? Is this incident related? Is it human-made or an accident? Is someone deliberately targeting the Moriya family?" Flashbulbs flashed incessantly, and it was only with great difficulty that Magyar JZ managed to push through the door with the police, closing it behind him with a sigh of relief. "I am Magyar from the Metropolitan Police Department. I have already been informed of the particulars, Magyar JZ greeted Moriakane. He glanced at Kagoro Mori, noting that wherever this so-called harbinger of calamity appeared, events would invariably unfold. How can you label me as a harbinger of misfortune? That is rather unflattering. Kagoro Mori chuckled awkwardly. I should say that events seem to summon me, the illustrious Detective Kagoro Mori. Chief Feichi stood at the restaurant entrance, overhearing this remark, instinctively turning to look at Conan, who was busily surveying the scene. Indeed, he was not a harbinger of misfortune, one might even argue he resembled the Grim Reaper. And it was not Kagoro Mori, but rather a certain elementary school student who fit that description. Initially, the misunderstanding between Moriya Kikudo and Shigematsu Akio had been resolved, and they had reached a consensus to cancel the wedding, so it seemed that everything would be fine. Unexpectedly, trouble had still arisen. He intended to express his gratitude for the Moriya family's warm hospitality over the past few days, only to end up sending both the perpetrator and the victim to the hospital embroiled in a complex situation. When Magyar JZ approached, he noticed Chief Feichi standing at the restaurant entrance. Ah, Chi, you are here too. Officer Magyar. Chief Feichi nodded. Your recent appearances at crime scenes have been rather frequent, though not quite on par with a certain harbinger of misfortune, Magyar remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Kagoro Mori. But do exercise caution. You wouldn't want to catch anything. Upon reflection, he realized he had encountered Chief Feichi at several crime scenes lately. Although his attendance was not as frequent as Kagoro Mori's, during the last cinema incident, Kagoro had not been present, and at the initial magic enthusiast case, Kagoro had merely dropped his daughter off while Chief Feichi had remained. Every time he responded to a situation, he inevitably encountered familiar faces which left him feeling quite conflicted. With the former Kudo Shinichi, now Kagoro Mori. If he were to add Chief Feichi into the mix, he contemplated attempting to rein in these individuals to see if he could reduce the crime rate in Tokyo. Officer Magyar, Takagi Wataru interjected, we are public servants. How can we indulge in superstitions? Clearing his throat, Magyar JZ walked into the restaurant, deliberately sidestepping the previous topic, and asked Chief Feichi earnestly, so what is the current situation? Takagi Wataru also pulled out his notebook in preparation to record. Previously, he had discreetly inquired about Chief Feichi after the magic enthusiast incident, and the police had investigated Chief Feichi's circumstances, confirming his legal capacity. The 4th Oyama Hospital had determined that Chief Feichi currently possessed limited legal responsibility and capacity for action. Due to symptoms of delusion, he lacked the capacity to litigate. As for his capacity to testify, it would depend on whether Chief Feichi experienced auditory or visual hallucinations, and his capacity to serve would also be contingent on circumstances. In the case of anyone else, it would be straightforward. They would simply be asked to rest aside. However, Chief Feichi's reasoning and judgment appeared sound, and upon closer examination, he exhibited no abnormalities, making him a reliable source. Chief Feichi replied, to gather more information, it would be prudent to consult Mr. Mori and Hattori. Takagi Wataru, ready to take notes, lamented, it's this laziness that is frustrating. Magyar JZ turned to scrutinize Chief Feichi, wondering why the young man displayed such lethargy. I have a connection to this incident, Chief Feichi clarified. Oh? Magyar JZ expressed surprise, yet without a thorough understanding of the situation he could not elaborate further, merely nodding in acknowledgement and opting to question Heiji Hattori. Officer Magyar, you can actually inquire of me, Kagoro Mori mumbled as he followed along. The police were busy examining the scene, scrutinizing everyone's belongings, while Conan and Heiji Hattori continued to investigate. Chief Feichi's personal effects consisted solely of a mobile phone, a set of keys, a geometric pattern keychain, and a Nanakira, which he took to a side after the inspection. Master, have I caused trouble? Nanakira gazed at the bustling police with disappointment. If I hadn't been running about, perhaps the perpetrator wouldn't have used snake venom to create the illusion of a snake bite. And you wouldn't be in this predicament, and you wouldn't have to sit here passively. It is not your fault, Chief Feichi murmured. Nanakira remained despondent. Master, please stop trying to comfort me. It must be that I had previously instigated something that made the other party feel an opportunity had presented itself. Chief Feichi articulated his conjecture. Nanakira, skeptical, wondered whether it had merely been inadvertently drawn into this mess. Chief Feichi continued, moreover, if she had seen you fighting, she would have had no time to prepare snake venom or props to simulate snake fangs. Thus, regardless of your actions, she would have proceeded with her plans. That is true. However, humans are indeed complex. The snake has done her no wrong, Nanakira lamented, lowering her head, only to quickly raise it again. Master.
Do you know who the perpetrator is? Chief Feichi's gaze shifted to the maid, Iguchi Sachiko, who was currently being questioned by the police. Nanakira turned to look at the plump maid in her 40s, incredulously asking, does she harbor a grudge against Moriya Kakuto or Shigematsu Akio? I am unclear on the motive.
Chief Feichi replied, directing his attention towards the catering cart parked against the wall. I only know the method of the crime and the evidence.
Oh. So the master only knows that? Nanakira paused, staring at Chief Feichi in disbelief. Then that should be enough to inform the police, right? Isn't evidence sufficient for conviction? Let's wait until I become a suspect before discussing that, Chief Feichi murmured. Nanakira, you have not met my father. But you can probably guess what kind of person he is. His career is paramount to him. Nanakira listened silently, conjuring a series of reasons in her mind. She had overheard her master speaking on the phone with his father, and their relationship seemed quite cold, yet her master must still care for his family, right?
Was it because he felt neglected by his father, who was always preoccupied with his career, that he wished to become a suspect? To cause his father a moment of concern? It appeared that her master possessed a sentimental and somewhat childish side. Should she say something now? Regrettably, she was not particularly adept at offering comfort, leaving her feeling quite awkward. If the heir to the Chi family becomes a suspect, it would impact the Chi family. He would be furious, Chief Feichi continued. There is no need for him to engage in any unlawful acts, as long as the true culprit receives a severe sentence. Without any leniency or bail, then my objective will be fulfilled. Objective? Nanakira was puzzled. This seems a bit different from what I was thinking. Previously, I was quite angry. Although Chief Feichi spoke calmly and with a composed demeanor, she should not have directed her ire towards you. Perhaps in her eyes, you are merely an animal. Yet my perception diverges significantly. I shall hold her accountable for the wrongdoing of implicating you. Nevertheless, it is rather cumbersome for me to navigate relationships on my own. For my father, however, it merely requires a display of intention. Thus, I need only to ensure that my father possesses such an inclination. Feichi gazed blankly at Chief Feichi. Although this reasoning moved the serpent, it now seemed that its previous worries were for naught. The master was not seeking paternal affection but rather covertly plotting against her own father. However, one must tread carefully. The status of heirs in this nation is quite elevated. If word were to spread that a mental illness or criminal suspicion was associated with him, the ensuing public pressure would be immense, significantly impacting the Junshi group. At that point, he might not only be enraged at the true perpetrator but also at me, believing I had caused him trouble. Chief Feichi analyzed this for herself, concluding that it would be best if I were listed as a suspect, yet quickly exonerated so as to provoke just a hint of anger without reaching the point of fury. Feichi's mentality suddenly became lackadaisical. With such a master, what else was there to worry about? Simply enjoy the spectacle. The police, still uneasy, conducted a thorough search of the vicinity for venomous snakes, yet ultimately found nothing. Officer Mumu, searching for snakes is a futile endeavor, for they simply do not exist, Hattori Heiji reminded. The dosage of venom injected raises significant concerns, clearly indicating human intervention. However, to inject toxin, one would require an object resembling a snake's fangs to pierce the body and administer the poison. Mumu Shirsan raised an inquiry, recalling that at the time Mr. Moriyama Kakujin was seated at the dining table with Miss Katajiri Ki to his right and the serving maid, Ms. Iguchi Sachiko, all of whom could avoid the gaze of others to accomplish this. Yet after Mr. Shigematsu entered the dining room, he remained standing alone in the back. The wound being on his calf implies that if someone crouched before him to stab him, he ought to have noticed something amiss and spoken up. Furthermore, those of you seated across the table should have seen it as well, shouldn't? The assailant need not have approached him to stab him from a crouched position, Hattori Heiji remarked, directing his gaze toward the serving cart. At that moment, Mr. Shigematsu stood to the left rear of Mr. Kakujin, precisely on the right side of Mr. Kanayoshi. As the dishes were served, the cart began its journey from Mr. Kanayoshi, moving along to serve the dishes. If the instrument used to inject the toxin were concealed beneath the corner of the serving cart, it could inadvertently come into contact with Mr. Shigematsu as it passed by, causing him slight discomfort, which he might have attributed to the cart bumping into him. Given that Mr. Kanayoshi was conversing with others, it would have been rather impolite for him to interrupt or crouch down to inspect his calf, so he likely endured the sensation until the pain became unbearable. The maid responsible for that section, Ms. Iguchi Sachiko, could indeed have executed this.
Additionally, while the cart was approaching, Miss Katajiri could have bent down to feign retrieving something, stretching her hand from beneath the table to stab Mr. Shigematsu, Conan added.
Morikagaru immediately turned his gaze towards Katajiri, scrutinizing her with suspicion. I recall that during the serving of dishes, Miss Keed indeed leaned down to look beneath the table. Didn't she? Chapter 56. What a remarkable theory. When I took out my handkerchief, it slipped from my pocket and fell to the ground, Katajiri hurriedly explained. I merely bent down to pick it up. I was simply adhering to the serving protocols. Ms. Iguchi Sachiko chimed in. Officer Mumu, a police officer, hastily entered, instinctively glancing at Chi Feichi, who sat distantly, before approaching Mumu Shursan and whispering closely. Feichi, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly perked up. They're finally here. Their actions have been dreadfully slow. Chi Feichi remarked, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events alongside her pet. Mumu Shursan, listening intently, gradually adopted a serious expression. He then approached Chi Feichi and asked, before dinner commenced, what discussions did you have with Mr. Kikujin and Mr. Shigematsu? A hush fell over the dining room as everyone turned their attention to Chi Feichi. Hattori Heiji and Conan suddenly recalled Chi Feichi's earlier statement, I'm avoiding suspicion. Enduring the collective gaze, Chi Feichi maintained her calm demeanor, asserting, I refuse to answer that question. Mumu Shursan, with a grave countenance, stated, a servant mentioned that after you left Mr. Kikujin's room to dine, Mr. Shigematsu instructed him to tidy up Mr. Kikujin's room. At that time, he observed the room in disarray with items shattered. If there had been a dispute between you, it would provide you with a motive for the crime. Although your position at the table did not allow you direct contact with the victim, failing to clarify the situation could be detrimental to you. That's impossible, protested Moriyama Yuri. Feichi and Kikujin get along splendidly. She abruptly recalled that it was indeed Chi Feichi who sought out Mr. Shigematsu, and she faltered in her words. Chi Feichi resolutely maintained, I promised to keep it confidential. Mumu Shursan fixed his gaze upon Chi Feichi, scrutinizing her for a moment before conceding, very well, but if necessary, we, the police, reserve the right to request your cooperation with the investigation. Chi Feichi nodded in affirmation. Mumu Shursan then turned to Ms. Iguchi Sachiko. Ms. Iguchi, I've heard that your daughter works at a research institute and conducted research on the medicinal properties of snake venom a year ago. Is that true? Yes, indeed, Ms. Iguchi Sachiko affirmed, adding, however, after my divorce from my ex-husband, my daughter has been living with him. She only occasionally calls, and we haven't been in contact for quite some time. I understand, Morikagaru exclaimed, his expression transforming to one of realization as he regarded Chi Feichi and the others. Mr. Chi has a motive to kill yet lacks the opportunity, while Ms. Iguchi can access the snake venom, and Miss Keed could serve as a cover or the executor. This is, in essence, a conspiracy to commit murder. They three have colluded to assist each other in eliminating their respective targets. Chi Feichi, Hattori Heiji, and Conan were momentarily rendered speechless by this remarkable theory. Mumu Shursan regarded Morikagaru in silence. Yet, Mr. Chi possesses a deep understanding of snake venom. It was he who initially identified the discrepancies in the dosage. According to information received from the hospital, the venom injected does not align with the typical amount from a snakebite. It could easily be disguised as an accidental snakebite. So why would he leave such a flaw, inviting suspicion of human administration? To manipulate your thoughts, Officer Mumu, to clear his own suspicion, Morikagaru posited. He leads us to believe that someone knowledgeable about snake venom would not make such an error. Yet, in reality, this is an intentional misdirection within the plan. Chi Feichi reflected, it is truly a pity that Mr. Muri does not pursue writing detective novels. Writing detective novels isn't as simple as you might think. Conan quickly interjected, defending his father's profession. To craft an exceptional piece, one must possess logical coherence and derive a reasonable conclusion based on the clues presented. Chi Feichi realized that this line of reasoning indeed seemed to unjustly implicate individuals like Kudo Yusaku, and she offered her apologies. Hey! Morikagaru felt somewhat offended, casting a disdainful glance at Conan. What do you know, you little brat? As if you could write. Conan internally chuckled, though he conceded that he could not write. His father was a world-renowned detective novelist, and he had read numerous detective stories. Dad, Conan was merely making a point. Muri defended Conan. As Mumu Shursan observed the conversation veering further off course, he rubbed his temples in frustration.
Let us focus on resolving this case. Enough.
Silence enveloped the room as everyone stared, taken aback by Mumu Shursen's sudden outburst. After his shout,
Mumu Shursen felt a twinge of regret as several subordinates looked at him with apprehension, perhaps misinterpreting him as a volatile superior. He, who was known for his good temper,
coughed slightly, reminding himself that the priority remained the resolution of this case. Yes. A chorus of police officers responded immediately, their expressions serious.
Mugyur J. Sansuk occasionally establishes an authoritative image which is beneficial for management, as summarized by Chief Feichi. Do not wrong him, he never intended such a thing.
Chief Feichi's demeanor was indeed perplexing. He refrained from saying what needed to be said, while making misleading comments that skewed others' perceptions of him.
He is certainly not the type of scheming superior. However, Miss Xiaofeng has no reason to wish harm upon her fiancé, does she?
Takagi finally returned to the matter at hand. Moreover, none of their personal belongings contained items like venomous snake fangs that could serve as murder weapons.
The absence of a murder weapon is indeed a concern, Hattori whispered to Conan. Nevertheless, Miss Xiaofeng may not lack motive. The atmosphere between her and Mr. Jiren is rather peculiar, not resembling that of a couple about to marry, but rather akin to two individuals embroiled in a quarrel. You feel the same, don't you? Kudo? There was no response. Hattori glanced up and realized that Conan was deep in thought, moving towards Chief Feichi. A wave of exasperation washed over him.
Would it not be more productive to discuss the clues they had? Why must he seek out Chief Feichi? After contemplating, he decided to follow. As Chief Feichi had arrived more than a day earlier, perhaps he possessed vital information. Conan approached Chief Feichi, tugging gently at his sleeve, and asked in a monotone, "Hey, the murderer is Mrs. Iguchi, right?" "Indeed," Chief Feichi confirmed. Hattori exclaimed, "Both of them already know who the murderer is? Isn't that a bit swift?"
"Surely it's a ruse. The murderer deliberately chose snake venom to shift suspicion onto you. You had a conflict with Mr. Jiren and butler Shigematsu,
and then had a snake bite someone, which makes it quite reasonable. When you mentioned avoiding suspicion, it was because you discerned the murderer's intent. Thus,
the perpetrator must be aware of your conflict with butler Shigematsu and Mr. Jiren. Miss Xiaofeng has been with us the entire time, she could not possibly know of this. That leaves only Mrs. Iguchi, Conan deduced, though he felt no joy in this realization. After all,
he had not deduced the murderer from the clues but rather inferred it from Chief Feichi's attitude. "When did you realize Mrs. Iguchi was the murderer?" "At the moment the incident occurred, I observed the expressions of those around," Chief Feichi explained. While others displayed surprise, there were also expressions of confusion and bewilderment. But Mrs. Iguchi showed genuine astonishment. "Is that all?" Conan felt somewhat disheartened, having anticipated that Chief Feichi had acquired some crucial clue. In such a situation, Chief Feichi chose to observe others' expressions. What was he thinking? Even if he knew she was the murderer, it was of little use if he did not know the murder weapon, let alone any evidence. Hattori discreetly surveyed the items on the table. To create the illusion of a snake bite, one would first need a conical object with a sharp front and a wider back, resembling a snake fang. Then, something akin to a syringe would be necessary to inject the venom. Mrs. Iguchi's belongings included only a mobile phone and a handkerchief tucked into her apron pocket. Surely there must be something else hidden away, though acquiring an object similar to a snake fang would not be easy. The only items that came to mind were a pen or a steel skewer. Chief Feichi asked Hattori, "Do you know how many types of cake decorating tips there are?" "Cake decorating tips? What's that about?" "I'm not very familiar with them. My mother doesn't often make cream." Hattori paused, his expression suddenly grave. "Could there be cake decorating tips that resemble snake fangs?" "I have seen the most comprehensive collection of cake decorating tips, totaling 108, and there are quite a few in the Mori family kitchen. While many tips have a broader end, there are also slender and sharp ones," Chief Feichi reminded him. "Additionally, a piping bag can be used for making cream cakes." "I see," Conan exclaimed, his mind racing to piece together the clues. Thus, the crime could proceed as follows. First, prepare 2 slender decorating tips, seal the tip of the piping bag, fill it with snake venom, leave air in and tighten it, and then attach the decorating tip. These items could be concealed in the apron and brought into the dining room. When we are distracted, the decorating tip could be secured to the corner of the serving cart, and upon passing butler Shigematsu, the tip could be inserted, allowing the venom to be injected through the wound. Achieving all of this would require only a brief moment. There would be no need to bend or crouch while passing by Butler Shigematsu. Hattori continued. Afterward, the cart can be pushed past Butler Shigematsu to serve Mr. Jurin, bending down to retrieve food from the lower tier of the cart, during which time the decorating tip and piping bag can be discreetly retracted. Furthermore, while leaning to serve the dishes at the table, he could obstruct Miss Xiaofeng's line of sight, using his left hand to insert the decorating tip into Mr. Jurin's side while simultaneously applying pressure to the piping bag to inject the snake venom. Since the police would focus on searching for syringes or conical objects, they would likely overlook flat items. Conan looked toward the serving cart. After that, the piping bag could be tucked into the decorating tip, compressed, and wedged against the similarly metallic serving cart. If one were not attentive, it would be challenging to detect. The edges beneath the cart and near the wheels could serve as hiding spots. Chapter 57. Please begin your performance. The two exchanged glances and immediately dashed away. Hattori headed to the kitchen to investigate the cake decorating tips, while Conan, taking advantage of his small stature, stealthily slipped beside the serving cart in search of evidence. Chief Feichi did not follow but instead glanced at the incoming call on his phone, answered, and spoke calmly. Whether it was Conan, Hattori, or the police, they could not ascertain whether the murderer had been plotting for a long time or acted on impulse. However, he was different. He was acutely aware that this incident would not have occurred without him. It was likely that after their private conversation, the disorder in the room was discovered by Sachiko Iguchi, leading her to consider committing the crime and shifting suspicion onto him, having obtained snake venom through some means. Thus, Sachiko had at most half an hour to prepare. The snake venom may have been something left behind from her daughter, kept in a room as a memento. In just half an hour, preparing a tool that mimicked a snake fang would leave him with only the decorating tip and piping bag as potential solutions. Compared to Conan and Hattori, he indeed held an informational advantage. Once the call was connected, the composed voice of Chi Shin's-ku resonated. I have heard from Ganyu about the situation. Does this have anything to do with you? Chi Feichi replied calmly, no. Chi Shin's-ku acknowledged with a slight hum. I am near the Mori residence, but there are reporters outside, making it inconvenient for me to show my face. Soon, a lawyer will go in directly. From here on, everything will be handled by the lawyer. Under no circumstances should you allow the police to take you in for questioning as a suspect. Master, that kid Conan is aiming at you with his watch. Feichi suddenly reminded him. Chi Feichi reacted swiftly, bending down. There's no need to trouble the lawyer. This will be resolved soon. A slender tranquilizer dart whizzed past him, striking the wall and falling to the ground. This is bad, Conan exclaimed, glancing over to find Chi Feichi still on the phone, feeling a bit more anxious. Generally, when someone sitting in a chair bends down, it is either to tie their shoelaces or pick something up. Yet, Chi Feichi merely bent slightly and then sat back up in abrupt motion, as if he had deliberately avoided the tranquilizer dart. Strangely, Chi Feichi indeed evaded it, much like the last time with the listening device. His reflexes were terrifyingly sharp. Last time, he could deceive himself into thinking that, with so many people around, Chi Feichi might not have known who placed the listening device. But this time, he was certain that Chi Feichi was fully aware of his subtle actions, embodying an attitude of I will not play along with you nor will I delve into it. This left him uncertain of Chi Feichi's true thoughts. Was it merely a lack of curiosity? It was possible. Not only Conan but Chi Feichi seemed to harbor little curiosity about others, including Hybera AI and Hattori. Meanwhile, Chi Feichi was still conversing with his father. Will this be resolved quickly? Detective Kagoro Mori is present, accompanied by the high school detective Heiji Hattori from Osaka, and it appears they may have a lead. That is reassuring. We will reconnect once the matter is resolved. The call ended. Chi Feichi noticed Heiji Hattori nodding at him as he returned, pocketing his phone and heading towards the dining car. Heiji arrived at the dining car first and quietly inquired of Conan. So, Conan, have you found anything? Conan, pulling his wandering thoughts back, shot Heiji a disgruntled glance and pointed at the lower edge of the dining car where a cake decorating nozzle was lodged. It seems the culprit is indeed Ms. Sachiko Iguchi. While Miss Keed also had the opportunity, her relationship with Mr. Kikujin is rather peculiar. Only Ms. Iguchi had the freedom to control the dining car's movements. She did not wear gloves while serving, and no gloves were found among her belongings. The decorating nozzle would undoubtedly bear her fingerprints. Heiji suddenly grinned, exclaiming, "Case solved. Please commence your performance." Chi Feichi turned back to his seat. "Hey!" Heiji exclaimed, unable to stop in time, and turned to Conan. "It's your turn, Conan."
Conan sighed. I've already used my tranquilizer. Used it? Heiji instinctively turned to see Kagoro Mori, still lively at the scene. I initially intended to put Chief Feichi to sleep, Conan whispered, but he noticed the tranquilizer and managed to dodge it. Heiji chuckled, poking Conan's head playfully. I told you, don't provoke others, just focus on tranquilizing that clueless uncle. Last time I was discovered, haven't you learned your lesson? Conan evaded Heiji's playful jabs, considering whether to confide the truth. He has a video of me on his phone, along with a photo of Hybra. It could attract unwanted attention from that organization, yet he refuses to delete it. I wanted to use his identity for deduction and retrieve his phone to erase those items. That would bring those who caused your transformation over? Quite troublesome, Heiji remarked, glancing at Chief Feichi. Why not just clarify matters with him directly? Please don't. Conan quickly interjected. If they discover Shinichi Kudo is alive, they will surely attempt to kill me again, putting everyone around me in danger. The fewer people who know about my situation, the better. Had Heiji not suspected his identity and confronted him, Conan would not have felt compelled to share. But doesn't he know? Heiji posited. Although he has been here for 2 days and acquired more information than us, his deductive and observational skills are not inferior to mine. He should be able to deduce what I can. He lacks your insatiable curiosity. Conan shot back with a sidelong glance at Heiji. At the very least, he hasn't sought to confirm anything with me or delve deeper into questions. Not curious? Perhaps he already knows and finds nothing worth inquiring about. He simply chooses not to disclose, Heiji said, a hint of schadenfreude evident. Just like the last time with Kid the Phantom Thief's riddle, he clearly figured it out but refrained from seeking validation or mentioning it. This time is no different. Had you not asked him, he might have kept it to himself until we uncovered the truth. I share your suspicions, but since he asks nothing, I cannot ascertain what he is thinking. For now, let us observe, Conan conceded, feeling powerless. Chief Feichi's unconventional thinking defied normal reasoning, and given that he was a patient of Aoyama 4th Hospital, Conan believed it unwise to interpret Chief Feichi's thoughts through a conventional lens. Heiji decided against further discussion, preparing to alert the police and begin reconstructing the entire sequence of events. As everyone returned to their original seats to recreate the crime scene, Inspector Muguruma and Takagi replaced Kikujin Moriyama and Akira Shigematsu, while the remaining officers followed Heiji's instructions to extract the decorating nozzle lodged in the dining car's edge. Initially, Sachiko Iguchi attempted to deny her involvement, but upon Heiji's reconstruction of the crime, she fell silent. Officer Muguruma. An officer approached with an evidence bag containing a flat metal piece retrieved from the dining car's edge, which revealed plastic components containing snake venom and clear fingerprints. Understood, Inspector Muguruma said, rising to face Sachiko Iguchi. I merely wished to sabotage tomorrow's wedding. Sachiko lowered her head, remorseful. I was unaware that the snake venom from Mieko's belongings was from a pit viper. After seeing Mieko's photos, I mistakenly thought it was the same as the snake Chief Feichi brought, reasoning that since it was a pet snake, a little venom wouldn't kill anyone. So, the Mieko you mentioned. Inspector Muguruma sought to confirm the venom's source. She is my daughter. Since my divorce from her father, she has been living alone and is reluctant to share anything with me. Sachiko gazed at Kid, her expression complex. I occasionally helped her clean her room, and it was during one of those visits that I discovered she had left the snake venom behind. I also found a photo of her with Kikujin. After that, I called to ask if she was seeing someone. That was the most harmonious conversation we've had in years. Whenever I mentioned her relationship, she seemed to revert to that little girl who relied on me, sharing her hopeful experiences and nervously asking for my opinion on the gift she had chosen. I intended to inform her during our next call that Kikujin was the eldest son of the family I work for. But then, he'd hesitated, recalling her engagement to Kikujin Moriyama, unable to continue. Then Miss Kid arrived, and butler Shigematsu facilitated her engagement to Kikujin. Sachiko closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. I cannot imagine how heartbroken Mieko must be. Regardless, parents always worry for their children. When Chief Feichi came to visit with a snake resembling the one in the photo, I thought it was a sign from above to prevent the wedding. I only wished for Kikujin to experience a mishap and for butler Shigematsu to incur some injury. I never intended to cause harm. Given your ignorance of snakes, it is unwise to misuse snake venom, Heiji lamented. Venom is inherently dangerous if it results in death. How would you bear the innocent bearing the burden of murder? I am deeply sorry. Sachiko bowed to everyone. Subsequently, The police received a call from the hospital. Kikujin Moriyama and Akira Shigematsu had been stabilized after emergency treatment but would require a period of recovery. Moriyama Kanu stepped outside to inform reporters about the wedding postponement, while Chief Feichi received a call from Kikujin Moriyama. I truly apologize for the trouble. Mieko is aware that her mother works for me. However, Kikujin's voice was weak. Let's not dwell on that now. Please also extend my apologies to Chief Feichi. Chief Feichi wishes to eat fish, Chief Feichi stated calmly. A brief pause ensued on the other end. All right, I'll arrange for fish. I'll contact someone to order fish. We can get as many as you want. Chapter 58. The blade strikes the dog's head. Feichi, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly perked up. I want long fish, short fish, big fish, small fish. Oh, and I want the eel that Gentai often mentions. I want 10 eels. Also, I want ornamental fish for the aquarium. Gold, white, black, spotted, red, 2 of each kind. As he spoke, he turned to Chief Feichi and asked, Master, is it all right to keep them? Chief Feichi was somewhat speechless, realizing the necessity of introducing Feichi to biological encyclopedias in the future. He replied into the phone, please bring 2 of each common cooking fish and 10 eels. For ornamental fish, 2 of each common color. Understood, Kikujin Moriyama readily agreed. Shall I have them delivered to your house? Sent to Kyopo Town. Chief Feichi reported the address of the Kyopo Town breeding point. As for whether those individuals would engage in fish farming, he was unconcerned. If they could not, they would simply seek out someone who could. All right, Mori Garden Kiku contemplated for a moment. It was late now, but it could be delivered first thing in the morning. Oh, how wonderful it was. So many fish. Feichi laughed heartily, exclaiming that he now had plenty to eat. Chief Feichi observed Feichi's wide grin and playfully pressed his hands together, mimicking a snake suddenly opening its mouth, startling everyone nearby, including the police who glanced over. On the other end of the line, Mori Garden Kiku continued, Feichi, Uncle Jongsong's leg might have some lingering effects. I will need to stay in the hospital for a while longer. Could you please inform Miss Xiaofeng and Sakuraba about that matter? I have already told my father to postpone the wedding, so they won't have to find excuses. After some time, we can tell others that we have separated. I will let them know, Chief Feichi assured. Thank you for your trouble. I'm off for a checkup now. Let us gather again after I'm discharged. I know a few lovely young ladies. I'll introduce you then. Chief Feichi decisively hung up, bemused by Kiku's thoughts of women even while hospitalized. Nearby, Mori Garden Ganyu was informing reporters about the wedding cancellation, while Sakuraba Yuji and Katajiri Xiaofeng both let out sighs of relief. The two had endured a considerable ordeal, and with Xiaofeng nearly mistaken for a suspect, they instinctively stood close, seeking comfort in proximity. Conan glanced back and forth, unable to restrain himself from approaching. In a hushed tone, he inquired, Are Xiaofeng and Sakuraba dating? Surprised, the two quickly distanced themselves. It was no wonder he had sensed something peculiar between Miss Xiaofeng and Mr. Kiku. Heiji Hattori approached, asking, Is it because Miss Xiaofeng and Mr. Sakuraba are in a relationship? But wasn't Miss Xiaofeng supposed to marry Mr. Kiku? No, Katajiri Xiaofeng stammered, at a loss for words. It appeared that Mr. Kiku must have known. Were the 3 of them merely acting in concert? Conan pondered, rubbing his chin, when suddenly he felt a tug on his collar, realizing too late that Chief Feichi had pulled him aside. Adults' affairs are not for children to meddle in, Chief Feichi remarked, then turned to Heiji Hattori, who was eager to engage, adding, The same goes for minors. Hattori felt stung and muttered, It's only a couple of years difference. Chief Feichi chose not to respond further, instead calling over Katajiri Xiaofeng and Sakuraba Yuji to converse privately. Observing the trio's retreating figures, Conan contemplated whether Chief Feichi was withholding information related to Mr. Sakuraba and Miss Xiaofeng. This wedding. Hattori squatted down, placing a hand on Conan's shoulder, and whispered, Hey Kudo, what's up? Conan, exasperated, turned to him. Could you stop calling me Kudo? That's not important, Hattori said, brandishing a phone in front of Conan with a smirk. What matters is this. Conan's gaze fixated on the phone. It was indeed Chief Feichi's. I took it while I was close to him, Hattori beamed, handing the phone over. You should thank me. Well done, Hattori, Conan exclaimed, eagerly flipping it open to input the password. 9001, incorrect password. As the error flashed, the lock screen wallpaper changed to a simplistic drawing of a knife poised over the head of a dog, resembling a Shiba Inu, with the caption, Touch the phone recklessly, and the knife shall strike. Hattori, Conan, their smiles slowly faded. Hey, do you not know the password? Hattori asked, bemused. I knew the original password, but he changed it. Conan replied, looking at the image with increasing dismay. He hastily prepared to remove the back cover to access the storage card. No worries.
His photos and videos should be on the card. As long as I can get the storage card. Upon removing the back cover,
he discovered a thin slip of paper beneath the battery. Stop looking, there isn't even a SIM card. They both glanced at the empty card slot. Indeed,
there was nothing inside. Hattori. Conan. Meanwhile, Fei Chi Lu was peeking curiously at Chi Feichi's collar, enjoying the spectacle. Master. They are completely dumbfounded.
Chi Feichi did not turn to look, continuing to discuss Mori Garden Kiku's plans with Katajiri Xiaofeng. From the moment Conan had aimed a tranquilizer at him,
he knew the boy was up to no good. He hadn't anticipated Hattori getting involved. Master, their expressions are darkening. Wait, something is off. Their smiles seem sinister.
I should investigate. Feichi slipped down from his master's garment, swiftly approaching Conan and Hattori. Thank you. Katajiri Xiaofeng expressed her gratitude upon hearing that Mori Garden Kiku was willing to cancel the wedding. Let us visit young Master Kiku tomorrow to thank him. Sakuraba Yuji echoed,
his face full of appreciation. Your fiancé has become yours, and you still want to thank him in the hospital? Chi Feichi's gaze turned complex for a moment. Go ahead, but let us keep a low profile for now. That's true. Sakuraba Yuji scratched his head, looking at Katajiri Xiaofeng. Then let us go separately tomorrow.
I also want to visit Uncle Jongsong. Meanwhile, Conan and Hattori were whispering to each other. There is still a way, Hattori chuckled, seizing the opportunity. We can leverage that against him and negotiate openly. Conan turned to Hattori, sharing a smile. It was indeed a clever approach. However, since the wedding was cancelled,
he planned to return to Osaka tomorrow. Hattori patted Conan on the shoulder. If you uncover any of Chi Feichi's secrets, make sure to share. Alright, Conan replied, finding Hattori's delight in the unfolding drama rather exasperating. I'm not sure when I can retrieve my videos. You saw how he can anticipate my thoughts. I can't even get my storage card back, let alone find leverage on him. In any case, good luck. Hattori chuckled, sensing a cold gaze upon him. Looking down, he noticed Fei Chi watching from their feet. Fei Chi, how did you end up here? Hattori brushed it off, waiting for Chi Feichi to finish his conversation. He whispered to Conan, I'll help buy you some time. Hurry and restore your phone. Look for more opportunities to engage. You might uncover something. If only we could ask Fei Chi, it surely knows a lot. Even if you ask, I won't tell you anything, Fei Chi muttered, then perked up his tail when he saw Chi Feichi approaching. Master, they're plotting to use your secrets to exchange for Conan's videos. Chi Feichi took Fei Chi from Hattori, and as Fei Chi burrowed into his sleeve, he extended his hand. Hattori, taken aback, chuckled awkwardly, retrieving the phone from Conan and handing it to Chi Feichi. Here, your phone dropped earlier. Chi Feichi nodded, taking the phone back, inserting the SIM and storage cards, and powering it on. He noticed an unread message and a missed call, both from his father. Hattori, you really don't ask anything, do you? Mori Jayuniki was escorting Iguchi Sachiko out while Takagi looked at the others. Everyone, well then let's begin the statement. I'll be returning to Osaka tomorrow. Hattori found a way out, smiling as he pointed to Chi Feichi. Actually, he was the one who discovered the murderer first. If we're taking statements, he can handle it. Well, all right then. Wataru Takagi maintained a polite smile, silently repeating to himself, it must not be him taking the statement, it must not be him. As the police car departed, the reporters outside gradually dispersed. Chi Feichi received a call from his father, who casually said, I'm outside. Come out. Chi Zenzhiji hung up shortly after. As the once lively entrance grew quiet again, two cars, one black and one white, approached. Upon stepping outside, Chi Feichi noticed that Moriyama Kanu had already arrived with Moriyama Lily. A young man wearing glasses emerged from the white car, engaging in conversation with Moriyama Kanu. The black car's rear window lowered slightly, allowing a glimpse of a tall figure clad in a black suit. Upon exiting, Chi Feichi scanned his surroundings and spotted Feima flapping its wings among the bushes before making his way to the vehicle. Feima instinctively flew ahead to perch quietly on a wall, preparing to follow the car. I will visit the hospital tomorrow to inquire about your young master, the bespectacled youth said to Moriyama Kanu.
Before the court hearing, I might return to confirm some details to ensure the perpetrator's sentence is not mitigated.
Chapter 59. Fama. Like a ghost? No problem. Moriyama Kanu nodded in agreement, then turned to Chi Zensuji with a smile tinged with helplessness. You haven't changed a bit. Inside the car, Chi Zensuji wore a calm expression, his sharply defined face with meticulously trimmed mustache exuding a stable yet oppressive aura. The fact that the heir of the Jin group was a suspect, even if later exonerated, would still leave room for gossip, implying it was a result of power and money dealings. Even without evidence, some would still spread rumors. She should not have involved Feichi. Feichi couldn't help but peek out from Chi Feichi's collar, glancing at his equally composed expression. You really guessed it right, Moriyama Kanu remarked, not elaborating further, as his son lay in the hospital. Do you want to greet Mr. Mori Kaguru? There's also a young detective named Hattori Heiji. Quite promising too. No, thank you. Chi Zensuji replied, his demeanor unchanging. I prefer not to form close ties with detectives, especially renowned ones. Though their connections are extensive, they often bring misfortune. It's sufficient to maintain a cordial distance. Chi Feichi observed Chi Zensuji's expression but discerned nothing amiss. He could not recall any past grievances between his father and detectives. However, his father's insight was commendable, recognizing certain prominent detectives as harbingers of doom. Are you returning now? Moriyama Kanu asked warmly. If things aren't settled over there, you can rest here for the night. I had arranged for someone to tidy up before returning. Chi Zensuji paused. Let's reconvene tomorrow. Sounds good. Moriyama Kanu smiled, reflecting on the many years that had passed since they last sat together to converse. Then see you tomorrow. Chi Zensuji turned to Chi Feichi, noticing Feichi peeking out. Is this your pet? Chi Feichi remained composed. I named him Feichi. Feichi regarded Chi Zensuji, momentarily refraining from flicking its tongue. Although Chi Feichi had calculated a bit regarding Chi Zensuji, feeling less intimidated in his presence, it still felt a tinge of nervousness. Chi Zensuji, however, remained unfazed, nodding. Get in the car. Feichi sensed a feeling of being overlooked. After greeting Moriyama Kanu and Moriyama Lily, Chi Feichi entered the vehicle. The car swiftly departed, while Hattori Heiji and his companions observed from a distance. Is that Mr. Chi's father? I can't see it all. Yama and Yi expressed curiosity. Alright, there's nothing to see, Hattori Heiji remarked nonchalantly. My mother once heard from Butler Shigematsu that he seems to be quite a stern person. Conan looked around in confusion. Strange. What is Chi Feichi looking at after stepping out? Indeed, there was an air of mystery. As the departing vehicle drove away, Fama seized the opportunity to hop onto the roof for a free ride. The streetlights illuminated the interior as the robust driver, of European descent, silently navigated the road at high speed, casting flickering shadows inside the car. Suddenly, Chi Zensuji spoke. If this matter isn't resolved promptly and rumors persist even after your exoneration, what will you do? Chi Feichi continued to gaze out at the passing streets, not turning around. I will find a reputable detective to conduct a new investigation, leveraging this detective's reputation and supporters to reaffirm my innocence. Although it may not silence all rumors, it should at least dissuade others from believing them. Chi Zensuji nodded, his previously tense expression relaxing considerably. Good idea. Make sure to visit the Tokyo office when you have the chance. You could take on an advisory role. Do you still plan to attend school? I want to graduate early and take the certification exam, Chi Feichi replied. Are you confident? Yes. Then I shall assist you with arrangements. After their discussion, silence enveloped the car. Chi Zensuji focused on two documents while Chi Feichi busied himself with his phone. Feichi glanced around, puzzled by the unusually calm demeanor of the two amidst the oppressive atmosphere. Nevertheless, upon seeing Chi Feichi browsing the Bounty Hall website, he couldn't help but lean in for a closer look. Chi Feichi found a reputable smuggler on the Bounty Hall website, intending to order some weapons. Initially, he had planned to wait until he settled down, but after two unsuitable accommodations, he decided not to delay any further. The other party quickly responded. In stock, 10,000. Pay 1/5 online as a deposit, the remainder in person. Tomorrow at 2:00 a.m., at Table 2, Rest Area 214, Shibu Town. Chi Feichi was quite satisfied with this timing, as long as he wasn't given a specific date. After replying, he checked the back-end information. He filtered out bounties from outside Tokyo and eliminated those with poor cost-effectiveness, ultimately noting one bounty that piqued his interest.
The other party had messaged him for the second time. The first was to collect something and deliver it to Nagano Prefecture, which he had ignored. This time,
the job involved retrieving a document from Cupido Town and delivering it to Shibu Town, scheduled for 2:30 a.m. on May 11th, with a bounty of 500,000 yen. Looking at his phone, which displayed the date as September 13th, Chi Feichi decisively abandoned the idea and turned to Feichi, who was peering curiously. Seeing Chi Feichi's gaze, Feichi hesitated, sighing inwardly. Life would indeed be challenging for its master without it. Master, it's tomorrow. Chi Feichi nodded and privately messaged the other party. This bounty, which could be done en route, was the most convenient. An anonymous account quickly sent over the specific details. The pickup address was in a locker at Cupido Town Station, to be delivered to a man at the bar counter in Shibu Town, along with 2 messages to convey. Such items were generally not meant to be seen, possibly stolen business secrets or certain prohibited materials, but Chi Feichi didn't concern himself with the content. He simply needed to deliver it. The car traversed bustling commercial streets and business districts before entering a tranquil villa. An elderly couple awaited inside, likely having received prior notice to clean and tidy up. However, with only 5 residents in the house, it still felt cold and empty. After returning to his room,
Chi Feichi placed Feichi on the table and opened the window to let Feimo fly in. "Greetings, my handsome master." "Hello, my lovely companion." Feimo greeted cheerfully, appreciating the environment,
which was quite pleasant, akin to the Moriyama residence, yet much quieter, albeit with the commercial district nearby making food sourcing difficult. Feichi, listening to the cawing of a crow,
looked puzzled. "Master, what is it saying?" "It's greeting us, saying you are its lovely companion," Chi Feichi noted, glancing at his phone to check the time, 21:55. "One can wait another hour. It would be best if Chi Jinji were asleep. If he isn't, he can always find an excuse to step outside. Given Chi Jinji's temperament,
he is unlikely to ask too many questions." "Am I adorable?" Non-Red turned his head to glance at the elongated serpent body, shaking his head slightly and dismissing the thought.
"Master, you should tell it that it is also my beloved companion." Chi Feichi fell silent for a moment, realizing that communication posed a significant challenge. "Can you write?" "A little." Non-Red nodded eagerly. "I can write in Japanese, Chinese, English, and German." Feimo paused, turning to look at the still nodding Non-Red. "Be careful of your spine,"
Chi Feichi admonished, pressing Non-Red's head down until it rested on the table, then releasing him. "It's fine, Feimo, you carry on." After all, there were many languages. Feimo couldn't help but glance at Non-Red. "Some I can't quite recall and others I can't identify, but I can write simple words and communicate. Very erudite." Chi Feichi rummaged through a drawer, discovering an old notebook and a pen from his childhood. He tested several pens and selected 2 that could still write, placing them on the table. "You communicate among yourselves. I am going to take a shower. Non-Red, discuss our matters with Feimo. Say whatever you wish." The snake and the crow, both astute, immediately understood Chi Feichi's intent, biting the pen and beginning to scribble in the notebook. Chi Feichi, seeking a moment of relaxation, returned from his shower to find his 2 pets engaged in animated conversation, so engrossed that they didn't even notice his entry. Feimo flipped pages with his claw, while each occupied a side of the notebook, scribbling vigorously. Non-Red wrote excitedly, his tail flicking about and accidentally striking Feimo's wing. Feimo paused, looking down to continue writing. As Chi Feichi approached, he observed the dialogue between his 2 pets. "Feimo, why did you hit me?" Non-Red, "It wasn't intentional." Feimo, "All right, continue." Non-Red, "I want to tell you that sometimes our master walks without making a sound, especially when he isn't carrying anything heavy akin to something humans greatly fear." Feimo, "Like a ghost?" Standing behind them, Chi Feichi listened in. Non-Red, "Exactly. And he doesn't know the date for tomorrow or the day after. It's all the same to him. You can test it if you don't believe me. It's quite concerning how he manages alone, but fortunately he has us." Feimo, "Is it really that remarkable?" Non-Red, "He is in the hospital receiving treatment and must take medication, but I don't quite understand what the doctor meant by split personality." Feimo, "Split personality." Non-Red, "The doctor said it is improving. Is there a problem?" Feimo, "That's good. Split personality means having 2 or more thoughts within one's body. If it doesn't improve, he might not recognize us." Non-Red, "That's terrifying." Feimo, "Indeed. It startled the crow. Non-read. Fortunately, it startled the snake. The two pets continued to furiously scribble their crooked letters,
occasionally glancing at each other's writing before diving back into their task. Chief Feichi watched for a while, suddenly reminded of the early days of messaging software when groups could chat endlessly. Yet, the speed at which the two pets were scribbling seemed excessive, prompting him to interject. Don't write too quickly, you might injure your spine. Oh dear, you nearly frightened the snake. Oh dear, you nearly startled the crow.
Non-read swiftly slid to the other side of the table, and Feima jumped back, both looking up at Chief Feichi and simultaneously exhaling in relief. Chief Feichi. Chapter 60. The 5 layers of disguise. The 2 pens rolled across the table, clattering to the floor. Chief Feichi calmly bent down to retrieve them.
My apologies for startling you. Feima turned to non-read. Master really does walk without sound. It truly startled the crow. Is my hearing deteriorating?
Or were we simply too engrossed in conversation? You understand what I mean, right? Non-read looked back. So, you were also startled. What a coincidence. Feima attempted to gauge non-read's understanding of his sentiment, but ultimately despaired, as snakes exhibit no expressions, their gaze unchanging. Non-read observed Feima's dark countenance, then glanced at Feima's shifting red eyes, bewildered. What was his companion trying to convey? Chief Feichi placed the pens back on the table and reached for the notebook,
only to have a small paw and a tiny tail tip push against it, inching it back. Master, this is private. Perhaps you should refrain from peeking. Chief Feichi chose not to insist, retracting his hand and taking a seat. I believe you ought to change your method of communication. Using paper and pen seems impractical. Feima nodded, casting a glance at the notebook. This must be destroyed. How about Morse code? Non-read also nodded. Talking too much can be disorienting.
Using my tail to write is much easier than biting a pen. However, Morse code may become chaotic if both parties are tapping simultaneously. Finding a sand table for writing is also inconvenient, as it's difficult to carry. Computers and phones would be more suitable. I will get you each one. Chief Feichi realized he had misspoken. 1 item. The air fell silent for a moment. Chief Feichi opted to skip over it, deciding to purchase 2 computers and 2 phones tomorrow. By the way, Feima, can you see in the dark? This question needed clarity, as most birds, aside from nocturnal species like owls, nightjars, and night herons, tend to be somewhat night-blind. In dimly lit places, Feima pondered, I can usually find things on the ground, but while flying in the air, I can vaguely see human figures. However, cities are illuminated, so I have no issues in well-lit areas. Non-read has mentioned the bounty, hasn't he? Chief Feichi inquired again. He has. Feima nodded vigorously, then shook his head, forcing himself to stop and cleared his throat.
Chief Feichi, he had only heard that the Alaskan husky was highly contagious, cautioning against keeping other animals with them. To his surprise, non-read's contagion was equally potent.
Feima feigned indifference, adopting a serious demeanor. Apologies, non-read mentioned an operation tonight. I got a bit excited and lost my composure. Master, let us first analyze the nighttime search. With non-read, we have sufficient capability. I am well suited to track down wanted criminals and can lead my brave subordinates. Additionally, I can perform tasks suitable for aerial operations,
such as surveying terrain, engaging in skirmishes, and conducting high-altitude assaults. Chief Feichi nodded. That's a resourceful crow. You are on the right track. However,
engaging in combat is unnecessary. You may roam freely while also searching for individuals. During operations, your role will be reconnaissance or disrupting surveillance. Considering their personalities, non-read enjoyed sticking close to him, making him a natural companion, effectively acting as a built-in infrared sensor. Conversely, Feima preferred venturing out, which would indeed leverage his strengths, allowing for both play and the pursuit of wanted individuals. Absolutely. Feima bobbed his head repeatedly, resembling a chick pecking at grains, then abruptly ceased upon noticing Chief Feichi still rummaging through the drawer, breathing a sigh of relief. He had no choice. Having observed non-read nodding incessantly, he grew curious and attempted it as well. Suddenly, this nodding to express excitement became quite exhilarating, and while doing so, he felt a sense of lightness, an addictive thrill. Chief Feichi searched through the 4 drawers beneath the table, discovering a pile of notebooks, game cards, action figures, and marbles, yet found nothing suitable to serve as a whistle. After completing his search, he realized he had fallen into a cognitive trap.
Bird training often utilizes whistles because of birds' acute hearing, enabling them to detect whistles from great distances. It also provides a point of reference, allowing birds to locate based on sound. There were no communication issues between him and Fei Mao.
Both could simply relay their positions using small communication devices. Master, it seems something has fallen out. Non-Red alerted him. As Chi Feiqi looked up, a thin piece of paper fell out from a comic book. To be precise, it was an old receipt with somewhat faded print, indicating a chicken hot pot.
Had he ever consumed such a dish? His memories of hot pots were scant, primarily revolving around seafood varieties and given Japan's abundance of cold dishes.
Hot pot restaurants were few and far between, considering that the receipt was left by the original consciousness. Chi Feiqi refrained from discarding it carelessly and returned it to the comic book. He then stowed away everything except for the 2 pet communication notebooks into a drawer.
Checking the time, he noted it was already 10:06 p.m. Fei Mo, go see if the others are asleep. All right. Fei Mo darted out, circled around the house, and quickly returned. The hefty driver was keeping watch in the living room while everyone else was indeed asleep. Wait for me outside. Chi Feiqi extended his hand, allowing Fei Qi to slip into his sleeve. Before Fei Mo departed, he grabbed the chat notebook on the table with his claws. Chi Feiqi opened the door and descended the stairs. Observing the driver's physique and demeanor, it was evident he had undergone rigorous training. Not merely for fitness but as a skilled fighter or combatant. He was likely both a driver and a bodyguard. Pool Zensiji brought only one bodyguard, suggesting that this individual was trustworthy, indicating an exceptional caliber in various aspects. Such individuals typically possess knowledge of counter-tracking, security checks, and night watch tactics. It would be more prudent to exit openly than to sneak out and risk being mistaken for a thief. Upon reaching the first floor, the man was already standing by the stairs, greeting Chi Feiqi in a peculiar, accentuated Japanese, "Young Master Feiqi." Chi Feiqi nodded. "I'm stepping out for a bit." The man instinctively glanced upstairs before quickly averting his gaze. "Do you need a vehicle? I'll be keeping watch here, so I can't drive you. Hand me the car keys." Chi Feiqi inquired, "Would you like to spar in close combat sometime?" The man appeared slightly taken aback, scrutinizing Chi Feiqi. Although Asian physiques may not appear as robust as their European counterparts, Chi Feiqi, dressed in loose casual attire, looked no different from other college students. However, a discerning eye could detect any signs of martial training. The man, skilled in his role as a bodyguard, assessed the situation. While he could not ascertain Chi Feiqi's level, he could surmise that Chi Feiqi had indeed trained in combat. Nodding, he handed over the car keys. "I will be off duty tomorrow and will remain in the villa. I can be awakened in the afternoon. Young master, please ensure your safety while you're out." "Thank you." Chi Feiqi accepted the keys and exited, making his way back to his apartment to retrieve his firearm and disguise tools. He found a secluded public restroom to apply his disguise. Feiqi and Fei Mo watched curiously from the side. Chi Feiqi crafted a disguise of an ordinary middle-aged man but suddenly halted, tearing off the mask to experiment with a skull-pattern disguise. After that, he layered it with a bald Saitama disguise, followed by a receding middle-aged man disguise, slightly overweight. Then a typical young man disguise, making his face appear rounder, and finally a disguise of an overweight individual, rendering his face almost unrecognizable. The technique still requires refinement. Chi Feiqi turned to examine his reflection in the mirror. While the act of tearing off the mask was indeed exhilarating, his primary objective was to test whether multiple layers of disguise could be applied. If a face swap was necessary, he could simply rip off the layers. Nevertheless, even considering that adding more wigs could create an odd appearance, he had initially included the skull and bald disguises to manage the height of the layers. Yet, the facial filling and isolation still led to an inability to maintain the visage. 5 layers of disguise seemed to be the limit. Furthermore, one had to be cautious while tearing, as unstable isolation could lead to excessive tearing. Once Chi Feiqi entered the restroom stall, changed into looser clothing, and used inflatable props to alter his physique, Fei Mo could no longer contain himself and whispered to Fei Qi, "Humans truly enjoy tormenting themselves." After pondering for a moment, Fei Qi replied softly, "I feel like I'm blind." Chi Feiqi, applying a fingerprint cover and a transparent film over his palm, thought, "Do these two really believe their whispers are inaudible?" He had heard every word. The most impressive aspect was their ability to engage in banter despite their different species, showcasing a truly transcendent friendship. Exiting the public restroom, he hailed a cab and traveled to the vicinity of the Kabukicho station. Fei Mo flew out through the car window. The vehicle did not stop immediately but circled around before coming to a halt on the overpass opposite the station. 10 minutes later, Fei Mo returned, darting back into the open window. Master, there are 3 drunkards loitering inside the station. A couple is canoodling on the chairs in the waiting area, and a homeless man is resting in the corner near the lockers. Any issues? Chi Feichi calculated that Fei Mo's reconnaissance should not have taken so long. The couple and the 3 drunkards posed no threat, but the homeless man certainly did, Fei Mo asserted. Though his clothes are tattered and filthy, his hands are surprisingly clean, and his skin is delicate. He keeps glancing towards the lockers while also observing the 3 drunkards. Is anyone carrying firearms or similar weapons? Chi Feichi inquired. None. Fei Mo was quite certain. Fei Mo, you are an exceptional investigator, Chi Feichi praised, bringing Fei Chi with him as they exited the vehicle and approached the station. Let me outline my situation. Generally, if there are no more than 3 ambushers and no snipers, I can escape unscathed. If no one is armed, I can consider it safe under my disguise. In the future, you can also plan our advance and retreat routes. Advance and retreat routes, huh? Fei Mo mused. His interest piqued. Master, can you enter through the ventilation window? If so, we can use the cover of the lockers in the back row for a route to retrieve the items without alarming anyone. Let's give it a try. Chi Feichi agreed. Every partnership requires a period of mutual understanding and adaptation. Only with sufficient familiarity can they cultivate a tacit rapport.